Vhumad God chapter 57:24 to chapter 58:03. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian's pupils contracted. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a mysterious aura emitting from the Three Lives coffin. It was something he had never felt before. This energy was so terrifying that it surprised him. When he wanted to attack again, it was already too late. The black eye had already flown into the coffin. However, Lin Xian still attacked with his sword. This sword strike struck the Three Lives casket and knocked it back. Xianxia broke through the void with the Three Lives coffin and retreated far away. His eyes shone with cold light. "Kid, what's your name, Lin Wudi? Give me the hell path." "Lin Wudi? What an arrogant name. I'll remember you. You're a very powerful opponent. However, today is not a good day to fight. After I complete my mission, I'll find you and fight you myself." Xiaoxian's voice rang out. Then, the ground under his feet began to crack, forming a swamp and swallowing him up. At the same time, he sank with him. And the Three Lives coffin. "Do you want to leave?" Lin Xian frowned. With a wave of his hand, countless strands of Qiankuan sword chi flew out. The Cosmos Sword Array. Lin Xian formed the array with his mind and charged toward the sky. However, Xiaoxian was extremely strange. He had actually disappeared. Only the ground shattered and countless cracks appeared. Did he leave? Lin Xian frowned. He used his Rinnegan and found that he couldn't sense the energy of the hell path. The Crimson Dragon also flew over and said, "Kid, I can't sense that guy. He didn't leave through the array." It was a wonderful immortal spell. To think that the Higan Heavenly King also had such a top-notch genius. This surprised Lin Xian. This time, Xiaoxian suddenly appeared with the Three Lives coffin and took the hell path. This wasn't good news. At the same time, he looked up into the distance. He didn't know what was going on with the Empress. How was it, as the purgatory path disappeared, the corpse puppets in the surroundings all fell to the ground. Now that there were no more threats around them, the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the green-robed Great Emperor was stunned when he saw Xiaoxian. Then, when he saw what happened, he was relieved. That way, then, he would be able to fight with all his might. The Empress was also surprised. Had the Three Lives coffin and the hell path been taken away, she harumphed coldly. With a wave of her hand, she took out a jade rui and aimed it at the green-robed martial monarch. The green-robed Great Emperor's face turned green. "Why do you have this thing?" He roared at the sky and unleashed a peerless immortal technique. Green Shadow Immortal Track. The green immortal chi on its enormous body suddenly burst out and turned into countless shadows charging at Qin Nan. This was the power of a great emperor. It was as if the sky was pressing down on him. The Empress raised the jade scepter in her hand and said softly, "Rui, Rui, break." Above the jade scepter, tens of thousands of rays of light bloomed, enveloping the heavens and realms. The green shadows that filled the sky were all pierced through. Amidst this, a miserable shriek rang out. The green-robed Great Emperor was also pierced through, and there was Emperor blood dripping from his body. A drop of blood collapsed the heavens and realms, and a large number of saints and quasi-emperors below died. The entire deity ground was about to be pierced through. Damn it! The green-robed Great Emperor roared crazily. He leaped high and turned around to escape. "Just you wait. When I fully recover my body, I will fight you again." Under his feet, there was an endless gust of wind, and he instantly disappeared. The Empress didn't chase after him. She put away the jade rui. She said coldly, "He ran quite fast." She looked down again and frowned slightly. The hell path had disappeared. The young man just now was not simple. He even brought the Three Lives coffin with him. Thinking of this, she swung her snake tail and turned to fly into the distance. Soon, she returned to the Soul Emperor's ancient tomb. The powerful emperor's throne swept in all directions. Everyone prostrated on the ground again. "Greetings, Great Emperor." Even the people from the imperial clans all bowed respectfully. Lin Xian and the others did the same. The Empress looked over. The people on the other side had been dealt with. Only a few escaped, and she didn't care. "You?" Her gaze fell on Lin Xian with a trace of surprise. She felt that the young man in front of her had the power of the divine fire and the power of immortal energy. Want to walk the path of immortals? She was extremely surprised. The toad flew over and said, Empress, this is the kid I told you about. Greetings, Senior. Lin Xian also cupped his fists respectfully. The Empress nodded slightly and said, Young man, the path you are walking is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to continue? Lin Xian said, Senior, if you want to defeat the other side, you have to use an extreme method. So, I plan to try this path. I don't dare to say that I will succeed. But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. Good. He was confident. The Empress nodded. She turned around and looked into the depths of the ancient tomb. She felt the power of summoning. It seemed that the Soul Emperor's inheritance was about to come out. As she spoke, she flew forward. The divine bridge under her feet spread out and the great Tao opened. Countless laws all prostrated on it. Let's go, let's hurry up and follow. The toad and the others were extremely happy as they flew forward. Lin Xian and the others also followed. As for the others, they all had looks of envy on their faces. However, they didn't dare to move at all. Even the people of the Emperor clan shook their heads and sighed. But at this moment, the Empress in front of them said softly, The tomb of the Emperor is fated. You can all come over. The Gu family, Yi family, and the others were stunned. The next moment, they were ecstatic. Thank you, Senior. They hurriedly followed. Even the kneeling chosen immortal clan stood up, their faces full of excitement. This great emperor felt different. The previous green-robed great emperor was so domineering. And this great emperor actually allowed them to follow. The toad said unhappily, Empress, why did you let them come over and steal our good fortune? The Empress said these people were not from the otherworld heavenly king, so why not give them a chance? If one or two of them grew up in the future, perhaps they could become the power to resist the other side. Everyone was shocked. The Empress also said so. Yan Ryu asked, Senior, is the other side really that terrifying? The Empress glanced at Yan Ryu and said, You are the descendant of the Qing Emperor, right? The other side is very terrifying. So powerful that you can't imagine. The Lord of the Nirvana Shore was even more terrifying. Back then, many great emperors fell in his hands. After hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. The Lord of the Nirvana Shore, how powerful was he? The Empress said, however, in that battle, we attacked at all costs. He should have also been seriously injured. Now, I don't know if he has fully recovered. However, just half of his strength. It was already enough to make people tremble. So when dealing with the other side, we must not be careless. Lin Xian and the others took a deep breath. The toad asked curiously, Who is the Lord of the Nirvana Shore? Is he as powerful as you, Empress? There was disdain in his words. However, as soon as his voice fell, thunder clouds suddenly condensed in the sky, and terrifying thunder was about to fall. The toad was startled. Damn, what did I do? Those thunderbolts, with an extremely strong aura of destruction, descended. The toad was startled. He couldn't resist it. The Empress waved her hand and shot out a ray of immortal energy, which shattered the thunderbolts in the sky. She said, The Lord of the Nirvana Shore controls heavenly punishment. Moreover, her strength is terrifying to the extreme. In this immortal land, you'd better not speak ill of her. Was she that terrifying? The toad was stunned. Can't I even speak ill of her? The Empress shook her head. You are too weak. If you reach my realm, you can scold her however you want. You can scold her however you want. Damn. The toad suddenly lost his temper. The great emperor realm, to him. That was extremely far away. The group talked as they walked and finally came to the front. In front of them, there was a huge array. Azure Dragon, Fierce Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, the 4 divine beasts circled around, forming a 4 divine beasts array. There were some places on the array that were dim. Obviously, the green-robed Great Emperor and the others had attacked them before. However, they didn't break it. What a terrifying array. After Lin Xian and the others arrived, they were also amazed. The other big families also took a deep breath. They felt that the soul suppression here was even more terrifying. Inside the array should be the Soul Emperor's ancient coffin. Countless people looked into the distance. The light of reincarnation in Lin Xian's eyes also bloomed. He did see that there was an ancient coffin floating there. The soul aura on it, even his Rinnegan felt frightened. That was the aura of the great emperor. "Senior, do you want to break this array?" Lin Xian asked. The empress also said, "We do need to break it, but we are waiting for someone." Waiting for who? Everyone was stunned. The empress waved her hand. Her divine fire passed through the void. It disappeared. In another space, the daughter of the Soul Emperor felt this aura and her complexion changed. However, when she felt the aura of Lin Xian and the others, her brows twitched. She followed the immortal energy and rushed out. "You are here too?" The Soul Emperor's daughter, Xianxia, looked at Lin Xian and said quickly. Lin Xian was also surprised. "You are here too. This is your father's tomb, right?" Xianxia nodded. "That's right." After saying this, she looked at the empress and respectfully clasped her hands together. "Greetings, senior." The empress said, "With your bloodline and my divine fire, you can open the 4 divine beasts array." Next, the two worked together, and the 4 divine beasts formation shook violently. Then, a passage. Everyone walked in. Of course, a few. The reason for that was because the others were simply unable to withstand the oppressive might of their souls. The great emperor of the great emperor's last time, in the dragon emperor's tomb, they did not make it to the end. Of them, someone was unwilling to give up. Gritting his teeth, he activated his powerful aura to form a defensive barrier before walking in. However, even with this being the case, not all of the imperial clans were allowed to enter. Only the elites of the imperial clans were allowed to enter. The other members of the emperor clan still had to wait outside. "You can also wait outside." Lin Xian only brought a few people in. He released the aura of the sky-swallowing jar and let it float beside him. Xianxia looked forward, her eyes red. "Father." She walked forward. The ancient coffin in front of her felt her bloodline and let out a rumbling sound. In the next moment, a phantom appeared. "Daughter, you are here." It was a majestic figure in the form of a soul. It was a trace of the Soul Emperor's soul mark. He seemed to be waiting for soul traction. When he saw his daughter, he smiled with relief. However, in the next moment, his expression changed as he stared at the empress. It was the aura of a great emperor. He didn't expect a great emperor to come to his ancient coffin. How could he not be shocked? The empress said, "Don't worry, I'm not from the Nirvana realm. I won't be overbearing and snatch your things. Give whatever inheritance you have to your daughter. I'm just here to take a look." Hearing that she wasn't from the Nirvana realm, the Soul Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he said, "Daughter, I have an inheritance for you. This is my book of Soul Dao." An ancient book flew over. The material was very strange. It was covered with the Soul Emperor's immortal spells. After Xianxia got it, her eyes turned red and she shed tears. "Father, are you really dead?" The Soul Emperor said, "There are only some remnant souls left. This book of Soul Dao is my inheritance. It is also an extreme weapon. It can protect your safety." Everyone was envious, but no one dared to make a move. Lin Xian was also surprised. The Book of Soul Dao was very similar to the previous Book of Heavenly Dao. However, their auras were different. Moreover, the Book of Heavenly Dao could seal the Nirvana realm. It must be even more terrifying. "There is one more thing," the Soul Emperor said. Everyone was surprised. Besides the Soul Emperor's inheritance, there was another thing. What was it? They were even more curious. Even Xianxia was anxious. The soul mark waved his hand and a crack appeared on the ancient coffin. A bone flew out from inside. That bone was very terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it crushed the 9 heavens and 10 lands, making countless people tremble. Even the Empress's expression changed. Flames erupted from her body, and there was an extremely terrifying divine fire dancing in her eyes. It could make a great emperor so nervous. One could imagine how terrifying this bone was. Whose bone was this? Who wanted to be resurrected? The Empress's voice was extremely cold. It was the Dizun. The Soul Emperor said in a deep voice, I am responsible for guarding her hand bone. Now that my ancient tomb has been breached, it is not safe to stay here. If the people of the Nirvana realm come, they will take her away. So I hope you can take this bone away. The Dizun was him. The Empress frowned, and said, he was indeed unwilling to accept this. Lin Xian was even more shocked. The Dizun. He was no stranger to this name. He had heard of her. She was the person who founded the Yuhua immortal dynasty. He even saw a phantom of the Dizun. What did she want to do? Did she want to be resurrected? It was incredible. If you are not from the Nirvana realm, then you should be from the God realm. Although the Dizun is not one of you, she is also an enemy of the Nirvana realm. If she is resurrected, it will be very beneficial to you. So, I don't think you will refuse. I know. After the Empress took it, she immediately used her divine fire to seal the bone. But at the same time, she gave it to Lin Xian. She said, little guy, take it. If my guess is correct, you should be related to the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Find a chance to give it to them. They will owe you a favor. Me? Lin Xian was stunned. Even the Soul Emperor's soul mark was stunned. When he looked at Lin Xian, he said, you are too naive. He is just a 5-crown king. With such a cultivation base, I am afraid he can't keep this hand bone. The Empress said, he is not an ordinary 5-crown king. He is our hope. After the Soul Emperor's soul mark heard this, he was completely stunned. The other party was their hope? This was too incredible. He looked at Lin Xian carefully, and then he was surprised. The aura of the Rinnegan, the 9-yang body, the great dragon's sword, and a trace of monstrous demonic energy. This young man had so many secrets. What shocked him even more was that he felt an aura even more terrifying than these things. Lin Xian's aura shocked him too much. It was as if he was facing Permitha. Could it be? He didn't think any further. However, he already knew that the young man in front of him was extremely extraordinary. Han Xianxian also said, Father, Lin Gongzi is very powerful. He even gave me a treasure. You know him? The Soul Emperor was even more surprised. He said, all right, young man. Keep this hand bone first. You can't let Permitha take it away. Right, you're only a 5-crown king now. You're too weak. Let me help you. As the Soul Emperor spoke, he waved his hand and a vast strength appeared. At the same time, endless laws and immortal energy in the Soul Emperor's tomb rushed toward Lin Xian. It enveloped him, turning him into a cocoon of light. Boom boom boom, the immortal energy seed in Lin Xian's body erupted. The power of laws also increased. He broke through to 6-crown king. What a strong power. Lin Xian felt that his overall strength had increased several times. His Rinnegan also seemed to have become stronger. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The Soul Emperor's mark nodded. Its light began to dim. All right, you can leave. Daughter, you should leave too. I don't have much strength left. It won't be long before the people of Permitha arrive. Perhaps my coffin will be torn apart by them. He laughed bitterly. Father. Han Xianxian cried again. Permitha was too arrogant. The Empress frowned. She said, I'll help you. I'll take your coffin away. I'll send it to a place where Permitha can't find you. Perhaps one day, you can reappear in this world. Really? The Empress pointed at Lin Xian. She hoped that the real reincarnation sword would appear on him. The Soul Emperor sighed. I feel that the hell path is gone. Otherwise, I could give it to you. Lin Xian said, it was taken by Permitha. The Soul Emperor's complexion changed. What a pity. In the past, I obtained a portion of Little Six Path strength. He condensed the Hell Dao and wanted to go to the 9 underworlds, but he failed in the end. Now that the Otherworld Heavenly King had obtained it, they would definitely seize the 9th underworld. You have to be careful about that. However, this is the Hell's Writ that I obtained back then. There is also a portion of the Hell Path's aura on it. I'll give it to you. Perhaps it will be useful. He handed the infernal order to Lin Xian. After Lin Xian received it, he could indeed sense the power of the path of hell from it. The Soul Emperor said, "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist. I hope that one day, I can be resurrected and fight the world again." His soul slowly entered the ancient coffin. The Empress waved her sleeve and shot out a divine flame, which formed a divine flame gate. It shrouded the other party in the ancient coffin. Then he said, "Higan, you won't let this go. Let's go." Although there were still some hidden treasures in the Soul Emperor's tomb, they were still there. But with the disappearance of the Soul Emperor's coffin, everything was sealed. No one would be able to seize it. With a wave of her hand, the Empress brought all of them out. In the next moment, the Soul Emperor's tomb closed again. Xianxia looked lonely. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, if I can really condense the reincarnation sword again, I will let your father reappear in this world." "Thank you, Lin Gongzi. If you need me, I will help you." Xianxia gave Lin Xian the soul bell. When she was needed, Xianxia would appear. Then, she left. "Empress, where are we going next?" the toad asked. The Empress looked into the distance and said, "I'm going to take a walk in this deity ground. You don't have to follow me." Lotus flowers bloomed under her feet, and divine flames filled the sky. She turned into a stream of light and disappeared. "Empress." The toad knelt on the ground and kept prostrating, "Farewell, Empress." The others all saluted and saw the great emperor off. "Young man, get ready. Next, you may need to go to hell." The Empress's voice rang in Lin Xian's ears. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Hell? He had indeed been there before. However, what was the Nine Serenities place that the other party had mentioned, he wanted to ask, but he found that the Empress had disappeared. "Let's go." Lin Xian took a deep breath and led the members of the Divine Union away quickly. The other families could only leave. This time everyone had suffered heavy losses. However, they had also gained something. Even if they didn't get any treasures, they had walked around the great emperor's tomb. The pressure of the great emperor could also temper them and give them new insights. Therefore, some quasi-emperor powerhouses were preparing to go into seclusion to see if they could take the opportunity to break through. The Empress was right. The green-robed great emperor had made a comeback. He was unwilling to accept this. Although he had been injured by the Empress last time, he had returned not long after. He tore open the great emperor's tomb and killed his way in. However, he found that the Soul Emperor's ancient coffin had disappeared. He roared in anger, shattering all of the mountains in the surrounding space. The Soul Emperor's ancient tomb was also shattered by him. Damn it, damn it. The green-robed great emperor roared crazily. He had failed the mission this time. If he went back, he would definitely be punished. No. The green-robed great emperor didn't dare to be punished. He had to redeem himself. Suddenly, he remembered something. The hell path was in the hands of that kid. He turned into a stream of light and left. At the same time, the great emperor's soul covered the sky and began to search. At this moment, the people of the immortal soul realm trembled in fear and prostrated on the ground. Lin Xian was the same, as if he was facing a great enemy. He directly entered the sword world. Because he felt the aura of the green-robed great emperor. The other party had returned. Moreover, the soul spread out, obviously looking for someone. Was he looking for him? He didn't know. Therefore, he hid in the sword world and hid. While consolidating his realm, he continued to send out clones to the sword world to dig for treasures. Last time, he had dug out the universe ring. He didn't know what he would be able to dig out this time. The green-robed great emperor's soul appeared several times. Every time, it crushed the heavens and shattered the sky. On the third time, the green-robed great emperor finally found it. His huge body leaped high into the air. He came to the broken soul cliff. And it was the abyss below. He said in a deep voice, "Stop hiding, get out here." "Greetings, green-robed senior." A young man walked out. It was Xiao. He said, "Senior, why are you looking for me?" "Humph, kid, hand over the hell path. Also, give me the 3 lives coffin." Xianxia frowned and said, Senior, I got all these. Do you want to steal my credit? Don't worry, I won't steal your credit. When I meet the Lord, I will mention your name. What? Don't you believe me? Immortal qi spread out from the green-robed great emperor's body. Xianxia immediately retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't dare. Xianxia gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. My Xian clan also has a great emperor. Really? Where? The green-robed great emperor sneered. If it weren't for the fact that you were also a member of the Nirvana realm, you would have died 10,000 times by now. What are you unhappy about? Fine, I'll give it to you. Xianxia gritted his teeth and took out the 3 lives coffin. The hell path was also in it. The green-robed great emperor took it and smiled. Don't worry, I'll remember your contribution. However, if you dare to tell anyone about what happened today, you know what will happen. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped high into the air, tore apart the sky, and vanished. Damn it, I'll teach you a lesson when I become the arch. Xianxia roared in his heart. He would have made a great contribution if he found those 2 things and returned to the other side. By then, he would be able to obtain all kinds of incredible treasures. Then, the time it would take him to become the arch would be greatly shortened. However, the green-robed great emperor had taken them away. He was unwilling to accept it, but there was nothing he could do. Come with me. Xianxia turned around and said to the Cerberus. The Cerberus had no choice but to lie down and become Xiaoxian's mount. With a sway of his body, he disappeared as well. On this day, the powerhouses in the depths of the deity ground were shocked. That was because they sensed the aura of 2 thearchs. The aura of one of the great emperors was extremely faint. It only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. However, some powerhouses of the family still sensed it. They were extremely shocked. The figure was none other than the Empress. She strolled in the deity ground and walked through every corner, feeling very emotional. Then, a cold light burst out of her eyes. She came to the depths of the deity ground, an extremely mysterious and terrifying place. It was extremely quiet. No one came here. There were only the vicissitudes of the land and terrifying forests. Boom, boom, suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the mysterious place in front of her, and all kinds of terrifying laws shot into the sky. That power was extremely terrifying. Is it the heavenly land? The Empress took a step forward and entered the mysterious place. At the same time, a pressure like the heavenly land surged over. An armor appeared on the Empress's body to block it. A rumbling sound was heard. At the same time, a loud voice came from the depths of the heavenly land. Who's there? At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out. Then, a fist pierced through the sky and flew over. The Empress dodged the attack and said, "It's me." Buzz. The sky disappeared, and a stalwart man walked out. The man was incomparably shocked. "You've awakened," the Empress said. "Lin Zhan, you guys are indeed attacking the celestial land." Lin Zhan said, "Now that Bayan is being held back, this is our best chance. We must take down 2 cities. At the other side. Green Robe, on the other hand, returned to the other side. Why did you come back by yourself? The purple-robed ZG was also surprised to see the green-robed great emperor return. It's a long story. I want to see the Lord. Green-robed great emperor said. ZG was also stunned. Could it be that something had happened? I'll tell you when I get back. The green-robed great emperor hurriedly flew towards the depths of the other shore. Finally, he arrived at a fairyland-like place. He stopped, clasped his fists, and asked to see the master. Within the immortal realm, 2 boys flew out. They were like immortal children. Just you wait. Their voices were cold. However, the green-robed emperor was not angry at all. This was too inconceivable. He was a great emperor, a high and mighty existence. But at this moment, when facing the 2 children, he seemed to be in awe, which was really shocking. Not long after one of the immortal children left, he returned and said, "You can go in now. You only have half an incense stick's time." The green-robed great emperor took a deep breath, and a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. Even though he was a great emperor, it was not easy to see the Lord. After all, the Lord was still in the process of recovering. His body swayed, and he walked in. The boy in front led the way. The green-robed great emperor did not dare to be presumptuous. If he took a wrong step here, he would be doomed eternally. They had arrived. The boy in front stopped, and then his body swayed, and he disappeared. The green-robed great emperor bowed respectfully, greeting the Lord. In front. Clouds were everywhere, and within the clouds, a figure appeared. He seemed to have been standing there since the opening of the sky. Although his figure was blurry, his aura was really too terrifying. Even the green-robed great emperor felt his hair stand on end. Even as a martial monarch, he was terrified. One could only imagine how terrifying their master was. The green-robed great emperor looked extremely respectful. The person in front was the lord of the Nirvana shore. He was the king of emperors, he was a transcendent existence that could sweep through the ages and step on the myriad worlds. He was ranked first on the great emperor rankings. No one could defeat him, whether it was in the past or in the future. What is it? The figure in front emitted a thunderous voice. The green-robed great emperor was even more respectful. He said, reporting to the Lord, there is a result for the Soul Emperor's tomb. He quickly reported. Although I failed in the Soul Emperor's tomb, I still obtained some harvests. I obtained the Hell Path, and I also found a 3 lives coffin. 3 lives coffin? Then I can make up for my mistakes. Present it to the Lord. A loud voice sounded out. The green-robed great emperor let out a breath of relief. This time, he had entered the Soul Emperor's tomb without any harvests. He should have been punished, but because of the 3 lives coffin, he might be able to make up for his mistakes. This was also why he had tried to forcefully seize it before. With a wave of his hand, the 3 lives coffin appeared and floated into the sky. In front of him, the mysterious and imposing figure waved his hand. The 3 lives coffin opened, and a black eyeball flew out from within. It carried with it an aura as cold as hell. The Hell Path of the Lesser 6 Paths, very good. With it, we can attack the 9 Netherlands. Tai Dai nodded. The green-robed great emperor also let out a sigh of relief. This was great. Not only would he not be punished, but he might even be rewarded. 3 lives coffin, let me see which one it is. Tai Dai waved his sleeve, and the 3 lives coffin opened completely. The corpse inside appeared. So it was him. Tai Dai said. Suddenly, the corpse at the bottom of the pile opened its eyes. Its eyes were filled with terrifying demonic chi. A demonic shadow rushed out and attacked the corpse. Bang, demonic energy surged, tearing through the 9 heavens and turning into a demonic seal. This sudden change caused the green-robed great emperor to go crazy. Damn it, how could there be demonic energy? How could it attack the Lord? He roared in horror. At this time, Tai Dai coldly snorted. He stretched out a finger and gently pointed forward. A light flashed, and the entire sky was split in half. Half turned into night, and the other half turned into eternity. With a finger, the demonic energy phantom shattered. Roar, only a crazy roar could be heard. Tai Dai coldly said. Demon Emperor, you've been dead for so many years and you're still unwilling? You want to hurt me with just the likes of you? How ridiculous. As the voice sounded, the shattered sky was restored again. The sun and moon rotated, and the stars changed, as if nothing had happened. This method was shocking. The green-robed great emperor was completely stunned. That demonic energy belonged to the demon emperor. Back then, the demon emperor was a lunatic. Wasn't he already dead? How could he have set up a trap in the 3 lives coffin? Damn it, was Xianxia tricking him? He was going crazy with anger. At this time, Tai Dai's gaze darkened. Green-robed great emperor, how dare you collude with the demon emperor? The green-robed great emperor was so scared that his body trembled, and he directly knelt on the ground. No, Lord, listen to me, it's not like that. I don't know why the 3 lives coffin has the power of the demon emperor. Humph, Tai Dai coldly snorted, and his eyes turned into the sun and moon, slashing over. The green-robed great emperor's body shattered into pieces again. He was about to faint from the pain, but he didn't dare to scream. His body knelt down in the air again. My lord, I'm willing to be punished. Please calm down. A dignified great emperor didn't even have the slightest temper in front of his lord. The green-robed great emperor knew how terrifying Grand Supreme was. Therefore, he didn't dare to resist at all. He could only kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. "Master, please give me another chance. I'm willing to atone for my sins." "Alright, I'll give you another chance. Since you've already obtained the hell path, let's head to hell. Let's see if there's a chance to enter the 9 underworlds." "Yes, I understand. I'll go now." "Master, don't worry. I won't let you down this time." The green-robed great emperor left quickly. He only heaved a sigh of relief after leaving the immortal land. In the next instant, he clenched his fists. There was a black eyeball floating in front of him. It was the hell path. This time, he would bring people to hell. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Although the green-robed great emperor left, Grand Supreme didn't disappear. He shouted coldly, "Where's Ice Empress?" In the next instant, a woman surrounded by frost walked over. She bowed respectfully, "Greetings, Master." "Master, what are your orders?" Grand Supreme said, "The green-robed great emperor has already gone to prepare for the 9 underworlds. However, I'm guessing that those people from the deity plane haven't given up. They might have gone to the heavens. Go and check it out." "Yes." Ice Empress left quickly after receiving the order. In the sky, Grand Supreme's eyes flashed. His eyes were like the sun and the moon. He said coldly, "Didn't you all die in the previous reincarnation war? So what? No matter how many tricks you have, only I will never die." The clouds rolled and shrouded him. However, his cold voice was enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. The high heavens was a mysterious place. It was hard to see anyone in this place. However, there was an ancient city standing in this desolate place. The ancient city was built entirely with rocks. It was extremely spacious and mysterious at the same time. What was it? There were a few figures outside the ancient city. Among them were Lin Zhan and the Empress. After hearing what the Empress said, Lin Zhan and the others also frowned. Did they obtain the hell path of the lesser 6 paths? It seemed like they were going to the 9 underworlds. Should we send people there? Lord Alcohol said. However, Lin Zhan shook his head. No, let's attack this ancient city with all our might now. Our goal is the heavenly land. At this point, if they were to send more forces to the 9 underworlds, they would not be able to obtain anything in the end. The Empress also frowned. However, she couldn't ignore the 9 serenities. If the 9th Netherland falls into the hands of the Nirvana realm, we will have no chance of winning. Lord Alcohol also said, although I can't get the 9th underworld, I can't let Nirvana have it either. Right now, the Book of Heaven's path could still be used as a seal. Therefore, the Otherworld Heavenly King wouldn't send too many people to the 9th serenity. There were at most 1 or 2 great emperors, so there was still a chance. Lin Zhan thought for a while and said, "Let Xian go. He had a Rinnegan." Lord Alcohol also said, "That little guy?" However, he still had to give him some trump cards. The current hell was no longer the same as before. There were definitely a few Emperor-level characters who had awakened. Bring our presents and find someone to cooperate with. Perhaps we can stop Higan. Alright, I'll go look for little Xian right away. Lin Zhan nodded and soared into the air. The Empress said, "Then I'll take his place and attack this ancient city first." Let's attack and try to take down an ancient city first. Lord Alcohol and the others quickly attacked the mysterious city in front of them. However, the mysterious city was too terrifying. Its primordial aura swept through everything. It seemed that the attacks of the great emperors didn't have much effect on it. On the other side, after Lin Xian and the others left the Soul Emperor's ancient tomb, they didn't completely leave the immortal soul realm. Instead, they found a place to wait quietly for the time being. Everyone went into seclusion to cultivate and consolidate their realms. Lin Xian was also in the Sword World, consolidating his 6-crown king realm while cultivating his heaven-defying art. On this day, he felt a familiar aura descend. It was his father's aura. Lin Xian instantly rushed out of the Sword World. In the next moment, Lin Zhan's figure descended. However, he took Lin Xian away. They arrived in an independent space. Lin Zhan said, "This is a space that I opened up. Our conversation here won't be heard by others." Lin Xian was surprised. "Father, aren't you in the depths of the deity ground? Why are you back? Could it be that something went wrong?" Lin Zhan said, "I already know what happened here. The Hell Dao appeared and was obtained by the Nirvana realm. I'm afraid they will go to hell and seize the 9 underworlds. Go to hell now and stop them." "What is the 9 underworlds? Father, what are you doing?" Lin Xian was extremely puzzled. Lin Zhan said, "Xianer, it's time to let you know something. Heaven and earth are black and yellow, the universe is desolate." This universe was very magical. It had thousands of worlds, including the burial earth and the origin planet. However, this wasn't the most magical thing. "Is the deity ground the most magical thing?" Lin Xian said. Lin Zhan shook his head. "Deity ground is just a saying from the Nirvana realm. The Nirvana realm's master cultivated the immortal Tao. He wanted to control the entire universe. Therefore, he called that land the deity ground. Over the years, more and more people called it the deity ground. Just think of it as the deity ground. In the deity ground, there were a few places that were very magical. For example, the place where the Nirvana realm was located was called the Eternal Land. The entire Eternal Land was occupied by the Nirvana realm. The Nirvana realm's master was also known to be eternal and immortal. It was so terrifying. Lin Xian was completely stunned. The Nirvana realm's master is so powerful? Can such a person really be defeated? Lin Zhan's expression was cold. He said, "However, the Eternal Land is not the only magical place. We are attacking the Heavenly Land now. It is also very mysterious. And it has terrifying power. The 9 underworlds I mentioned is also the same." Lin Xian was surprised. "Are these mysterious places forbidden lands?" Lin Zhan shook his head. "No. The forbidden lands are just spaces created by the supreme beings of the human world. It's not that magical. The Eternal Land, the Heavenly Land, and the 9 underworlds. They belong to the Jiutian Shidi. The Jiutian Shidi is the most terrifying and mysterious power in the universe. However, legend has it that the Jiutian Shidi has surpassed this universe. Even the Nirvana realm's master can't reach it. In the universe, only the 10 lands exist. The Eternal Land, the Heavenly Land, and the 9 underworlds are all existences in the 10 lands. Other than that, there are others. The world in your body is also one of the 10 lands." "What is it?" Lin Xian was shocked. He was too surprised. Originally, he thought that although the deity ground had descended, it was very mysterious. However, Lin Xian felt that the god realm in his body was even more mysterious than the deity ground. "I see. It's one of the 10 lands." Lin Zhan said, "Previously, the people of the divine path also had a continent. It was as vast as the deity ground. It was called the god realm. However, in the battle with the Nirvana realm, the god realm was shattered. No wonder. The small world in Lin Xian's body used to be desolate and lifeless. Was it because it was damaged in the battle?" Lin Zhan said, "The divine realm is bigger than the small world in your body. However, the space within your body was the core of the god domain back then. It's equivalent to the Nirvana realm's position in the deity ground." "What is it?" Lin Xian was surprised. "Which of the 10 lands is the sword world in my body?" Lin Zhan said, "The ancient land." "The ancient land?" Lin Xian was stunned. This was the real name of this world. Lin Zhan said, "Actually, the people of the Nirvana realm don't know about the ancient land. They had thought that the ancient land had been destroyed in the battle back then. As a matter of fact, the ancient land of eternity was indeed severely damaged in the previous battle. However, it still survived. Now that it's in your hands, you must protect it well." Lin Xian said, "Father, don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I won't let the ancient land be taken away. I'm not worried about this. The people of the Nirvana realm probably won't be able to guess the mysteries of the ancient land. However, the most important thing now is the 9 underworlds. It's also one of the 10 lands. This time, we'll make a comeback and fight against others. The Nirvana realm will definitely kill us. They want to destroy us completely. The Nirvana Realm's Lord is even more ambitious. He wasn't willing to just have the eternal land. He wants to take over the other mysterious lands. The 9 underworlds might be his first target. Fortunately, we used the Book of Heavenly Tao to seal him. For the time being, they can only send out a small number of forces. This time, at most, there will be 2 great emperors going to the 9 underworlds. Maybe only 1. I'll let you go. You just have to stop them. Do some damage in the dark. Take this medallion. There are some grand emperors in the infernal realm who have awakened. Find one of them and cooperate with them. Lin Zhan instructed Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the Nirvana realm to have such a mysterious origin. Eternal land, undying and indestructible, an existence with eternal life. How terrifying was the Lord of the Nirvana shore. He felt the pressure, but there was also hope in his heart. This was because the sword world in his body was also an ancient land. They weren't any weaker than the eternal land. Father, where is the 9th underworld? Hell was very vast. Lin Zhan had been there once before. However, at that time, he had only gone to the 18th level of hell. Furthermore, after entering the first 3 floors, he didn't dare to proceed any further. Lin Zhan said, the 18th level of hell is the Netherland. However, that place is too terrifying. Before you become a martial emperor, it's best that you don't go there. There were 3 wordless heavenly steels in the 18 layers of hell. One of them was on the 17th layer of hell. Now that he thought about it, Higan would not be able to get it either. You will obtain the other 2 wordless heavenly steels. If that was the case, even if Higan had the Naraka path, she would not be able to enter for the time being. Alright, Xian'er, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and take action. There are still some things you don't understand, so I put some information about the infernal realm into the command medallion. You can just watch. I have to return to the heavenly land. This time, we must take down the heavenly land. Only then will we have the capital to fight against the Higan. Lin Xian finally knew what Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others were doing in the depths of the deity ground. It turned out that they were attacking the heavenly land. He said, Father, don't worry. I definitely won't let them succeed. Lin Zhan nodded and removed the space. Then, he left. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, the Crimson Dragon, and the others. He told them to continue staying in the deity ground. As for Lin Xian, he was going to go alone this time. After Murong Qingqing and the others received the news, they all came out of seclusion. Brother Xian, are you really going alone? Lin Xian nodded. It's very dangerous. It's more convenient for me to go alone. The Crimson Dragon said, then I'll set up a super teleportation array for you. He began to move the Earth Scripture Gold. A huge teleportation gate appeared. Lin Xian walked in and disappeared. Boom, the stars in the universe moved. After an unknown period of time, a spatial gate suddenly appeared in the darkness. Lin Xian walked out of it. At this moment, he had already left the deity ground. He looked up at the deity ground. It was very mysterious. In front of him was darkness. It was extremely dark, like the gate of hell. Lin Xian had been here before. However, the current hell was 100 times more terrifying than before. With the arrival of the deity ground, the entire universe seemed to have become more mysterious and stronger than before. Just in the other planets alone, there were already quasi-emperors. Hell was already very mysterious before. Now, it should be even more terrifying. Just as Lin Xian was about to go in, he found that a lot of auras suddenly rushed out of the gate of hell. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian frowned. He was worried that there would be some changes. Therefore, he sped up, turned into a sword light, and rushed in. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian could feel a powerful force sweeping toward him. When it hit his body, it emitted an earth-shaking aura. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was too obvious in hell. It was like the sun in the dark night. It attracted the attention of countless people. Therefore, he sighed. He had no choice but to use demonic qi. The monstrous demonic light formed a demonic armor. It enveloped him. At the same time, he dodged and avoided these attacks. These attacks were not aimed at him. In front of him, there was a great battle. Countless figures roared. Some of the white bone creatures were extremely terrifying. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. There was a powerful aura on them. Among them, there was a white bone figure. It was very terrifying. His body was tens of thousands of meters long. As he danced, it was like a white bone spear. It pierced through everything. It was a dragon, and it was a bone dragon. Lin Xian was shocked. The aura of this bone dragon was at least that of the eight-crowned king. It was extremely powerful. He didn't expect to find such a terrifying existence as soon as he came to hell. The huge bone dragon, along with the endless bone forest, continued to charge forward. On the other side, there were countless cold auras. Those were green hair on the bodies of some monsters. It was very strange. These monsters couldn't be seen clearly. However, when they attacked, they were incomparably cold. The leader was a red-haired man who also had the strength of the eight-crowned king. Other than that, there was also a cold aura. These people were wearing armor, as if they were ghost soldiers. The huge team kept attacking the three sides, and their strength was increasing. Lin Xian used Rinnegan and saw the other party clearly. They were fighting for a lamp. An incomparably dark lamp. There were black flames on it that were jumping. The death god lamp. Lin Xian didn't recognize it. While he was dodging, he heard the angry roars of some people. For example, those white bone creatures roared, "Follow me and charge for the death god lamp." In addition, the ghost soldiers and red-haired men roared crazily. A great battle erupted in an instant. Lin Xian came to hell with a purpose. Therefore, he ignored it. Instead, he found a direction and flew into the distance. However, at this moment, the demonic chi on his body surged. The demonic shadow behind him came out again. Moreover, the demonic shadow automatically left behind Lin Xian and actually charged towards those monsters. It charged towards the death god lamp. This sudden turn of events stunned Lin Xian. His brows knitted tightly together. Xianxia was right. He really couldn't continue cultivating the demon emperor's ancient scripture. Because he realized that the demonic shadow behind him was getting out of his control. Previously, he was the only one attacking. Now, he was out of his control and attacking the group of powerhouses. Lin Xian's expression changed. He ignored it and turned to leave. The new demonic shadow was extremely terrifying. He came to the center of the battle and punched out. The black demonic fist covered heaven and earth. Countless bones were smashed into pieces. Countless people were terrified. Some people shouted angrily. "Damn it, what was that? Who was it? Which force was it from?" They were all crazy. These three forces all had the backing of the Great Earth Realm. Who was this new demonic shadow? They had never heard of a demonic expert reviving. Roar, roar, the bone dragon roared at the sky. The bones on its body released an extremely terrifying cold aura. Its huge body swept in all directions and hit the demonic shadow. The demonic chi on the demonic shadow was tumbling non-stop. However, the demonic silhouette roared at the sky with deep emotions and disdain. There was a trace of Emperor's aura on his body. The demon god's fist became even more terrifying. It was like two divine hammers were sweeping around. The surrounding void shattered endlessly. Even the sky was collapsing. However, the ghost soldiers, vengeful spirits, and the green-furred monsters all rushed over and enveloped the demonic shadow. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. Where did this demonic shadow come from? Quickly go and investigate. The bone dragon's voice sounded. It was extremely cold. There were still some powerhouses around. Soon, they found Lin Xian. "There's an unknown guy who doesn't belong to us. Kill him." Those people rushed over. Hundreds of figures surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. "Get lost. Look at the monstrous demonic aura on your body." "Are you with that demonic shadow?" a bone ape said coldly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Get lost." He didn't want to be surrounded by endless powerhouses. He didn't want to be chased down as soon as he appeared, so he quickly attacked. He used the Qianquan sword technique, which used everything in the world as a sword. He immediately attacked the hundreds of skeletal creatures. Those skeletal creatures roared. "It's him! Attack, kill!" With an angry roar, they attacked as well. However, the Qianquan sword technique was too terrifying. It directly pierced through the bodies of the skeletal creatures and nailed them in the void. Their bodies kept shattering. Lin Xian took advantage of this opportunity and a pair of black demonic wings appeared on his back. He turned into an aurora and disappeared. There were also some green-furred monsters chasing after them, and in the distance, there were even ghost soldiers galloping on their warhorses. However, Lin Xian was very fast, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. He didn't stop attacking, killing everything that got close to it. Gradually, it got rid of its pursuers. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared into a pitch-black mountain range below. After landing, Lin Xian's face turned cold. It seemed that he had to create it as soon as possible. He couldn't use the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture for the heaven-defying art. Moreover, Lin Xian decided to find a way to completely cut off his connection with the demonic shadow. Lin Xian had a bad feeling that the demonic shadow was definitely related to the Demon Emperor. Heaven-defying art, Qianquan sword technique. In addition, Lin Xian was preparing to create movement techniques, defense, recovery, healing, and many other unique skills. He fought along the way, and the great dragon sword soul could evolve thousands of times. It wasn't impossible for Lin Xian to create his own Dao. Next, he went on the road again. There was no longer demonic aura behind him. Instead, countless sword lights condensed to form a pair of sword chi wings. As he waved them, sword lights danced in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Although it couldn't compare to the demon god's wings for the time being, it was still a skill that Lin Xian created himself. It was the most suitable for Lin Xian. It was also the most familiar to him. Therefore, he believed that one day, he would be able to surpass the demon god's wings. In the next period of time, Lin Xian continued to travel and create heaven-defying techniques. In addition to sword feathers, Lin Xian's dragon scales flashed under his feet. He could also use the dragon step, which was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Lin Xian saw countless figures flying above the mountain range. They were obviously fighting for the Death God lamp. The Death God lamp carried an extremely terrifying aura of death and the aura of a great emperor. Obviously, it should be a treasure left behind by an incredible great emperor. However, Lin Xian wasn't in the mood to fight for it. He had to find the 2 wordless heavenly monuments. He took out the token that Lin Xian gave him. Lin Xian's soul shrouded it and checked the situation inside. The 2 wordless heavenly monuments were extremely mysterious. In addition to the wordless heavenly monuments, there was also a mysterious aura. As long as Lin Xian saw it, he would be able to discover it immediately. Seeing this, Lin Xian used his Rinnegan and shrouded the entire area. The area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was enveloped by him. However, he didn't discover it. This caused many people to roar in anger. "Who is it that dares to investigate me?" Angry shouts sounded one after another. Under the ground, a rotten palm stretched out. It was actually a death god. It was extremely terrifying and had reached the realm of the 8-crowned king. There was an ancient coffin behind him that had long been torn apart by him. At this moment, he woke up and roared at the sky. There were also these skeleton-like creatures. They were furious. In short, this hell was too terrifying. It was much more terrifying than when Lin Xian came previously. Lin Xian searched as he hurried. 2 days later, Lin Xian stopped. He left 2 more clones in the sword world, allowing them to continue digging in the sword world. After all, Lin Xian had sensed the power of the universe ring before. He wanted to dig something out again. In the sword world, Little White was also there. He placed a green-skinned gourd into the pit that Lin Xian dug and covered it with soil. Then, he said with conviction, "Yeah, the treasure has become stronger." Lin Xian found it funny and ignored this little guy. While his clones were working, Lin Xian's main body kept searching in hell. After searching for a few days, he still couldn't find the wordless steel. Lin Xian frowned. If he had known, he would have brought the Hellfire Dragon. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to bring him, but after he saw Lin Zhan, he found that the Hellfire Dragon was long gone. He asked. The Crimson Dragon said that the guy left after leaving the tomb of the Great Earth Emperor. He said that he wanted to see the magic of the celestial ground. Little White, look. Is there a treasure? Lin Xian grabbed the little guy from the sword world. Little White was dissatisfied. But not long after, he took out the treasure bowl and began to aim. Treasure, treasure, please show yourself. He kept flying in the air. At the next moment, he waved his little claws. There seemed to be something there. Lin Xian walked over and found that it was a swamp. It was eerie and terrifying. With a wave of his hand, a sword chi split the swamp open. Inside, there was actually a rotten fruit. The fruit was very big as a table. But it was already covered with insects. It was pitch black and rotten. Little White immediately vomited after seeing it. It was too disgusting. He covered his eyes with his little claws. At the same time, outside a few mountains, two figures suddenly stood up. Their eyes were shining with a shocking light. What a terrifying eerie aura. Could it be that a treasure had appeared? Grandpa, the aura over there is so terrifying. A woman soared into the air and looked ahead as she exclaimed in surprise. As she spoke, she flew forward. Behind her, the old man quickly followed. He said, Luoluo, be careful. Usually, there are powerful monsters guarding the treasures. Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll be careful. Her name is Luoluo. The girl said quickly. Her speed was very fast, like a fleeting shadow. Soon, she arrived at Changfeng. However, in the next moment, she cried out in surprise. What's going on? The old man behind her was worried. Could it be that his granddaughter was in danger? Thinking of this, his speed was much faster than before. In an instant, he arrived in front. However, when he looked at the scene in front of him, he was stunned. He was also stunned. There was a swamp in front of him, and there was a peach the size of a table there. The peach was rotten, and poisonous insects were crawling on it. On the other side of the swamp stood a young man. Sword chi circled around his body. Beside him was a little white monkey. There's someone here, Grandpa. Luoluo said cautiously. The old man also looked as if he was facing a great enemy. A young man dared to be here alone. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. He looked at the other party warily. Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he reached out with a flaming palm and grabbed forward. The flaming palm was like the sun as it grabbed the rotten peach. The poisonous insects on it were all reduced to ashes. Lin Xian looked at it and frowned. What a terrifying aura. However, it doesn't seem to suit me. Roar, suddenly, a deep roar sounded from under the swamp. Following that, a lizard flew out. A cold and gloomy aura was emanating from it. It was Seven Crown King. When she saw the scene, the girl opposite him, Luoluo, also exclaimed. Be careful. The old man was even more surprised. He quickly used his law to form a shield in front of him. The terrifying lizard charged toward Lin Xian. Its claws carried an aura of death. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Get lost. He slapped the lizard away with his palm, which looked like a sun god of war. Then, Lin Xian flicked his finger, and a stream of sword chi transformed into a huge dragon, which directly pierced through the lizard. The lizard was pierced through. It frantically fled and drilled into the swamp. Lin Xian sneered. You want to leave? Another sword strike was unleashed, turning into a fiery dragon, covering the sky and covering the earth as it charged towards the swamp, tearing it apart. The lizard screamed. In the end, both his body and soul were destroyed. When they saw this scene, the grandfather and grandson opposite them were stunned. Was Seven Crown King killed so easily like this? This young man's methods were too terrifying. The other party was at least a Seven Crown King, or perhaps even more terrifying. Therefore, the two of them acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. Previously, he was only the Five Crown King, yet he was already able to contend against the Seven Crown King. Now that his strength had increased to 6 Crown Kings, killing 7 crown kings was simply too easy. Now, even if he encountered 8 crown king, Lin Xian could fight with him, or even defeat him. This was his current strength. Greetings, senior. At this moment, Luoluo hurriedly bowed. Lin Xian said, I'm not some old monster, don't call me senior. Greetings, young master. Luoluo hurriedly corrected herself. The old man also cupped his fists and said, young master, how should I address you? Lin Xian looked forward. He saw that the woman was a quasi-emperor, 5 crown king. As for the old man behind him, he had the cultivation of 7 crown king. He thought that it was probably because he had seen what he could do that caused him to be so terrified. He said, don't worry, if you aren't my enemy, I won't attack you. Lin Xian was also surprised. The current hell was indeed different. When he came before, there definitely wouldn't be a quasi-emperor. But now, any random girl he saw was a quasi-emperor. From the looks of it, the infernal realm had undergone tremendous changes as well. As expected of a place with the 9 serenities, he wondered just how miraculous the 9 nether realm was. Lin Xian said, I'm from another universe outside hell. I came here to train, but I got lost. Where is this place? Young master, you're from the outside world. Luoluo was also surprised. She said, this is called the Dark Forest. We're from the Luo family in the Dark City next door. My name is Luoluo, and this is my grandfather. Lin Xian nodded. Then he asked, is the 18 levels of hell far from here? Have any great emperor level figures revived in hell recently? Have other great enemies come? Luoluo was stunned. The old man behind, Elder Luo, also said, the great emperor level is too far away for us. We've never seen them before. However, we know that there are currently 3 great emperors in hell. They are the Underworld Emperor, the Yellow Springs Emperor, and the Bone Emperor. Young master, when you come, you should see many strong masters fighting. They are the subordinates of these 3 great emperors. As for whether there are other great emperors coming, we don't know. Moreover, these 3 great emperors are said to be extremely mysterious. Very few people in hell have really seen them. 3 have already awakened. Lin Xian was surprised as well. This earthly hell was indeed extraordinary. He now knew that there was only 1 great emperor in each era. However, the universe has experienced too many years. These great emperors didn't die. Some were in a deep sleep. They all woke up in this era. That's why so many great emperors appeared in such a short time. It seemed that he had to find one of the lands and form an alliance with it. As for which one? Lin Xian wasn't sure yet. He didn't dare to act rashly. Because the people on the other side might also find the great emperor here to form an alliance. After all, the other side was also in the process of being sealed. If he was looking for the same person as the others, then he would be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. So, he had to investigate first. At this time, Luoluo also said, young master, you're from the outside, so you definitely don't know this place. Why don't you come back with me? The old man's expression also changed. To be honest, he didn't want to bring a stranger back. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, okay, in that case, I won't stand on ceremony. He threw the rotten peach to the old man and said, this is a greeting gift. Really? Give it to me, thank you. Luoluo was very happy. The old man was also surprised. This peach, although rotten, was cold and sinister. However, the chilling aura of death it carried was the power that the people of hell desired the most. Even 7 Crown King would be jealous if he saw such a thing. But was the other party like this? He gave it to them so easily. It was really surprising. Now, even if Elder Luo wanted to refuse the other party, he probably couldn't. Therefore, he could only say, young master, please. Lin Xian brought Xiaobai with him, following the other party into the distance. Along the way, Luoluo talked a lot about the Dark Forest and Dark City. At the same time, she was very fond of Little White. What a cute little monkey. She also took out some hell spirit fruits and gave them to Little White. Little White ate happily. Luoluo and the elder came out. Outside the dark forest, there was a team waiting there. These people had a dark aura on them. Greetings, Patriarch. The team quickly got down from their beasts and bowed respectfully. At the same time, a man walked over. This man was wearing dark armor and had a powerful aura. He was handsome and his eyes were as vast as the stars. He looked at Luo from time to time. Elder Luo nodded. Then, he smiled at Lin Xian and said, "Lin Gongzi, this is the elite of our family. This one is a genius among geniuses." His name was Luo Tianyu. "Tianyu, this is Lin Gongzi. He is an honored guest of our Luo family." "Lin Gongzi, honored guest?" Luo Tianyu was surprised. His deep eyes looked at Lin Xian. When he saw that Lin Xian was only a 6-crown king, his eyes were filled with disdain. Same level? He had never lost in a battle of the same level. What qualifications did such a person have to be an honored guest of their family? Of course, the patriarch was here, so he couldn't say anything. He could only nod slightly as a greeting. Lin Xian could naturally feel the hostility in the other party's eyes. Although it was hidden very well, it couldn't escape his Rinnegan. Looking at the other party's identity and 6-crown king cultivation, he should be an important figure of the Luo family. And the other party looked at Luo with a trace of greed. It seemed that the other party was hostile to him. It was because of Luo. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He was just a passerby here. His important mission was to find the wordless heavenly steel. He didn't know if the Luo family could give him some clues. "Lin Gongzi, please." Luo smiled and led the way. The group of people got on the war beasts and rushed away. These were all powerful beasts with the aura of death. However, they posed no threat to Lin Xian. In fact, when Lin Xian climbed onto the battle beast's body started to tremble slightly. It was obvious that it couldn't withstand Lin Xian's strength. "Lin Gongzi." Luo walked over again and walked side by side with Lin Xian. From time to time, she would introduce something to Lin Xian. That sweet smile melted the surrounding darkness. Upon seeing this sight, Luo Tianyu's face darkened, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. Finally, the group arrived at the Luo clan. Outside the dark forest, there were many cities. Every city was a family. These clans were very powerful, and one of them was the Luo clan. Seeing that their clan leader had returned, the people of the Luo clan were very happy. They quickly opened the city gates to welcome them. When they found out that they had brought an honored guest with them, they were even more astonished. In the evening, the Luo family held a banquet to welcome Lin Xian. Lin Xian wanted to gather some information from the Luo clan and see what had happened in the Earth domain in recent years. "Are there any clues?" After 3 rounds of drinks, Luo Tianyu stood up again. Holding a bronze wine cup, he walked over and said, "Lin Gongzi, right? I heard that you're a peerless genius. I wonder how powerful you are. Would you like to spar with me?" Hearing this, Elder Luo's expression changed. He said, "Tianyu, you must be drunk. Lin Gongzi is our honored guest." Tianyu smiled and said, "I'm not drunk yet, clan leader. Since Lin Gongzi is a peerless genius, I naturally have to ask him for advice. Only the most powerful martial arts spar can help me break through again. Lin Gongzi, would you give me face and spar with me?" Hearing Luo Tianyu's offensive words, many people in the hall had different expressions. Some supported Luo Tianyu. The elder immediately smiled and said, "Yes, I heard that Lin Gongzi came from the outer universe. I wonder how powerful the geniuses outside of hell are. We've never seen them before. I want to broaden my horizons." Someone laughed and said, "Maybe he's not a genius. He just wants to come to the Luo clan to cheat us." Voices came one after another. Lin Xian put down his wine cup and said with a smile, "Oh, are you challenging me? Why? Don't you dare?" Luo Tianyu took a step forward, and the law on his body erupted. It was the aura of hell, and it was extremely terrifying. The temperature in the main hall dropped. Even many of the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Luo Tianyu was too extraordinary. He could already give them pressure now. It would probably take him a few years to become the second master of the Luo clan. Of course, he was only second. Because the first master was even more terrifying. However, he was not in the clan. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. "Forget it. For Elder Luo's sake, I won't do anything to you. Bow and apologize, and I can spare you this time. The surrounding elders were stunned. What does he mean, spare Tianyu? Is he looking down on Luo Tianyu? Sure enough, Luo Tianyu's face darkened, and a fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes. Spare me? You? Are you qualified? Boy, if you're a man, come out and fight me. Luo Tianyu's killing intent became even more terrifying. It formed a claw of hell suspended in the air, and it seemed like it would fall at any time. Luo Tianyu, don't go too far. Luo said, how can you attack Lin Gongzi? Hearing this, Luo Tianyu was even more furious. Even Luo was protecting him. Die. With a furious roar, the demon claw in the sky instantly slammed down. The black claw carried an extremely strong aura of death, and it covered the sky and earth. It's over. This kid is dead. Yes, under this claw, even 6-crown king of the same level would not be able to withstand it. If this kid didn't have the ability, he would probably end up very miserably. Countless exclamations sounded. Luo also exclaimed, wanting to ask for help. However, Luo was too late. The claw of hell arrived in front of Lin Xian. It slammed down fiercely. Humph, die. Luo Tianyu revealed a sinister smile. Buzz. At this critical moment, Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and a sword aura flew out. It was like a supreme dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. In an instant, it tore the claw of hell apart. Moreover, the dragon claw slammed down on Luo Tianyu's body. Luo Tianyu looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His huge body was covered in cracks. With a boom, it was torn apart. He had lost. And he was severely injured. He fell to the ground, screaming crazily. The sword aura dragon in the sky swooped down. No. Luo Tianyu's eyes were filled with despair. Stop. The surrounding elders also shouted angrily. The Luo family patriarch stood up. He said, Lin Gongzi, please have mercy. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the sword aura dragon disappeared into the void. He raised his wine cup and said, I already said, don't challenge me. Because you can't bear the consequences. You. Luo Tianyu was so angry that he vomited blood. His broken body healed with difficulty. However, there were still some cracks. It wasn't hard for him to imagine. He was scared out of his wits. The other party's strength was so terrifying. The elder's expressions changed drastically. He defeated Luo Tianyu in one move. This young man's strength was really too shocking. It was completely beyond their imagination. They didn't dare to take advantage of their seniority anymore. They all stood up, raised their wine cups, and walked in front of Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, I admire your strength. Let's toast to Lin Gongzi. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for being merciful. Elder Luo bowed deeply as well. After all, Luo Tianyu was the second genius of their family. As for Luo, she was even more impressed. This was a true peerless expert. The previous Luo Tianyu was too weak. She was not interested in him at all. This person might be able to compete with her brother. Her brother was the #1 master of the Luo family. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had shocked these people with his small show of strength. It seemed that it would be easy for him to gather information. Sure enough, Lin Xian mentioned that he wanted to gather information about hell. Luo agreed immediately and invited Lin Xian to stay at the Luo family for a few more days. Lin Xian was surrounded by everyone's attention. On the other hand, Luo Tianyu was defeated. He was helped down by the guards of the Luo family and returned to his villa to rest. Damn it. Luo Tianyu roared in anger. He had lost all his face today. Originally, he wanted to embarrass Luo Tianyu in front of Luo. This way, Luo Tianyu would not be able to compete with him. But he did not expect that he would be the one to lose face. And he was defeated. He was unwilling to accept it. The next day, Luo Tianyu arrived at the main hall of the Luo family leader early in the morning and asked for an audience. Elder Luo said, You're seriously injured. Why are you here instead of recuperating? Go back and recuperate. You can talk about it after you've recovered. Are you lacking any healing elixirs? Don't worry, I'll get someone to send it to you. I won't let you have any sequelae. Elder Luo took good care of Luo Tianyu. He even treated him as his grandson. He was thinking of going to Luo Tianyu's mansion after he was done with his business here. He wanted to see how Luo Tianyu's injuries were. Luo Tianyu said, "Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. I don't lack elixirs. I'm here today for something else." "What is it?" The Luo family leader was surprised. Luo Tianyu said, "I'm here to propose to Luo Luo." Elder Luo sighed, "Tianyu, you're the second genius of the family. I have high hopes for you. Your future is bright. Luo Luo is my granddaughter. I hope you can be together and strengthen the Luo family. However, feelings can't be forced. I can't make decisions for Luo Luo. But if Luo Luo, I have no opinion. But I don't." Luo Luo walked out from the side hall and said, "Tianyu, I'll make it clear to you. And I have always treated you as my brother. We can't be partners." "Is it because of you?" Luo Luo Luo, Luo Tianyu roared madly, "You haven't looked at me since he came." Luo Luo frowned. "Brother Tianyu, you're thinking too much. This has nothing to do with young Master Lin." Luo Luo also said, "Tianyu, don't think too much. Rest well first." Elder Luo ordered the guards to escort Luo Tianyu back to his residence. And then he sighed. "Damn it, old man. Since you don't want to give Luo Luo to me, don't blame me for being rude." Luo Tianyu returned to his mansion. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. No matter what, he had to get Luo Luo. No matter who stood in his way, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Since that old man didn't know what was good for him, he had to use his own method. When he thought of this, his eyes turned red. Then, with a sway of his body, he quietly left the mansion. He flew all the way to another city. This city was even scarier. The dark netherworld stone emitted a terrifying light. Around the city, the water of the yellow spring surged. White bones could be seen in it. It was terrifying. "Who are you?" Two white skeletons appeared in the water of the yellow spring and shouted coldly. "I have important news to report to the Yellow Spring sect. It's about Oxhead and Horseface." Hearing this, the two skeletons were stunned. "Who are you?" "Luo Tianyu of the Luo family." "Come in." At this moment, a loud voice sounded in the dark city. The two guards respectfully pushed the door open. In front of them, the gate of the dark city opened. Luo Tianyu's figure flashed and walked in. About half a day later, Luo Tianyu came out. There was a cold smile on his face. "Old man, this is what you get for not choosing me." He returned to the Luo family and pretended that nothing had happened. However, 2 days later, the guards of the Luo family returned in horror. "Patriarch, something bad has happened. The Dark Army is here." The alarm sounded throughout the city of the Luo family. In the city, countless disciples and elders of the Luo family were awakened. They rose into the air. What happened? Suddenly, the sky darkened, the earth trembled, and endless cracks spread. A terrifying pressure enveloped the city as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Someone was attacking. Moreover, it was a powerhouse. An endless number of powerhouses. The elders of the Luo family looked into the distance. They gasped, and many of their scalps went numb. Outside the Luo family, there were 3 streams of yellow spring surging in the sky. Each stream was hundreds of thousands of meters long and swept across the world. In the water of the yellow spring, there was an endless dark army roaring ferociously. It made one's scalp go numb. The 3 streams of yellow spring covered the entire Luo family. There was an army of 100,000 dark soldiers. An elder of the Luo family trembled in fear. "These are people from the Dark Hall of the Yellow Spring sect. How is that possible?" The other young disciples all went crazy. "We've never offended the Yellow Spring sect." The Yellow Spring sect was extremely terrifying. It was a behemoth near the dark forest. The Luo family was also terrifying. However, compared to the Yellow Spring sect, it was not worth mentioning. Because the Yellow Spring sect was a subordinate sect of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. Its background was simply shocking. No matter how powerful the Luo family was, would they dare to fight against the sect of a great emperor? It was impossible. Although the Dark Hall was only one of the halls of the Yellow Spring sect, it was not something they could provoke. Luo hurriedly gathered the elders. They flew up and arrived at the city wall. Looking at the army of darkness that covered the sky and the earth outside, they moved quickly. At the same time, they said, "How did the Luo family offend the Yellow Spring sect? Please tell us, the masters of the Dark Hall. The Luo family will make amends." Luo and the others were also pale. Lin Xian was there as well. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 100,000 experts that covered the sky. He felt that these people did not come with good intentions. Luo Tianyu looked at this scene. He sneered. With a sway of his body, he rushed to the top of the city wall. Later, he was an important witness. The Yellow Spring water spread around. A figure appeared in each Yellow Spring water. They were the 3 core elders of the Dark Hall of the Yellow Spring sect. They led 100,000 Dark Army. They came to attack the Luo family. Among them, the elder on the right had cold eyes and a zombie-like body. He said coldly, "Luo Donglai, how dare you? Does the Luo family want to die?" Now, everyone in the Luo family knelt down. Hand over the ox head. What was a bull's head? Lin Xian was taken aback. Luo's pupils constricted. How did he know about it? Her family did have a bull's head. To be exact, it was just a statue of a bull's head. She didn't know if it was a real bull's head. But it was definitely related. And it was an important clue. Only Luo Donglai, the patriarch, and a few elders knew about it. They didn't spread the news. They were waiting for the first genius of the Luo family to come back. Then they would discuss what to do. Luo Donglai had sent a message asking the first genius to come back. But how did the news get out? He looked around. The elders shook their heads and said, "We didn't betray the family." The patriarch took a deep breath. He cupped his fists and said, "I think you've misunderstood." "Who is it?" "Someone is framing the Luo family." "How could we have news about the bull's head?" "Even if we did, we would have given it to the Yellow Spring sect." "Really?" The zombie-like elder snorted. "Luo Donglai, you're so used to pretending. We were almost fooled by you. But this time it was the Luo family who told the truth. So it's true." "What?" The patriarch's pupils constricted. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the elders around him. His expression changed drastically. "Patriarch, we didn't say anything." But then, Luo Tianyu's body swayed. He flew over the city wall to the edge of the Yellow Spring and said, "I said it." "What? You?" Luo Donglai was stunned. He didn't expect it to be Luo Tianyu. The second genius of his family had hurt him badly. Luo's eyes turned red. "Luo Tianyu, you ungrateful bastard. How did the family treat you? How did you treat me? I proposed to you 3 times, but you rejected me. How did you treat me?" Luo Tianyu roared. "Despicable." Luo cried. The expressions of the other elders also turned incomparably ugly. The proposal was Luo's own business. The family had never mistreated Luo Tianyu. Luo Tianyu was the second genius of the family. They had trained him with all their might. But he had betrayed the family. Damn it, if I knew you were this kind of thing, I would have slapped you to death." Angry voices could be heard one after another. Luo Tianyu sneered, "Humph, don't worry, I'll remember your words. When I become the clan leader of the Luo clan, I will teach you a lesson." "What? You want to be the patriarch?" The people of the Luo family went crazy. Luo Tianyu arrived before the Darkness Hall's elder. He said, "Elder, I can testify that the Luo family did receive a cowhead statue. Luo Donglai was going to give the statue to an outsider. It was that kid. He intended to collude with people outside of hell." Luo Tianyu pointed to a figure in the crowd. "That's right, it was Lin Xian." This time around, he was determined not only to obtain the position of the Luo clan's clan chief, but also to obtain the position of the Luo clan's clan chief. He wanted to borrow the Yellow Spring sect's hand to kill Lin Xian. Countless people exclaimed. However, Lin Xian's expression darkened. Were they coming for him? This Luo Tianyu really deserved to die. It's you. The terrifying gaze in the sky fell and enveloped Lin Xian. Oh no, Lin Gongzi, you have to leave now. Luo Luo and the others exclaimed. The Luo clan leader also sighed. Lin Gongzi, we've dragged you into this. If you have the chance, you should leave now. However, Lin Xian shook his head. He swayed his body and came to the city wall, saying, Clan leader Luo, you've taken good care of me. How can I leave you now? Tell me, what is a cow head? The people of the Luo family were going crazy. How could this kid be in the mood to talk about a cow head? Luo Tianyu laughed. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Let me tell you, there are two legendary powerhouses in hell, the cow head and the horse face. However, they were already powerhouses in the primordial age and have long disappeared. However, legend has it that they left behind two things that contained the supreme secrets of hell. The Luo family had obtained a cow head statue. It was very likely that it was a secret left behind by the primordial age powerhouse, the cow head. The Luo family wanted to monopolize it. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also stunned. The cow head and the horse face were indeed legendary peerless masters in hell. But what was the secret? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Could it have nothing to do with the wordless heavenly steel? The wordless heavenly steel was also extremely mysterious and had something to do with the ninth serenity. Perhaps there was some connection between the two. The Luo clan leader next to him also sighed. Lin Gongzi, if you have the chance, run away. The Yellow Spring sect was backed by the Yellow Spring Emperor. And the cow head and the horse face were the things that the Yellow Spring Emperor was looking for. This time, the Luo family has no hope. I hope you can take Luo Luo away when you run away later. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful and might be able to take his granddaughter away. No, Grandpa, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay with you. Luo Luo cried. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He said, it's just a 100,000 dark army. It's no big deal. If he attacks, just kill him. What? The surrounding people went crazy. Does this kid know the strength of the Dark Hall? It's a subordinate of the Yellow Spring sect. It's a terrifying hall. The people of the Dark Hall of the Yellow Spring sect laughed. Someone dared to kill them? Luo Tianyu sneered. Idiot, do you think you can compete with the Yellow Spring sect after defeating me? Ignorant thing, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. In the sky, the three elders of the Yellow Spring sect rose into the air. They exuded a powerful aura. With a wave of their hands, 3 streams of yellow spring water gushed out and fell mercilessly. Cracks appeared on the Luo family's city, and the array was broken. Many people vomited mouthfuls of blood and retreated. The Luo clan leader took a deep breath and said, Everyone, get ready to fight to the death. At the same time, send the young talents out. Hearing this, the elders of the Luo family all took a deep breath. And they gathered Luo Luo and the others together. They were ready to send them away. Lin Xian said, Clan leader Luo, I have a way to keep the Luo family safe. What is it? The Luo clan leader was stunned. Lin Xian said, their targets are 2. The first is the Minotaur statue. The second is me. If you give the Minotaur statue to me, then their target will only be me. What happens next has nothing to do with the Luo family. But can you bear to keep the Minotaur statue a secret? It's up to you. Young master, that's the Yellow Spring sect. Luo Luo had thought of this method. But in this way, Lin Xian would definitely die. Lin Xian smiled, so what if it's the Yellow Spring sect? It's not like the Yellow Spring Great Emperor came in person. These trash around can't hurt me. What did you say? The 3 elders shouted angrily. In the water of the Yellow Spring, the 100,000 Dark Hall soldiers also roared crazily. Someone dared to call them trash. Unforgivable. Lin Xian ignored them. He stared at the Luo clan leader and said, Clan leader Luo, you only have one chance. Have you thought it through? Lin Xian said, you don't have to worry about my life, because if I dare to take it, I have a way to protect myself. But now, I'm very curious whether you're willing to take it out or not. Of course, I won't force you. It's all up to you. If you take this bull's head, your life will be in danger. However, if you're very confident, why would I be reluctant? Patriarch Luo took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he took out a storage ring and threw it to Lin Xian. The thing is inside. After Lin Xian took it, he felt the aura inside. His eye technique instantly pierced through the storage ring and saw the space inside. Sure enough, there was a bull's head statue. It was pitch black, mysterious, and terrifying, with a trace of strange power. He nodded, put away the ring, and said, "Okay, I'll protect your Luo family." After speaking, Lin Xian turned around. He looked at the 100,000 dark army around him. With a wave of his hand, a black bull's head statue appeared in his hand. Did you see that? The thing is with me now. From now on, the thing you're looking for is in my hands. It has nothing to do with the Luo family. If there's anything, come at me. Lin Xian rose into the air. His voice spread in all directions. Below, the people of the Luo family were shocked. The other party was really going to go against the Yellow Spring sect. Moreover, was he going to fight against the 100,000 dark army alone? Young master. Luo's eyes were also red. She asked, "Grandpa, will he be in danger?" The patriarch of the Luo family said, "Now, we can only pin our hopes on him. Kill him." The zombie elder roared angrily. Dozens of dark figures around him rushed over in an instant. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, sword energy danced. It pierced through these dozens of people. He said coldly, "A bunch of ants, don't come. You three old things, come together. You're courting death." The zombie elder was also angry. He personally made a move. His withered palm stretched out, carrying with it an extremely terrifying power. It covered the sky and earth like a cage, enveloping Lin Xian. "Wait for death." Luo Tianyu sneered. The zombie elder had personally taken action. He wanted to see how the other party would die. Lin Xian sneered and threw out a punch. His fist carried the power of extreme yang, but before it could even get close, it was already too late. The aura of death on the zombie elder's body. It began to melt. Damn it, the power of restraint, the elder's eyes narrowed, and he wanted to retreat. But it was too late. This punch sent him flying. His body turned into a mist of blood as he retreated. He had killed 7 Crown King with a single punch. Lin Xian sneered, "7 Crown King, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? You don't know what's good for you." Everyone was shocked, dumbstruck. The Luo clan was silent. The people of the Yellow Spring sect sucked in a breath of cold air. The 100,000 strong army of darkness was also stunned. One of their elders was sent flying by a single punch just like that. One had to know that the zombie elder was no ordinary 7 Crown King. That was extremely terrifying, already close to 8 Crown Kings. But even so, he was still killed in an instant. Damn it, you dare to kill him? Our Yellow Spring sect will never forgive you. The other 2 powerhouses roared crazily. Luo Tianyu also retreated. Because he realized that Lin Xian's gaze was already fixed on him. Lin Xian said, "I hate traitors the most. How dare you betray me? There's no need for you to live." After saying that, he slashed out again. The biting cold sword light carried the power of killing. Luo Tianyu shouted angrily, "Get lost." He punched out with both fists, carrying a terrifying aura. It was as if the world of hell had been turned upside down. The terrifying power was shocking. As expected of the second genius of the Luo clan. However, under Lin Xian's sword, a few cracks appeared in the other party's hell world. That power was suppressed. Under the sword, Luo Tianyu was split in half. With another sword, Luo Tianyu's head flew up. His soul was also cut in half. Impossible, in the end, he died in fear. The second genius couldn't even block 2 sword strikes from the other party. How terrifying was this person? Damn it, let's attack together. The remaining 2 elders of the Dark Association roared angrily. They realized that the other party was much stronger than they had imagined. No wonder he dared to go against them. With a roar, the 2 elders charged over. The surrounding 100,000 Dark Association troops attacked together. When they joined forces, it was extremely terrifying. In the sky, they formed a black sword of death. It was formed by 100,000 people, and it carried boundless power as it slashed down. At the same time, the two elders of Seven Crown King appeared and disappeared mysteriously, ruthlessly attacking. Not good. Below. Luo exclaimed again. The Luo clan leader also said, Lin Gongzi, retreat quickly. Lin Xian's strength shocked them. However, the 100,000 Dark Association troops were too strong. They cultivated the same laws. At this moment, coupled with this sword of death, they were probably comparable to 8 Crown King. Lin Xian stood on the city wall like this. He looked up at the sky with a calm expression. At this moment, an indomitable aura appeared in his eyes. The heaven-defying art. This fist shall be called the heaven-defying fist. Lin Xian's fist swung out. This was a fist technique that he had created himself. It had to go against the heavens and be fearless of everything. A fist flew out. That was an unyielding fighting spirit. That was a ferocious roar. The sword of death was actually sent flying. Everyone was shocked. The 100,000 Dark Association troops couldn't do anything to the other party. Indeed, at this moment, the two elders of the Dark Association had already arrived behind the other party. One of the palms approached, and the shadow of death slapped fiercely on Lin Xian's body. The other shot out a terrifying chain that was like a poisonous snake, enveloping Lin Xian's body. The two of them cooperated perfectly. In despair, turn into white bones. The two of them laughed sinisterly. The mark of death with a terrifying aura slapped fiercely on Lin Xian's body. The laws danced, and the surroundings were filled with cracks. Lin Xian turned his head. He said coldly, "Is this your strongest power? You can't even break my defense? You." The Elder of Death was so scared that he took 3 steps back. His face was full of horror. His strongest technique couldn't break the other party's defense. What kind of physique was this? The other elder of the Dark Association was also stunned. Lin Xian punched out. Heaven-defying fist. The unyielding power directly turned the elder into a bloody mist. In the next moment, Lin Xian looked at the last person. Demon. The last elder of the Dark Association turned around and fled. It wasn't that he had never seen an expert before. The Yellow Spring sect had a great emperor. It was just that he didn't expect that there would be such an expert in such a remote place. He was careless. Run. He turned into a stream of light. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he hid in the Yellow Spring. Can you escape? Lin Xian sneered. The Rinnegan bloomed and locked onto the other party. 6 paths of reincarnation. Soul extermination. A cold voice sounded. The smile on the Dark Association elder's face froze. Along with his soul, in an instant, he was torn into pieces by a powerful force. His body fell from the water of the Yellow Spring. It landed on the ground below. A deep pit was created. In the blink of an eye, 3 elders of the Yellow Spring sect had fallen. The traitor Luo Tianyu had fallen. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was stunned by the scene. The 100,000 soldiers of the Dark Organization were also furious. Kill! They roared angrily and charged over in an overwhelming manner. Lin Xian snorted coldly as killing intent burst out from his eyes. He was ready to perform the Cosmos sword technique. Everything under the cosmos was a sword. However, at this moment, a demonic shadow flew over from afar. It carried with it an endless demonic aura. He slaughtered his way into the army of darkness and swept through all directions. With every strike, a large number of soldiers of the Dark Organization would fall. The demonic aura danced between heaven and earth, and countless laws intertwined to form a piece. In the blink of an eye, the 100,000 soldiers of the Dark Organization had died. They were all wiped out. Countless corpses fell from the sky. The water of the Yellow Spring surged into the sky and let out a terrifying roar. The people of the Luo family were all stunned. Who on earth was this person? He had wiped out 100,000 soldiers in such a short time. He was too powerful. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he stared at the figure. This figure was none other than the demonic shadow of the illusory demon crystal. Had the other party become so terrifying at this moment, the demonic shadow had killed 100,000 soldiers of the Dark Organization. Endless power surged into the demonic aura. The demonic shadow became even more solid. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked at Lin Xian. The two of them looked at each other just like that. However, the demonic shadow soon turned into endless demonic aura and surged into the demonic aura. In an instant, it came to Lin Xian's side. Then, it disappeared. The powerhouses of the Luo family were all shocked. At first, they thought that the demonic shadow was coming for them. However, when it came to Lin Xian's side and disappeared, they were stunned again. They all stared at Lin Xian. Could it be Lin Gongzi's doing? Lin Gongzi was too powerful. Yes, there was such an expert hiding by his side. No wonder he was not afraid of the Yellow Spring sect. One after another, exclamations of surprise sounded. Luo was also stunned. She blinked her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian's expression was ugly. The demonic shadow was too strange. The patriarch of the Luo family walked over and said, "Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving us." Lin Xian said, "Don't worry about it. Young master, please." This time, the people of the Luo family invited Lin Xian in respectfully. There was no more dissatisfaction from before. A day later, a ray of light flew across the sky. He transformed into a man who was incomparably handsome. This man had a gloomy and cold aura. He looked around the city at the scenes of the battle, and his brows furrowed tightly. The next moment, he flew into the city. "Grandpa, I'm back!" the man shouted. The clan head of the Luo clan stepped forward. Luo also came out. She shouted, "Gu, you are back." This man was called Luo Xiao. He said, "I saw a great battle outside." "What's going on?" The Luo clan's clan chief sighed. He told Luo Xiao what had happened before. After hearing this, Luo Xiao's pupils shrank. The people of the Netherworld sect had made a move. However, you were able to completely resist it. It's incredible. Luo said, "It's not us. It's Lin Gongzi. He is really too powerful." Then, Luo told him the rest of the story. After hearing this, Luo Xiao frowned tightly. Such a peerless master had come. What shocked him even more was that the Minotaur statue had fallen into the other party's hands. No, this thing was extremely mysterious. There must be a shocking secret hidden in hell. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Luo Xiao looked in all directions. He felt a mysterious aura. Then, he rushed over. "Brother!" Luo exclaimed. The Luo clan's clan chief's expression also changed. He quickly rushed over. Although Luo Xiao was the #1 genius of their family and was now in the underworld temple, Lin Xian was also extremely mysterious and could not be provoked. However, Luo Xiao was very fast. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. With a flash of light, Luo Xiao directly arrived at a villa. He said coldly, "You are that outsider, right?" Inside the villa, Lin Xian was cultivating with his eyes closed. He was comprehending and creating his own heaven-defying technique. The previous Qianquan sword technique was still one day away. At this moment, he heard a voice coming from outside. He opened his eyes and his body swayed. He tore open the void and came outside. The next moment, he saw a feminine man standing there. "Who are you?" Lin Xian frowned. He had never seen him before. "My name is Luo Xiao, the #1 genius of the Luo clan." "The #1 genius?" Lin Xian frowned tightly. Luo Tianyu was the #2 genius. It turned out that this was the #1 genius. He said, "What do you want?" As soon as he finished speaking, two more figures rushed over from afar. It was Luo and Clan Chief Luo. Clan Chief Luo said, "Shower, come back with me." However, Luo Xiao shook his head. He said, "Grandpa, don't worry." He looked at Lin Xian and said, "You saved the Luo clan before. I am very grateful. Our Luo clan will give you countless cultivation resources." "No need. Lin Xian shook his head and said, your Luo clan has already given me something. We don't owe each other anything. This is the purpose of my visit. I want to use cultivation resources to exchange for the Minotaur statue. Luo Xiao said, the Minotaur statue is very mysterious to our hell. But you are an outsider who doesn't cultivate the power of hell. It is useless for you. Why don't you exchange it for some cultivation resources? How much do you want? Just tell me. I will definitely do it. Oh, exchange for the Minotaur statue? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In the past few days, he had also comprehended it. The Minotaur statue was indeed very mysterious. But he couldn't find any clues. However, it could make the great emperor's sect value it so much. It must be extraordinary. He shook his head. No, I won't exchange it. Clan Chief Luo, you won't regret it, right? Lin Xian looked at the Luo clan chief and frowned. Clan Chief Luo said, no, our Luo clan won't regret it. My grandson just came back and doesn't know the situation at that time. Luo Xiao said, Lin Gongzi, I'll give you one more chance. Lin Xian said, no need to say more. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Luo Xiao's face darkened. Lin Gongzi, I know you are strong. But there are countless masters in hell. There is always someone better. Don't be too arrogant. Speaking of this, a terrifying aura exuded from his body. Are you threatening me? Lin Xian also stared at him, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Luo Luo said, brother, don't do anything to Lin Gongzi. He is our savior. Clan Chief Luo also said, yes, don't do it. Aren't you staying for 2 days to attend the Dao-Seeking Pavilion's Dao-Seeking meeting? Luo Xiao sighed heavily. He didn't make a move. He turned around and said coldly, Lin Xian, you're on your own. Seeing him leave, the light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. Luo Luo said, brother Lin, don't be angry. My brother doesn't understand the situation. I'm here to apologize to you. Clan Chief Luo also said, Lin Gongzi, I'm sorry. I'll explain it to him when I get back. It's okay. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't care about Luo Xiao's hostility at all. The other party was only a 7-crown champion. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't compare to him. However, what made him curious was what was the Dao-Seeking meeting. The patriarch of the Luo family said, this is a gathering of quasi-emperors to comprehend the great Dao. They will fight there and create the strongest great Dao. So that's how it is. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In other words, there would be a group of powerful quasi-emperors there. Lin Xian was interested. He might be able to get more information there. Then, Elder Luo and Elder Luo left. Lin Xian went into seclusion again. On the other side, the Luo family held a gathering. They didn't invite many people. Only some core elders attended. This gathering was to welcome Luo Xiao back. Xiao is what you said true? You really became a core disciple of the Nether God Palace? The group of elders was extremely excited. The Nether God Palace was not weaker than the Yellow Spring sect. Furthermore, the core disciples were not something that the Dark Association's army could compare with. The ones who attacked them previously were only the Dark Hall of the Yellow Spring sect. This was just a hall, and it was enough to make them despair. The core strength of the real Yellow Spring sect was even more terrifying. A strong cultivator could probably destroy them. Now, their family finally had someone who could enter a great emperor's sect and become a core disciple. This was definitely great news for them. In the future, Luo Xiao could definitely become a super mighty figure. Luo Xiao said, I just joined half a year ago. However, I am confident that I can improve further. Speaking of this, Luo Xiao looked at Luo Luo. He said, sister, don't stay at home. Follow me to the Nether God Palace. I might not be able to protect you in the Nether God Palace. Now that I have become a core disciple, I definitely have the strength to protect you. The people of the Luo family were happy. That's great. If Luo Luo goes in, she might also become an expert. Then the Luo family would definitely rise. In this area, no one would dare to offend them. Even the Dark Hall couldn't do it. However, Luo Luo said, me? I won't go. No, you have to go. The current hell has become more terrifying than before. The three great emperors have awakened. They are fighting crazily. There will be a battle sooner or later. There is a dark hall near our family. It belongs to the Yellow Spring sect. I can warn them now. But when the time comes, it will be a battle. So, we have to remind them of the family's strength. Now, apart from me, you are the only genius in the family. Damn it. If that Luo Tianyu hadn't sought his own death, I might have been able to let him enter the underworld god hall. Luo Luo, Luo Luo Luo. Luo Luo was still a little Luo Luo s. She didn't want Luo 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 Xiao Luo Xiaozazaz, Luo Xiao, Luo s. How about this? Isn't there a Dao-seeking meeting? Bring her there. Let her see what a true top expert is like. Perhaps Luo Luo would yearn for it. Luo Luo Xiao nodded. Then I'll take you away in a few days. We'll go to the Dao-seeking pavilion and take a look at the Dao-seeking meeting. Luo Luo s. She went to look for Lin Xian. She said, Big brother Lin, there's something I want to talk to you about. Lin Xian said, why do you look troubled? Luo Luo said, Big brother told me to go to the underworld god hall to cultivate. Luo Luo said, but I don't like cultivation. He even asked me to watch the Luo Luo. But I'm really not interested. Luo Lin Xian, if your brother can protect you all the time, you don't have to cultivate. But as the Luo Luo? You can go take a look and broaden your horizons. Because I want to go too. Really? Brother Lin, do you still want to go? Luo Luo's eyes lit up. Then I'll tell my brother to take you with him. Luo Lin Xian nodded. Luo Luo left happily. She went to find Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao frowned when he heard this. Truth be told, he still held a strong enmity towards Lin Xian. If you don't take brother Lin, I won't go either, Luo Luo said. Alright, I'll take him. Luo Xiao smiled. Luo Luo was the family's benefactor, and he couldn't do anything to him. However, he could intimidate him. When the time came, he would take him to the Dao-seeking pavilion and see what a battle between top experts was like. Perhaps the other party would be afraid and obediently hand over the Minotaur statue. 2 days later, Luo Xiao said, let's go. Luo Luo was ready. Lin Xian didn't have anything to prepare. Everything was in the storage ring and the sword world. They could set off at any time. The group left. Luo Xiao was riding on a giant eagle. The black eagle spread its wings and flew with an extremely terrifying cold aura. It was as if it had crawled out of the 18 levels of hell. Wherever it passed, some warriors and saints were terrified. They all knelt on the ground and kept worshipping it. Because of this eagle. It was a powerful demon saint. Lin Xian and the others sat there and looked down at the strange scenery of hell. She hadn't left the area of the family yet. It was her first time outside, and she was very happy. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, looked calm. He had seen too many of such scenes. He was a top genius of hell. Lin Xian was also very calm. However, in Luo Xiao's opinion, the other party was pretending. Lin Xian didn't care about the other party's attitude. He had one goal, and that was to get information from the other party. Sure enough, a few days later, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. He had already learned some information from the other party's conversation. For example, 3 great emperors had awakened in hell. Ming Di, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor, and the Bone Emperor. The sects under them were the Underworld God Hall, the Yellow Spring Sect, and the White Bone Cave. These 3 great sects swept across all directions. It was these 3 sects who had fought for the Death God Lamp. In addition to the Death God Lamp, the other party was also crazily collecting other things. For example, the legendary mysterious Minotaur and Horseface were also among the targets of the other party. At this point, Luo Xiao warned Lin Xian, you'd better hand over the Minotaur statue to me. Otherwise, when the news spreads, the 3 great emperor sects will come looking for you. Can you resist them? So, for the sake of your life, you'd better hand it over as soon as possible. Lin Xian merely smiled in response to those words. A great emperor sect? He wanted to see how strong they were. After all, this time, he was prepared to cooperate with a great emperor. He just didn't know which one to choose. However, he asked about the underworld god Hall. He felt that Ming Di might be a target for cooperation. Because as a core member of the underworld god Hall, Luo Xiao hadn't heard of any powerful figures descending recently. This meant that the people of the otherworld god palace hadn't found the other party. Luo Xiao said, recently, there were indeed powerful figures descending with powerful information. However, the direction was the White Bone Cave. I wonder what kind of powerful figure the Bone Emperor met. The White Bone Cave, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was the people of the otherworld god palace. In this case, Lin Xian decided to find a way to get close to Ming Di. It would be best to cooperate with Ming Di. Lin Xian didn't tell Luo Xiao about this. With Luo Xiao's hostility, he definitely wouldn't let him get close to Ming Di. He might even sabotage him secretly. Lin Xian could only go to the Dao Seeking Association to see if there were other masters. They flew all the way. 9 days later, they arrived at the Dao Seeking Pavilion. The Dao Seeking Pavilion was located in a valley among the mountains of hell. The terrain of the valley was strange, and there was a mysterious power surrounding it. It was said that the great Dao here was very magical. That was why this mysterious place was created. It was called the Dao Seeking Pavilion. Every once in a while, there would be rising geniuses of hell here to fight and comprehend the great Dao. This time, it was Luo Xiao and the others. At this moment, there were already many people in the Dao Seeking Pavilion. These people all had powerful auras. They were all strong geniuses. Someone said, this time, the deity ground has descended and hell has recovered. Countless strong cultivators have appeared. Yes. I'm afraid we can recover to the peak of the primordial age. Have you heard? It said that Ling Dao of the Lin clan was created by himself. It's a peerless saber technique with boundless power. And Han Jiu of the Lin clan. He's not only beautiful, but also powerful. It's said that he's very powerful even among the 7 crown kings. He's close to the 8 crown kings. Yes, that's just the top families. The 3 emperors have countless strong cultivators in their sections. I heard that a top master of the underworld god Hall will come this time. How powerful is he? Everyone was shocked. It said that he's the son of Ming Di. The son of a great emperor is coming too. It said that this person is extremely extraordinary. He's reached the 6 crown king level. But he's far stronger than the 7 crown king. It said that he can even fight against the 8 crown king. Perhaps this time, not many people would be a match for him. So what if it's the deity ground? There are countless strong cultivators in hell. When we truly rise, we'll conquer the deity ground and flatten it. We'll kill the strong cultivators of the immortal path. Yes, we'll capture the immortals and make them our slaves. These people laughed out loud. Their expressions were ferocious, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They were really arrogant. Lin Xian and the other 2 arrived at this time. Hearing these words, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. But Luo Xiao said, it's not arrogance, but the truth. Legend has it that during the archaic era, our hell was extremely terrifying, grasping the life and death of others. Now, we want to return to the golden age of the ancient times. Just you wait. It won't be long before we kill our way to the deity land. Luo Xiao's eyes were filled with confidence. However, Luolua's brows were tightly furrowed. What she hated the most was fighting. Who dares to say that we are arrogant? At this moment, someone in front turned around and stared at Lin Xian with hostility. Who are you? You dare to challenge us, so what if we are arrogant? You're not convinced. I'll suppress you. Killing intent surged from these people. Luo Feng's expression changed. However, Luo Xiao walked over and snorted coldly. The nether chi on his body bloomed. They were from the underworld god Hall. They were surprised. Luo Xiao then said, this is my sister. This person has nothing to do with us. Don't get your killing intent wrong. So that's how it is. The people around also smiled. So it's fellow Daoist Luo Xiao. These people greeted him one after another. However, when they stared at Lin Xian, the killing intent in their eyes was very terrifying. Since Luo Xiao couldn't protect this kid, they wouldn't hold back when the time came. Lin Xian shook his head. A bunch of ignorant ants. You've only seen a few strong masters. How dare you be arrogant here? There were too many strong masters in the universe. Earth Prison was just one of them. What Lin Xian said was true. He had seen too many powerful cultivators along the way. For example, Luo Xiao was just a genius about the same level as young Master Qianji. There were many such geniuses in the deity land. In his eyes, they were nothing. After all, this was a world of great battles. So many emperors had come out. These geniuses were really like ants. However, the surrounding people were enraged. In the distance, a cold snort was heard. We're nothing? Boy, do you want to die? As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding murderous intent surged. The endless void was cut open by a sharp blade. Feeling this aura, everyone's face changed. What a terrifying power. They all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. A group of people left in the distance yesterday. These people were wearing armor and carrying sabers on their backs. On the sabers, blood-red runes were flashing. They were from the Lin clan. The leader said, "This is Lin Dao, right?" Yes, it was him, the peerless genius of the Lin clan. He created the bloody saber technique. It was extremely terrifying. It was said that those who dared to challenge him were all killed with one slash. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people all cried out in alarm. After all, Lin Dao was a new force to be reckoned with. He was very famous. Lin Dao shifted his position at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he arrived nearby. He looked down and stared at Lin Xian. You? You're qualified to talk about the strong masters of Earth Prison. You don't want to live, do you? Lin Xian also smiled. What? I'm really qualified to talk about the strong masters of the universe. I've seen a lot of people, and you really aren't that outstanding. You can only be considered above average. You're just above average. Hearing this, the people around were stunned. Lin Dao said, not the top? Are you kidding me? Even if Lin Dao was one, he would still be a top-notch existence in the sects of the three great emperors. He was probably only a little weaker than the emperor. Such a person was actually not worthy of his attention. Who was this kid? He was too arrogant. They didn't know. Previously, they thought he was from the underworld temple, but now it seemed that he wasn't. He was probably an idiot who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Someone sneered. Lin Dao's face was also cold and murderous. I'm not the top, am I? Then you'll have to experience my saber technique and see if it's the top. When you go to Earth Prison, remember, don't be so arrogant in your next life. With a clang, a biting cold saber light appeared in his hand. The surrounding void continued to shatter. Don't hurt Lin Gongzi. When Luo Luo saw this scene, she quickly rushed up. However, Luo Zhao's expression changed. Sister! He exclaimed. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. Because he also felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. He didn't even take these geniuses of Earth Prison seriously. He was also the #1 genius of the family. Didn't that mean that the other party didn't even take him seriously? His face was cold. If it weren't for the family's kindness, he would have slapped the other party to death. However, he didn't make a move. He could only walk over and say, Lin Dao, don't misunderstand. I'm not protecting this kid. I just don't want you to hurt my sister. Okay, I'll give you face and let him live a little longer. However, when the Dao-seeking meeting comes, I'll kill him in front of the world with one slash. I'll let him know how sharp my saber is. After that, he sneered and turned to leave. The people of the Lin clan also stared at Lin Xian and said, Kid, enjoy your last moments. Because you'll soon despair. Luo Luo was extremely worried. Brother Lin, why don't we leave? Luo Xiao said, stupid thing, if you want to die, don't take my sister with you. I'm warning you. From now on, stay away from my sister. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. He dared to challenge Lin Dao. Luo Luo said, Brother Lin, why don't I beg my brother to help you? If it doesn't work, we can leave tonight. Lin Xian smiled. It's just Lin Dao. I don't care about him. If he dares to challenge me, I'll slap him to death. Luo wanted to say something. However, she recalled the scene where Lin Xian fought against the 100,000-strong army of the Dark Association alone. She was so shocked that she thought he was a god. Perhaps, Big Brother Lin could really do it. Thinking of this, Luo was no longer worried. Following that, the group of people stopped and waited. Luo Xiao said, "Sister, that guy hasn't escaped yet. Does he really want to die? Brother Lin is very powerful. Maybe he can defeat Ling Dao." Hearing this, Luo Xiao shook his head and sneered. He wouldn't be a match for Ling Dao even if he practiced for another 1,000 years. In the next few days, more and more masters came. Some had a terrifying murderous aura. Some had a knife hidden in their smiles. "Look, that woman is so beautiful. The cold aura on her is so scary. She must be Fairy Hanjiu of the Cold Clan. I heard that her ice power is very terrifying and can freeze everything." "Who is that person?" "It's a skeleton." The crowd exclaimed again. They saw a red skeleton walking over. The skeleton's body seemed to be made of red gemstones. There were terrifying great Dao runes on the bones. He must be Gu Feng, the legendary master of the White Bone Cave. The one surrounded by black fire must be Gu Yen. He's here too. Countless cries of astonishment could be heard. One after another, the names of the peerless masters spread in all directions. When Luo Xiao saw this, he frowned. This time, there are so many geniuses. Luo also said, "Are they scary? Brother, how are they compared to you? I'm not sure about these people. However, they believe that I have to use my trump card. However, there's another peerless master in the Underworld God Palace. These people can't defeat him at all." At this point, his eyes were burning with passion. That was the idol he worshipped. "Who was it?" Luo asked curiously. Luo Xiao said, "That is the son of our Ming Emperor, the son of Ming. The son of the great emperor. His bloodline was terrifying, and his strength was terrifying as well. 7 Crown King was not his match at all. Rumor had it that he was already able to contend against 8 Crown King. Furthermore, his cultivation was only 6 Crown King. Such talent surpassed everything." After hearing this, Luo was also extremely surprised. "Is he that powerful?" The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone knew about the child of the underworld. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Only Lin Xian remained calm. The corners of his mouth even curled up into a smile. "As the son of a great emperor, I wonder how strong he is?" He was looking forward to it. Hearing this, Luo Xiao sneered and shook his head. This fellow couldn't even defeat him, yet he wanted to fight against the son of a great emperor. He was courting death. At this moment, countless cries of surprise rang out. That was because they realized that the son of a great emperor had arrived. Countless wisps of underworld chi danced in the air, emitting rumbling sounds. Inside, there was a ship of the underworld. It streaked across the sky, emitting thunderous sounds. On the ship of the underworld, there were palaces and pavilions. There were even many maids and servants cleaning up there. Standing at the front of the ship of the underworld was a man in black. He had a handsome face, and the law surrounded his body. He had an extremely terrifying bloodline aura that could suppress all the worlds in the universe. It was as if the god of the underworld had descended. When they saw this scene, countless people raised their heads to look. Many people's bodies began to tremble. They could feel the immense suppression of their bloodline. Only the bloodline of a great emperor could bring them such terrifying pressure. Gu Feng, Gu Yen, Hanjiu, and the others also took a deep breath. They also felt the terrifying pressure. It was as if a single person could suppress the sky. The child of the underworld laughed loudly. With a wave of his sleeve, terrifying laws descended. "Why aren't you kneeling when you see me?" a terrifying sound rang out. That power caused the weaker people to directly kneel on the ground, constantly prostrating themselves. A few of the top geniuses snorted coldly. Lung Dao roared at the sky, and the saber light on his body shot into the sky. "You want me to kneel? Impossible." Gu Feng also snorted coldly. His red bones emitted an extremely terrifying aura. His body was extremely tough. Although he was just a skeleton, it was far stronger than anything. Even a powerful sacred weapon would not be able to shatter his body. He stood there and formed his own world to fight against the child of the underworld. Hanjiao also formed a world of frost. She said in a low voice, "You want us to surrender with this aura? I'm afraid you can't do it. Even if you're first, so what?" Angry shouts were heard. These geniuses fought fiercely. In the sky, on the ship of the underworld, the child of the underworld smiled and said, "Since I'm here, let's start the Tao-seeking meeting." Following his words, the Tao-querying valley began to rumble. The valley slowly opened, and a mysterious aura appeared inside. Everyone rushed toward the valley. Only those who participated in the Tao-seeking meeting were qualified. The others could only be onlookers. "Let's go over too, Brother Lin. We can only see clearly if we get closer," Luo Luo said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood up and nodded. He walked forward. When he saw this scene, a few saber lights flashed in the distance. It was the Lung tribe. They blocked his way. They said, "Kid, don't even think about running. When the Tao-seeking meeting is over, it will be your death." "Run?" Lin Xian heard this and sneered, "Who told you I'm running? I'm going to participate in the Tao-seeking meeting. Your genius Lung Dao is just an ant in my eyes. I'll kill him with my own hands and let you know who the real powerhouse is." After saying this, the faces of the people from the Lung tribe turned ugly. This kid was too arrogant. Did he really not put their clan in his eyes? They shouted angrily and wanted to attack. However, at this moment, Lin Xian turned around and flew toward the Tao-seeking meeting. Luo Luo followed beside him. One of the swordsmen said, "Ignore him. Not everyone can enter the Tao-seeking stock. The great Tao inside is very terrifying. Those who are weak will be killed instantly. I'd like to see how he'll escape in a sorry state." The few of them sneered. The others also saw it. "Isn't this the kid who challenged Lung Dao? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He still wants to participate in the Tao-seeking meeting. Does he have the right?" Luo Luo was also stunned. She originally thought that Lin Xian just wanted to get closer to take a look, but now she realized that was not the case. She realized that Lin Xian was flying directly toward the valley. Could it be that Brother Lin also wanted to participate? Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Lin Xian came to the top of the valley and descended. In an instant, he sensed an enormous power rushing toward him. He snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. All of those terrifying laws were completely shattered. That guy actually succeeded. Countless people cried out in surprise when they saw this scene. The expressions of the people from the Lin clan also became extremely ugly. This kid was actually so strong that he was qualified to enter the Tao-seeking association. It was really beyond their expectations. So what? A swordsman gritted his teeth. Even if he entered, he would only be at the bottom. He was still 10,000 years away from being able to compete with Lung Dao. Yes, that's right. It was a good opportunity for Brother Lung Dao to beat him up in front of all the powerhouses. These people all sneered. Brother Lin, when Luo Luo saw that Lin Xian had succeeded, she was also stunned. She also gritted her teeth and descended. However, at this moment, a terrifying law enveloped her. She felt that her body was about to split open. Not good. Luolua's expression became ugly. This aura was not something she could resist at all. At this moment, a figure came to her side. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a terrifying sword chi enveloped Luoluo and brought her down. Luoluo felt that the pressure around her had disappeared and heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Brother Lin." The two of them arrived at the valley and walked inside. Those standing in the valley were all extremely terrifying experts and geniuses. Each of them stood there and looked down on the world, looking down on everyone else. Suddenly, someone was stunned. Someone else could enter. Who was it? To be honest, those who could enter were all familiar with each other and felt that it was about time. However, they did not expect that someone else would enter. Had another top genius appeared out of nowhere, they turned their heads to look. They were stunned. They found that two people had walked in, and they were two strangers. A man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Who were these two people? Luo Zhao's expression changed. Sister, why did you come in? Nonsense, who let you in? Hurry up and go back. Luo Zhao was really stunned. One had to know that entering the Dao-seeking association was not only to withstand the pressure, but also to fight with other powerhouses. The slightest carelessness would result in serious injuries or even death. He brought Luo here this time just to watch. At the same time, he was even more shocked. How did Luo get in? Could it be that his sister's strength had increased greatly? However, when he saw Lin Xian, his expression turned ugly. Damn you, how did you get in here? Lin Xian said. Of course, I came in based on my strength. Also, you don't have to worry about Luolua's safety. I will protect her. Luo Zhao was completely enraged. Who do you think you are to protect your sister? He pulled Luo over and said, stay by my side and don't leave. Then, he looked around and said, my sister is playful. She just wants to come in and watch. I hope everyone will give me some face and not challenge her later. So she was a playful little girl. Hanjiao shook his head after reading it. He wasn't interested. The others also retracted their gazes. They discovered that Luo was only a 5-crown king. She was indeed not worthy of being their opponent. However, who was the other young man? They stared at Lin Xian. Hanjiao was shocked. 6-crown king's cultivation? He was indeed a little weak, but to be able to reach here with his own ability, he could be considered a genius. Indeed, those who came here were all 7-crown kings, there were only 2 6-crown kings. One was the child of the underworld. He was the son of a great emperor. His bloodline was extremely terrifying. 6-crown king's cultivation was enough to sweep through everything. The other was Lin Xian. In everyone's eyes, Lin Xian would probably be the last, the weakest existence. Thus, they didn't pay much attention to him. Leng Dao was also stunned. Brat, are you so impatient to come in and die? Don't worry, I will let you die in despair later. You are not qualified to be my opponent. Lin Xian didn't even look at the other party. He directly left. This made Leng Dao grit his teeth. He wasn't qualified? What a joke. Lin Xian wasn't wrong. These people weren't qualified to be his opponent. This time, he only had one target, and that was the child of the underworld. Lin Xian wanted to cooperate with the Underworld Emperor this time. Thus, to get close to the Underworld Emperor, the best way was to get close to the child of the underworld. If the other party was obedient, then they would cooperate. If the other party wasn't obedient, then he would directly suppress them. Then, he would go and see the Underworld Emperor. Lin Xian had a plan in his heart. At this moment, the Dao-seeking assembly finally began. The child of the underworld walked up and said. This time, comprehending the Dao is based on strength. Who dares to challenge me? He looked in all directions. Everyone fell silent. Even Gu Feng and the others didn't say anything. Because they weren't confident that they could defeat the other party. Moreover, it wasn't a wise choice to fight the other party right from the start. Hanjiao walked up and said. You are the Imperial Prince. We will challenge you, but not now. We will fight at the last moment. So you'd better take a rest first since you've just started. That's good. The child of the underworld nodded and went back. He said, I'll wait for the strongest one among you to fight with me. I hope you won't disappoint me. Hanjiao walked out and said, who is willing to spar with me? I will. A woman in red walked over. This woman was called the Bloodthirsty Princess. The murderous aura on her was extremely terrifying. She was from the Yellow Spring sect. Next, Hanjiao and the Bloodthirsty Princess engaged in a huge battle. Hanjiao used ice, which could freeze everything. The Bloodthirsty Princess used a long sword. The blood-red sword could devour blood. It was extremely terrifying. It made everyone's blood boil. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. All kinds of laws appeared. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and watched. After watching, he nodded. He had to admit that the experts of hell were indeed powerful. They were also very terrifying in the celestial ground. But he didn't take them seriously. After watching more than 10 moves, he had a judgment in his heart. Hanjiao was going to lose. As expected, after 30 moves, Hanjiao's ice world was broken. One of her arms was cut by the bloodthirsty princess and turned into white bones. You lost. Do you want to continue? The bloodthirsty princess held the blood sword and asked indifferently. Hanjiao's face was cold. She said, no need. You won this battle. Her face was a bit cold. She turned around and tore off her injured arm. Then, she grew another one. The others were also shocked. This bloodthirsty princess's sword was getting more and more terrifying. Devouring blood was a great threat to all of them. During the battle, they also felt an extremely terrifying aura. Next, another person went up to fight. It was also terrifying. Luo's beautiful eyes flashed. She exclaimed. These people were really too powerful. Even if the patriarch of their family came, he wouldn't be able to beat these people. They were all 7 crown champions, but the difference was huge. On the underworld ship, Underworld Child stood there and looked down. There were many servants beside him. Among them were 2 old servants. Underworld Child asked, what do you two think? The white-haired old servant said, these people are indeed strong. Even in our underworld god hall, they are the top. But compared to His Highness, they are still lacking. At this moment, the black-haired old man also said, their inheritance is not as good as His Highness. Their bloodline is not as good as His Highness. So, Your Highness, don't worry. Underworld Child said, this time, I will make them all submit to me and work for me. His eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Not only did he want to win, but he also wanted to control these people. Below, in the valley, the battle was still exciting. Luo was shocked when she saw it. Luo Xiao said coldly, do you see? Some people will be ants their whole lives. As for us, we are the high and mighty dragons. His words were meant for Lin Xian. He wanted Lin Xian to recognize the reality. However, Lin Xian said, you are right. Some people will always say that some people are dragons. But you seem to be wrong. The dragon is not you, but me. In my eyes, you are just SOSO. What did you say? Luo Xiao was completely angry. He was trying to warn the kid out of kindness. However, the other party was so arrogant. He was about to stand up and make a move. But at this moment, a voice came from afar, it's my turn. Then, the whole valley was covered by the blade light. It was so scary. Luo was also frightened. Luo Xiao hurried to protect his sister. At the same time, he turned his head. Is Leng Dao going to fight? The others were also shocked. Leng Dao is really arrogant. Who is he going to challenge? After Leng Dao came up, he looked directly at Lin Xian and said, kid, come up. Although you are an ant, I will kill you with one strike. What? Is he going to challenge the 6 crown king? What is Leng Dao thinking? Countless exclamations sounded. They all looked at Lin Xian. In their opinion, Lin Xian was no match for them. In this place, no one dared to challenge the other party. If the other party was courting death and dared to make a move, the other party would definitely be defeated. Anyone could kill the other party with one strike. Their biggest enemy should be the underworld child. But now, Leng Dao did not care about his reputation and directly challenged an ant. Suddenly, someone laughed. It was Gu Feng who spoke, Leng Dao, aren't you afraid that the world will laugh at you, so what? Who is not convinced? Ask about the knife in my hand. Killing intent appeared in Leng Dao's eyes. He stared at Lin Xian and said, kid, do you think that I would care about my reputation and not attack you? That's why you dare to come in, isn't it? However, you're wrong. I have a special characteristic. As long as it's an enemy, I'll instantly kill them. I won't let the enemy grow. So, I won't give you any hope. Come and fight with me. Of course, if you kneel down, crawl in front of me like a dog, and kowtow to apologize to me, I might consider sparing your life. At this point, the people from the Leng tribe burst into laughter. Great, it was finally time for their geniuses to make a move. Wasn't this brat very arrogant? He dared to challenge the Leng clan. Now, it was time to let the other party know. What was despair? Sigh, this brat is going to be unlucky. Seeing this, bloodthirsty princess shook her head and sighed. Luo Luo's expression also changed greatly. Lin Gongzi, you mustn't agree. Brother, help him. Luo Xiao snorted. How can I help him? He's too arrogant. For these geniuses, everyone's face is extremely important. It's more important than life. Now, I can't help him. Let this brat kneel down and apologize. Lin Xian stood up. He said, you want to challenge me? To be honest, I'm quite surprised. You're too reckless. If you don't challenge me, you might still be able to survive. But now, are you ready to go to hell? The surrounding people were stunned. What did this brat say? Did he not take Lin Dao seriously? He was indeed arrogant. Luo Xiao also shook his head. This brat is hopeless. Good boy, you're about to die, but you're still stubborn. Later, I'll make you wish you were dead. Get up here. Lin Dao shouted angrily. Lin Xian stood up and said, I'll let you know who's the dragon and who's the snake. He stepped forward with a calm face and came to the arena. This brat was too arrogant. In the end, he was killed with a single strike. The surrounding geniuses were also angry. Because from the looks of it, the other party didn't seem to take everyone seriously. They all wanted to see where the other party's confidence came from. After Lin Xian came, he said, I'll let you make 3 moves. Make your move. You're courting death. Lin Dao was completely furious. With a roar, he slashed over with his saber. This saber was extremely sharp. It turned into the most dazzling light, tearing the void apart. The others exclaimed, it's a one-hit kill. It seemed that Lin Dao was completely angry. Humph, this brat definitely won't be able to block it. Lin Xian's body swayed as he dodged the attack like a bolt of lightning. He said indifferently, 1 move is over. What? He actually dodged it. Gu Feng's pupils constricted. Gu Yan's eyes bloomed with terrifying ghost fire. The others were even more shocked. This guy really dodged it. And was he really going to let Lin Dao make 3 moves? There are still 2 moves left. You have to go all out. Lin Xian's voice made Lin Dao completely angry. The second slash formed a huge cross-shaped saber light that pushed over horizontally. That sound tore through the sky. This was a sure kill attack. However, Lin Xian dodged again. The second move is over. There's still 1 more move. Your chance is gone. You've disappointed me too much. You're courting death. Lin Dao was completely crazy. What's with this brat's speed? How could he be so fast? He leaped high into the sky and slashed down with his saber. The attack turned into tens of thousands of meteors that descended and enveloped the entire valley. Let's see how the other party can escape this time. Boom. Boom, what a terrifying range. This brat definitely won't be able to escape. Gu Feng said. Hanjiu also shook his head, it's over. He'll definitely die if this attack hits him. Below, Lin Xian's figure was completely covered by the saber light. Big brother Lin. Luo Luo's eyes were red. However, Luo Xiao grabbed Luo Luo and sealed her. Then she said, stay here and don't move. That brat is courting death. It has nothing to do with us. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was definitely going to die. On the ship of the underworld child also frowned, where did this ant come from? Why is he so reckless? However, the black-haired elder behind him suddenly narrowed his eyes. No, your highness, look. Underworld child froze and looked down. The next moment, he also frowned. Because he found that the situation was out of his expectation. He saw a figure walk out of the saber light that filled the sky below. He said, 3 moves have passed. It's my turn. You're not dead? You're still alive? Oh my god, how did he dodge? Hanjiu, Gu Yan, Gu Feng and the others were completely stunned. Even Luo Zhao's eyes narrowed, how is this possible? How can this brat still be alive? Did he see a ghost? Lin Xian didn't answer them. Instead, he attacked directly. A stream of sword qi appeared at the tip of his finger, and it kept spinning. He slashed forward with the sword. This sword was very fast and came directly in front of Lung Dao. Lung Dao's eyes narrowed, damn it. He raised the saber in his hand to fight back. There was an earth-shattering sound. Everyone's ears were bleeding. With the slash, Lung Dao's figure was sent flying. The long saber in his hand was broken in half. Under this sword, Lung Dao was sent flying. His arm was severed, and blood splattered everywhere. Boom, the sword chi pierced through his body and nailed him to the valley. He let out a miserable cry. Everyone was stunned by this scene. How could it be? Lung Dao was injured by the sword. Was he defeated? This kid had hidden his strength. He was 6-crown king, but he was able to defeat Lung Dao. Could it be that he had a terrifying background? Could he be the second crown prince? Countless exclamations sounded. At this moment, all the geniuses frowned. Luo Zhao's face turned ugly. He had looked down on Lin Xian before, but now it seemed that he was wrong. He felt that the young man beside him was a hidden dragon. Lin Xian's body swayed and came in front of Lung Dao. He said, now you know who's the ant, you want to fight with me? You're too weak. With that, he slapped Lung Dao's face. Lung Dao's face was instantly shattered. Damn it, ant, I'm going to kill you. Lin Xian looked up and slapped his face. The crisp sound of the slap made everyone's scalp tingle. Damn it, stop it. The people of the Lin tribe went crazy. The other party was slapping their family's face. Some of them frowned. For example, Gu Feng said coldly, you've gone too far. Stop it, you've already won. Gu Yan also shouted angrily. They were all peerless geniuses. How could they allow others to slap their faces? Moreover, this kid was arrogant before, saying that they were snakes and the other party was a dragon. How could they tolerate that? Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. Not convinced, who's not convinced? Who's going to die? These words were too arrogant. The geniuses were immediately angry. Lung Dao roared crazily, I'm not convinced. I was careless just now. You hid your strength. You won unfairly. If you have the guts, let's fight again. Yes, that's right. Han Zhou also said, you know Lung Dao's strength, but he doesn't know your hidden strength. The information between the two sides is not symmetrical. You won unfairly. If you were to fight again, you would definitely not be Cold Blade's opponent. Gu Feng and the others spoke one after another. Luo Xiao roared, kid, let go of the cold saber. Do you know the consequences of offending the Lin clan? In his opinion, Lin Xian was powerful, but he was only one person. The Lin clan was a colossus. If they were to offend the Lin clan, putting aside the Lin clan, even the Luo clan would be implicated. Fight again? Lin Xian turned around and stared at Lung Dao. Lung Dao's eyes lit up as he said, that's right. Do you dare? I won't be careless this time. Lin Xian raised his sword. The other party thought that he was going to release the sword chi. However, at this moment, Lin Xian slapped down with his palm, shattering the top of his head. In an instant, Lung Dao's body shattered into countless pieces, and a bloody mist spread out. Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to fight me twice. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said proudly. He's dead. Princess Bloodthirsty's pupils constricted. She could devour fresh blood and was very sensitive to life. She could feel that Lin Dao was dead. The others also exclaimed, impossible, right? He killed Lin Dao. These people were all stunned. To be honest, they were arrogant and unruly. However, they were confident that they could defeat Lin Dao, but they did not dare to kill him. If they did so, they would become enemies with the Lin clan and would not rest until they were dead. How dare he? Luo Luoxiao was also trembling with anger. His vision darkened and he almost fainted. This kid was crazy. He pulled Luo Luo and quickly retreated, saying, we have nothing to do with him. The Luo clan will not stand up for him. He was drawing a line between himself and Lin Xian. The people of the Lin clan roared crazily outside the valley, kid, after you come out. We will tear you to pieces. Damn it, we will catch you and make you suffer. These people's eyes were red. Their prodigy was dead. How were they going to explain it when they returned? Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the universe as a sword and pointed out. Outside the valley, the trees, stones, and mountains all turned into sharp sword chi. It enveloped the people of the Lin clan. Miserable cries sounded, and dozens of Lin clan powerhouses were instantly turned into ashes. The others were so scared that their scalps went numb and they retreated in horror. The strong masters in the valley were also stunned. This guy was massacring the Lin clan. This was a lunatic. Lin Xian looked into the distance and said coldly, "I hate it when others threaten me." "You've gone too far." Hanjiao shouted coldly. Gufeng also said, "Kid, do you know? What are you doing?" Lin Xian laughed. "Why, as geniuses, have you been slapped in the face? Are you angry because of embarrassment? When Lung Dao wanted to kill me, who stood up for me? Do you think I deserve to die because I'm an ant? But don't you know that you people are also ants in front of me? Since you kill ants without any scruples." "Why? Can't I kill ants? If you're not convinced, come and die." In the valley, these powerhouses were silent. Indeed, they didn't hesitate to kill ants. But when did they become ants? These geniuses couldn't stand it. "Today, I have to teach you a lesson." Gue Yan walked out. "I'll kill you, and I won't be as careless as Ling Dao." As soon as he came up, an extremely terrifying flame appeared on Gue Yan's body. It was ghost fire, eerie and terrifying. It could melt everything and form ghost fire armor. There was also a long black flame spear. Everyone watched intently. On the ship of the underworld, the name also said, Lin Dao was careless. He's really useless. However, this Gue Yan was a little interesting. The other party used a unique skill as soon as he came up, and his strength was stronger than Lin Dao. Perhaps there was no suspense in this battle. Brother Lin. Luo was worried again. She also felt that Lin Xian was just lucky before. Luo Xiao shook his head. "Sister, ignore him. This guy has offended too many people. Today, he won't be able to leave alive. Go to hell." On the arena, Gue Yan's figure flashed, and his long spear pierced over like a dragon. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian, stabbing toward Lin Xian's heart. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. "Great, this kid can't keep up with my speed." Gue Yan sneered. Boom, a deafening sound rang out. Did he hit? Gu Feng and the others also stood up. They shook their heads. As expected, he was just lucky last time. This time, in a real battle, he wasn't strong enough. Lung Dao's death was too unjust. If he hadn't been careless, he wouldn't have died. Hanjiao also sighed. At this moment, a terrified voice came from the front. This was impossible, it was Gue Yan. What was going on? Luo Zhao's expression also changed, and he looked over. They saw Gue Yan's body continuously retreating, as if he had seen a ghost. What happened? Gue Yan was completely dazed. That attack just now was a sure kill. However, he realized that his long spear had only hit his opponent's body. That was all. It hadn't pierced through at all. In fact, it hadn't even caused a crack. He hadn't broken his opponent's defense. Lin Xian used his physique to block this fatal blow. His left hand reached out and grabbed the flaming spear. Then, he shook it forcefully. There was a boom. The flaming spear broke into two halves. Gue Yan's right hand was shattered by this force, turning into a bloody mist. His entire body also continuously retreated. Lin Xian's figure swayed. He came in front of the other party and punched out. Heaven-defying fist. No. Gue Yan was terrified and wanted to escape. However, his body had just turned half a circle when he was hit by this punch. Puff, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Gue Yan turned into a bloody mist. His soul was also torn apart. He was dead. The surrounding geniuses were stunned. With just one punch, a terrifying expert, Gue Yan, died just like that. Everyone was stunned. Hanjiao's beautiful smile became ugly. Gu Feng also sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying physique. As for Luo Xiao, his body trembled. How could it be like this? This was the ant that he had looked down on before. Although his strength was strong, he was still a little weaker than Gue Yan. But now, the other party had killed Gui Yan with one punch. Didn't this mean that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be a matter of a finger? He had challenged the other party time and time again, but he was still alive. He felt incomparably terrified. How could it be like this? Luo Xiao was completely stunned. Who was he? Luo was also excited, waving her small fists. She said, "Brother, did you see that? Lin Gongzi was really powerful." Powerful? Luo Xiao went crazy. This was no longer something that could be described as powerful. This was defying the heavens. Too weak. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and the rain of blood was blown away. Then, his gaze fixed on Gu Feng. "I heard that your physique is also incomparably powerful. I don't know how you compare to me. Come and fight." Gu Feng was stared at as if he was being stared at by an ancient demon. His hair stood on end. "Don't go too far," he shouted coldly. Lin Xian said, "Don't you dare? I can let you use one hand." He placed his left hand behind his back. "Damn it, they've gone too far." Gu Feng roared and soared into the sky. They charged towards Lin Xian. The red bone seemed to have turned into an ancient mountain, crushing down. His physique was indeed incomparably strong. Even a saint artifact could not break it. He didn't believe that the other party could contend against him. Lin Xian unleashed his divine body and fought against it. With a boom, the two collided. Gu Feng was shaken to the point that his qi and blood were in turmoil. Cracks appeared on his bones. What a strong physique. Gu Feng was completely stunned. In the clash, he was at a disadvantage. Lin Xian was also surprised. "Your physique is indeed very strong. You're an exception, being able to withstand one of my punches without dying." Although this was a compliment, Gu Gufeng found it extremely strange when he heard it. Did he need others to praise him? Damn it. He raised his hands high on his body, and his bones quickly erupted and condensed. They formed a shield and covered his left hand. The bones of his right hand turned into a blood sword. Kill. He entered battle mode. The people of the Bone Cave might only be from the Bone Forest, but their bones were extremely magical. They could transform into any state. At this moment, after entering battle mode, their combat strength increased even more. Gu Feng transformed into a war god shield and kept dancing to defend. The blood sword in his right hand attacked continuously. White Bone Divine Sword. This was Gu Feng's famous consummate skill. Back then, he had once split a 7-crown king with one sword. That blood slaughter shield was even more terrifying. It was said that it could perfectly withstand the attacks of 2 7-crown kings. In his current state, he should be able to withstand it. The surrounding experts were discussing. Lin Xian looked at this scene and lightly slapped his palm. The 9 Suns' divine palm, a palm of light, descended from the sky. With a boom, the blood slaughter shield cracked. Half of Gu Feng's body was smashed into pieces, and he let out a miserable howl. Was he still human? The surrounding people went crazy. Gu Feng was so powerful, yet he was defeated so easily by the other party. "I admit defeat." Half of Gu Feng's body was shattered as he shouted in fear. He didn't dare to continue fighting. If he continued fighting, he would definitely die. Gui Yan was a good example for him. He didn't want to be destroyed. Lin Xian shook his head. "Get lost, you're too weak." Who else? His gaze fell on the bloodthirsty princess and Han Jiao. The 2 fairies were pale and took 2 steps back. They were so scared that they lowered their heads like kittens. None of them could fight. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the world. But at this moment, he looked at Luo Xiao and said, "Aren't you going to come up and try?" Luo Xiao was going crazy. What kind of joke was this? His expression turned incomparably ugly. He wouldn't dare to go up and fight with the other party even if he had 100 guts. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sister, who is this kid?" Luo said, "Lin Gongzi is from the outside world." "What exactly is he?" "I don't know either." "Brother, he's very powerful, right?" Luo Xiao was about to cry. He didn't know how to answer. Lin Xian said, "Now you know who is the dragon? Who is the snake?" The entire place was silent. No one dared to resist. Even the people outside the valley were stunned. They didn't expect such a terrifying expert to come this time. This was a dark horse, a new force to be reckoned with. Who was he? All kinds of questions about Lin Xian. They all appeared. Everyone was terrified. However, there was one person who was angry, and that was the underworld child. His face darkened. How arrogant, how insolent. The other party actually said that everyone present was trash, and that none of them could fight. Didn't that mean that he was included as well? As the emperor's son, he was above everyone. He didn't even spare Gue Yan and Gu Feng a glance. Originally, he thought that he would let these people fight first. Then, he would sweep in all directions and make these prodigies submit. But now, someone had ruined his plan. He even killed a few prodigies. His face was ugly, and anger burned. How arrogant. How dare you say that there's no one who can fight? Are you looking down on me, the crown prince? A cold voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up at the ship of the underworld. They exclaimed, "It's the underworld child. He's angry." Oh heavens, is the underworld child going to make a move? A light appeared in the eyes of Gu Feng and the others. They all had hope. If the underworld child made a move, this person would definitely die. Especially Gu Feng, whose expression was ferocious. "Make your move, your highness," he shouted secretly. Luo Zhao's expression also changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, lower your head and admit defeat. You're no match for the underworld child." He was also a member of the underworld temple. He naturally knew how terrifying the underworld child was. All of them combined were no match for the underworld child. The emperor's bloodline was really too terrifying. This time, Luo was also worried. The people outside the valley were all ferocious. For example, the Ghost Flame clan was even more ferocious. The underworld child would make a move and kill him. That's right, make him suffer a fate worse than death. Send him to the 18th level of hell. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Oh, you're going to make a move on me? Fine, let me see you, the emperor's son. How many moves can you block? Everyone in the valley was stunned when they heard Lin Xian's words. This guy was too arrogant. He didn't even put his highness in his eyes. He was dead meat. His highness wasn't someone he could provoke. Do you think you can defeat us? Do you think you can defeat his highness? You're too reckless. Kid, do you know how long it's been since someone dared to challenge me? Do you know the people who challenged me before, what happened to them? Underworld child was also angry. He took a step forward and descended from the sky. Endless nether chi spread out from his body, forming a terrifying battle spear. He descended like the god of the underworld. Boom, a terrifying force spread out from under his feet, sweeping through the entire valley. Immediately, everyone's blood boiled. What a terrifying aura. Fairy Hanjiu's expression changed. Princess Bloodthirsty's pupils also constricted. This is his highness, right? He's really too strong. How laughable. I actually wanted to challenge him before. Just this aura alone is enough to make me unable to resist. Gu Feng's expression was even more ferocious. Half of his broken body had already recovered. At this moment, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Great, with his highness making a move, this kid will definitely die. Now, do you still think you're my match? The crown prince looked down at Lin Xian from above. His eyes were filled with confidence. Although I'm only the 6th crown king now, I can even challenge the 8th crown king. I'm far from being comparable to you. Kneel down and submit to me. Become my strongest warrior, and I can spare your life. Underworld child was very confident. The way he saw it, Lin Xian would definitely not reject the chance to live. Big brother Lin. This time, Luo was completely stunned. That was because she could feel how terrifying it was this time. Facing such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably calm. He said, "Do you think you can scare me with this aura? You're too naive. I think you've never been out of hell. You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Do you know how many geniuses there are outside hell? Those people are not weaker than you. In fact, some of them have completely surpassed you. He was an existence that you could only look up to for your entire life. However, they were still defeated by me. Do you think you can challenge me? You are no match for me? Everyone was dumbfounded. Underworld Child also revealed a ferocious expression. Interesting. It's been a long time since I met someone as arrogant as you. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Remember, my name is Lin Wudi. I'm the nightmare of your life. I'm the person you'll always look up to. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he took a step forward. A terrifying power erupted from his body and shot up into the sky. With a boom, the entire valley was split into pieces by the sword chi. How could this be? Fairy Hanzhou's pupils shrank as she quickly dodged. The Blood Drinker Princess was surrounded by the terrifying Blood Drinker sword chi. However, he was still sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gufeng was even more miserable. He was pierced by a beam of sword chi. Half of his body was chopped off again. It was the same for the others. They were all shocked. Only Luo Luo's place was safe and sound. Luo Zhao's body trembled as he knelt on the ground with a plop. He knew that he wasn't injured because of Luo Luo. Lin Xian deliberately didn't attack this place. If he had attacked, he would have died without a doubt. Because he couldn't block it at all. It was too terrifying. Was this the other party's power? A casual beam of sword chi from the other party's body was enough to kill them. Then how terrifying was the other party's true strength? 8-crown king, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. This was just a 6-crown king. Could it be that the other party's ability to fight above his level was even greater than Underworld Child's? Who on earth was he? How could he be so powerful? Princess Bloodthirsty looked terrified. Gufeng was even more crazy. Impossible? How could there be such a terrifying person in the world? Who was he? He was an old monster. Yes, that's right. He must be an old monster who had been sleeping for countless years. Don't try to fool me. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword chi like a sword god. He looked up and said, "Do you think you can still look down on me now? You're no match for me at all." After saying that, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Vast sword chi swept across the universe. The boat of the underworld also flew away. In the distance, the two old men on the boat shouted, "Your Highness, be careful." They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to burst out with such terrifying power. Underworld Child's pupils constricted. The other party's power had made his blood boil just now. However, he was completely furious. As the Crown Prince, he had the strongest bloodline and the strongest unique skill. He wouldn't allow anyone to challenge him. Today, no matter how strong the other party was, he was going to kill the other party. The Spear of the Underworld. In his hand, the void split open, and a long black spear appeared. He held it in his hand and then stabbed it over. It collided with the sword chi, and an earth-shattering sound rang out. The surrounding void was directly torn apart. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and flames danced in the air. The sword chi disappeared. However, Underworld Child was knocked back, and the void shattered. His entire arm was numb. What a sharp sword chi! He had never seen this in his life. Buzz, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword again. This time, the sword chi was even more terrifying. The Qianquan sword transformed into a mountain. The sword transformed into a mountain of swordsmanship that came crashing down, bending the spear of the underworld. Underworld Child only felt the immense pressure. The armor on his body was about to crack. Damn it, get lost. He roared angrily at the sky, fury of the underworld god. His bloodline erupted, and a huge phantom appeared. It stood indomitable and directly blasted away the sword chi with a punch. Underworld Child's face turned pale. However, before he could react, the second sword strike came. The Qianquan sword transformed into water. This sword chi transformed into endless seawater that swept in all directions. Lin Xian's Qianquan sword technique was self-created. Together with the great dragon sword's soul, it could transform into anything. At the same time, he also combined divine abilities and immortal spells. For example, this sword transformation was formed by the sky water sword technique that he had comprehended before. With a slash of the sword, the entire sky turned into seawater and a huge vortex condensed, using softness to overcome strength and sweeping everything. As expected, Underworld Child was entangled by this force and seemed to be unable to escape. His legs were actually shattered by the strangling force, and he let out a miserable cry. Ah! He roared at the sky, his black hair fluttering. The Underworld Divine Ability, Underworld God Bell. A terrifying black bell appeared and enveloped him, blocking the terrifying whirlpool of seawater. At the same time, he formed a hand seal with his palm, and a terrifying vibration came from the Underworld God Bell. This was the sound of death, enough to take away all life. Oh no, retreat! Bloodthirsty Princess and the others saw this scene and frantically retreated. They all retreated from the valley. Lin Xian bore the brunt of the impact. The endless aura of death hit his body, making a deafening sound. Lin Xian roared at the sky, divine body illuminates heaven and earth. The phantom of 9 suns appeared on his body, surrounding everything to block the sound. Buzz, at this critical moment, demonic chi rolled behind him, and a demonic shadow appeared. At the same time, a black demonic zither appeared in front of him. He wanted to play the demonic tune. The demonic shadow had just moved. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You don't have to come out. He formed a seal with his palm and closed the shadow. In the illusory demon scripture, the demonic shadow turned into clouds and dissipated. As for Lin Xian, an extremely terrifying radiance erupted from his eyes. Without the inheritance of the demon emperor, he couldn't resist it. Was this a joke? The demonic shadow was so strange. He wouldn't let it continue to be arrogant. This time, Lin Xian used his self-created technique. Against the Heavens technique, Immortal technique, Qianquan sword song. Wild dragon roar. He activated the Dharma, an endless sword chi condensed in front of him. Lin Xian gently played the zither, and the sword aura emitted a sword hum. At the same time, 9 wild dragons condensed. They looked up to the sky and let out the angriest roars they had ever heard. These sounds were enough to tear the world apart. The entire valley shattered again. The boundless sky cracked open, blocking the sound of death. Qianquan sword song, dragon dance in the 9 heavens. After the 9 wild dragons shattered the sound of death, they rushed into the sky and attacked the god of Hell Bel. Then, they danced wildly, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Dragon claws, dragon scales, dragon tails, dragon heads, all kinds of attacks. They all blasted on the god of Hell Bel, making earth-shattering sounds. The god of Hell Bel shook violently, and the underworld child's blood boiled inside. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. On the ship of the underworld, the 2 elders saw this scene and whispered, "Your Highness, be careful." They were stunned. They didn't expect the enemy to be so powerful. The underworld child had used the god of Hell Bel, but he still couldn't block it. Crack, there was a shattering sound, and cracks appeared on the god of Hell Bel. The underworld child also retreated. His body was torn apart by the dragon claws, and his bones were exposed. He retreated to a distance, and his face was extremely ugly. Lin Xian, like a sword god, had a cold expression. He looked at the other party and said, "I told you, you are no match for me. What other divine powers do you have?" The underworld child's face became extremely ferocious. He gritted his teeth and used the god of Underworld's inheritance to restore his body. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "You used an immortal technique. Are you from the deity ground?" Once those words were spoken, the people in the distance were also astonished. The pupils of the bloodthirsty princess and the others contracted. A deity ground, to think that the other party actually came from that mysterious place. Although they were from hell, they knew very well that hell was different. A mysterious land had appeared in the universe, and it was none other than the celestial land. The arrival of the deity ground had caused the entire universe to undergo earth-shaking changes. Hell was also recovering its power, and had reached a new peak. It was as if they had returned to the ancient golden age. In fact, they had even considered leaving hell one day and going to the celestial land to explore. Let's see what kind of mysterious characters there are. However, the people of the celestial land had already arrived before they could even make their way there. So what if it was an immortal technique? My divine ability will definitely not lose to yours. I'm the son of Hades' emperor, and I have peerless divine abilities. Today, I'll show you. This was the power of the Netherworld monarch's divine ability. The underworld prince uttered a furious roar as he unleashed the full potential of his bloodline. At that moment, crimson runes actually appeared on his body. The heavenly melody of the great Tao was roaring there. The bloodline of a great emperor was simply too powerful. At this moment, the underworld prince's battle prowess could still increase. The broken underworld god armor on his body reformed again. At the same time, the underworld god bell appeared behind him. Although there were cracks on it, its power was still extremely terrifying. The underworld prince was not done yet. He performed another peerless divine ability. His left hand suddenly enlarged as if it had turned into a mountain. His arm also lengthened to a few hundred meters long, and it was covered with scales. A terrifying aura spread out. What is this? The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this scene. Gu Feng and the others were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a terrifying thing before. Luo Xiao exclaimed, "This is spirit transformation. I heard that Hades' Emperor's inheritance is very terrifying. There is a peerless divine ability that can transform any part of the body into a peerless monster." They had only heard of it before, but they had never thought that it really existed, and that the underworld prince had used it. On the ship of the underworld, the two old men also heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. The white-haired old man sneered, "That person from the deity ground is dead meat." The black-haired old man also said, "That's right. No matter how strong an immortal spell is, it can't be compared to a divine ability. Let him see. Our hell's peerless divine ability." The underworld prince looked up to the sky and roared. His left hand had turned into a huge monster that kept rolling around. 4 limbs grew out of it, and a head with scales. Then, a monster appeared in the void and roared at the sky. This was really too strange. The underworld prince's left hand turned into a monster, and it was an extremely terrifying peerless monster. That demonic beast was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He saw that the monster's eyes were shining with green light. Its head was like a wolf's, and its fangs were all over. However, there were also extremely terrifying scales on its body, and they were extremely black. They emitted the aura of death. The monster's claws were even more terrifying, and they shone with blood-red light. With a gentle wave, it shattered the void. Fairy Hanjiu gasped. She said, "Why do I feel that this monster looks so familiar, as if I've seen it before?" The bloodthirsty princess exclaimed, "Isn't this the underworld wolf god from the 18 levels of hell?" Hearing this, the others also remembered. The 18 levels of hell were extremely terrifying, and countless terrifying existences were suppressed there. Although they had never entered it before, it had been passed down for countless years after all. Some strong people had entered it and successfully came out alive. These strong people who came out wrote countless legends about what they saw inside. There were even some patterns that appeared. This underworld wolf god was one of them. The monster was suppressed in one of the 18 levels of hell. It was extremely terrifying. Many families even had portraits and scrolls of the monster, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now, the underworld prince had used a peerless divine ability to transform the underworld wolf god. It was incredible. The theurgy of the arch was indeed terrifying. Roar, the underworld wolf god was transformed, and it roared at the sky. The underworld prince also snorted coldly, "Kid, you made me use such a peerless divine ability. You can die in peace." Then, he waved his left hand, and the underworld wolf god rushed out, its 4 limbs dancing. The wolf head roared and launched a peerless attack. The entire valley was shattered. Everyone retreated again, their hair standing on end. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and sword light flashed under his feet. He dodged the attack. The underworld wolf god tore the original place into pieces. The underworld prince sneered, "It's useless, kid. You can't dodge it." Although the underworld wolf god was a monster, it was still a part of his body and was extremely agile. Coupled with his cooperation, it could be said that no one was a match for it. Sure enough, after the attack missed, the underworld wolf god instantly turned around. Its terrifying claws tore at the back. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his sword qi, colliding with the other party's claws. It made an earth-shattering sound. This time, the sword qi didn't completely shatter the other party's claws. One could imagine how terrifying the underworld wolf god was. Great, we've suppressed that kid. Now, it's time for that kid to die. Gu Feng and the others snickered. Luo Luo, on the other hand, was in despair. Luo Xiao sighed. This is what happens when you go against the emperors. No one can save you. Kid, do you see that? That's the difference between us. Die in despair. Underworld child blocked the sword qi that filled the sky, and a confident smile appeared on his face. No matter how powerful your immortal spells are, they'll never be a match for divine powers. So, you can die now. He activated the underworld wolf deity and waved his arms. The beast covered the sky and the earth, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. With a furious roar, the sky shook and the earth shook. Even the stars in the sky were about to fall. Lin Xian snorted. Is that so? So what if you have a peerless divine power? I'll let you have a taste of my peerless divine power. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The people around him went crazy when they heard that. What was this kid talking about? He was going to use a peerless divine power too. Was he kidding? He was from the deity ground. How could he have a peerless divine power? These people had never been to the celestial land, so they thought that the people in the celestial land used immortal spells. How would they know? Even in the deity ground, there were a few people who used divine powers. Not to mention, Lin Xian's divine power was even more terrifying. The divine fire seed between his brows shone brightly. Lin Xian stomped his foot and rushed over. A pair of dragon wings appeared on his back. They flapped gently and tore apart the storm. In an instant, he was in front of the underworld wolf deity and struck with his right hand. His right hand turned into a huge seal. A dragon head bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Boom, the dragon head and the underworld wolf deity collided with an earth-shattering sound. The space in the sky shattered. The underworld wolf deity was knocked back, and its light dimmed. How was that possible? Underworld child exclaimed. He could feel the power of the divine fire on his opponent. No? It was clearly the power of immortal qi just now. How did it become the power of the divine fire? This kid actually knew a peerless divine power. He couldn't be a true divine power practitioner, right? Gu Feng and the others were stunned. They had never heard of anyone who knew immortal spells and divine abilities. It must be an illusion. Impossible? Lin Xian smiled. Then I'll beat you until you believe me. The right hand was easy, but the left hand was the Nine Suns' divine fist. The fist on his left hand turned into a terrifying sun and danced continuously. Attacking with both fists, no matter how strong the underworld wolf deity was, he was beaten back repeatedly. Its body was finally forced back. A series of explosions rang out. The great apocalypse took place between heaven and earth. The underworld child was also knocked back. The underworld wolf god was only his left hand. However, at this moment, it was being suppressed, and a crack had appeared on its surface. Lin Xian said, "Did you see that? In terms of supernatural power, you are not as good as me." Damn it, I don't believe it, Underworld child was going crazy. Although I don't know, how did you use a peerless divine ability? However, my divine ability is not limited to this. On his left hand, blood suddenly gushed out from the cracked body of the underworld wolf god, releasing an extremely terrifying radiance. The emperor's bloodline dyed the underworld wolf god's entire body, as if it was covered in a layer of blood-colored battle armor. In the next moment, the underworld wolf god roared into the sky. The red nomological laws on its body bloomed as if they had turned into the power of an ancient demon beast. It actually became extremely powerful again. Kill. This time, its body became tens of thousands of meters long. Like a peerless divine beast, it rushed over crazily. What a reckless thing. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Dragon scales appeared on his body. Dragon transformation. His entire body seemed to have turned into a dragon sword as he rushed over. The peerless sharpness cut through everything. Boom, roar, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The storm swept through the sky and was pierced through. Endless black holes bobbed up and down. At the same time, the behemoth that was tens of thousands of meters long fell to the side of the valley. A 1,000-layer storm was stirred up. In the dust, there were screams. The emperor's blood dripped down. The underworld child clutched his broken arm, his entire body trembling in fear. "How dare you hurt me?" This voice made everyone go crazy. Was he injured? In the sky, the pupils of the two old men on the underworld ship shrank. "Your Highness!" they cried out in alarm. Because they saw that the underworld child's left hand was directly cut off, and the underworld wolf god fell to the ground. How was this possible? The other party actually broke through the underworld emperor's peerless divine ability. They all went crazy. The bloodthirsty princess, Gu Feng, and the others were also dumbfounded after seeing this. They couldn't believe it. Luo Xiao was so scared that he knelt on the ground. The underworld child was defeated again, and he was even seriously injured. This was completely beyond his expectations. What was that punch just now? He saw the other party transform into a dragon sword and cut through heaven and earth with a sword. Could the other party also transform into a spirit? They didn't know. At this moment, everyone was stunned. "Do you still think you're my match now?" The dragon scales on Lin Xian's body disappeared, and he returned to normal. He took large strides forward. The broken underworld wolf god still wanted to fight back. However, Lin Xian directly transformed into a sword steel and suppressed it. The sword steel pierced through heaven and earth, piercing the other party and nailing it to the ground. The other party couldn't resist at all. Then, Lin Xian formed a circle with his hands, and a Taiji diagram appeared and floated above the underworld child's body. The Taiji diagram's yin and yang laws made the underworld child vomit blood. "Did I lose? I actually lost. I can't accept it." The underworld child frantically resisted and hit the Taiji diagram. However, the Taiji diagram became more and more terrifying, and it firmly suppressed the underworld child. Lin Xian exerted force in his palm, and the Taiji diagram drooped down. The yin and yang sword chi pierced through the underworld child's body. The underworld child let out a miserable cry. "No, stop. Damn brat, how dare you hurt my highness? Let him go." On the underworld boat, the two old men finally couldn't take it anymore. They quickly rushed down. They wanted to save their highness. They stretched out their underworld palms. The huge black palms blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was extremely terrifying and vicious. Lin Xian sneered and used the 9-sun palm to resist. The golden palms pierced through heaven and earth. At the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation in his eyes directly attacked the other party's soul. A rumbling sound rang out. The two old men held their heads and screamed. Blood dripped from their foreheads. Their souls were severely injured. It was too powerful. Not only did the other party block their attacks alone, but he also injured them. It was a soul attack just now. Not only did this brat know immortal spells, but he also knew divine powers. More importantly, a soul attack. It was also so terrifying. What kind of divine being was this? Who are you? The white-haired old man gritted his teeth and asked. The black-haired old man also said, "Stop. What do you want? We can talk. There are countless treasures in our underworld god palace, and we have all kinds of cultivation techniques and inheritances. As long as you state your conditions, we will satisfy you." The underworld child stopped his wounds. His face was ferocious, but he didn't say a word. However, his eyes were burning with flames. As long as he had the chance, he wouldn't let the other party off. Lin Xian didn't make any requests. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back. He asked indifferently, "Are you convinced?" Underworld child was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His opponent was slapping him in the face. Not only did he defeat him, but he also wanted to make him bow his head. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. His eyes went black and he fainted. "Your Highness." The two elders were extremely anxious. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. That was because the shock that Lin Xian gave them was simply too great. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He opened his rinnegan and pierced into underworld child's soul. Underworld child was awakened by the pain and screamed crazily. Lin Xian said, "You're so weak that you can't even take this little blow. Alright, I'll make my request now. Take me to see Emperor Ming." "What? You want to see my father?" Underworld child was completely stunned. Even the two old men's pupils shrank. What exactly was the other party plotting? However, they breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what the other party was planning, as long as they saw Emperor Ming, it would all be in vain. In front of a martial monarch, there was nothing that could be done. So, they said, "That's easy. We'll take you there now." Lin Xian nodded and said, "When I see Emperor Ming, I'll let him go." He sent out a dragon-shaped sword energy into Underworld Child's body. Underworld Child felt the sharpness in his body. As long as he resisted, the sword chi would destroy his martial arts foundation in an instant. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he clenched his fists. "Damn kid, just you wait. When I see my father, I'll ask him to kill you," he roared in his heart. Lin Xian turned and said to Luo Luo in the distance, "When you return to the family, tell the people of the Yellow Spring sect. If they dare to hurt you again, I'll make them wish they were dead." "Brother Lin!" Luo Luo shouted. Luo Xiao was even more shocked. The other party had done so much just to see Emperor Ming. That was too crazy. The other party had injured Underworld Child and wanted to see Emperor Ming. Didn't they know how to write the word death? Who could resist the wrath of the emperor? When the two elders saw Luo Xiao, they frowned. How could they not know her? Luo Xiao was a new core disciple. How could she be related to this person? Killing intent appeared in their eyes. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he said, "Young master, please. We will take you to Hades." Lin Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, he rose into the air with his name. They arrived at the ship of the underworld. In the next moment, the underworld ship danced about, tearing apart the void, disappearing without a trace. Did he leave? Gu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. As for Bloodthirsty Princess and the others, their expressions were grave. Who exactly was he? They did not know. However, this matter quickly spread. As a result, many people knew that an extremely terrifying expert had arrived in hell. On the underworld ship, everyone looked at Lin Xian as if they were facing a great enemy. They were afraid that he would suddenly attack. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He wasn't worried that these people would launch a sneak attack. Because Nether Child's life was still in his hands. He closed his eyes and rested to recover his strength. Let's take a look. Has his clone dug up any treasures in the real world? The progress made was pretty good. That was because he had indeed discovered another item. Other than the universe ring. Their clones had discovered another item in the real world. They had only dug out a corner. It was also metal. However, it seemed to be a treasure. Lin Xian once again condensed a few clones and told them to hurry up and dig. Now, he knew that his sword world was one of the 10 lands, and it was also an ancient land. He didn't know how many treasures and endless secrets were buried in it. He wanted to dig as much as possible. After walking around again, he found 2 fruits in the sword world. Lin Xian ate them and felt refreshed. It seemed that the power of the laws and the divine fire had become stronger. This made him happy. At this moment, the people on the ship of the underworld were also excited. Especially Nether Child, who stood up and looked into the distance. Lin Xian also opened his eyes and looked forward. In the next moment, he was also shocked. He took a deep breath. He saw the nether chi rolling in front of him. An enormous object appeared. It was a palace that was incomparably black and towered between the heavens and the earth. This palace was very huge, as if it was a world. Moreover, the aura on it was extremely terrifying. It carried the power of a great emperor. This was the underworld temple, the palace where the great emperor lived. They had arrived. The 2 elders were excited. Nether Child glared at Lin Xian. He had become unscrupulous now. The reason for that was because his father would definitely be able to sense his existence in that place. As long as the other party made a move, his father would immediately protect him. And kill the other party. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait. He soared into the air and shouted, "Father, please avenge me." His voice reached the underworld temple in front of him. This temple was like a world. Not only was there Nether Emperor, but there were also countless powerhouses and geniuses. When these people heard the shout, their expressions changed. Their Nether child was in danger. What was going on? These people rushed out in an overwhelming manner. There were millions of them, and they were still increasing. In an instant, the entire ship of the underworld was enveloped. The two old men also stood guard by Mingyu's side. They said, "Take this kid down. He dared to threaten and injure Nether child." What? The powerhouses who had arrived were instantly enraged. Countless gazes were all fixed on Lin Xian. They pierced through the void around him. Did this kid eat a leopard's guts? How dare he fight against the underworld temple? He was the one who was reckless. Attack! Countless angry roars sounded. These people attacked. Thousands of Dharma laws and divine powers swept over, covering the sky and earth. No matter what kind of powerhouse the other party was, they would all be turned into ashes. Nether child sneered. Lin Xian's face darkened. He waved his hand, and the sky-devouring jar appeared. He slapped it forward. With a bang, the aura exploded. It devoured the sky and the earth. The attacks of millions of powerhouses were all swallowed up. Not only that, this extreme Tao aura made the millions of powerhouses vomit blood and fly backward. This scene was extremely spectacular. Lin Xian had single-handedly swept through the myriad of worlds. Nether child's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. The two elders were also dumbfounded. Lin Xian walked over like a demon god. He said, "Do you want to die? I can send you to hell in advance." How is this possible? Who are you? Why do you have the extreme Tao aura? Nether child was also scared out of his wits. Who is he? How dare he behave so atrociously in the underworld temple? Do you think I don't exist? A cold voice sounded, and the great emperor's aura spread. In an instant, all the injuries of the million injured experts were completely healed. This was the power of a great emperor. It was omnipotent. At the same time, a huge force pressed down on Lin Xian. The sky-devouring jar returned to Lin Xian's side. The black vortex blocked the great emperor's aura. This scene shocked the underworld emperor who was inside. In the next moment, endless nether energy spread out, forming a huge hazy phantom that looked down from the sky. Who are you? Is that the sky-devouring jar in your hand? My name is Lin Xian. You can also call me Lin Wudi. The thing in my hand is indeed the sky-swallowing jar. Lin Wudi? Shameless ant, how dare you call yourself invincible? Underworld child's disdainful voice rang out. Father, kill him. How dare he injure me? Underworld child roared crazily. Hades harumphed coldly, useless thing. You have my bloodline and my legacy. How could you lose to an outsider? Underworld child trembled in fear. Father, I was wrong. I was careless. Even now, he still insisted that he was careless. Lin Xian smiled. You don't have to make things difficult for him. Even if you give him another chance, he's still no match for me. Besides, he's not the first crown prince to be defeated by me. Not only have I defeated several crown princes, but I've even killed one with my own hands. Lin Xian's voice made Underworld child's pupils constrict. Was this guy crazy? Underworld emperor snorted. Little ant, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Don't think that you can compete with me just because you have the sky-swallowing jar. As an emperor, he was high and mighty. He was really angry. However, Lin Xian said, I'm here this time because I have something to discuss with you. Maybe we can work together. Work together? Ha ha ha. Underworld Emperor's voice rang out, shaking heaven and earth. The people of the Underworld God Palace around him also laughed. This guy was crazy. How dare he work together with the Emperor? Who was he? He was just 6th-crowned king. How could he be compared to the Emperor? Stupid thing. Countless mocking voices rang out. Lin Xian, on the other hand, remained calm. He said, this time, I'm here for the 9th serenity. What did you say? Underworld Emperor's voice suddenly became sharp. He couldn't believe it. Because ordinary people didn't know about this place. It wasn't a huge secret in Jiotian City. But only Emperor-level figures knew about it. How did this kid know about it, 9 Netherlands? What was that? Sure enough, Underworld Child didn't know either. However, Underworld Emperor said coldly, "You, come in." What? Father let him in? Underworld Child was shocked. The surrounding experts were also stunned. Does this kid really have a shocking background? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He walked forward and soon entered the huge Underworld God Palace. The aura in the Underworld God Hall was even more terrifying. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. The hall was spacious and empty. There was no one in sight. However, there was a supreme aura surrounding it, as if it was pressing down on Lin Xian, forcing him to kneel. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Swallow him up, heaven swallowing jar." Opening the sword world, a terrifying power poured into the heaven swallowing jar, protecting him. "Tell me, how do you know about the 9th underworld? Who on earth sent you here?" a cold voice sounded. Lin Xian took out the token his father had given him and raised it to the sky. He said, "Feel the aura on this token." In the sky, a terrifying aura gathered and enveloped the token. Emperor Hades gasped in shock. This aura belonged to him, he could feel several terrifying auras on it. There was also a supreme flame that was throbbing in the sky. Was he from the god realm? They had really recovered. The void cracked open, and Emperor Hades walked over. He was a tall and handsome man with a head of black hair that danced in the wind. His chiseled face made it hard to believe that he was a great emperor who had lived for countless years. Lin Xian was also surprised. This was Emperor Hades. Sure enough, he could feel an extremely terrifying emperor's aura from him. In that case, you are also from the god realm. However, your god realm was destroyed by the Otherworld Heavenly King. Now that you have made a comeback, can you contend against the Otherworld Heavenly King? I don't want to be involved in your battle. Lin Xian said, "This is not something you can decide. As far as I know, the Otherworld Heavenly King has also sent people here. And they have already arrived in hell." Emperor Hades frowned slightly. He realized that the young man in front of him did not seem to be afraid of him at all. This made him a little angry. However, when he heard the other party's words, his expression darkened. The reason for that was because he had indeed sensed an enormous aura descending upon them. However, it had been well hidden. Now it seemed that it was the Otherworld Heavenly King. "Kid, are you so confident that I will choose the God realm? Why don't I choose the Otherworld Heavenly King? He was even more powerful." Because if he chose the Otherworld Heavenly King, he would lose his freedom. The price was very high. This was Lin Xian's guess. However, he still said it out loud. Emperor Hades fell silent after hearing it. Lin Xian knew that he had guessed correctly. The Lord of the Otherworld Heavenly King was very ambitious. He wanted to control the entire universe and even the 10 lands. Now that he had seized the power of the 9 underworlds, he would unite with the other great emperors. However, in the end, these great emperors would also kneel and submit. "What do you want me to do?" Emperor Hades turned his back to Lin Xian, his icy voice echoing through the air. "If you want me to go against the God realm, I will not. Unless you are strong enough to contend with the Otherworld Heavenly King. You don't need to go against them directly. You just need to find the 2 blank steels." "That thing?" Emperor Hades shook his head. "The 3 of us are searching for it, but there is little news. I have an item that might be of use to you." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he waved his hand and the Minotaur statue appeared in his palm. Emperor Hades saw it from the corner of his eye and spun around. He exclaimed, "You have this thing?" The primordial Minotaur. He was really too surprised. The young man in front of him was really beyond his expectations. "With this thing, we might be able to deduce the whereabouts of one of the blank steels." Emperor Hades waved his hand and grabbed the Minotaur statue. Lin Xian didn't resist. Since they wanted to cooperate, he would trust them. He wasn't here on his own. He was here to represent the God realm. Behind the God realm stood a group of powerhouses. There were probably many great emperors as well. After all, they had been able to contend with the Otherworld Heavenly King. Although they had been defeated, it was enough to show their strength. They were far above the rest. Emperor Hades' body surged with terrifying flames. This was the fire of the underworld god. It was extremely mysterious. The general was surrounded by the Minotaur statue. Mysterious runes appeared on the Minotaur statue again. It was as if the great Tao was surrounding it. Then, the Minotaur statue floated in the air. Thousands of rays of light shone from above. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw it. He had tried countless methods before, but none of them worked. He didn't expect that it would require the power of a great emperor. Images appeared in the eyes of the Minotaur statue. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw it. This must have something to do with the blank steels. The reason for that was because he had indeed seen a stele without any words on it. It was just that Lin Xian had no idea where the other party was pointing at. He could only look at Emperor Hades. Emperor Hades was also shocked. So it was here. How surprising. If not for these clues, I wouldn't have been able to figure it out. Does that mean you know where it is, kid? Don't you have any respect for me? Emperor Hades suddenly lowered his head and stared at Lin Xian. A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The surrounding space crumbled instantly. Lin Xian felt like he was in an endless vortex. The anger of a great emperor was too terrifying. No one could resist it. It seemed that Ming Di was about to turn hostile. Lin Xian felt immense pressure. He roared and opened his sword Shadow World. Endless power surged out. He struck out with a shocking attack. A terrifying black hole blocked the surrounding power. At the same time, endless light burst out from his eyes. A dragon-shaped sword energy rushed out. It tore through heaven and earth with a sharp aura. Ming Di, I advise you to stop. Don't make a mistake. Lin Xian shouted coldly. He could block it. Ming Di was shocked. He didn't expect that a small ant like him would have so much power. It seemed that the god realm valued him. In the next moment, he smiled and put away the fire of the underworld god. He said, I'm just joking with you. Okay, let's work together. I can help you block the other great emperors. Then, I'll send some underworld god hall experts to go with you. But I want to know what you can give me. I can give you a promise. Lin Xian said. What promise? I'll let you in after we conquer the 9th underworld. It's a good offer. I can't refuse. But are you sure you can open the 9th underworld? It's not an ordinary place. It's one of the legendary Jiutian City. It's very difficult and mysterious. Are you sure? If I say I can, I can. Lin Xian's eyes were full of confidence. What an arrogant kid. However, I sensed the aura of a great emperor on the token more than once. So, I believe you this time. With a wave of his hand, the Minotaur statue was given to Lin Xian again. Then he said, the place is at the Bridge of Helplessness. I'll have Underworld Child and the Underworld God Hall experts go with you. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Ming Di waved his hand and sent out a stream of energy. Before long, another figure appeared in the Underworld God Hall. It was Underworld Child. Greetings, Father. Underworld Child bowed respectfully. He was also surprised to see that Lin Xian was still alive. Did Father really not kill him? Later, take the Underworld God Hall experts with you. And this Lin Gongzi. They would head to the Bridge of Helplessness together to obtain the wordless heavenly stele. With him, Underworld Child was stunned. Why? Since his imperial father already knew about the wordless heavenly stele, Chu Feng had no choice but to accept it. We should have killed him and kept him for ourselves. Don't be rude. Lin Gongzi is my honored guest. If you dare to be rude again, I'll punish you according to the family rules. Hurry up and apologize, Underworld Child's pupils contracted. Father, please forgive me. I was wrong. He was really shocked. He didn't expect this young man to have such a background. To be able to become Imperial Father's guest. He was horrified. Lin Gongzi, I'm sorry for offending you before. Please forgive me. Underworld Child hurriedly lowered his head. For the sake of Emperor Hades, I'll spare you this time. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Alright, let's get moving. I believe it won't take long for the other two martial monarchs to learn about it. Qi Nan nodded. There was no time to lose, so they had to act quickly. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Underworld Child had gathered countless experts of the Underworld God Hall. Together, they set off toward the Bridge of Helplessness. Emperor Hades was the only one left in the spacious hall. He narrowed his eyes. Interesting guy. The sky-devouring jar. I also sensed another sharp aura from him. Could it be the great dragon's sword? Apart from that, there's also a demonic aura. This guy has so many different powers. How interesting. If this guy became a martial monarch, he would definitely be a terrifying force. Perhaps he could give Higan a headache. At the thought of Higan, Emperor Hades' face darkened. Was choosing Higan the right choice? He took a deep breath and his eyes flashed. Emperor Hades, did you make the right choice back then? Emperor Hades' guess was right. The other two martial monarchs' forces also began to move. The Acheron Palace. Surrounded by endless yellow springs. This was the Acheron Emperor's sect. After the Acheron Emperor learned about the situation with the Minotaur statue, his eyes shone with endless light. He summoned the 7 halls. He ordered the 7 hall masters to bring countless experts over. They must get the immemorial Minotaur. At the 7 halls, countless figures rode the 7 streams of yellow springs and soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. The Whitebone Cave was the ancient emperor's sect. In the Whitebone Cave, the bones of countless experts were reborn, turning into a forest. In the depths of the Whitebone Cave, 2 figures stood. One was the pink skull. The other was half a frog. She was the green-robed emperor. This time, she came with the mission of Higan. She chose Emperor Bone. If you succeed this time, I will recommend you to join Higan. At that time, your immortal chi will increase again, and your strength will improve. This was the green-robed emperor's condition. Emperor Bone was also tempted. There were strong and weak martial monarchs. This realm was indeed strong. However, to take another step forward, it was truly too difficult. The power of ordinary worlds was not enough. Even martial monarchs could control hundreds of worlds in an instant. But it was useless. Only a more mysterious power could do it. For example, the power of Jyotian Shidi. Higan controlled the Land of Eternity, which contained mysterious power. If he could join it, he could definitely increase his strength again. Don't worry, I will help you complete the mission. This time, I really have a clue. The Bone Emperor was a pink skeleton. She laughed softly. There was a wisp of immortal chi around her body. At this moment, it bloomed with light. Then, a mask appeared in her palm. What was this? The green-robed emperor was also surprised. The Whitebone Emperor said, Oxhead and Horseface are the 2 great experts of the ancient era. Legend has it that they left behind 2 things, each containing 2 secrets. Oxhead, I have no news for the time being. However, I got Horseface. This is Horseface. What news? The green-robed emperor was also surprised. Did it have anything to do with their mission this time? I sensed the news from it. It's about a wordless heavenly steel in the Dead Soul Abyss. You have to know that if you want to enter the 9 underworlds, you have to enter the 18 levels of hell. You have to bring the wordless heavenly steel to enter the 17th level. You have to open the 17th level to enter the 18th level. Therefore, the wordless heavenly steel is extremely important. This is one of them. Very good. The green-robed emperor was also happy. This time, choosing Emperor Bone was the best choice. To be honest, before he came, he was also a little hesitant. Because he originally wanted to choose the other one, which was Emperor Ming. However, in the end, he gave up. Because Emperor Ming was related to Emperor Xian. Previously, he had just snatched something from the descendant of Emperor Xian. In addition, he had an inexplicable dislike for Emperor Xian back then. Therefore, he did not choose Emperor Ming. Now, it seemed that he was right. Because Emperor Ming definitely did not have any clues. Since we know, let's go. With the strength of the 2 of us, it shouldn't be a problem for us to obtain this wordless heavenly steel, right? The Whitebone Emperor also nodded. Yes, that's right. We have to speed up. We can't let the other 2 guys know. The Whitebone Cave also secretly took action. The other 2 great emperors did not notice the Whitebone Cave's actions. Because they each had their own goals. Emperor Ming and Lin Xian had joined forces. And the Yellow Spring Great Emperor's goal was also Lin Xian. This time, they followed him all the way. They all set off towards the Bridge of Helplessness. Withered vines, old trees, flowing water, small bridges. The surroundings were very quiet. Only the sound of crows could be heard. The endless army landed, but they didn't make any sound. Two young men led the army. They were Lin Xian and Underworld Child. Lin Xian controlled the Minotaur statue. Light burst out from his eyes and shrouded the surroundings. He said, "Find the Bridge of Helplessness first." Underworld Child said, "This is the Bridge of Helplessness." He was unhappy. His father actually told him to listen to the other party. How despicable. However, this was his father's decision. He really didn't dare to disobey. He could only say coldly. Here, he looked at the mossy bridge under his feet. Lin Xian was also surprised. No way. The legendary Bridge of Helplessness in Hell should be very mysterious. How could it be so desolate? Moreover, it's too simple. Therefore, my father is also very surprised. He didn't expect that the wordless heavenly tablet would be here. To be honest, we can only rely on the two of us this time. My father has to stop the other great emperors. If you don't have a way, I'm afraid we'll have to search for several years. There is a way. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Let your men attack this Bridge of Helplessness. What? You're crazy. Underworld Child shouted angrily. I'm the one in charge of this operation. Do you dare to disobey my orders? Lin Xian said coldly. Underworld Child snorted and said, "Attack." The surrounding powerhouses attacked crazily. They attacked the small bridge under their feet. Rumbling sounds rang out, and the surrounding wind swept over. Those crows also flapped their wings and flew away quickly. After a series of crazy attacks, everyone stopped, but their brows were tightly knitted. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It's really strange. Such a simple bridge can withstand the attacks of so many powerhouses. It's really the Bridge of Helplessness. They attacked again. Since he had discovered the other party's strangeness, Lin Xian wouldn't stop. Next, the powerhouses of the Underworld Temple attacked crazily. Rumbling sounds rang out in all directions. Fortunately, this place was relatively desolate. Usually, no one would come here, so no one paid attention to it. However, in the sky, there was an extremely terrifying yellow spring dancing crazily. Someone displayed great magical force, forming a pair of yellow spring's eyes, piercing through heaven and earth. He sensed its aura. An expert with glowing eyes said. The others changed directions and quickly flew away. Not long after, they heard a rumbling sound before them. That should be the Bridge of Helplessness. They were attacking the Bridge of Helplessness. From the looks of it, something was indeed going on. Impact. The yellow spring water moved even faster. Each stream of yellow spring water was 1,000,000 miles long. As it descended, it enveloped the entire world. The people attacking from below also raised their heads to look at the sky. Underworld Child's expression changed. The yellow spring water was dripping. The people of the Yellow Spring sect were here. Damn it, they actually came so quickly. Lin Xian also frowned. That shouldn't be the case. How did these people find him? Could it be because of him? He had fought with those from the Yellow Spring sect in the past. Perhaps, the other party had used his aura to track him down. He said, "Stop attacking and get ready for a big battle." Everyone stopped. The cold aura on them became even more terrifying and shot into the sky. Underworld Child shouted coldly, "People of the Yellow Spring sect, get out of here." In the Yellow Spring water, countless experts filled the air. Some terrifying figures swept across. Among them, there was a man wearing black armor standing in the sky. Under his feet, the Yellow Spring water surged. Next to him, there was a man with strange eyes that shrouded the entire area. Not long after, he stared at Lin Xian and said, "Hall Master, it's him." The man in black armor was the Dark Hall Master. At this moment, he lowered his head and stared at Lin Xian. "It's you who killed 100,000 of my Dark Hall army. You snatched the Minotaur statue." Underworld Child also frowned. "They are coming for you." You really deserve to die. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Xian snorted. Shut up. They will come sooner or later. Since they are here, just get rid of them. What's the use of complaining? Underworld Child was furious. In addition to the Yellow Spring sect, there is also the White Bone Cave. Let's see what you can do then. Lin Xian walked out. He looked up at the sky and said, yes, the Minotaur statue is in my hands. Do you want it? He waved his hand, and the Minotaur statue appeared. The other people's eyes turned red. The Dark Hall Master said, hand over the Minotaur statue, and I will give you a quick death. Lin Xian smiled. He didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly attacked. Reincarnation appeared in his eyes. It turned into 6 phantoms and suppressed the people in front of him. He didn't attack the Dark Hall Master. Instead, he attacked the man next to him whose eyes were shining with golden light. He saw that the man's eye technique was special. It should be the other party who had discovered his tracks. He couldn't let such a person live. Boom, the power of reincarnation exploded. The man with shining eyes screamed. His eyes were bleeding. He looked very miserable. Damn it, how dare you hurt him? The Dark Hall Master was also angry. Kill. With a loud roar, a black fist came crashing down. Do you think we are weak? Underworld Child shouted angrily. This time, he also brought the masters of the Underworld God Hall. Immediately, the masters went up to meet him. The Dark Hall Master shouted angrily, take this kid down. A great battle broke out. The masters of the Dark Hall rushed down crazily. However, the people of the other halls didn't seem to take action. They were still looking at each other coldly. Someone asked, Hall Master, shouldn't we do it? A woman said, let's use the Dark Hall to check his strength first. The Dark Hall was also full of masters. Underworld Child waved his hand. The masters of the Underworld God Hall behind him rushed into the sky. However, someone still arrived in front of Lin Xian. It was a burly man who was hundreds of meters tall. However, his whole body was rotten. He opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying stream of water from the Yellow Spring. The water from the Yellow Spring corroded the entire void. It carried an extremely strong law of the Yellow Spring. It wanted to envelop Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and punched out. The 9 Suns' divine fire turned into a golden crow and spread its wings. It directly evaporated all the water from the Yellow Spring. Not only that, the golden crow even split open the body of the rotting man. There was no blood. Only some rotten corpse water sprinkled from the sky. It was disgusting. Die. At this moment, the void shattered. A monster appeared behind Lin Xian. It had a human head and a horse body. He raised his hoof and slammed it on Lin Xian's back. A deafening sound was heard. However, Lin Xian's body only swayed a little. Then, with a backhand punch, he sent the centaur flying. He was so strong. When the other experts saw this, their brows furrowed tightly. These masters from the Dark Hall were very terrifying. The burly man from before was called the King of Corrosion. The water from the Yellow Spring on his body could corrode everything. It could even melt Saint Ice. The centaur who sneaked up on him was equally terrifying. It had a powerful bloodline. It was the legendary Hell Horse. No one would be able to withstand a single kick. But now, the other party could withstand it. How strong was the other party's body? At this moment, the injured golden-eyed man rushed over again. His eyes also shot out a terrifying light that turned into a sharp sword. The 3 experts surrounded Lin Xian. The heavenly path of reincarnation summoned the heavenly realm. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. In the sky, a pair of hands appeared in the eyes of the 6 paths of reincarnation and slammed down. The golden-eyed man's soul was instantly shattered. He screamed and died. Heaven-defying fist. Lin Xian attacked the infernal horse and penetrated its body. As for the Carrion King, the 9 suns that were formed by the 9 suns' divine flame had turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, the 3 experts had all died. How could he be so powerful? The experts of the Dark Hall were stunned. The people of the other halls were also shocked. This person had a powerful eye technique, a terrifying physique, and a magical flame. It was really shocking. Damn it, how dare you kill my experts? I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. In the distance, the Dark Hall Master, who was fighting, shouted angrily. He sent his opponent flying with a palm. Then, he quickly charged over. His palm was like a huge mountain from hell, pressing down from the sky. The people of the underworld hall around him were all sent flying. I'll help you. Another figure walked over with a monstrous killing intent. He was the hall master of the Bloody Massacre Hall. This was because he could see that although the kid in front of him was powerful, his strength was only at the level of the 7-crown king. He was the 8-crown king. Therefore, it was easy for him to kill his opponent. This merit was his. The Dark Hall Master shouted angrily, "Get lost. This is my prey." He quickly rushed over. The Bloody Massacre Hall Master also slashed out a blood-colored long saber. A terrifying divine ability descended from the sky. "Oh no, kid, quickly dodge. Otherwise, I can't save you." The underworld child shouted angrily in the distance. Although he was the crown prince, these two top-notch almighties were not people that he could contend against. "You want to kill me with just the two of you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Did they really think that he was easy to kill? With a wave of his hand, the Cosmos Ring appeared in his hand. Then, he charged toward the Dark Hall Master. A golden ray of light pierced through the 9 heavens. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. A miserable shriek was heard, and the Dark Hall Master's body suddenly shattered into pieces, scattering all over the ground. The golden light returned to Lin Xian's hand. It was the Universe Ring. What was going on? The Bloody Massacre Hall Master, who was in the middle of attacking, stopped. The other halls were also stunned. Countless experts stared with their eyes wide open. The underworld child's pupils shrank as well. He discovered that the Dark Hall Master was dead. That was the 8-crown king, yet he had been killed in a single move. What did this brat have? Was it an extreme weapon? No, he didn't feel the might of the extreme Dao. What the hell was that? He was going crazy. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trump card. The others were even more terrified. The Bloody Massacre Hall leader's face was extremely pale. Damn it. He turned around and retreated. He had originally thought that he would be able to steal the credit. But now, it seemed that it was very likely that he would lose his life. The Hall Master. The people of the Dark Hall roared crazily. They wanted to rush over. However, they were blocked by the people of the Underworld God Hall. Lin Xian clenched his fist and punched at the Bloody Massacre Hall Master. The Bloody Massacre Hall Master turned around and punched out. The two collided, and he was forced back. What a powerful force. However, it was impossible for the other party to kill him instantly. I don't believe that you can still use a second move. He grinned sinisterly and rushed over. An extremely terrifying sea of blood appeared on his body, as if the blood god had descended. Divine ability, blood country suppression. A voice sounded. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Xiao Bai, it's up to you." He put away the Universe Ring. At the same time, Xiao Bai dug out the green-skinned gourd from the sword world and flew out. It clapped its little paws. "Baby, please turn around." The green-skinned gourd split open, and a sword light flew out, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the next moment, the entire blood country was split into 2 halves. The Bloody Massacre Hall Master also stopped, and a bloody line appeared on his neck. Then, his head rolled and fell to the ground. He was killed in one move. Everyone was stunned. The other experts sucked in a deep breath as they went mad. The people of the Bloody Massacre Hall were also stunned. It was another peerless weapon. What on earth was it? Lin Xian was also surprised. He knew about this green-skinned gourd. It was something that Xiao Bai had obtained by chance. The sword inside was very powerful. However, it was impossible to kill the 8-crown king. However, after being buried in the sword world for a period of time, its power had increased by so much. Was this the ancient land? It contained a mysterious and unfathomable power. After one strike, the green-skinned gourd recovered, and the light on it dimmed. Xiaobai put it away happily. He entered the sword world, dug a hole again, and buried it. Lin Xian turned around and looked around. He said coldly, "Whoever is still not convinced, come and accept your death." Lin Xian had shocked countless powerhouses by himself. At this moment, no one dared to step forward. Lin Xian laughed. "You really are ants. You are all trash. Damn it, let's go together and kill him." The powerhouses of the bloody massacre hall roared crazily. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they rushed over. The other hall masters also said, "Let's all attack. This kid is too strange." In an instant, another group of people rushed over in an overwhelming manner. Underworld Child also shouted angrily, "Everyone from the Underworld God Hall, move out." The remaining powerhouses also rushed up and killed in all directions. However, there were many people in the 7 halls. Many of them instantly rushed to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian waved his sleeve. The Cosmos Sword formation, heaven and earth were all swords. The immortal technique seed in his left eye spread out. The Cosmos Sword formation he used was an immortal technique that seized the fortune of heaven and earth. An endless amount of sword chi gushed out. Glorious heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, the experts of the Yellow Spring sect were pierced and fell one after another. Between heaven and earth, there was a sea of blood, which was terrifying. The people of the bloody massacre hall roared together, "Divine power, blood-sucking great technique." They actually absorbed all the blood in the sky. Then, an extremely terrifying monstrous beast appeared above their heads. It was the blood demon, which was very terrifying. A claw came down like a mountain, covering the sky and earth. The blood of the people around all surged. It was too powerful. The bloody massacre hall was related to blood. The more blood they absorbed, the stronger they became. Go to hell. They were going to avenge their hall master. A palm passed through the 9 heavens and fell from the sky, slapping toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. The divine fire between his eyebrows was always blooming with endless light. He soared into the sky and waved his fist. Divine power, heaven-defying strike. The heaven-defying fist technique, with a shocking long arc, turned into an eternal light. It collided with the blood demon's palm. A terrifying sound rang out. The blood-colored palm was pierced through. This heaven-defying power directly smashed tens of thousands of powerhouses of the bloody massacre hall into pieces. Kill! Lin Xian roared to the sky. The more he fought, the braver he became. He swept in all directions as if he had entered a no-man's land. The powerhouses of the other halls all targeted Lin Xian. They rushed over in an overwhelming manner. At this time, he summoned the Samsara sword. In the face of hundreds of thousands of powerhouses, Lin Xian used his Rinnegan. Between heaven and earth, the phantom of the Samsara sword appeared. With a slash of the sword, hundreds of thousands of powerhouses fell in droves. The surrounding people were all going crazy. Even the remaining hall masters had pale faces. Among them, there was a woman. She was wearing a dark moon battle robe and said coldly, "He has used all his trump cards. I don't think he has much strength left. Hurry up and do it." After speaking, she took the initiative to rush over. A dark moon scepter appeared in her hand. As she waved it, it brought up black moonlight. It cut open heaven and earth. Lin Xian used the power of his physique to block the attack. Flames danced, and his arm went numb. The other party had such a powerful ability. The Dark Moon Hall Master was even more shocked. This attack didn't hurt the other party. What kind of physique was this? It was really a peerless treasure body. If I can get your physique, I will be invincible and have no weakness. A cold voice came from the void. Then, a terrifying soul power poured into Lin Xian's mind. He wanted to seize Lin Xian's body. This was the Hall Master of the Soul Devourer Hall. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, the power of reincarnation erupted in front of his eyes to resist. Yet, you were still able to block it and unleash such a terrifying soul sword. Your power actually still exists. The Hall Master of the Soul Hall was extremely surprised. So what? You will definitely die. 2 more figures appeared. One of them was tall and was surrounded by a black storm. he released a black storm. The other one crawled like a lizard, but he had a human head and the tail of a python. In the end, he swung a meteor hammer fiercely. It hit Lin Xian's body. The two attacked and sent Lin Xian flying. Boom, the mountain range in the distance was penetrated. Countless boulders rolled down and enveloped Lin Xian. Dust and fog filled the air, shaking the heavens and the earth. Countless black holes were floating. They hit. This time, the four hall masters attacked together. Each of them had the power of the eight-crowned king. The four of them attacked together, and they were enough to kill any powerhouse. Not good. Underworld Child's face was also ugly. He was fighting with the others in the seven halls and didn't have the strength to support Lin Xian. When he saw this scene, he was also shocked. This kid wouldn't be killed, right? If that was the case, the situation would be troublesome. Next, he would be the unlucky one. He wanted to escape. He even wanted to summon his father. The four hall masters stood in the sky and sneered. One of them was killed. What a troublesome opponent. They didn't expect that there would be such a powerful figure in the younger generation. So what? Didn't he die in the end? He was next. They stared at the Underworld Child. Dark Moon Hall Master called out, "Your Highness, you'd better be obedient and hand over the thing. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless." Damn it. Underworld Child's face was cold and gloomy. The other experts of the Dark Hall also quickly returned to protect His Highness. They returned to Underworld Child's side as if they were facing a great enemy. "Since you're so stubborn, then let's do it." The Mulch Hall Master was brimming with killing intent. This time, they had to get the Minotaur statue. Just as they were about to make a move, a rumbling sound came from the distant ruins. The nearby boulders were sent flying, and a figure stood up. Everyone turned to look. The pupils of the four hall masters shrank. "You're still alive?" Underworld Child also exclaimed, "That's great." They saw Lin Xian stand up. 2 cracks appeared on his back. However, he was recovering quickly. Although the blood was still dripping, the aura seemed to have become stronger. After withstanding 2 peerless divine abilities, he only suffered such minor injuries. The 2 hall masters were stunned. Just now, that sneak attack was enough to kill any 8-crown king. This guy was too strange. Let's attack together and kill him. The 4 hall masters rose into the air again. They felt that the other party was even more terrifying than the crown prince. They would never allow such a person to live. Kill him. The Minotaur statue was in his hands. 4 angry roars sounded. Between heaven and earth, 4 peerless divine abilities appeared. There was a terrifying storm and a terrifying meteor. The black moonlight seemed to be able to cover the entire world. There was also an extremely strange soul attack. Divine ability, Fury of the Wind, divine ability, Falling Meteor, divine ability, Dark Moon Descends, divine ability, Soul Control. Heaven and earth, the power of the 4 peerless divine abilities erupted together, terrifying everyone. No one could block it, unless it was the 9-crown king. Could this kid in front of them resist it? Wherever the 4 divine abilities passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could resist it. In an instant, they arrived in front of Lin Xian. This guy didn't dodge. Did he want to resist it head-on? The Underworld Child went crazy in the distance. The people of the Underworld God Hall also frowned. They had never seen such an arrogant person. Could it be that this kid really thought that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9-crown king? A sword chi appeared in Lin Xian's hand. He said in a deep voice, "Self-created sword technique, heaven-defying sword." The first sword, Wind Slayer. The sword light flashed, and a huge sword chi pierced through heaven and earth, slashing forward. The black storm was hit by the slash, and it kept shaking. Then, it was mercilessly torn apart. The Serene Wind Hall Master didn't have time to escape and was split in half. The second sword, Polar Star. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword, and it seemed to turn into the most dazzling starlight, colliding with the meteor hammer. A deafening sound was heard. The meteor hammer was pierced by the sword. The Earth Demon Hall Master let out a miserable cry. Its tail was cut. Its entire body was nailed in the void. The third sword, Flying Moon. Lin Xian's sword chi swept out, turning into a half-moon in front of him. The laws condensed on it, and the heaven-defying power rotated rapidly. This sword and the dark moon descending collided, and the mountains and rivers changed color. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire dark moon world was mercilessly split apart. The dark moon hall master was cut in half by the sword chi. The two halves of his body were incomparably miserable. The fourth sword, broken soul. As the voice fell, there was no sword chi. While everyone was in a daze, the soul hall master clutched his head and screamed. His soul had been split open. This last sword was actually without a trace. It was extremely strange. For sword moves seriously injured the four hall masters. Countless people were stunned. These four hall masters were all 8 crown kings. The 4 of them joined forces, but they couldn't do anything to the other party. The sword chi in Lin Xian's hand disappeared, but his eyes lit up. The heaven-defying sword technique. So that's how it is. I understand. This was the sword technique that Lin Xian created himself, which he called the heaven-defying sword technique. It was different from the Qianquan sword technique. The Qianquan sword technique used flowers and trees as swords. It walked the path of righteousness. However, the heaven-defying sword technique was different. The heaven-defying sword technique fully displayed the advantage of the great dragon sword soul. Whatever divine ability or immortal technique his opponent used, he would use the same divine ability or immortal technique. He returned the attack with an even more terrifying power. This was the heaven-defying sword technique. Kill. After seriously injuring the 4 hall masters, Lin Xian kept attacking. This time, he used the Qianquan sword technique. Everything in the world was a sword, and the broken weapons turned into terrifying sword lights. They pierced through the powerhouses of the Dark Moon Hall. The blood in the sky turned into blood swords and pierced through the powerhouses of the Dark Moon Hall. The surrounding storm turned into storm swords and attacked the people of the ghostly Wind Hall. The stones that fell from the mountains in the distance also turned into giant stone swords and joined the battle. The whole world seemed to have turned into a peerless sword formation. Everything could be turned into sword chi and used by Lin Xian. Is this guy still human? Damn it, how can he be so powerful? Oh no, they are really crazy. Should we retreat? Some people couldn't help it. They couldn't resist at all. The 4 hall masters were injured and looked pale. They gathered together and discussed with each other. The Dark Moon Hall master said, "Don't worry, there is still one person who hasn't made a move yet." The 4 hall masters, including the 2 who were killed before, only had 6 people left. There was still one who hadn't appeared yet. Therefore, they still had a chance. Lin Xian didn't know about the last hall master. The eyes of the ox head in Lin Xian's hand emitted a terrifying light. Lin Xian injected a trace of the power of an extreme weapon into it. The ox head emitted a terrifying radiance and turned into an ancient phantom, roaring towards the sky. It roared and rushed into the Bridge of Helplessness. The Bridge of Helplessness had gone through a great battle. The surrounding void cracked and the ground shattered. Only the Bridge of Helplessness was intact. However, at this moment, the Bridge of Helplessness shook violently. Endless cracks appeared on it. Not good, the bridge is broken. Retreat quickly. The others soared into the sky. Lin Xian also paid close attention. The cracks appeared, and then the fragments fell. However, there was no water on the bridge. It seemed that the outer layer had shattered. Then, his true face appeared. A rumbling sound rang out, and a terrifying aura of death spread in all directions. The aura on the Bridge of Helplessness was too terrifying. When it appeared, it was like a sleeping giant beast that was coiling above the ground. The surrounding ground cracked. After the Bridge of Helplessness appeared, it spread for thousands of miles. There seemed to be no end in sight. 3 great Dao runes condensed on the bridge, forming the words Bridge of Helplessness. At the end of the Bridge of Helplessness was a stone tablet. It was hidden in the fog. It seemed to be an illusion, but it also seemed to be real. Could it be the real wordless heavenly steel? Countless people looked into the distance. Their eyes shone. The 4 hall masters were overjoyed. They really found it. Underworld Child also sucked in a breath of cold air. He led the experts of the underworld god hall to the Bridge of Helplessness. Legend had it that the Bridge of Helplessness of Hell was extremely terrifying. In the entire Bridge of Helplessness, one could only stand on the bridge. On both sides of the bridge was an endless abyss. After falling, one would never be able to reincarnate. Was this the real Bridge of Helplessness? It was indeed mysterious. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He also descended. The people from the other 7 halls also descended. However, just as they landed on the Bridge of Helplessness, everyone felt their scalps go numb. They could sense an extremely strong aura of death passing through their bodies from the soles of their feet. It was as if he wanted to turn them into bones. The people from the other halls swallowed their saliva. Even though they were members of the Yellow Spring sect, they were still able to defeat the Yellow Spring sect. However, they were living beings after all. What they cultivated was only the laws of hell. They were not truly inanimate objects. At that moment, the threat posed by the aura of death was simply too great. It was not only the Yellow Spring sect. The people from the Underworld God Hall were the same. Even the Underworld Child let out a furious roar as he activated his Imperial bloodline with all his might to defend himself. The 4 Hall Masters all took out their most powerful divine abilities. The Dark Moon Division Master said, "Is this the real Naiha Bridge?" It was really too terrifying. What we should be standing on should be death on the Naraka Bridge. In the legends, after crossing the Naraka Bridge, one could enter Samsara. The side where the wordless heavenly steel was stored should have a powerful life force. Go over quickly. These people moved quickly. However, the further they went, the more terrifying the aura of death became. In the end, they could not even move an inch. The masters from the Underworld God Hall were also shocked. That's not right. Rumor has it that Mengpa is on the Bridge of Helplessness. At this moment, the Bridge of Helplessness was at the front line. Where did Mengpa go? The Underworld Child said. I heard from my father that Mengpa, Oxhead, and Horseface were all masters of the Primordial Age. It had been more than 1,000,000 years since the Primordial Age. These people had long disappeared. Don't think too much. Get the wordless heavenly steel first. These people also worked hard to move forward. Suddenly, several figures from the Underworld God Hall beside the Underworld Child fell with a plop. Their faces were filled with pain. What was going on? Was the aura of death too terrifying? No, they did not take away their life force. Moreover, their bodies were purple. Could it be that they were poisoned? The masters from the Underworld God Hall narrowed their eyes when they saw this. In the next moment, they checked their bodies. Not good. They cried out in alarm, "We're poisoned. Your Highness, use the laws to protect us." But it was useless. It was too late. Even the Underworld Child's body was shaking. He felt dizzy, as if his body was about to rot. His internal organs were about to shatter. Block it. He activated the bloodline of the Underworld Emperor to keep himself from fainting. However, a large number of the experts around him had fainted, and it was still going on. Damn it. What was going on? Why? The people from the Yellow Spring sect were fine, the Underworld God Hall was affected. But none of the people from the Yellow Spring sect fell. Because it was one of their people who did it. Lin Xian walked over with a frown on his face. The other party had hidden their strength well. The person who ran away was definitely the 8-Crown King, and an extremely strange one at that. Ha 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 ha. It seemed that the Underworld God Hall had made a move. The 4 Hall Masters on the other side laughed. The people from the other halls were also delighted. The people from the Spirit Fog Hall said coldly, "You dare to go against us? You don't know what's good for you. Once our Hall Master makes a move, you will all fall." Not good. There's one more person. The Underworld Child's face turned ugly. The other masters who had fallen on the ground also shouted angrily, "Your Highness, run. Run." Now that they were seriously injured, they could not fight against the other party at all. Who is it? Come out. The Underworld Child used his bloodline to block the attack as he shouted madly. Lin Xian, who was next to him, was very quiet. At this moment, mist filled the air behind Lin Xian. A pair of hands appeared and grabbed the other party's shoulders. Then, an illusory face appeared beside Lin Xian's ear. She said softly, "I did it. I am the Hall Master of the Spirit Mist Hall. The moment the Bridge of Helplessness appeared, I took advantage of your carelessness and let down your guard. I released my mist. My mist is in the water of the Yellow Spring. After 6,000 years of refinement, it has extremely terrifying power. Once inhaled, it will be impossible to resist. Young man, do you have any last words? Leave them." At first, the illusory face was a beautiful face. Then, it turned into the face of a demon, laughing hideously. He pounced on Lin Xian fiercely. Boom, demonic chi suddenly spread out from Lin Xian's body. He no longer suppressed the demonic shadow. The demon god's phantom rushed out in an instant. With a palm strike, it sent the clouds in the sky flying. The pupils of the Spirit Mist Hall Master constricted. He stood there in a daze. Impossible, he felt that his life was disappearing. What was that black shadow? How could it kill him directly? Wasn't this young man poisoned? He shouldn't be able to use his power anymore. But why? Everything was beyond his expectation. He fell to the ground, unable to believe it. In the end, he died in despair. With the death of the Spirit Mist Hall Master, those who were poisoned also recovered. They stood up from the ground, shocked. I really recovered. Lin Gongzi was too terrifying. The masters of the Underworld God Hall were shocked. The Underworld child was also stunned. Now, he finally knew why Lin Xian was his father's honored guest. Because the other party was really too heaven-defying. The people of the Yellow Spring sect were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Their greatest trump card, the Spirit Mist Hall Master, had fallen just like that. This guy was too terrifying. His strength was far beyond the Hall Master's. Could it be that the core elders of the Yellow Spring sect had to come to suppress him? Why do I feel that even the core elders can't suppress him? Because he has too many trump cards in his hand. Damn it, I thought that the most difficult one to deal with would be the Underworld child. I didn't expect it to be this person. The four Hall Masters gritted their teeth. They were extremely frightened. They couldn't wait any longer. They had to inform the Great Emperor. The wordless steel had already appeared, and they couldn't do anything about it. They could only ask the Yellow Spring Great Emperor for help. Thinking of this, the four of them joined forces and sent a terrifying message to the 9 heavens. Lin Xian raised his head. His reincarnation eye exploded, emitting a terrifying light that shrouded the world. That message had actually been blocked. Not good, everyone, let's attack together. The four Hall Masters roared crazily. The people behind quickly charged over. A great battle broke out in an instant. They finally sent the message. The four of them heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, let's see how this kid will die when their great emperor comes. Not good. The faces of the people of the Underworld God Hall changed drastically. The Underworld child also hurriedly sent a message to his father. Only a great emperor could resist a great emperor. In the Underworld God Hall, the Underworld Emperor stood up after receiving the message. An incomparably resplendent light burst out from his eyes. Was it time to make a move? He soared into the sky and flew into the distance. On the other side, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor of the Yellow Spring Hall let out a long roar. Great, I've finally found the wordless steel. I must get it before the other two great emperors. He tore open the void and transformed it into endless water of the Yellow Spring, rushing over quickly. The speed of a great emperor was extremely fast. In an instant, he quickly arrived near the Bridge of Helplessness. However, at this moment, 2 chains appeared in the void and shrouded him. They directly brought him back. He smashed through the endless void and arrived at a remote place in hell. Who dares to plot against me? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor roared crazily. Old friend, why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going? Emperor Ming walked out and said with a smile. The Yellow Spring Emperor's face turned cold. It's you. You're here to stop me just for the wordless heavenly steel, right? Aren't you afraid that the Bone Sovereign will take advantage of this opportunity to attack? I've already set up an array formation at the White Bone Cave. As long as the Bone Emperor moves, I will be able to sense it. However, the Bone Emperor did not head towards the Bridge of Helplessness. Instead, he left early. I don't know, and I don't care where he went. All I have to do is stop you. Damn it. The Yellow Spring Emperor's expression changed. You already knew about the clues to the wordless heavenly steel. He was anxious. This way, he would be at a disadvantage. Get out of here. He unleashed the terrifying power of Huang Quan that swept out in all directions. However, they were all blocked by Ming Di. It's impossible for you to walk in front of me. Moreover, those who were fighting for the wordless heavenly steel were all existences below the ground. Those people are just ants. They are not worthy of us taking action. Why don't we just let them fight among themselves? Get lost, the Yellow Spring Monarch roared crazily, shattering the 9 heavens. The entire infernal realm seemed to be trembling. The anger of a monarch was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, countless clans in the infernal realm were prostrating themselves on the ground. They could feel a deva roaring in the 9 heavens. The power almost made them faint. The ground was angry. Who dared to anger a monarch? The Yellow Spring Emperor's expression was cold. If the Yellow Spring sect had the upper hand, he would not have to do anything. Now that those people were asking for help, it meant that the Yellow Spring sect was in great danger. If the monarch obtained the item, it would be troublesome. However, no matter how strong he was only evenly matched with Ming Di. It would be easy for the monarch to restrain him. You will regret this, Ming Di. Although I won't do anything, the core elders of the Yellow Spring sect will. I'd like to see what your son will do then. Kill the son who blames me for teaching you. Don't worry, you won't be able to kill him. There was confidence in Ming Di's eyes. It was not confidence in his name. Instead, it was confidence in Lin Xian. With the other party's trump cards, the Yellow Spring sect might not be able to do anything to him. The two monarchs kept each other in check. Neither of them could advance. However, the bridge of helplessness still came. A group of experts came. They were the elders of the Yellow Spring sect. There were not many of them, but their strength was even more terrifying than the Hall Masters. There were also experts from the Underworld God Hall who came to stop them. However, the first to arrive were the 3 elders of the Yellow Spring sect. They were also 8 crown champions. However, their strength was much more terrifying than the 4 Hall Masters. The 3 of them stood in the sky, shattering the mountains and rivers below. Many people coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Just this aura alone was enough to make them unable to resist. Greetings, elders. The people of the Yellow Spring sect were wild with joy when they saw them. Elders, please kill this kid. One of the elders wore a bracelet on his hand. He sent out a palm strike. This palm strike seemed to pierce through the universe. The experts of the Underworld God Hall felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were sent flying by this palm wind. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The Underworld child's expression changed drastically. The hand of the Yellow Spring. Lin Gongzi, be careful. There's a terrifying saint artifact above. Boom, the hand of the Yellow Spring pressed down with supreme power, shaking heaven and earth as it enveloped Lin Xian. This kid is dead for sure. However, Lin Xian raised his head to the sky and roared. His body was actually growing larger. He turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. The flames on his body kept jumping. Suns revolved around the 9-yang divine body. Although he had not cultivated it to greater mastery, it was already extremely terrifying. Among them, there were 7 real suns that revolved between heaven and earth. The flames, which were as strong as the sun, caused the forests in all regions to go crazy. Even the people of the Underworld God Hall frantically retreated. This was a power that restrained them. 9 yang divine fist, 9 suns descend. When Lin Xian punched out, 9 suns revolved around his fist, dancing wildly in the air. 7 real suns and 2 illusory suns collided with the hand of the Yellow Spring. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Violent power swept across all directions. Everyone frantically retreated. Some of the experts of the Yellow Spring sect were too slow. They were pierced by the 9 yang divine fire and turned into ashes. A shattering sound came from the sky. The hand of the Yellow Spring was charred black. It was enveloped by the 9 yang divine fire and was severely injured. The elder who attacked also let out a cold snort, and one of his arms disappeared without a trace. He was extremely shocked. This young man was so powerful that he could fight someone 2 levels above him. This was something that even the crown prince might not be able to do. Let's attack together. Upon seeing this, the 2 old men behind him walked up to him. One of them had terrifying white lightning on his body. The other took out a long spear that emitted a cold aura. An extremely terrifying light flickered on the long spear. He aimed it at Lin Xian. The 3 core elders were going to attack together. When Underworld Child saw this scene, his scalp went numb. Although he was an imperial prince and had the inheritance of a great emperor, he was only the 6th crown king after all. It was very difficult for him to fight against one of these core elders. The reason for that was because these elders had all woken up from their deep slumber after countless years. They were people from tens of thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. They were definitely terrifying. One of them was already terrifying, let alone 3 of them attacking together. Divine ability, Netherworld Heaven Destroying Hand. Divine ability, Destructive Hell Thunder. Divine ability, Netherworld Spear. The 3 core elders used their peerless divine abilities. Terrifying attacks came from all directions, enveloping Lin Xian. This power was really too terrifying. There was no way to resist it at all. Most likely, only the 9 crown king would be able to withstand it. Any 8 crown king would definitely die in such a situation. Not to mention Lin Xian, who was only the 6th crown king. Divine ability, 9 Suns Heaven Opening Fist. Lin Xian waved his fist again, carrying the power of the purest yang as he charged toward the Netherworld Heaven Destroying Hand. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. The Qianquan sword used all things as a sword. The shattered weapons around him quickly condensed, turning into a peerless divine sword that charged toward the Netherworld Spear. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Tens of thousands of black holes appeared between heaven and earth, and violent winds swept across. The terrifying destructive hell thunder broke out of the encirclement and arrived in front of Lin Xian. Go to hell. The black-clothed elder's expression was cold. Lin Xian opened his mouth, and the yin-yang energy flew out, drawing a Taiji diagram that rotated between heaven and earth. It blocked the destructive lightning. Slash. He roared, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. The dragon soul in his body roared toward the sky. Lin Xian soared into the sky and blocked the 3 peerless divine abilities. He was going to fight back. No matter how strong you are, so what? My Dao is a heaven-defying Dao. Heaven-defying fist, he quickly charged toward Elder Netherworld. After the other party's Netherworld indestructible hand was blocked by the 9 Suns divine fist, he faced the heaven-defying fist again. Although this fist did not have the purest yang energy, it contained a heaven-defying power. This aura seemed to want to tear the sky apart. Get out of my sight. That expert roared madly. However, before this punch, his body was mercilessly torn apart like a piece of paper. Blood rained down from the sky. A dragon's shadow flickered beneath Lin Xian's feet as he turned to face the second elder. Heaven-defying sword technique, sword of destructive lightning. Lin Xian had just comprehended this sword art, and it was different from the heaven-defying fist. The heaven-defying fist carried an unyielding power. As for the heaven-defying sword law, it was a sword art that could cause the enemy to collapse. He was using the same power as his enemy, but he was 10 times stronger than his enemy. A terrifying bolt of sword chi appeared in Lin Xian's hand, transforming into a thunder god's sword. With a slash of his sword, he split apart the destructive lightning and split the lightning elder's body apart. That elder didn't dare to believe that his opponent was capable of using such a sword technique. In the blink of an eye, the 2 elders were severely injured. The third elder's expression changed. He hurriedly waved his underworld spear to defend himself. Can you defend against it? 6 paths of reincarnation, summon the heavenly realm. A pair of hands flew out from a mysterious eye. This time, half of a figure appeared. The jade-like hand slapped down and directly shattered the soul of the third elder. This time, he managed to kill an expert. Lin Xian's face was pale. The 3 attacks had consumed a lot of his energy. However, he had the sword world behind him, so he wasn't afraid of the consumption of energy. The people around him had all gone crazy. 3 moves, 1 dead and 2 seriously injured. What kind of power was this? Who exactly are you? The two injured elders roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly, go to hell and ask the king of hell. The immortal energy in his left eye suddenly jumped. Immortal technique, Taiji transformation of yin and yang. The Taiji diagram floated above Lin Xian's left eye and fused with the immortal energy seed. In an instant, a yin and yang aura surged out and turned into two great gods. One was the yang god, the other was the yin god. After they came out, they charged toward the two elders. Lin Xian had used similar attacks before, including now, with the power of the immortal energy seed. Their power had increased exponentially. It was as if two gods had really appeared. The two elders were originally seriously injured, but at this moment, they were also suppressed. They shouted crazily, why aren't you attacking yet? Haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The four hall masters hurriedly led their people to attack. The underworld god hall was not to be trifled with. More and more people arrived. However, at this moment, 7 more terrifying auras descended from the sky. Another 7 elders appeared. Great! The people of Yellow Spring sect finally saw hope. The 2 severely injured elders stared at Lin Xian. When we catch you later, we'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. They were murderous. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the power of the immortal energy seed alone was not enough to turn it into yin and yang. Since that was the case, he would create this unique technique again. With a wave of his hand, the yin and yang auras returned, and 2 huge figures stood beside him. Lin Xian grabbed, and the 2 of them turned into a Taiji diagram, floating in front of him again. Lin Xian's left eye surged, and the power of the immortal energy seed fused into the black fish of the Taiji diagram. The divine fire seed between his eyebrows fused into the white fish of the Taiji diagram. This time, it contained the power of an immortal. It should be enough. Lin Xian wanted to create his own Tao, so everything was in the process of exploration. Go, I hope this unique technique won't disappoint me. After the Taiji diagram obtained the immortal energy, it rushed forward with the power of the divine fire seed. It turned into 2 figures again. The yin god was incomparably mysterious. He wore battle armor and was surrounded by terrifying immortal light. The other kind of supremacy had divine fire jumping and wore flame battle armor. It had the aura of the purest yang. This time, the strength of the 2 increased again. The 2 figures each had 2 swords in their hands. One was a sword of immortal light. The other was a sword of divine fire. Slash! Lin Xian shouted from behind. The 2 heavenly godlike figures raised their hands. The 2 giant swords slashed down from the sky. No! The 2 injured elders roared crazily. In the distant void, the 7 elders also shouted angrily, how dare you! Boom, the sword chi danced, tearing everything apart. The 2 elders were cut into pieces, their bodies and souls destroyed. Damn it! The 7 elders roared crazily. The other party really dared to kill in front of him. The 7 of them attacked together, forming a terrifying and destructive force that directly shattered the 2 figures. The aura of yin and yang shattered and turned into a Taiji diagram again, floating in front of Lin Xian. The light was a little dim. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the Taiji diagram. He stared into the distance and frowned. 7 people came? To be honest, the pressure they gave him was really great. Kid, 13 of them came and we blocked 6 for you. Underworld Child said. The Underworld God Hall also sent out their masters. However, the Yellow Spring sect seemed to have gone crazy. The number of masters who came out far exceeded their expectations. Therefore, on their side, they could only block 6. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Can you block 6? That's enough. I'll deal with the remaining 7. When the people of the Yellow Spring sect heard this, they all went crazy. The power of the 7 great elders was several times greater than that of the previous 3 great elders. How could this kid block them? The appearance of the 7 great elders was like the 7 gods of hell. Their presence silenced the entire battlefield. The reason for that was because those 7 people were truly too terrifying. If they worked together, they could destroy everything. These 7 people could affect the outcome of the battle. The elites of the underworld god hall blocked the attack, but the remaining 6 people. They still had to stop the 7 great halls. Who else could stop the other elders? Lin Xian was probably the only one who could do that. However, would Lin Xian be able to fend them off by himself? The other elders also stood there. The leader of the group was a majestic man wearing hellish armor. He said coldly, "Young man, you're too arrogant. The 7 of us have all awakened from our ancient slumber. I'm the oldest. I'm from 90,000 years ago. I'm the newest, 30,000 years old. We're far above you. What do you have to compete with us? Kneel down and submit." The cold voice sounded like the roar of a god. It shook everyone's heart. The underworld child's expression was ugly. He knew that the other elders were right. These 7 people were truly too terrifying. If he had become the 7-crown king, he might have dared to fight. Unfortunately, he was only the 6-crown king. If he had known, he would have taken out his father's extreme weapon. Perhaps it could have stopped them. In the face of such pressure, Lin Xian merely smiled. So what if you're ancient? My Tao is a path that defies the heavens. Even the great emperors can't stop me, let alone you. The sword qi on Lin Xian's body became more and more terrifying. It raised the divine fire into fragments. He continued, "My name is Lin Xian. My title is Lin Wudi. Please remember this title. I'll be your nightmare." The 3 words Lin Wudi were like 3 divine swords that pierced into everyone's hearts. Many people's souls trembled. How confident was he? In this era of great battles, he dared to call himself invincible. Legend had it that this era was the era of gods and immortals. Countless great emperors had awakened from their slumber. For example, their Yellow Spring Great Emperor was a great emperor from 200,000 years ago. As for Emperor Hades, he was a great emperor from 300,000 years ago. The Bone Emperor was even more terrifying. It was said that he had been sleeping for 500,000 years. Even such an existence wouldn't dare to claim to be invincible. The young man in front of him was only 6 crowned kings, yet he dared to call himself invincible. They thought it was funny, but no one could laugh. That was because Lin Xian's sword qi was too sharp. It was invincible. Just the remaining aura was enough to tear their bodies apart. The weapons in their hands seemed to be about to submit to the other party. What kind of sword light was this? What kind of person was this kid? Sword god, he was really arrogant. The 7 great elders on the other side had cold looks on their faces. You don't deserve to be called invincible. Kill him and bring back the wordless heavenly steel. This is the order of the great emperor. The leading man took a step forward, and a destructive aura spread out from under his feet. It transformed into a destructive demonic beast that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. On the other hand, Lin Xian raised his hand, and an extreme sword qi shot out like a giant dragon, pressing the destructive demonic beast to the ground. If you want to go there, you have to beat me. You're courting death. The 7 people on the opposite side rushed over quickly. They tore through the void like 7 bolts of lightning. With a raise of their hands, they unleashed terrifying divine powers and sword qi. Cold flames, violent lightning, and the water of the yellow springs filled the air. The strength of these 7 people was really too strong. They had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years so that they could shine in this era. Therefore, they wouldn't allow a young man to be arrogant in front of them. I'm invincible. Lin Xian also rushed over. At this moment, he also went all out. The power of reincarnation in his body stirred up the power of the divine flame seed. The power of the great dragon sword. In fact, Lin Xian directly used the illusion demon scripture. This was the final battle. He madly used the demonic power of the illusion demon scripture. After this battle, he would separate from the demons. Boom, the Capricorn rolled, and the demonic shadow appeared again. Its power covered the sky and swept across the area. Lin Xian charged in front of the 7 elders alone. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was terrifying. The surrounding people all retreated. What kind of power was this? This brat would be killed in an instant. The people of the Yellow Spring sect thought. However, in the blink of an eye, time passed. Not only did Lin Xian not die, but he became more and more courageous as he fought. Was he going to fight against the 7 elders by himself? Why? Impossible. The 7 elders were also furious. They roared at the sky, feeling challenged. If they couldn't take down the other party, they would lose face. They might as well kill themselves. The laws on the 7 of them continued to erupt, and their combat strength also increased rapidly. The demonic shadow behind Lin Xian became more and more solid. This demonic shadow had killed so many powerhouses and absorbed so much power. It became extremely terrifying. With a raise of its hand, it enveloped 2 elders. As for the remaining 5, Lin Xian fought them all by himself. I'm invincible. Lin Xian roared angrily. He used all kinds of ultimate techniques and divine powers. He created his heaven-defying technique and attacked from time to time. The 5 elders were beaten until they roared crazily and counterattacked crazily. Lin Xian was also injured. He was hit by a punch, and his body was shattered. Then, a white lightning bolt pierced through his body, and even his bones appeared. However, the more he fought, the braver he became. With a wave of his hand, the sword Qi was like a dragon. With a claw, he tore an elder apart. That elder's internal organs were shattered, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. He screamed and retreated. Lin Xian turned around again, and his gaze pierced through the head of another elder like an arrow. As for his body, he received 2 more palm strikes. However, he used this force to forcefully split an elder in half. This was a difficult battle. Both sides were evenly matched, and it was like a fierce battle. It was extremely miserable, and blood pierced through the 9 heavens. These were all supreme experts. They were all super mighty figures. Every drop of blood could shatter everything. If it weren't for the mysterious bridge of helplessness, this place would have turned into an endless black hole. Damn it, big brother, use your trump card. The eyes of the leading armored man also burst out with an extremely cold light. In the next moment, he shouted angrily, Yellow Spring Immortality Technique. Boom, his voice suddenly split open, and a self-destructive force swept out, charging directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Were these people trying to die together? He snorted coldly and slashed through heaven and earth with his sword. However, this self-destructive power was really too strong, and he was still affected. Otherwise, it wouldn't be over. The other 3 elders rushed over and roared loudly, Yellow Spring Destruction Technique. Boom, boom. Boom, 3 self-destructive forces hit Lin Xian, directly engulfing Lin Xian. Not good, run. The underworld child also went crazy and quickly fled. The others were terrified, and their scalps went numb. For top 8 crown champions had self-destructed. This power, even 9 crown king wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lunatics. The people of the Yellow Spring sect were all lunatics. The people of the underworld temple were pale, and their bodies trembled. Great, they were dead this time. The people of the Yellow Spring sect all laughed loudly. As for the 4 elders who had self-destructed, their bodies, they actually grew back in the Yellow Spring. The Yellow Spring Destruction Technique was their super trump card. This was a peerless divine ability created by the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and passed it to them. Every time they self-destructed, they would be severely injured and even affect their martial arts foundation. However, it wouldn't kill them. Now that they saw how powerful Lin Xian was, they couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, they finally decided to use this terrifying forbidden technique. From the looks of it, the results were very good. Under this terrifying power, that brat should be dead for sure. These elders had actually come back to life. Underworld Child's face turned ugly when he saw this scene. The powerhouses of the Underworld God Hall also narrowed their eyes. What kind of divine ability is this? It's too powerful. After self-destructing, they could actually come back to life. They were dumbfounded. It seemed that Lin Xian had really died. This is the result of daring to go against the Yellow Spring sect. A cold voice resounded in all directions. Cough, cough. Suddenly, coughing sounds came from the black hole in front of them. Then, a figure walked over. This figure was stained with blood and was abnormally terrifying. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked out and held the void. His face was pale. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. It's indeed beyond my expectations. You should be proud to be able to hurt me. In this world, apart from the great emperor, there are really too few people who can hurt me. However, the game is over. Because you have really angered me. I didn't use my trump card before because I wanted to use you to derive my divine ability. Now, it seemed that there was no need for that. Let's decide the outcome with one move. Lin Xian's voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look. This kid was actually still alive. That's impossible. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The people of the Yellow Spring sect went crazy. The expressions of the four elders who self-destructed also changed drastically. How terrifying was the destructive power just now? How could the other party still be alive? Even the Nine-Crown King should be dead. What's going on with this guy's physique? Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Name dumbfounded, still alive, he was shocked and terrified. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that they still had hope. So what if he was alive? Our Yellow Spring sect is not something you can provoke. Last time, you were lucky, right? Let's see how you're going to dodge my Yellow Spring's destruction art again. The man in the lead snorted coldly. He would also leave. This time, the seven elders were all standing in the sky. They wanted to use all of them to destroy themselves. Boom boom, seven figures dashed over at high speed. Beside Lin Xian, their bodies split apart. Destructive power erupted, wanting to engulf Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Looking at this scene, he coldly laughed. In the next instant, he waved his hand and took out the heaven-devouring jar. Then, he slammed his palm forward. It was over. Following Lin Xian's voice, a terrifying black vortex appeared. It devoured the entire world. What is this? The broken bodies of the seven elders hadn't completely disappeared. When they sensed this aura, their expressions all turned incomparably ugly. It was the aura of an extreme path. It was an extreme path weapon. Damn it, how did he have such a thing? Run away. The seven of them were truly stunned. An extreme path weapon, the weapon of a great emperor. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't fight against it. However, this time, the leader didn't bring Emperor Ming's weapon with him. If this kid wasn't a crown prince, where did he get an extreme path weapon? These people had completely gone crazy. They used the Yellow Spring's destruction art to the extreme. Because they knew that they couldn't escape. They could only kill the other party before the extreme path power came down. Boom, however, Lin Xian's speed was simply too fast. His extreme Dao might instantly envelop the area. It collided with the extreme path power of the seven super mighty figures. An earth-shattering explosion sounded and spread in all directions. The surrounding people were sent flying. Many people from the Yellow Spring sect turned into a bloody mist in an instant. The people of the Underworld God Hall also quickly retreated. The Underworld child retreated into the distance, terrified. Extreme path power? That's right, it was indeed an extreme path weapon. This kid really had a lot of trump cards. However, he could only use a portion of the extreme path power. As a crown prince, he knew that the power required to use an extreme path weapon was really too much. Except for the great emperor who had the power to surpass everything. The others didn't have enough power to completely revive it. In front of them, the explosions kept erupting. It was not until a long time later that they showed signs of subsiding. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. They didn't know how this battle would turn out. In the storm, a figure walked out. His body was stained with blood, but he looked as if he had seen a god. His figure was tall and straight, and his sword Qi soared into the sky. Beside him, there was a jar that kept bobbing up and down. It was that kid. The experts of the Underworld God Hall exclaimed, Lin Wudi is still alive. Did he win? The people of the Yellow Spring sect were in despair. No. The seven elders, the top seven mighty figures, had fallen just like that. They couldn't bear it. These were all 8 crown kings, and among them, they were very terrifying. They couldn't resist the extreme path power. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and the black vortexes in the sky disappeared. Only the sea of blood continued to descend from the sky. They were formed after the deaths of the 7 great elders. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stood above the sea of blood. He was like a sword god, suppressing everything. The Yellow Spring sect is just SOSO. No one can stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Previously, he had also been ambushed and injured. That's great. Will this brat also die? The remaining people of the Yellow Spring sect still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. But soon, they fell into despair again. Because the 2 mouthfuls of blood that Lin Xian coughed up turned into blood swords that filled the sky. In the Qianquan sword technique, everything in the world was a sword. Lin Xian's blood turned into the most terrifying sort of killing that rushed over. No, after seeing the other party's means, how could the people of the Yellow Spring sect dare to continue fighting? They all fled. However, it was already too late. The blood-colored sword qi that filled the sky swept across the world. It pierced through one figure after another. Large amounts of corpses fell from the sky. They all fell into the abyss on both sides of the bridge of helplessness. After falling into the abyss, they would not enter the cycle of reincarnation. These people were very miserable. In the end, the people of the Yellow Spring sect all disappeared. Only Lin Xian stood there. His face was pale, but no one dared to look at him directly. Even the people of the Underworld God Hall were incomparably terrified. This guy was really too terrifying. The Underworld child's body also trembled. The other party was stronger than him, and much stronger. Because he had to face the terrifying lineup of the Yellow Spring sect. He couldn't resist at all. However, the other party did it and even killed all of them. It was really hard to believe. Especially in the end, the other party's blood could turn into a peerless immortal divine ability. Was this guy creating his own Tao? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian took out a drop of the divine spring of life from the sword world. After swallowing it, the cracks on his body quickly healed, and some of his strength also recovered. Then, he walked forward. Underworld Child, who was behind him, was also shocked when he saw this. This guy's recovery power was so strong. Did he have any weakness? Your Highness, let's hurry up and follow him. The powerhouses behind him said. The group also walked over. The further they went on the bridge of helplessness, the stronger the aura of death and pressure. The people of the Underworld Temple were facing a great enemy. Beside Lin Xian, there was a terrifying dragon-shaped sword in tent that formed a sea of swords. It covered him, and wherever the sword qi passed, it could destroy everything. No, we can't go forward. Underworld Child and the others all stopped. Looking at the phantom of the heavenly steel in the distance, they shook their heads and sighed. Damn it, that guy didn't wait for us. The powerhouses of the Underworld Temple gritted their teeth. However, they didn't dare to scold him. The scene of the other party slaughtering everyone was still deeply imprinted in their minds. However, what shocked them was that he didn't use the power of an extreme weapon. He could walk in. That sword qi was also extremely sharp. Lin Xian didn't care about the people behind him. He walked forward with irresistible force. Finally, he came to the front. There was a heavenly steel there. Its surface was smooth, and there were no words. Was this the wordless heavenly steel? Lin Xian tried to use his Rinnegan to investigate. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation enveloped the other party, but there seemed to be a layer of light on the wordless heavenly steel. Like a mirror, it directly bounced back the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian's figure swayed, and he dodged the attack. He was surprised. What a mysterious heavenly steel. In order to avoid trouble, Lin Xian directly swallowed the wordless heavenly steel with the sky-swallowing jar. After all, who knew if the Yellow Spring sect would make a comeback? In addition, there was also the White Bone Cave. He couldn't be careless. After putting away the wordless heavenly steel, Lin Xian turned and said, "Let's go." Underworld Child nodded. He took out a black box. After opening it, a boundless black aura enveloped them. They formed a teleportation array and teleported them away. With a whoosh, the bridge of helplessness became empty once more. Only gusts of chilly wind blew past. In the endless void, 2 figures stood facing each other. Both of them were engulfed in terrifying divine flames. They were the Netherworld Emperor and the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. The 2 of them kept each other in check and did not make a move. This was because if the two great emperors were to fight, the sky would fall and the earth would shatter. In fact, it was highly likely that hell would be completely destroyed. Suddenly, Emperor Hades' eyes flashed. He sensed that Ming Ming and the others from the underworld god hall had returned. Did he succeed? His lips curled up. Since you don't intend to make a move, there's no point in staying any longer. Farewell. With that, Emperor Hades turned and left. The Great Yellow Spring Emperor was taken aback. He instantly recalled something. Could it be that his man had failed? He carefully sensed the situation and found that the soul cards of all the people he sent out were all shattered. Had they all fallen, including those few top-level 8 crown kings? Damn it. The Great Yellow Spring Emperor roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. The water of the Yellow Spring covered heaven and earth. The entire hell was affected. Some families were directly covered by the Yellow Spring and turned into white bones. Countless living beings prostrated themselves on the ground. Spare us, Great Emperor. We are willing to submit to you, Great Yellow Spring Emperor. Please spare us, Great Emperor. However, it was useless. When the Great Emperor was angry, millions of corpses would fall. It was like the end of the world in hell. On the other side, Emperor Hades had returned to the underworld god hall. He activated the Emperor-level array formation to protect the underworld god hall. Moreover, he was sitting there, not afraid of anyone coming. After returning, he said, "How was it, father? We got it." The underworld child was extremely excited. Emperor Hades was also surprised when he heard that. He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and the heaven-devouring jar appeared. A sky steel appeared from within. The sky steel was extremely mysterious. There were no words on it. Emperor Hades was also excited after reading it. He reached out his hand and wanted to grab it. Lin Xian's voice sounded, "If you want to comprehend it, fine. I'll give you 10 days. After 10 days, return the sky steel to me. If you don't return it, you'll have to bear the consequences." After saying that, Lin Xian found a palace and went into seclusion to recover. This guy was too arrogant. The elders of the underworld god hall were angry. How dare he be so rude to their great emperor? Great Emperor, please punish those brats. What could he do if they didn't return it to him? They snorted. Emperor Hades' eyes flickered. He shook his head slightly. This kid is easy to deal with. However, he has a group of experts behind him. I don't want to be enemies with those people. Alright, go back and recover. This time, you've done a great job. I'll reward you handsomely. Go and receive your rewards. Yes, thank you, Great Emperor. These experts were extremely excited. Everyone left. Only the underworld child remained. He was truly shocked. Even his father, the emperor, did not dare to touch this brat so easily. Father, what secrets does this sky steel hold? If it really contains a supreme primordial art, then, do you still want to give it to him? Emperor Hades snorted. If I can't comprehend it in 10 days, it'll be very difficult for me to comprehend it again. Moreover, this was only one sky steel. There were 3 sky steels in total. Obtaining one was not a big deal. He would definitely continue to stay in hell. In fact, even if he obtained 2 sky steels, people from the realm of gods would come to the Hadal Serenity. Why not work with them and use the power of the realm of gods to see the secrets of the sky steel? Alright, you should go and cultivate. This time, you'll know that there's always someone better than you. I hope your confidence won't be shattered. Instead, you'll continue to move forward. Thank you for your teachings, Father. I'll work hard. The underworld child bowed his head deeply. Indeed, he had always been high and mighty in hell. He thought that no one was more powerful than him in terms of bloodline and ability. As long as he was given time, he would be able to overcome everything. In fact, he was even prepared to attack the deity ground in the future. However, Lin Xian's arrival was simply too much of a shock to him. He still had a long way to go. With a wave of his sleeve, Emperor Hades hurried off to study the sky steel. The underworld temple quieted down. Meanwhile, the entire hell was in a state of rage. The Yellow Spring Great's anger had caused hell's doomsday. At first, no one knew who it was. Who dared to anger a great emperor? Then, the news finally spread. It turned out that the Yellow Spring sect had sent a large number of experts. Among them were the 7 halls and 7 top elders, including the 8 crown king. However, all of them had died. Not a single one of them had left alive. When the news spread, the entire hell was stunned. The Yellow Spring sect was one of the top sects in hell. The Yellow Spring Great had single-handedly founded it. Within the sect, there were countless experts, as many as the clouds. Any one of the 7 great halls was more than enough to sweep through the other clans. If the 7 halls worked together, they could sweep through everything. In addition, there were 7 top elders. Such a lineup was simply invincible. Who could defeat them? Who was it that did it? Countless people were shocked. Who could severely injure the Yellow Spring sect? Not long after, the news spread from the Underworld God Hall. For a moment, hell was in an uproar. Was it the Underworld God Hall? As I said, other than the Underworld God Hall and the White Bone Cave, no one else is a match for them. No, I heard that the one who attacked this time was not a powerhouse from the Underworld God Hall, but a young man. Not the Underworld child, what? If it wasn't the Crown Prince, then who could it be? Was there such a hidden powerhouse in the Underworld God Hall? It was said that it was a young man called Woody. Everyone was shocked. Finally, some more news came from the Underworld God Hall. This was intentional by the Underworld God Hall. Even if they didn't say it, the Yellow Spring sect would come to fight. It was better for them to say it in advance and deal a blow to the Yellow Spring sect's momentum. They found out that it was a person called Lin Woody. It was said that he was very young, and even his name was defeated by him. Later, he led the Underworld God Hall to defeat the Yellow Spring sect. It was said that in that battle, the world trembled, and the top powerhouses of the Yellow Spring sect fell at his hands. No way, right? Such a person was really too strong, and he was still so young. Could it be that his talent and bloodline surpassed the Crown Prince's? No one could imagine. At this moment, the families and sects in hell were discussing crazily. Because it was too shocking. All along, they had thought that the strongest person in the younger generation was the Crown Prince. But now, there was someone who surpassed the Crown Prince. How could they not be shocked? After the young geniuses heard this, their faces were filled with shock and despair. As for the older generation, they gasped. It wasn't just the younger generation who couldn't defeat him. Even those older powerhouses and super mighty figures were no match for him. Such a person was very likely to become a great emperor in the future. In the dark forest. After the people of the Luo family heard this, they were also stunned. Wasn't Lin Gongzi the title of Lin Woody? They had heard from Luo that Lin Xian had participated in the Dao-seeking meeting. And he had fought everywhere and defeated many geniuses. What else did he call himself? Lin Woody. They didn't believe it before, but the news that came now shocked them. Not only had Lin Xian defeated a genius, but he had also killed countless experts from the Yellow Spring sect. The people of the Luo clan gasped. The person they had received before was actually such a terrifying person. As for Luo Tianyu, he was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Before this, he had actually looked down on such an expert. Now that he thought about it, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. No, he had to apologize. He had to apologize in person as soon as possible. Oh right, little sister, come with me. Luo Tianyu was afraid that he would be slapped to death by Lin Xian. Thus, he personally brought Luo to the Underworld God Hall. Luo was very happy because she could see Lin Xian again. The two of them immediately set off. The people of the Yellow Spring sect were furious. Damn it, who spread this news? Damn it. It must be the Underworld God Hall, Lin Woody, right? You're dead meat. Our Yellow Spring sect will definitely kill you. I'll make you wish you were dead. Countless frenzied roars could be heard. However, they did not dare to act rashly. Previously, they had sent out such a powerful lineup, but all of them had failed. This time, they would probably need the Great Emperor to act personally. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor was even more murderous. The deaths of those people were nothing to him. As a top-tier Great Emperor, he could summon countless people to come and join his sect with a wave of his hand. What angered him the most was that the wordless Sky Steel had been snatched away by Lin Woody. This was a treasure left behind by an Archean expert. It definitely contained a shocking secret. Therefore, he had to get it. However, with his strength, he could deal with Ming Di. No problem. However, it would be difficult to defeat Ming Di. After all, his strength was similar to Ming Di's. Neither of them could do anything to the other. It seemed that he had to call White Bone Cave. Although he was unwilling, he still went to White Bone Cave. At the same time, the people of the Yellow Spring sect were also preparing. Although a group of experts had fallen, they were still the sect of a great emperor and had a deep foundation. At this moment, they were preparing to take revenge. Some of the experts' eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Wudi, just you wait. I will use your head as a sacrifice to my dead sect members. These people were filled with murderous intent. The people of White Bone Cave naturally received the news. They were extremely shocked. The wordless sky steel had appeared. To be honest, they were too shocked. After all, they had been searching for it. However, some of the elders' faces were ugly. They sighed. Their emperor was not in White Bone Cave. He had gone out. He did not even tell them where to go. He only told them to guard the sect and not let anyone in. They wanted to contact Bone King, but they could not do so. Perhaps Bone King would only appear when White Bone Cave was in a life and death situation. In fact, Bone King could not be blamed. Bone King had also gone to search for the wordless sky steel. This news was extremely important. He and the green-robed Great Emperor joined forces and left without alerting anyone. They had to tell others. If Ming Di or the Yellow Spring Great Emperor searched their souls, the news would be leaked. Therefore, Bone King was very careful. Now that he had not returned, he naturally did not know the situation here. The people of White Bone Cave sighed. It seemed that when Bone King returned, they would have to pass the news to him immediately. However, they did not wait for Bone King. Instead, another person came. It was the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. The yellow spring water filled the sky and surrounded the place. The people of White Bone Cave were on guard. The first elder walked out. He was a blood-red skeleton wearing a cape. At this moment, he bowed respectfully. Supreme Yellow Spring Great Emperor, may I know what brings you here? Behind him, the experts from White Bone Cave also bowed respectfully. They did not dare to be careless in front of a great emperor. I'm here for Bone King. Tell him to come out. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor stood with his hands behind his back. Below, the elders of White Bone Cave were shocked. The first elder said, Yellow Spring Great Emperor, unfortunately, Bone King is in seclusion. I'm afraid he can't meet you. Humph, how dare you lie to me? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor snorted coldly. Below, countless elders spat out blood. The bones in their bodies were cracked, and they were so scared that their bodies were trembling. The first elder braced himself and said, Yellow Spring Great Emperor, please calm down. I did lie to you. But I'm right about one thing. You can't meet Bone King. Because he's not in our White Bone Cave. Did he leave? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor frowned. This time, I'm going to join hands with him to go to the Underworld God Temple and snatch the wordless heavenly steel. Why doesn't he come out? The first elder said, he's really not here. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor checked and frowned, where did the Bone Emperor go? Damn it. He did not have much time. He was not sure if Underworld God had comprehended the wordless heavenly steel. If Underworld God had found clues, then he would have no chance. Therefore, he must attack the Underworld God Temple as soon as possible. With a wave of his sleeve, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor left. Below, the experts of White Bone Cave were shocked. Is the Yellow Spring Great Emperor going to take action? Unfortunately, their Bone King was not here. The first elder said, all those who are 7 Crown King and above, come here. I have something to announce. The elders of the White Bone Cave gathered together. Someone asked, First Elder, what's the matter? The first elder said, now that the Bone Emperor is not here, we need to make a decision whether to join forces with the Emperor of Netherworld. This is related to the wordless heavenly steel. If we can get it, perhaps the Bone Emperor will reward us greatly. I think it's feasible. Some elders nodded. The others discussed for a while, and finally, they all nodded in agreement. Well, let's do it. The first elder said, I'll take a group of people there. Second elder, you're in charge of guarding the sect to prevent others from attacking. Next, the people of the White Bone Cave began to move. The first elder led a group of people to the Yellow Spring sect. They joined forces with the Emperor of Netherworld. Although the Bone Emperor didn't come, the Emperor of Netherworld still agreed. After all, these people also represented the White Bone Cave. Two great Emperor clans against the Underworld Temple. The pressure on the other side would increase a lot. At the same time, a cold murderous intent appeared in the eyes of the Emperor of Netherworld. He wanted to see who it was. Who dared to kill so many experts of the Underworld Temple? Lin Wudi, right? So arrogant. I want to see who you are. This time, he had another purpose, and that was to kill Lin Wudi. Thinking of this, his eyes bloomed with a cold murderous intent. This time, the losses of the Yellow Spring sect were really too serious. The Underworld Temple. Lin Xian temporarily went into seclusion. He quietly cultivated and recovered. With the power of the Sword World, Lin Xian recovered in a few days. However, he didn't go out. Instead, he continued to stay in the Sword World. Previously, his doppelgangers had already dug out some things. At this moment, Lin Xian wanted to see what it was. Several doppelgangers continued to dig. Lin Xian could already see a part of it clearly. It was a sword. Although it was only a small portion, it was enough to shock Lin Xian. This sword was definitely extraordinary. Thinking of the power of the Universe Ring, Lin Xian became excited. Although the Universe Ring was good, he was a swordsman after all. It was not convenient to use it. If he could dig out an ancient sword, he would be able to increase his combat prowess. What kind of treasured sword was it? Lin Xian also began to move. With his participation, the speed of the operation also increased slightly. Finally, he dug out the ancient sword. Its surface was covered in rust, making it look like an ordinary iron sword. If he left it outside, no one would give it a second glance. However, as a top-notch swordsman, Lin Xian could sense that this was only the surface. The real sword was a peerless treasure sword. Lin Xian grabbed it in his hand and waved it gently. He was overjoyed. It danced in the air. The power of this sword was very strong. It was even stronger than the Hell Sword from before. It was even more terrifying than the Great Calamity. At this time, some rust on the iron sword fell off, revealing a cold light. Lin Xian glanced at the sword hilt and saw two words carved on it. Immortal Slaying. Immortal Exterminating Sword. Lin Xian whispered. However, the dragon was shocked. He didn't expect this sword to be here. Do you know? Lin Xian was surprised. The great dragon sword spirit said, I do. The owner of this sword was a man who knew everything about heaven and earth. He was very terrifying. Moreover, he was also a member of the God realm. Now, this sword was buried here. It must have been lost in the battle with the Otherworld Heavenly King. The dragon sword spirit knew some ancient secrets. Of course, he didn't know everything. Because the dragon sword was also broken back then. Moreover, each master of the great dragon sword had been separated by a long period of time. Therefore, there were some things that even the dragon sword spirit didn't know. However, this was enough for Lin Xian. This news shocked Lin Xian. In the past, there had also been a huge gap in the God realm. Moreover, it was not the descendant of the dragon sword spirit. This sword belonged to the other party. The Universe Ring and the Fairy Slaying Sword. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He didn't know how powerful the Fairy Slaying Sword was. The Universe Ring could kill the 8-crowned king instantly. This immortal slaying sword was probably equally terrifying. However, Lin Xian cared more about the material of the Fairy Slaying Sword. As a peerless swordsman, he lacked a suitable sword. Now that he had the Fairy Slaying Sword, it was perfect. Next, Lin Xian continued to study in the sword world. He created his universe sword technique and the heaven-defying sword. These were all part of his inheritance, the heaven-defying art. On the other side, Ming Di was also in seclusion. Terrifying aura surrounded him. A divine fire enveloped the wordless heavenly steel. However, the wordless heavenly steel was too mysterious. Some hazy scenes appeared on it. They were too blurry. Ming Di tried many times, but the scene flashed by. Even his soul couldn't capture it. It seemed that one wordless heavenly steel was not enough. Counting the time, there were still 3 days before he had to return it to that kid. In the next 3 days, he would do his best to see more of those flashing scenes. It would be best if he could imprint them deeply in his mind. Ming Di continued to activate the divine fire. At the same time, 2 people from the underworld temple came. They were Luo Tianyu and Luo Luo. Luo Tianyu was extremely nervous. He asked the elder of the underworld temple, "Where is Lin Gongzi?" The elder was surprised. "You know Lin Gongzi?" Lin Xian was now an important guest of the underworld temple. Luo Luo said, "Of course, he is my big brother Lin." To actually address the other party as big brother, the elder was even more astonished. He respectfully invited the 2 of them in. He said, "Lin Gongzi is in seclusion. I will try to call him for you." The old man sent out a message. Inside the sword world, Lin Xian sensed that the array formation outside was shaking. Was someone looking for him? He walked out of the sword world and found a voice transmission talisman outside. After that, Lin Xian wondered if Luo Luo had come. He opened the array formation. "Come in." His voice rang out. The elder brought the 2 of them in. "Big brother Lin." Luo Luo was extremely happy. After seeing Lin Xian again, her little face turned red. Lin Xian also smiled and said, "Little girl, long time no see." The 2 of them were very familiar with each other. Elder Zhang was also shocked. He quietly retreated. Luo Tianyu, on the other hand, looked extremely embarrassed. He was both afraid and nervous. After a long time, he finally mustered up the courage to say, "Lin Gongzi, I have offended you before. Please spare me this time." Lin Xian stopped smiling and looked at the other party. Suddenly, Luo Tianyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What kind of gaze was this? Before, he had not sensed it. But now, Lin Xian didn't hide his aura. He felt a gaze, like a divine sword, piercing through his body. Luo Luo was also shocked. However, she shook Lin Xian's arm and said, "Big brother Lin, please spare my brother this time, okay?" He didn't mean to. "Fine." Lin Xian said, "For Luo Luo's sake, I'll spare you this time." However, there was no second time. Luo Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly bowed, "Don't worry, young master. I won't dare to do it again." He didn't dare to offend Lin Xian in his life. Boom! At this moment, the underworld god temple shook. A terrifying power pierced through heaven and earth. The expressions of the people of the underworld god temple changed. Luo Luo almost fell, but fortunately, she was supported by Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and looked into the distance, frowning. Luo Tianyu was even more shocked. Someone dares to attack the underworld god temple? Who was it? Underworld child rushed over. The experts of the underworld god hall rushed out one after another. They yelled coldly. Outside the underworld god hall, the aura of the Yellow Spring fell. The Yellow Spring Emperor stood in the sky. His martial monarch realm strength descended and penetrated the formation. It was the Yellow Spring Emperor. The elders of the underworld god hall felt their scalps go numb. Luo Tianyu and Luo Luo also stood at the entrance of the palace and looked into the distance. Luo Tianyu's body trembled under the pressure of this power. Luo Luo's expression also changed. What a terrifying person. He was like a god. Lin Xian frowned. He knew that the emperor was here to take the wordless sky steel. He said, "It's too dangerous here. You should leave. Brother Lin, let's go together." Luo Luo was also worried. Lin Xian shook his head. "He's coming for me." Luo Luo's face was pale. Luo Tianyu's pupils constricted. A great emperor was coming for Lin Xian. This was a deadly situation. However, seeing Lin Xian so calm and confident, Luo Tianyu was even more confused. Did this young man think that he could fight against a great emperor at this moment? Emperor Hades also came out of seclusion. He snorted. "Yellow Spring, you've gone too far. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The terrifying Great Emperor power also rushed into the distance. The two powerful forces collided, shaking the sky and the earth. Emperor Hades came out. Luo Tianyu was stunned. He was a core disciple of the underworld god Hall. However, he had never seen Emperor Hades before. This was the first time. The other experts of the underworld god Hall also heaved a sigh of relief. Greetings, Emperor Hades. They all bowed. Emperor Hades walked forward and waved his sleeve. The wordless sky steel flew to Lin Xian. I didn't understand it. Here, take it back. His voice sounded in Lin Xian's ears. Lin Xian froze and waved his hand. Even a great emperor couldn't understand it. Luo Tianyu was even more shocked. Lin Xian was talking to Emperor Hades. This was unbelievable. He felt that Lin Xian was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Who exactly was the other party? Now, it was already too late to leave. They should have sealed off the underworld god Hall. But don't worry, I'll send you away when the two martial monarchs start fighting. Don't come back, do you hear me? Luolua's face was pale. Luo Tianyu nodded. Don't worry, Lin Gongzi. I know what to do. They knew that the two of them wouldn't be of much help here. It was even possible that Lin Xian would be implicated. Lin Xian took a deep breath, put away the wordless heavenly steel, and walked forward. In the sky, the Yellow Spring Emperor looked down. He said coldly, it's impossible for you to take the wordless heavenly steel for yourself. Hand it over, and we can study it together. Ming Di laughed. What? If they could not snatch it, it would be impossible for them to comprehend it together. Humph, I didn't come alone this time. The White Bone Cave wants to comprehend it too. The Yellow Spring Emperor's voice rang out, and the Underworld God Hall members' expressions turned ugly. Was another martial monarch coming? If so, the Underworld God Hall would not be able to resist at all. Ming Di laughed. Don't try to fool me. I didn't sense the Bone Emperor's energy. The Bone Emperor is not here, but we represent the White Bone Cave. The White Bone Cave's Grand Elder and the others walked over and stood in the sky. Ming Di sneered. You're just an ant. How dare you talk to me? Get lost. The people from the White Bone Cave felt their blood boil as they were all sent flying. The Yellow Spring Emperor sent out a stream of yellow spring fire to block the energy. Then he said, last chance, Ming Di. Will you give it to me or not? Ming Di laughed. What a pity. The wordless heavenly steel is not mine. I can't answer you. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor was taken aback. At this moment, he saw a figure walking over to Ming Di's side. It was not the underworld child, but a young man. Who was it? He stared at the young man. Could this person be the legendary invincible Lin? Did he have the wordless heavenly steel? His eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. Who was Lin Wudi? Get over here and die. The Yellow Spring Emperor's cold voice rang out. Behind him, Luo and Luo Xian's faces were pale. Lin Xian had really been targeted by a martial monarch. Even the people from the Underworld God Hall were incomparably frightened. Lin Xian said, I'm standing right here. Can't you see? How could a martial monarch have such poor eyesight? Lin Xian's words drove everyone crazy. Even the Underworld child swallowed hard. Even he did not dare to be rude to a martial monarch. Was this kid mocking a martial monarch? In the sky, the Yellow Spring Emperor's face darkened. How arrogant and insolent. Looks like you don't know the consequences of offending a martial monarch. Today, I'll let you experience it. His gaze turned into two yellow spring swords and shot toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there, unmoved. The void around him crumbled and the earth cracked. Lin Xian's divine body suppressed the 9 heavens. Of course, he was not strong enough to fight against a martial monarch. However, Lin Xian had made up his mind that the Underworld Emperor would not stand by and do nothing. As expected, when the 2 yellow spring swords came near Lin Xian, the Underworld Emperor grabbed them. The Underworld Emperor grabbed them. You're a martial monarch. Don't you think it's embarrassing to attack a junior? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The Underworld Emperor rose into the air. He had already teamed up with Lin Xian. How could he let Lin Xian die here? If he did, the deity realm's anger would envelop him. Of course, if Lin Xian was not killed by a martial monarch, then he would not be held responsible. At that time, he would even take back the wordless sky steel. Even the deity realm's people could not blame him. He only needed to hold the Yellow Spring Great Emperor back. The rest would depend on Lin Xian's strength. Lin Xian did not know what the Underworld Emperor was thinking. He did not need to know. Without the threat of a martial monarch, Lin Xian was not afraid of the others. He looked at the Yellow Spring sex experts and sneered. You people really don't know what's good for you. The 8 crown champions that came last time were all killed by me. Do you want to die too? You're all people who have awakened from tens of thousands of years ago. It's not easy for you to live until now. I'll give you a chance. Kowtow and submit, and I'll spare your lives. Lin Xian's words rang through the 9 heavens. The Yellow Spring sex people were furious. A young ant dared to be so arrogant. Despicable. Kill him and avenge our people. And us. The people of White Bone Cave also walked out. They would not stand idly by. They had to suppress the other party. It was very likely that the wordless sky steel was on him. The people of the Underworld Temple also rushed out. Do you think we don't exist? The two sides faced each other. Their auras collided. Terrifying cracks spread throughout the 9 heavens. The 2 martial monarchs rushed into the clouds and engaged in an emperor-level battle. That was the battlefield of the martial monarchs. No one could get close. Lin Xian came to the front. He looked around. He said coldly, "Who dares to fight me? Who dares to fight me?" Facing the powerhouses of the heavens, how confident was he? "I'll do it. This kid is too arrogant. Let me do it. I'll fight." One after another, angry shouts sounded. In the blink of an eye, many figures charged towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, sword chi danced in the sky. The people who came were all pierced. A bunch of ants. You're not my match. Lin Xian's gaze swept across again. Who will fight me? Everyone was silent and terrified. Although this person was arrogant, he was really too strong. They had to send out the top powerhouses to fight him one-on-one. I'll fight you. The first elder of the White Bone Cave walked over. This was a blood-red skeleton. The killing intent on his body was earth-shattering. His appearance shocked everyone. The first elder of the White Bone Cave was very powerful. He was almost at the level of the 9-crown king. Now that he made a move, he might really be able to kill this detestable kid. Young man, your end is here. The first elder of the White Bone Cave said coldly. After Lin Xian heard this, he smiled. Oh, you want to fight? Judging from your aura, you're not bad. However, I hope you won't disappoint me. You're really arrogant. The first elder of the White Bone Cave snorted coldly. Let me see how you're invincible in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 red lightning bolts suddenly appeared in his eye sockets. They pierced through the void and charged towards Lin Xian. This attack made the surrounding quasi-emperors tremble in fear. Just a glance was enough to make them unable to withstand it. This first elder of the White Bone Cave was really too powerful. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The first elder of the White Bone Cave took a step forward. An endless sea of blood enveloped the world. The entire space cracked open. The others retreated one after another. They couldn't withstand this power. Could this brat withstand it? The people of the Underworld God Hall were worried. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Looking at the 2 bolts of lightning that were rushing towards him, he reached out and grabbed, suppressing them. Then he said, "Your strength is only so. Show me your full strength. Otherwise, you're simply not worthy of being my opponent." The first elder furrowed his brows tightly. Although it was only 2 of his gazes, they could not be suppressed so easily. From the looks of it, this kid was indeed a powerhouse. However, he was, after all, the great elder of the White Bone Cave. He was very powerful. Even among the 8 crown kings, he was invincible. Although he was surprised, he did not panic. His bony palm slapped out, accompanied by a sea of blood that filled the sky. Anything that was enveloped by it would be reduced to bones. The people of White Bone Cave all laughed coldly. They knew that once the Great Elder was enraged, the other party would definitely die. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a calm expression. Looking at the incoming sea of blood, he punched out. Like the sun in the sky, it pierced through the entire sea of blood. The terrifying sun spun between heaven and earth, evaporating the seawater. Between the heavens and the earth, the sky was filled with the color of blood. Clouds and mist continued to spread. The surrounding people hurriedly put up their defenses. The white-boned Great Elder frowned again. A casual punch was enough to break his divine ability. This kid's physique was really too strong. Moreover, it was an extremely masculine physique. As expected, he was an outsider. It seems that I really have to show my true strength. Well, I'll let you see it. The endless sea of blood surrounded the first elder, condensing into a blood sword. The Blood Drinker Sword. The Blood Drinker Princess from before was also used. This divine ability originally belonged to the Whitebone Cave. The Blood Drinker Princess's sword was worlds apart from the First Elder's sword. Now, as soon as the First Elder's Blood Drinker sword appeared, all the living beings trembled. In addition to the Whitebone Cave, there were also powerhouses from the Yellow Spring sect and the Underworld God Hall. They felt that their chi and blood were about to be absorbed. Just the remaining power of the sword chi was so terrifying. If they were hit by this sword, they would probably die without a doubt. You should be proud to die under the Blood Drinker sword. The Whitebone Great Elder's expression was cold. The Blood Drinker sword in his hand emitted a terrifying cold light. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god of death. Competing in swordsmanship, Lin Xian smiled. How interesting. Well, I'll let you see my sword Dao. Lin Xian waved his hand and shouted coldly, "Sword, come here." Buzz, in his sword world, a ray of light cut through the void and came in front of him. It was held by Lin Xian. The surrounding people were shocked. Did Lin Wuti use a weapon? Even the underworld child was surprised. Previously, Lin Wuti's fists swept in all directions. Even when he used a weapon, he used the sky-devouring jar. Other than that, Lin Wuti also knew how to use other weapons. What level was this sword? They all looked carefully, but soon, they were all stunned. That was because this sword was simply too ordinary. It was covered in rust. What was the origin of such a sword? Everyone was puzzled. The people from the Whitebone Cave laughed. Stupid thing, our First Elder's sword is the Blood Drinker sword. But yours is just an ordinary iron sword. How can you compete with it? The First Elder also snorted coldly. Stupid, you're underestimating your opponent. I'll kill you in 3 moves. The First Elder was angry. In his opinion, the other party was looking down on him. He couldn't stand it. The battle intent on his body was shocking. He slashed with his sword, and a sea of blood surrounded by sword chi fell from the sky. Lin Xian gripped the iron sword with an emotionless expression. This was not an ordinary sword. This was dug out from the ancient land. It was called the Immortal Slaying Sword. It was a sword left behind by a top swordsman in the God realm. Now, although it looked ordinary, its power was definitely extraordinary. Let them see your strength. Lin Xian held the Immortal Slaying Sword. In the next moment, thunder suddenly sounded between heaven and earth, piercing through the sky. Everyone's soul trembled. They suddenly looked up. What was it? Was a thunder expert here? However, that clap of thunder came so suddenly and disappeared so strangely. There was no clue at all. No one was paying attention. At the same time, Emperor Hades and the Emperor of Yellow Spring, who were fighting in the 9th heaven, were also shocked. They felt a trace of mysterious aura from this power. Was there a peerless expert hiding in the surroundings, and at least at the level of a great emperor, because the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth just now startled even them. However, the souls of the 2 great emperors swept over. But they didn't find the enemy. Where was he? This caused them to furrow their brows tightly. Even Lin Xian was taken aback by this. However, they soon understood that the sound just now should be made by the Immortal Slaying Sword. It was indeed extraordinary. The corners of his mouth curled up. Let's show them our sword skills. With the sword in his hand, Lin Xian's entire being became fierce. The sword chi on his body soared into the sky as if it had turned into a peerless sword body. Slash, he slashed out with the sword. It was just an ordinary attack. However, the sword chi that it brought about was really too terrifying. In an instant, heaven and earth were split in half. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard, colliding with the blood drinker sword chi. The biting cold sword light pierced in all directions. Everyone else became nervous. Were the two top swordsmen going to fight each other? They wondered whose sword skills were more powerful. The iron sword was ordinary, but it easily blocked the blood drinker sword. Everyone was shocked. The origin of this sword was indeed extraordinary. The Great Elder also frowned. He snorted coldly, and the blood drinker sword appeared again, turning into thousands of blood dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, charging over from all directions. The blood dragons were 1,000 meters long, and their dragon scales were very real. It seemed that the blood drinker sword had killed a real dragon expert back then. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved the killing immortal sword continuously. Azure sword technique. This was a fatal sword technique. Every time, a little light lit up. Then, thousands of blood dragons split open between their eyebrows, and their bodies were pierced through. They let out wails and turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Lin Xian strode forward again. Wherever he passed, nothing could stop him. Anyone who tried to stop him was split open by his sword. Was that all he had? Again, Lin Xian shouted coldly, another sword strike. The white-boned first elder's face turned extremely ugly. He snorted coldly and swept the blood drinker sword across like an iron chain blocking the river. Boom, it turned into a half-moon arc, and the blood-colored light kept attacking. It was as if the blood-colored moon had descended. This time, not only the sword energy, but the blood drinker sword also rushed over. It carried a bloody aura, which made people tremble before it even got close. However, Lin Xian raised the killing immortal sword to block it. With a clang, the two swords collided, and some of the rust on the killing immortal sword fell off. But it bloomed with a mysterious light. Lin Xian's arm shook. The 9 suns opening the sky, and the killing immortal sword, combined with his peerless sword technique. He forced the Great Elder to retreat. Did this guy actually suppress the Great Elder? The people of the White Bone Cave went crazy. The people of the Yellow Spring sect also exclaimed, "Look, the rust on that sword has fallen off." It actually had such a shocking light. Countless people looked at the killing immortal sword in shock. The origin of this sword was indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian also laughed, heaven-defying sword technique, 9 suns in the sky. This self-created sword technique was once again displayed by him. Previously, the blood drinker sword swept across like a snowy moon. Lin Xian used the same method to kill his opponent. On the tip of the immortal slaying sword, 9 streaks of sword chi appeared, transforming into 9 suns. They circled around each other and crushed down. How could the light of the bright moon compete with the sun? With a slash of his sword, he charged at the Grand Elder. The White Bone Great Elder roared angrily and used the blood drinker sword to block the attack. An earth-shattering collision sound was heard. He kept retreating, crushing the void. Lin Xian said, "Is this your strength? That's all there is to it. You don't deserve to be my opponent. What other trump cards do you have? Take them all out. Otherwise, the battle would be over." With his sword in hand, Lin Xian was incredibly powerful. The people of the White Bone Cave were almost in despair. When had their Great Elder ever been in such a sorry state? The White Bone Great Elder's face was also gloomy. He said coldly, "Young man, you're playing with fire. Do you know the true power of the blood drinker sword? It's not its sharpness, but the blood of countless experts that it has drunk. This blood has all flowed into the blood drinker sword. When I want to use it, I can summon it. Now, I'll let you see the true power of the blood drinker sword." Roar, the Great Elder sneered, and endless laws condensed on his body. The power of his divine fire seed quickly spread throughout the blood drinker sword. Mysterious runes appeared on it. In the next moment, a blood-colored mist filled the air. Then, 3 behemoths appeared. One of them was an elephant, and its body was covered in fearsome hell battle armor. This was the legendary Hell Demon statue. It was very terrifying. The other one was a 9 netherbird. Its entire body was pitch black, and there were black flames dancing on it. The last one was a figure. It seemed to be an unparalleled expert. His figure was incomparably tall. He had a strong physique and no armor on his body. However, he had 2 giant axes. These 3 figures were all condensed from blood. They stood between heaven and earth, as if they were alive. It made everyone's scalp tingle. The people of the underworld god hall exclaimed, "Hell demon statue, 9 Netherbird." These were all from hell. They were a bundle of heaven and earth and were incomparably fierce. It was difficult to see them now. The people of the Yellow Spring sect also exclaimed, "That man can't be the legendary messenger of hell, right?" "Such a person also died under the blood drinker sword," the great elder said. "Do you see? These powerful existences all died under the blood drinker sword. And their power will be used by me." Now, it was all over. As the blood drinker sword waved, the 3 experts quickly rushed over. The hell demon statue had terrifying power. The 9 Netherbird had terrifying flames. And the messenger of hell was incomparably violent, with the power to split open the sky. Even the 9 Crown King would have to temporarily avoid it. This battle was definitely won. The people of the White Bone Cave went crazy. And the people of the Underworld God Hall were in despair. The blood drinker sword was indeed powerful. What a strong power. Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. Facing the 3 behemoths, he looked up to the sky. Then, he smiled, "This is what makes my blood boil." He lowered his head and looked at the god-slaying sword in his hand. He said, "You have killed countless experts in the past. These 3 shouldn't be a problem. Then let me see your power again." Lin Xian didn't use any peerless sword technique. Instead, he held the god-slaying sword and rushed over quickly. It was just an ordinary attack, but under the power of the god-slaying sword, it seemed to have turned into a peerless combat power. Was this kid planning to fight head-on? He was really stupid. The people of the White Bone Cave sneered. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was the first to rush towards the hell demon statue like lightning. The god-slaying sword in his hand slashed down. The hell demon statue had 4 hooves that could suppress hell. At this moment, once it landed, it could completely suppress Lin Xian. However, after the sword, the 4 hooves were cut off, and the hell demon statue fell to the ground. Lin Xian's figure swayed, and the sword wings on his back danced. He charged towards the 9 Netherbird again. This sword was like a flying immortal from outer space. More and more rust fell off the god-slaying sword, and an even more resplendent light bloomed. This sword had killed countless experts of the Nirvana realm back then, and it was famous. Now, it had been discovered by Lin Xian. Finally, it was about to bloom again. One of the 9 Netherbirds' wings was instantly cut off, and it let out a miserable cry. No, how was this possible? The people of the White Bone Cave were crazy. The Great Elder's pupils also shrank. The 3 figures he had summoned were unparalleled powerhouses back in the day. It wasn't easy for the blood drinker sword to kill them. Now that the 3 of them were attacking at the same time, how could this brat possibly withstand their attacks? Moreover, he blocked them so easily. Damn it, there was something wrong with that sword. He realized that the god-slaying sword was no longer rusty. Instead, it had become incomparably mysterious. There was a sparkling light on it that was jumping. What kind of treasure sword was this? Just as he was thinking, the 3rd hell demon statue also let out an angry roar. It turned out that Lin Xian had charged over again. Under the god-slaying sword, the other party's arm disappeared. With another sword, the huge body turned into a bloody mist and fell. Was that all he had? Too weak. Lin Xian held the god-slaying sword and looked down from above. You actually managed to break through my divine ability. Great Elder Whitebone was really stunned. How could the other party kill 3 strong masters so easily? It was too unbelievable. Your supernatural power? Lin Xiao shook his head. Too weak. I'll let you see the heaven-defying sword. Sword chi surrounded Lin Xian's body. His eyes exploded, and the great dragon sword soul roared in his body. He used the heaven-defying sword. A phantom also appeared on the immortal killing sword. It was a hazy figure, like a demon. However, it was surrounded by sword chi. It was sent flying by Lin Xian. That figure was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it pierced through heaven and earth. The people around all went crazy. Why did this move look very similar to the move of the Great Elder's Blood Drinker sword? Was this the heaven-defying sword? It was indeed heaven-defying. Damn it. The Great Elder roared angrily. Was the other party slapping his face? He also wanted to kill him with a sword. The Blood Drinker sword erupted and slashed forward. However, the sword's shadow was extremely terrifying. The sword chi was like a demon, repelling the Blood Drinker sword. In an instant, it turned into a frog and jumped over. Its claws slapped on the Great Elder's body. The Great Elder's physique was very strong. He was about to become the Nine-Crown King. However, under this attack, he was torn into pieces. What was that? The people of the Yellow Spring sect went crazy. The people of the White Bone Cave were also desperate. How could he be so powerful? Their Great Elder had been defeated. Furthermore, he had been severely injured. Who exactly was this person? Lin Xian didn't stop after his sword succeeded. Instead, he continued to attack. Another sword strike turned into a sword dragon, roaring at the sky. The terrifying sword edge once again slashed towards the Grand Elder. The skeletal Grand Elder's shattered body was trying to recover. However, it was pierced through by the merciless sword chi and nailed to the void. These sword chi were indestructible. Not only did they destroy his body, but they also destroyed his soul. He let out a miserable cry. Hurry up and stop him. The Great Elder finally couldn't help it. The people of the White Bone Cave roared crazily and charged over. The people of the Yellow Spring sect were also shocked. Was the first elder defeated in a one-on-one battle? From the looks of it, they had to make a move as well. Kill. The Yellow Spring sect also charged over. The two armies covered the sky and covered the earth. The underworld god Hall wanted to charge out. A great battle broke out in an instant. On White Bone Cave's side, dozens of experts came to the First Elder's side, wanting to save him. However, Lin Xian stepped in the air and said coldly, "Can you save the people I want to kill?" As the immortal slaying sword slashed down, dozens of figures were split in half. However, even more experts from the White Bone Cave rushed over. They would never allow the First Elder to die. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Heaven and earth as the sword, all things as the sword, kill." The weapons in the hands of these people turned into sharp sword lights that slashed out in all directions. Not good, he can control my weapon. Damn it. That stone had actually turned into a peerless killing sword, pay attention to that leaf. Countless cries of astonishment could be heard. At this moment, it seemed to have turned into a world of sword Dao. Lin Xian was like the dominating sword god. Wherever he passed, the sword cut through heaven and earth. The White Bone Grand Elder kept retreating. However, he discovered that Lin Xian had sealed off his path of retreat with a single step. The biting cold sword chi made his hair stand on end. "Who are you?" the First Elder asked in horror. "My name is Lin Wudi. With me around, you can go to hell." Lin Xian swung the immortal slaying sword again. The sword directly killed the First Elder, and the broken bones scattered all over the ground. The First Elder had died. The people from the White Bone Cave had all gone crazy. They wanted to avenge the First Elder, so they all rushed over. However, under the heaven and earth sword formation, they quickly panicked and wanted to escape. Lin Xian would not give these people a chance. Since these people came to kill him, they had to bear the brunt of his anger. Under the sword chi, they would be destroyed. No, how could this guy be so powerful? The experts of the Yellow Spring sect were also falling. They had all gone crazy. In the blink of an eye, half of them had died under his sword chi. Who could defeat this person? In the sky, when the Yellow Spring Emperor sensed this scene, he frowned. He frowned. Is this Lin Wudi? He was indeed powerful. He slapped down with his palm, which transformed into the palm of the underworld and charged toward Lin Xian. Oh no, retreat quickly. Underworld Child and the others retreated frantically. At the same time, they shouted, "Lin Gongzi, dodge quickly." That is the power of the Great Emperor. Lin Xian sensed it immediately. His expression changed drastically, and he used the sky-devouring jar to block it. With a clang, he entered the sky-devouring jar and was sent flying, his blood boiling. At the same time, he looked up at the sky. Yellow Spring Emperor, I will destroy your Yellow Spring sect completely. He crazily attacked the experts of the Yellow Spring sect. Heaven-defying sword, heaven and earth sword intent, Azura sword technique. Except for the illusion demon scripture, which Lin Xian did not use. He used all the other divine abilities one by one. Soul power, Rinnegan, 6 paths of reincarnation. Between heaven and earth, the experts of the Yellow Spring sect held their heads and screamed. In the end, the sword pierced through their glabella. The rust on the immortal slaying sword became less and less. As it was used, it became extremely sharp. Boy, how dare you! The Yellow Spring Emperor in the sky had gone crazy. This guy was even more unscrupulous in killing his disciples. He couldn't stand it and punched out again. Lin Xian hid in the sky-devouring jar and dodged the attack again. However, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The attack of the Great Emperor was absolutely terrifying. Lin Xian roared to the sky. Underworld Emperor, stop him for me. I want to kill all the people of the Yellow Spring sect. In the next moment, Lin Xian completely exploded. Tens of thousands of streams of sword chi were continuously activated. It was a disaster for the Yellow Spring sect. Because no one was a match for Lin Xian. In fact, those quasi-emperors couldn't even block Lin Xian's sword. Quickly joined forces. The elders of the Yellow Spring sect roared crazily. They joined forces, took out the Yellow Spring flag, and swept across heaven and earth. There were thousands of Yellow Spring shields surrounding them. However, they were all split apart by the sword. When the immortal slaying sword fell, some of the others said, "Good opportunity, attack him." In Lin Xian's eyes, the light of reincarnation appeared. The reincarnation sword. Between heaven and earth, a sword shadow slashed down from the sky. In an instant, a large number of Yellow Spring sect experts' souls were harvested. Damn it, the Yellow Spring Emperor had gone crazy. Now, only less than half of the people of the Yellow Spring sect were left. His heart was bleeding. He wanted to note here that it was indeed him who stopped him. Do you really think I don't exist, motionless, underworld god? He formed a seal with his palms and cast a terrifying divine ability. Get lost. The Yellow Spring Emperor roared. The water of the Yellow Spring turned into the Tao of the Yellow Spring, dancing between heaven and earth. The two great emperors fought earth-shattering. For a moment, they couldn't leave at all. After a while, the final scream rang out, and all of the Yellow Spring sect members were dead. The people of the White Bone Cave were so scared that their scalps went numb. The people of the Underworld God Hall were also stunned. Most of them were killed by Lin Xian. His sword was too sharp. He could take away a group of experts with a single sword. Even the 8-crown king couldn't suppress him. Who could compete with him? A sea of blood dyed the sky. Lin Xian stood there, and the sword chi on his body opened up a space. Like a sword god, he looked at the 9 heavens. He said coldly, Yellow Spring Emperor, look at your sect. There's no one left. This is the consequence of attacking me. This is what you get for provoking me. Lin Xian's cold voice spread all around. Those who were still alive felt their scalps go numb. The people of the Bone Cave felt that this kid was crazy. Even the people from the Underworld God Hall sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this guy challenging a great emperor? How dare you challenge me, an ant? In the sky, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor was completely furious. No one had ever dared to challenge him. Lin Xian laughed. So what if I challenge you? Lin Xian took out the sky-swallowing jar, which floated around him and surrounded his body. It was to prevent him from being attacked by the other party. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor looked down and pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He said coldly, young man, do you think you can compete with me with half an extreme weapon in your hand? You're too naive. A terrifying vortex appeared in his hand. From inside, a gate of the Yellow Spring appeared. The aura of extreme Tao spread out. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor's extreme weapon was a gate of the Yellow Spring. As soon as it appeared, it swept across all directions. Everyone was terrified. The Great Emperor with a real Emperor weapon was absolutely terrifying. Emperor Ming roared. Under the ground of the Underworld God Hall, a huge black seal rushed out. The Underworld God Seal. This was his extreme weapon. The two confronted each other. Do you see it, Ant? This is a real extreme weapon. And with me, its power is 10,000 times stronger than yours. How can you stop me? You dare to kill the people of the Yellow Spring sect. I will make you suffer. I will torture you to death, break your bones, pull out your tendons, and skin you alive. I will let you live in despair forever until the world is destroyed. This was a real life worse than death. Hearing this, the other people's scalps went numb. Who could resist the great emperor's anger? It could only be said that this young man was too reckless. Lin Xian clenched his fists. The great emperor's anger? So what? He said in a low voice, Emperor Ming, can you help me restrain him? In the sky, Emperor Ming also frowned. What do you want? To be honest, he also felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. After all, he was also a great emperor. He knew the consequences of challenging a great emperor without any limits. Lin Xian raised his head and smiled. Were great emperors high and mighty? Do you think you can kill me as you wish just because you're a great emperor? I want them to know the consequences of offending me. You're asking me what I want to do, let me answer you. First, Yellow Spring Sect, then White Bone Cave. This voice was filled with boundless killing intent. The moment it appeared, thunder began to descend from the 9 heavens. The Underworld Child and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Emperor Hades raised an eyebrow. Audacious? That wasn't even enough to describe him. The other party was simply too arrogant. Those were 2 big sects, and the other party actually dared to threaten to destroy them. Moreover, it wasn't just against the Yellow Spring sect, but also against White Bone Cave. Did this guy really not know what fear was? Interesting, haha, very interesting. Emperor Hades roared with laughter. I can stop him, but as for you, I don't care if I can kill you. The Underworld Temple won't send anyone to help you. I don't need your help. I just need the Yellow Springs Great Emperor to not appear. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he waved the sky-devouring jar and collected the surrounding sea of blood. The others were shocked. Why did this guy have so much blood and corpses? They didn't know. But Lin Xian had his own plans. He had offended a great emperor. He had to think of a way to save his own life. Was Emperor Hades reliable? He wasn't completely sure. He wouldn't put his life in the hands of others. Besides the Yellow Springs Great Emperor, there was also the Bone Emperor. Therefore, Lin Xian collected the energy for the demonic shadow behind him. This demonic shadow was definitely related to the Demon Emperor. It might even be an extension of the Demon Emperor's life. Lin Xian had already understood. Moreover, Lin Xian had already decided to completely separate from the demonic shadow in hell. Lin Xian didn't even use the phantasmal demon crystal now. However, this demonic shadow was indeed terrifying. Previously, it took the initiative to attack and absorbed the energy of a large number of experts' corpses. Lin Xian took the initiative to absorb the energy and prepared to give it to the demonic shadow. He wanted to make the demonic shadow stronger again. Perhaps he would be able to fend off the martial monarchs for him. After collecting the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, Lin Xian rose into the air. He said, Yellow Springs Great Emperor, I want you to see your sect destroyed with your own eyes. After that, a pair of sword energy wings appeared behind him. They fluttered gently and cut through the void. They disappeared. Damn it, how dare you! The Yellow Springs Great Emperor roared angrily. He also rose into the air, but was stopped by a big dark hand. Emperor Hades said, I won't let you leave. Get lost. Do you want to be my enemy? Emperor Hades' face also darkened. So what if I'm your enemy? We've snatched many treasures before, including the wordless steel and the death god lamp. Have you ever let me do anything? Have you ever cooperated with me? We're enemies. How difficult is it for me to stop you? Emperor Hades, I didn't fight you before because I didn't want to kill you. But since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless. The Yellow Springs Great Emperor rushed up crazily. Emperor Hades snorted coldly. You want to kill me? Let's see what you're capable of. The 2 great emperors were furious, fighting with real fire. they clashed again. Divine flames collided, and the aura of extreme Tao clashed. It was a terrifying battle. The Yellow Springs Great Emperor roared and attacked with all his strength. But he found that the two sides were evenly matched. If this continued, the Yellow Springs sect would be in danger. That kid was too strange, and he wasn't here. He even brought the extreme Tao weapon with him. No, even if he couldn't leave, he had to send the extreme Tao weapon back. With a wave of his hand, the Yellow Springs gate broke through the void and tried to leave. But it was beaten back by a big seal. The Nether God Seal resisted the Yellow Springs sect. Emperor Hades laughed. I said I won't let you go back, including your weapon. You're courting death. This time, the Yellow Spring Emperor had gone completely mad. He unleashed all kinds of mystiques. Emperor Hades was not afraid at all. The battle between the two shook heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire hell and the endless forest were spread out on the ground. They kept kowtowing. To them, this was the end of the world. There were still some people from the Yellow Springs sect guarding the place. The disciples of the Yellow Springs sect looked up at the sky. The young geniuses exclaimed, "This is the aura of our great emperor, right? The great emperor is fighting with someone." An elder walked over and said in a low voice, "The other one is the aura of Emperor Hades." The two great emperors were fighting. They wondered how the battle was going. The Yellow Springs sect was very confident in the Yellow Springs Great Emperor. But Emperor Hades was not to be trifled with. The young disciples said, "Don't worry, we'll be fine. This time, we've joined forces with the White Bone Cave." Of course. The elders nodded in agreement. But at this moment, the entire Yellow Springs sect shook violently. Endless cracks appeared in the void. Many of the young disciples were instantly sent flying. The elders' eyes widened. What's going on? Someone was attacking them. Was it the Yellow Springs sect? Who was it? Did they have a death wish? These people were instantly enraged. Who dared to challenge the Great Emperor sect? Could it be the Nether God Palace? But it shouldn't be. The Nether God Palace didn't have any extra power now. Or was there some reckless family that dared to challenge them at this time? No matter who it was, they must make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. These elders were murderous. They gathered a group of people and rushed outside. Who dares to behave atrociously here? Do you want to die? Kneel down, kowtow, and accept your death. I'll send you to the 18th level of hell. Countless crazy roars came, shaking the 9 heavens and shattering the whole world. At this moment, a figure walked out of the void in front of them. A young figure. He strolled in the crack. The surrounding energy couldn't get close at all. Who are you? Are you the one who attacked our array formation just now? The people of the Yellow Springs sect stared at Lin Xian, their eyes shining with cold light. Which family are you from? Ask your family leader to get over here. These people were still high and mighty. After Lin Xian walked over, he looked at these people and smiled. Do you know Lin Wudi? Lin Wudi? The people in front of him were stunned. Then, a young genius said, "Of course, I heard that the kid is very arrogant. He dared to kill people of the Yellow Springs sect and steal the wordless sky steel. If he dares to come, I'll slap him to death. I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death." Ha ha ha, Lin Xian laughed. You? There was disdain in his eyes. The young disciple's face was red. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? I want to duel with you. A duel of life and death. As a genius, he couldn't stand being looked down upon. Lin Xian didn't pay any heed to Xianxia's words. Not long ago, the Yellow Spring Emperor led a group of masters of the Yellow Spring sect and the powerhouses of the White Bone Palace. They attacked the Nether God Palace. They wanted to seize the wordless sky steel and kill Lin Wudi. Unfortunately, except for the Yellow Spring Emperor, all the people of the Yellow Spring sect had died. They were all killed by Lin Wudi. Are you able to contend against such a person? What? They were all dead. Those from the Yellow Springs sect narrowed their eyes. An elder walked out and said with a cold laugh, "A bunch of nonsense. We have so many experts, and we even have a great emperor protecting us. How could we possibly die? Brat, are you here to die? Tell me, who are you? What was his goal? You don't believe me, I saw it with my own eyes." How could I lie to you, because I am Lin Wudi. I'm not just going to kill those who attacked me. I'm going to destroy the entire Yellow Springs sect. A terrifying sword chi emerged from Lin Xian's body and covered the sky. What? You are Lin Wudi. Damn brat, you still dare to come and kill him, avenge our men. Countless frenzied roars could be heard. They were really angry. Not only did this brat kill their people, he even dared to come to their sect and slap their faces. He was too arrogant. Kill. The three young geniuses charged forward, led by the red-faced man from before. He unleashed the Yellow Spring lightning, which carried a destructive aura. These three geniuses were all very strong. However, Lin Xian's slap turned the three of them into a bloody mist. Then, he flicked his sleeves and said, "Too weak. Kneel down and wait for death. Don't waste my time. I'll give you a quick death." What a powerful technique. He killed 3 platforms with a raise of his hand, which shocked the people of the Yellow Spring sect. However, they were completely furious. Kneel down and wait for death? You think you can do that, arrogant? Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you're strong. The foundation of the Great Emperor's sect is not something you can imagine. Let's kill him together. This time, more than a dozen experts rushed over. The laws on it could crush heaven and earth and sweep across the 8 barren lands. However, Lin Xian sneered. He waved the immortal killing sword, and a terrifying power was released. The whole world was split open. Not good. What kind of sword was this? The pupils of the Yellow Springs sect's elders constricted. They wanted to call for powerhouses, but it was too late. Under this sword, more than a dozen powerhouses' bodies were split open. Those people died in despair. I've said it before. If you kneel down, you'll have a quick death. Otherwise, I'll destroy your hearts and souls. With a sword in hand, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. As he spoke, he walked forward. Quickly retreat. This kid is very strange. Use our array formation to attack him. The leading black-robed elder waved his hand, and everyone retreated into the Yellow Spring sect. Then, they revealed sinister smiles. Arrogant. This is the Great Emperor's array formation. Let's see how you'll die. They all injected energy. The Yellow Springs array formation erupted with power, turning into a Yellow Spring spear that flew forward, piercing through heaven and earth. Even gods and demons had to retreat. Go to hell. The person on the other side sneered. Lin Xian was very fast. Shadowless Heaven's net instantly disappeared. After dodging this attack, he walked forward again. So fast. The young disciple exclaimed. The elders snorted. So what? Let him know the power of the Great Emperor's array formation. They completely activated the Emperor-level array formation. They poured in even more energy, and a lot of spirit veins were put in. The array formation erupted with power again. This time, tens of millions of Yellow Spring spears appeared, covering the entire void. Let's see how you can dodge. They all laughed sinisterly. This time, there was nowhere to dodge. Dodge? I don't need to dodge. Lin Xian took out the heaven-swallowing jar and put himself in. Boom. Boom, in the next moment, the place where he was completely pierced by the Yellow Spring spears. Endless Yellow Springs laws filled the air and tore apart the 9 heavens. The front turned into nothingness. Is that kid dead? The young disciple asked. The elders said, of course. Let's go and admire his death. These people walked out of the array formation. Their faces were filled with schadenfreude. Buzz, in the void in front of them, a black jar flew out. There was a black light and mysterious patterns on it. Then, a hand reached out from the jar. It was like the sun, and the big hand swept across the sky. It directly smashed the dozen or so powerhouses nearby into pieces. Then, another hand rushed out. It was a sword with a little bit of rust on it. However, more than that, it bloomed with sparkling light. This sword was murderous. It had killed countless powerhouses. With a wave of the hand, dozens of powerhouses were split apart. Oh no, he's not dead yet. Retreat quickly. The elders of the Yellow Springs sect exclaimed. The young disciple was so scared that his face turned pale. He turned around and ran. Lin Xian drove the heaven-swallowing jar and rushed in. Hurry up and come in. Activate the Yellow Springs Grand Array. Those people returned. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 powerhouses died outside. The people of the Yellow Springs sect went crazy. Fortunately, at the last moment, they activated the Yellow Springs Grand Array. With a boom, the Yellow Springs Grand Array shook. The heaven-swallowing jar hit it and bounced back. Even the space around the Yellow Springs Grand Formation became dark and lifeless. What a terrifying jar. However, it still couldn't enter. Kid, so what if you're strong? Compared to the Great Emperor's methods, you're too weak. After entering the array formation, the people of the Yellow Springs sect roared ferociously again. It's just a Great Emperor's formation. If it's blocking my way, I'll just break it. Lin Xian walked forward. Inside the formation, the people of the Yellow Springs sect had all gone crazy. What kind of joke is this? This kid must be talking in his sleep. Who do you think you are? Can you break it? Lin Xian took a deep breath. He held the immortal slaying sword with both hands. The power of the great dragon sword soul surged out. The dragon's soul entered the immortal slaying sword. This was a divine sword, coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, it was not weaker than an extreme weapon. Lin Xian opened the sword world, and power surged out. He swung his sword, turning it into an eternal sword light. The Great Emperor's formation was violently impacted and shook rapidly. Then, cracks appeared on it, and it was split open by the sword. Inside the formation, the smiles on the faces of the powerhouses of the Yellow Spring sect disappeared. They knelt on the ground in fear, their bodies trembling. How is this possible? Some of them were already on the verge of tears. The Great Emperor's formation was personally set up by the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. Other than the Great Emperor, who could open it, but now, the other party had split it open with a sword. Retreat quickly. The people inside the formation retreated frantically. Lin Xian's face was a little pale. He retracted the great dragon sword soul into his body again. In the next moment, he raised his head, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. The harvest of doomsday is coming, he said coldly. Then, his figure flashed, and he instantly charged in. After Lin Xian entered, he released a terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi that swept in all directions. The entire Yellow Spring sect shook violently. No, quickly activate the formation and mobilize the power. The powerhouses inside roared crazily. At this moment, another powerhouse walked out. It was a middle-aged man. He was incomparably majestic, and the aura on his body was also extremely terrifying. Great, Mr. Li, you're awake. The people of the Yellow Spring sect seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. They all gathered towards the middle-aged man. Mr. Li, please kill this person. Mr. Li, be careful. The sword in his hand is very terrifying. He has split open the Great Emperor's formation. One voice after another sounded. The middle-aged man frowned and stared ahead. Who are you? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Do you know where this is? The middle-aged man walked over and shouted coldly. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his sleeve and the universe ring flew out. You're courting death. Mr. Li was furious. He was the Nine-Crown King. Even though he had only become the Nine-Crown King not too long ago, his strength was not something that the Eight-Crown King could compare to. Not to mention, the aura of the person before him was only that of a Six-Crown King. The ghost claw reached out and attacked the universe ring. In his opinion, he could shatter this weapon in an instant. With a boom, he let out a miserable cry. His ghost claw was shattered, and blood flowed out. His entire body was also sent flying. What was that? The heaven and earth ring drew an arc in the air and hit him in the back. Instantly, his back split open, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string. How could it be like this? The expressions of the surrounding elders changed drastically when they saw that. They became extremely frightened. Mr. Li was the Nine-Crown King, but he was seriously injured by a single attack. What was a bracelet? After that attack, the universe ring dimmed and returned to Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian soared into the air. His eyes were filled with extremely cold killing intent. Yellow Spring Sect, suffer my wrath. He stood above the 9 heavens and summoned the great dragon sword soul once again. It transformed into 10,000 huge dragons and descended. At the same time, he activated the illusion demon scripture. The demonic shadow behind him also appeared and attacked. This time, Lin Xian didn't stop it. The demonic shadow seemed to be very excited and attacked ruthlessly. In an instant, it charged at the 9-crown king. The 9-crown king, Mr. Li, was originally seriously injured. When he saw the demonic shadow coming, he turned around and fled. However, the demonic shadow instantly enveloped him. He roared ferociously, "Get lost." However, the demonic shadow was too terrifying. Before long, Mr. Li began to beg for mercy in fear, "No, please, let me go." After that, he went silent. "Run. Go and get our great emperor." The people of the Yellow Spring sect had all gone crazy. They couldn't stop it at all. This demonic shadow was summoned by the demon scripture. It was extremely strange. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was determined to use the great dragon sword spirit. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it was worth it to destroy the Yellow Spring sect. What was this aura? Was it the power of the extreme path? He actually had an extreme path weapon. But why was he able to use it? How much energy did he have to use? The young disciples went crazy. The older generation experts also shouted angrily, "Do you know what you're doing? The Yellow Spring's great emperor won't let you go." Lin Xian's face was pale, but his eyes were resolute. He snorted coldly, "It's because he won't let me go that I'm going to destroy the Yellow Spring sect. If you dare to threaten me again, I'll even kill the emperor." A merciless voice rang out, spreading in all directions. The dragon-shaped sword chi had obtained enough power and roared crazily. After rushing down, dozens of elders were turned into ashes. Another dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out, and those young geniuses also turned into blood mist. Next, 10,000 swords descended, and the Yellow Spring sect was completely pierced through. Those formations couldn't protect them at all. Even the emperor's formations were also pierced through. Lin Xian's body trembled. He calculated the time. In 5 seconds, he would close the sword world. The reason for that was because he was also unable to withstand the crazy power. If he wanted to fully activate the great dragon sword soul, he would probably have to become an emperor. 5 seconds later, Lin Xian closed the sword world. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that all the bones in his body were about to break. This power also put a lot of pressure on him. However, when he looked down, he started laughing. At this moment, the Yellow Spring sect had already been pierced through. Below, there was a sea of blood. Those terrifying experts and quasi-emperors were all nailed to the ground. The young geniuses turned into blood mist, and there were still a few people alive. However, at this moment, they held their heads with both hands and screamed crazily. "Demon, you're a demon." Although they were from hell, and some of them had even entered the 18 levels of hell. However, they had never seen such a scene. This was the Yellow Spring sect, the Emperor's sect. It was actually destroyed by someone. This terrifying scene was their nightmare. Lin Xian landed, his body was a little shaky, he quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. At this moment, some of the people who were still alive stood up and said, "Kill him." He was already an arrow at the end of its flight, he had no power left. Yes, that's right, that kind of power was not something he could use. Kill him and avenge our elders. Take him down and let the emperor torture him. These people rushed over crazily. They struck out terrifying laws, all of which blasted onto Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he took a few steps back. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in the next moment, he punched out. "Get lost." This punch was pure physical strength, it directly sent more than a dozen experts flying and pierced through them. Those people died again. The others still wanted to go forward. But at this moment, they stopped, and their bodies trembled. The other party was already so weak that they couldn't kill him? Was the other party immortal? Lin Xian's face was pale. However, he formed a seal with his palms and frantically absorbed the power around him. The heaven-defying art, the 9 turns of the true dragon, appeared on his body. It was a giant dragon, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws as its body rotated in the sky. Every time it rotated, it absorbed the power of heaven and earth and poured it into Lin Xian's body. It healed his injuries. At first, it was very slow, but in the end, it became faster and faster. Lin Xian was creating his own supernatural power. He looked at the last person. There were less than 100 of them left. At this moment, being shrouded by Lin Xian's gaze, they all fell to their knees one by one. "Spare my life. Please, spare me. I'm willing to submit. They're too spineless." Lin Xian shook his head. "Besides, you don't have a chance. Because I promised the Netherworld Emperor that I would let him see his sect destroyed with his own eyes. So, go to hell." Lin Xian slapped out with his palm, and those few figures were instantly killed. Next, Lin Xian used his rinnegan and looked around. He found that most of the people were pierced by the dragon-shaped sword energy, and some were killed by the demonic shadow. At this moment, the demonic shadow was more solid than before. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, ignoring the pressure on his body, and activated the sky-swallowing jar again. He swallowed the surrounding mountains of corpses, the sea of blood, the storage rings, and the broken pieces of the weapons. The demonic figure roared angrily and abruptly turned his head around. There was a cold light in its eyes, and a low roar. Obviously, it was warning Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sped up the devouring speed. He said, "Don't worry, these things are yours, but you can only take them if I give them to you." Buzz, the demonic shadow rushed over in an instant and was less than a meter in front of Lin Xian. The powerful demonic energy hit Lin Xian, making Lin Xian keep retreating. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared out and formed a backbone. Let him be indomitable. Lin Xian also took a step forward. "Are you not convinced? Then let's fight in advance. Don't even think about getting a single bit of power." Emoing looked at the heaven-swallowing jar and sensed the great dragon sword soul. He also saw the immortal execution sword in Lin Xian's hand. He fell silent. Then, his figure gradually disappeared. Lin Xian felt an additional pressure on his body. He quickly took out the jade pendant that Xianxia had given him and put it on. It seemed that the demonic shadow had returned to his body and continued to hibernate. Lin Xian harumphed coldly and collected the remaining corpses into the heaven-devouring jar. He wouldn't be able to stay with the demonic shadow for much longer. He had to use this energy to strengthen the demonic shadow. After dealing with the great Emperor of Hell, he and Mo-ing had completely parted ways. After all, those who walked different paths could not work together. Next, Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he formed a formation near the Yellow Springs Gate. This formation was like a mirror, directly printing the scene of the Yellow Springs Gate in the sky. Countless families and sects in hell looked up at the sky. "Look, what is that? Is it a mirage? How could someone create such a scene? No, why do I feel that this place is terrifying? This is the Yellow Springs Gate. What kind of joke is this? The Yellow Springs Gate is a great emperor's sect. How could it be the Yellow Springs Gate?" Everyone was discussing animatedly. At this moment, another line of words appeared on the mirror in the sky. "Does the Yellow Springs Great Emperor feel the pain?" This formation was condensed by Lin Xian. He transmitted the scene of the Yellow Springs Gate to the sky for everyone to see. The Yellow Springs Great Emperor would definitely see it. So what if he provoked the Great Emperor? He would make the other party feel the pain. After doing this, Lin Xian turned around and continued to move forward. He said that he would first destroy the Yellow Springs Gate, then destroy the White Bone Cave. Now that the Yellow Springs Gate had been destroyed, the White Bone Cave was next. On the Underworld Temple's side, everyone was still waiting worriedly. Because the battle between the two great emperors was not over yet. Fortunately, they were not fighting in the Underworld Temple, but in the endless ninth heaven. Otherwise, the Underworld Temple would have been reduced to ashes long ago. At this moment, Underworld Child exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" There was a reflection in the sky, and they looked carefully. When they saw the line of words left by Lin Xian, they gasped. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Could this be the Yellow Spring sect? Has it really been destroyed? That's impossible. Above the ninth heaven, the Yellow Spring's great emperor naturally saw it too. In the next moment, he let out a crazy roar. His soul suddenly covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire world. The boundless territory was all within the scope of his investigation. When he saw that his sect had been reduced to ruins, he went crazy. He had gone crazy. The other party had really destroyed his Yellow Springs gate, and no one had escaped. His efforts were gone. Although in his opinion, those below the great emperor were all ants. After all, he had spent a long time cultivating them. Now that they had been destroyed, this was a slap in the face. This was unbearable humiliation. He roared at the sky, Lin Wuti, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, the universe, I will catch you. I will catch you and make you suffer a fate worse than death. His voice was heard by everyone in the earth domain. Everyone trembled in fear. Could it be Lin Wuti? No way. He is too bold. He dares to make an enemy of the great emperor. He destroyed the great emperor's sect. This guy is crazy. The Yellow Springs great emperor wanted to leave, but he was firmly stopped by Emperor Ming. Emperor Ming was also surprised. He originally thought that Lin Xian was just joking. He didn't expect him to really do it. Where is he now? Will he attack the White Bone Cave? Thinking of this, he was filled with anticipation. Hell has been peaceful for too long. Let this kid stir up a storm. And let the storm come even more fiercely. He roared angrily, and the underworld god seal swept across the world. He would not let the Yellow Springs great emperor leave. On the other side of the underworld, here, the bones were reborn, turning into an endless mountain range of bones. And in this mountain range, there was a White Bone Cave. It was the Bone Emperor's sect, which was at the level of a great emperor. This place was a forbidden land for life, and no one could easily come here. However, at this moment, Lin Xian arrived. Looking at the White Bone Mountain, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a biting cold light. In the previous battle, he had used a lot of the power of the Sword World. Otherwise, for a large sect to be completely destroyed, it would take a large sect. The amount of time consumed was simply too much. He didn't have so much time to waste. Now that he was dealing with the White Bone Cave, he probably had to end the battle quickly. The Bone Emperor had not appeared, which made Lin Xian extremely worried. Because he guessed that the Bone Emperor had joined forces with the people of the Nirvana realm. If there were great emperors from the Nirvana realm, then there would be two great emperors. Even if they left, he didn't know if the Bone Emperor had left his extreme weapon here. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be extremely careful. Suddenly, he thought of a way, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. In the next moment, he released his aura and hit the 9 heavens. At the same time, he said, Yellow Springs Great Emperor, how does it feel to have your sect destroyed, not satisfied? If not, come and bite me. He took the initiative to show his position, which made the Yellow Springs Great Emperor angry. He was prepared to use the Yellow Springs Great Emperor's hand to test the White Bone Cave. Was that Lin Wuti's voice? Oh my god, is that Sword Chi where Lin Wuti is? Was this guy crazy? This guy was really challenging the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. The people of the Underworld Temple also saw the Sword Chi that pierced through hell. Their expressions changed drastically. What was this guy doing? Could it be that he really couldn't wait to die? Damn it, he had gone too far. The Emperor of Yellow Spring was really mad. A little ant had made him lose face in front of the whole world. He couldn't stand it. The divine fire between his brows kept spreading and covering his whole body. In the next moment, he launched a shocking attack. Divine ability, 10,000 miles pursuit. No matter where you run to, you won't be able to dodge this attack. What's more, Lin Xian took the initiative to show his position. That meant he would die without a doubt. The Underworld Emperor also frowned. He wanted to stop him. However, when he saw Lin Xian's position, he was stunned. In the next moment, he had a strange expression and didn't make a move. Wasn't that the direction of the White Bone Cave? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor was so angry that he couldn't sense it. However, he was very calm. It seemed that Lin Xian wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. This little guy's heart was really black. The divine ability, 10,000 miles pursuit, crossed millions of miles of starry sky. It even pierced through the stars of hell and landed in the place where Lin Xian was. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Endless mountains cracked, and countless black holes appeared in the sky. It was coming. Lin Xian took a deep breath and hurriedly entered the sky-devouring jar. Then, he rushed in the direction of the white bone cave. He chased for thousands of miles and chased fiercely. In the next moment, it enveloped the sky-devouring jar. At the same time, this energy was stored in the white bone cave. The people in the white bone cave raised their heads in horror. They had been chased for tens of thousands of miles, and now, they were all dead. They realized that this was the attack of the Great Emperor, and it was actually aimed at their white bone cave. Not good. Defense, activate the mountain guarding array. The entire white bone mountain near the white bone cave shook violently. The endless bones formed a giant. This giant, holding a shield with both hands, surrounded the entire white bone cave. This was the protective array set up by the Bone Sovereign. His defense was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. No one could compare to him. In the next moment, a violent roar sounded. Lin Xian, who was hiding inside the heaven-devouring jar, also felt an invisible pressure. His 9 young divine body cracked and many of his bones were broken. Without destruction, there would be no construction. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and silently endured. Fortunately, Lin Xian's physique was strong, and he had the heaven-devouring jar. He was only slightly injured, but his life was not in danger. However, this attack landed on the white bone shield. The white bone shield started to shake violently. Cracks even appeared on the surface of the shield. It was about to be pierced through. After all, this 10,000-mile chase contained the wrath of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. Its power was terrifying to the extreme. If not for the fact that Lin Xian possessed the Sword World, he would have been able to continuously provide the power of the heaven-swallowing jar. Otherwise, his body would have been shattered into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. Even so, he still vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor was indeed powerful. A true Great Emperor was definitely the top existence in the universe. Lin Xian was still unable to fight head-on. After this attack, the White Bone Mountain that was tens of thousands of miles long turned into ashes. Only the White Bone Cave was still there. The situation in the White Bone Cave was incomparably miserable. The White Bone Shield was pierced through and a hole appeared. The power of the 10,000-mile chase entered the White Bone Cave and tore open a crack. There was a place in the White Bone Cave that was originally filled with palaces and pavilions. However, at this moment, everything turned into nothingness. Countless people were turned into pieces by this attack. Lin Xian also fell into the ruins. The light on the black jar dimmed. However, Lin Xian still walked out from inside. He looked around. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and then smiled. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be any extreme weapons here. Moreover, the Great Emperors weren't here either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chased for tens of thousands of miles and directly fallen into the White Bone Cave. After all, this was a slap in the face for the Great Emperors. No Great Emperor was willing to see their sect destroyed. Since the Great Emperors weren't here and the extreme weapons weren't here, then Lin Xian had nothing to worry about. The situation in the White Bone Cave was extremely miserable. Those powerhouses and elders were crazily screaming, "What happened? Why did the Yellow Spring Great Emperor attack us? Damn it, is the White Bone Cave a pushover? Our Great Emperor will definitely not forgive you when he returns." These people shouted angrily. Suddenly, they saw a figure appear in the ruins. It was a person. It wasn't a skeleton. This wasn't someone from the White Bone Cave. Who was it? Was it someone from the Yellow Spring sect? Damn it, kill him. These people rushed up. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with light. The 6 paths of reincarnation directly killed the souls of these people. Those corpses fell down. The others were as if they were facing a great enemy. An expert was attacking. They were extremely nervous. Who are you? As Lin Xian swallowed the elixirs in the sword world, he said with a smile, "My name is Lin Wudi. Just now, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor's attack was to kill me." "What? You're that Lin Wudi?" These people were angry. What shocked them even more was the second sentence. "He was chasing after you, you used our white bone cave as a shield. You wanted to shift the blame to the east. Damn it, kill him." Those people roared crazily, "It's all because of this kid." Lin Xian snorted coldly, "You deserve to die. I have no enmity with you. But you actually joined forces with the Yellow Spring sect to kill me. If I was weak, I would have died in your hands long ago. Why are you pretending to be pitiful now? Damn it, didn't the Great Elder kill you?" The surrounding people roared crazily. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Great Elder, he has already died under my sword." "That's impossible." The surrounding people roared crazily. Lin Xian, on the other hand, searched through the spring process and then threw a skull over. "This is your Great Elder's head, right? Take a look." When they saw the bone, the surrounding people went crazy. It was really their Great Elder. Was their Great Elder dead? No. These people roared crazily. Lin Xian had already taken out the immortal slaying sword. The battle broke out. Lin Xian was like a wolf in a flock of sheep, constantly attacking. As he attacked, he used the heaven-defying sword, the Qianquan sword. At the same time, a true dragon appeared on his body. The 9 transformations of the true dragon, the dragon claws reached into the ground and grabbed the spirit veins below the great emperor. That power poured into Lin Xian's body and healed his injuries. Lin Xian released the demonic shadow again. The demonic shadow roared, and a black hole formed in front of him. Inside, there were 1,000 black hands, covering the sky and the earth, grabbing over. These people were all caught in the black hole. This time, the demonic shadow wanted to absorb the power on the spot. Obviously, he was afraid of Lin Xian. Lin Xian also frowned tightly. Forget it, I can't care so much. In any case, he would have to separate from the demonic shadow soon. Therefore, he ignored it. He would just let the demonic shadow attack. No. The people of the bone cave roared crazily. Their faces were filled with despair. A few elders roared at the sky. Send a message to the ancient emperor. The powerhouses of the white bone cave were terrified. They wanted to escape and inform their bone emperor. However, it was useless. A world of sword Dao enveloped the area. The biting cold sword chi destroyed everything. No one could get out. Anyone who got close to it was cut into pieces by the sword chi. The powerhouses of the white bone cave were desperate. At the same time, the battle here attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Although the White Bone Mountain Range was a forbidden area, no one dared to enter. But now, the power here was really terrifying. Even though they were separated by endless mountains, they could still feel it. Some powerhouses of the families and sects rose into the air. They looked into the distance. Someone exclaimed, "Isn't that the White Bone Cave? Oh my god, there was a big battle there." Someone was attacking the White Bone Cave. These people felt that it was unbelievable. Who was so bold, and it seemed that the other party had succeeded. Because the White Bone Cave was already covered in a sea of blood. How many powerhouses would die? How angry would the Bone Emperor be when he knew? In the White Bone Cave, Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god, suppressing and destroying everything. The people of the White Bone Cave were desperate. In the end, those elders rushed into the main hall where the Bone Emperor cultivated. They used their last trump card. The Bone Emperor was not there, but he still left something behind. It was a white bone statue. At this moment, when they saw the white bone statue, they cowed out and said, "Please save us from the fire and water." The white bone statue let out a cracking sound. Then, it started to move slowly. Who was it? How dare he come here and behave so atrociously? His movements were very slow, but his speed was extremely fast. Every step he took shook the sky and the earth. After 3 steps, he was outside. In the next moment, a powerful aura swept in all directions. It was so powerful. Some of the young geniuses of the White Bone Cave were stunned. What was this? They were not sure. However, there were also a few older powerhouses who said, this is the statue that the Bone Emperor made himself. Legend said that it was made according to the Bone Emperor's son. The Bone Emperor had a son. However, he died unexpectedly. In order to commemorate his son, the Bone Emperor created such a statue. Usually, she stayed with him. It was made from special white bones. On top of that, he had spent most of his time with the god monarch, which gave him a terrifying status. Was he finally out of the cave? Was he a different kind of emperor? Lin Xian also stared at the other party and shook his head slightly. So it's not the Bone Emperor. If that's the case, then he's no threat to me. What a stupid thing. Leave it here forever. The skeleton snorted coldly. He raised his hand and a violent force swept towards Lin Xian. The surrounding people were overjoyed. As expected of the Bone Emperor, the statue made by him was indeed terrifying. The moment he made his move, it was already enough. Facing this terrifying white bone palm, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. He raised his arm and slashed out with his sword. The immortal slaying sword shone brightly between heaven and earth. The terrifying storm was split apart, and the skeletal hand was also sent flying. White Bones, who was in front of him, snorted coldly. The opponent's strength was indeed terrifying. However, he was also furious. He struck out with both palms, and the white bone seal was formed. The two palms joined together, forming a huge white bone seal that slammed down fiercely. The surrounding void was shattered. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian waved the immortal slaying sword, and the long sword turned into a sharp aura. It collided with the white bone hard. With a cracking sound, the terrifying white bone seal was pierced through by the sword. Cracks spread out in all directions. Then, Lin Xian slashed with his sword again. The sharp sword light turned into a sword shadow. It enveloped the white bone. The white bone's expression changed, and an extremely terrifying light bloomed from his body. His claws kept dancing, forming 18 big seals. White bone claws. This was also a very terrifying unique skill. Every time, the claws could shatter the sky. It collided with the immortal slaying sword, emitting an earth-shaking sound. The two fought, and Lin Xian was also surprised. He had to admit that this white bone was indeed powerful. It was even more terrifying than the ordinary 8-crown king. However, so what? He held the sword with one hand and performed a heaven-defying sword technique. With the other hand, he clenched his fist and performed a heaven-defying punch. He hit White Bones until he kept retreating. Boom! Boom! Finally, cracks appeared on the White Bone's body. When the powerhouses of the White Bone Cave saw this scene, they all went crazy. This was personally created by the Bone Emperor. The White Bone also roared angrily. A white flame appeared on his body, bringing with it a cold and gloomy aura. It seemed to be able to freeze everything. As expected, the flame spread to the surroundings. The surroundings were frozen. Lin Xian's body also came into contact with the frost. In an instant, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. That was great. The people of the White Bone Cave were delighted. However, in the next moment, the ice sculpture shattered. Sword chi soared into the sky from Lin Xian's body. It cut off the power of the ice. Lin Xian held the immortal slaying sword with both hands and shouted coldly, "Heaven-defying sword, flying immortal from outer space." His entire body leaped high into the air, turning into an arc. He and the scenery became one, and a sword flew out. It split heaven and earth. The ice in the surroundings was also shattered. The White Bone's head was even sent flying by the sword. The headless skeleton fell to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. And in that head, there was a soul that flew towards the depths of the White Bone Palace. Want to leave? The 6 paths of reincarnation suppressed it. Lin Xian used the Rinnegan and opened the 6 paths of reincarnation. The phantoms of the 6 worlds surrounded that soul. That soul let out a miserable voice, "I am the son of the Bone Emperor. You killed me. The Bone Emperor will not spare you." It was just a soul imprint. What was there to be arrogant about? Lin Xian sneered, took out the swallowing heaven jar, and slapped it forward. He had killed the real emperor's son. Not to mention this. "No, you can't kill me. I know a big secret." The white bone suddenly roared. Lin Xian's hand stopped, and a black vortex appeared. He didn't kill the other party. Instead, he sealed the other party. A secret? It was a little interesting. After doing all this, he waved his hand, and the Chankuan sword technique was destroyed. Everything in the surrounding white bone cave turned into sharp swords and flew in all directions. Large amounts of palaces collapsed. Those powerhouses also turned into blood mist. This was the end of the world. Lin Xian rose into the air and disappeared. On this day, hell was shocked. The white bone cave was destroyed. This was really unbelievable. Within a few days, the Netherworld Hall was destroyed, and the white bone cave was destroyed. 2 large sacks were actually razed to the ground. Who was it? Countless people were shocked. This kind of method could be said to be heaven-defying. Of course, the great emperors were not in these 2 sections. Otherwise, they would not have been destroyed so easily. But even so, it was still shocking. Who would be so daring? Some people guessed that it was the Underworld Temple. However, more people shook their heads. The Underworld Temple should not have the guts. Then who was it? They did not know. However, they knew that a storm was about to blow. The 2 great emperors were probably going to overturn the underworld. No matter who made the move, they would all die without a doubt. Lin Xian came to a place where no one was around. He took out the sky-swallowing jar and released the remnant soul of the other party. He said, "Tell me, what's the secret? You'd better be able to impress me. Otherwise, I won't hold back. If I tell you, will you let me go?" The soul roared. Lin Xian said, "You can only trust me. Besides, I can let you go. Because I really don't take you seriously." Damn it. The soul gritted his teeth. Am I despised? However, he was really lucky. This way, he might be able to survive. He said, "My mother knows the whereabouts of a wordless heavenly steel." Do you know why? Can you successfully attack the white bone cave? Because my mother is going to seize that wordless heavenly steel. This is a big secret. Let me go. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. Then, he was overjoyed. Great. He found a wordless heavenly steel. As for the second one, he was worried that he had no clue. He didn't expect that the clue would come now. It turned out that it was with the Bone Emperor. No wonder last time at the Bridge of Helplessness, there was only the Yellow Spring Emperor and no Bone Emperor. It turned out that the other party was going to seize the other wordless heavenly steel. But he didn't know where it was. He asked the soul. The soul said, "I don't know either. Only my mother knows such an important thing." There was another question. Lin Xian asked, "Who did the Bone Emperor team up with? You even know this?" The soul was too shocked. Because this matter was extremely secret. Only he knew. The other elders didn't know. He said, "It's a frog. To be exact, it's half a frog. So it's him." After Lin Xian heard this, he narrowed his eyes. Green-robed Emperor, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Alright, I've told you everything. Let me go. The soul gritted his teeth and said. Lin Xian said, "I only promised not to kill you, but I didn't say that I would let you go. I still have use for you. Since you're in my hands, I don't think the Bone Emperor will attack me easily." You're despicable. The soul roared crazily. Lin Xian shook his head, "I promised not to kill you, and I've done it. As for the rest, you don't have to think too much about it." With a wave of his hand, the black vortex engulfed the other party once more. The road ahead was not going to be easy. Lin Xian took a deep breath. This time, he had offended too many great emperors. He had offended the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and the White Bone Great Emperor. As for the green-robed Great Emperor, they were sworn enemies to begin with. 3 great monarchs were going to deal with him. Even with the help of the Netherworld monarch, he could only stop one great monarch. As for the remaining 2, Lin Xian had a headache just thinking about them. However, since he had chosen this path, he would not regret it. So what if he had to become the enemy of the entire world? He asked Dalong, "What can we do?" Dalong said, "With your current strength, Even if you use the sky-swallowing jar and the great dragon sword, you will not be able to defeat them. It wasn't easy to kill a great emperor. However, hell was also incomparably mystical. There were many places that were forbidden grounds. Perhaps you can borrow the power of hell. After Lin Xian heard this, his eyes lit up. That was a good idea. However, the area was too big, and it wasn't easy to find some forbidden grounds. He thought of the 18 levels of hell. Even in the infernal realm, it was an extremely mysterious place. It seemed like he could go inside to investigate. At this moment, Dalong also said, "Oh right, I remember that the 9th level of hell. It seemed to have sealed an incredible existence. Moreover, there seemed to be something that belonged to him in the ancient land. Look for it. If you can find it, there might be an unexpected effect." Really? Lin Xian was overjoyed. He quickly condensed many clones and began to search in the sword world. At the same time, he headed to the 9th level of hell. The news of the destruction of the White Bone Cave spread and shocked hell. After the people of the underworld temple found out, they also felt dizzy. This guy was really too bold. Even the netherworld monarch wanted to cry but had no tears. Because until now, they still hadn't seen Lin Xian return. Could it be that this kid had escaped? Why did they feel like they had been tricked? The others were also terrified. If the other party ran away, then when Gu Huang returned, he would definitely take revenge on them. The underworld temple was in danger. The netherworld monarch stood in the sky and said, "Do you still want to be my enemy?" That kid had already offended too many people. The netherworld monarch stopped and didn't attack again. He furrowed his brows tightly. Had he been tricked? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel angry. However, at this moment, a flying sword streaked across the sky in the distance. It split open in the air and turned into gorgeous fireworks. Lin Xian's voice came from inside. "Senior Netherworld Monarch, I haven't left hell. When the time comes, let's work together again." Lin Xian's voice made the Netherworld Monarch so angry that he directly shattered the void. He chased after him frantically. This time, the Netherworld Monarch didn't stop him. It seemed that the other party had found a place to hide. Thinking of this, he looked down at the people of the Underworld Temple and said, "From now on, everyone from the Underworld Temple come back. Everyone from the Underworld God Hall, come back. We have to get through this crisis." The other people took a deep breath. In 3 days, they had summoned all the members of the Underworld Temple. These people entered the Underworld Temple. Then, it quickly shrank to the size of a walnut and was swallowed by the Netherworld Monarch. To be honest, he was also afraid that the 2 great emperors would come for revenge. The Netherworld Monarch searched crazily. On the other side, the Bone Emperor and the green-robed Great Emperor had also returned. They were happy because they had obtained a wordless sky steel. With this piece in hand, the rest of the matter would be much easier to handle. When the Bone Emperor returned to the White Bone Mountain, he was stunned. Where was his White Bone Cave? At this moment, there was a ruin below. Endless bone fragments were scattered all over the ground. What happened? The Bone Emperor was stunned. He landed. With a wave of his hand, the bones turned into powder. He strode forward, his eyes searching. Damn it. He discovered that the White Bone Cave had been attacked by someone, and it had been directly destroyed. What happened? The Bone Emperor roared crazily. At this moment, the endless void shattered. The souls of the people in hell trembled. They knew that the Bone Emperor had returned. A storm was coming. The green-robed Great Emperor had a strange look on his face. Not long after they left, a large sect was wiped out by someone. Who was it? Could it be the other 2 sects? In their opinion, only the Netherworld Monarch and the Netherworld Monarch had such means. Could it be that they had joined forces while they were away? Damn it. The Bone Emperor roared. He reached out his white bone claw and grabbed a nearby clan. The clan's villa was destroyed. The palace and the experts were turned into a bloody mist. The clan leader knelt in the white bone claw and begged, "Spare me, Bone Emperor." The Bone Emperor snorted and attacked. The entire clan had been wiped out. When the Bone Emperor heard the news, he went crazy. He said, "The White Bone Cave was destroyed. The Netherworld sect was destroyed. Huh, the green-robed Great Emperor was stunned. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor's sect was also destroyed. Then, the one who did it was definitely the Underworld God Hall. The Underworld Temple's Netherworld monarch was crazy. That didn't seem to be the case. Bone Emperor made his move again. He flew over and searched the souls of all the clans he saw. Along the way, he destroyed more than a dozen clans and finally got a more complete piece of information. Acheron Palace was destroyed first, followed by Whitebone Cave. Before that, the two clans joined hands and went to Underworld Temple to seize the wordless Sky Steel. Damn Emperor Ming! He roared crazily and rushed to Underworld Temple. However, when they arrived, they found that Underworld Temple was gone. Did Emperor Ming escape? As for Ming Di, he had already left behind a message. The wordless Sky Steel was in Lin Wudi's hands. It was also Lin Wudi who destroyed Acheron Palace and Whitebone Cave. Lin Wudi? Bone Emperor frowned. When did this happen? They had come to hell, and such a figure had appeared. The green-robed Great Emperor's face turned ugly. He thought of a brat, an extremely arrogant brat. Could it be that guy? Was he here too? Do you know him? Bone Emperor gritted his teeth. The green-robed Great Emperor said, it's very likely that he's an enemy. But let's find Emperor Ming first. They began to search for Emperor Ming and soon met up with him. Bone Emperor asked, what happened? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor told him everything he knew. When Emperor Ming heard this, he shattered the mountains and rivers below. How could a young man named Lin Wudi, the Six-Crowned King, be so powerful? He couldn't believe it. That boy was very strange. He wasn't from Earth Prison. He came from the outside and had a supreme weapon, half of the sky-swallowing jar. Hearing this, the green-robed Great Emperor said, it's that boy. Damn it, he came to Earth Prison again, he's from the domain of the gods. Bone Emperor's pupils constricted. Emperor Ming was also surprised. Is the domain of the gods, an ancient force, making a comeback? Moreover, a young man was so terrifying. He stared at the green-robed Great Emperor and said, you're from the other world, aren't you? Bone Emperor, did you team up with him? You don't have to worry about this. Bone Emperor said, the most important thing now is to capture Lin Wudi. Thinking of this, Bone Emperor was furious. He was so angry that he vomited blood. This time, it was really too embarrassing. Two Great Emperor sects had been uprooted by Six-Crowned King. If they couldn't find him, they would be too ashamed to face anyone. Search. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor said, I have sealed the hell. That kid can't escape. He was still in hell. The three martial monarchs worked together to search for Lin Xian. Everyone had their own reasons to kill each other. They would not hold back. They would definitely eliminate this hidden danger with their own hands. Lin Xian had already arrived at the 9th layer of hell. This place was incomparably gloomy and terrifying. The surrounding Black Mountain range was filled with chilly winds. There were also countless bone fragments under his feet. It was clear that countless experts were buried here. When night fell, there were all sorts of screams that made one's scalp go numb. During Lin Xian's absence, many wraiths attacked him. However, before they could even get close, they were extinguished by the 9 Suns' divine flame. Lin Xian continued to search the 9th level of hell. However, it was incomparably vast. He used his Rinnegan to search. At the same time, he took out an Earth token. This was given to him by the Soul Emperor, and it also had the aura of the Hell Path. With the combination of the two, it was more convenient for Lin Xian to search. Sure enough, he felt a shocking aura on the 9th level. Especially at night. Moreover, every time the moon was full, the terrifying aura was even more terrifying. It seemed to cover heaven and earth. Lin Xian could hear the sound of breathing at night. Between the inhalation and exhalation, there was supreme power. It was so terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. Who was it? Could it be that a great emperor was buried here? Dalong said, it's not a great emperor. Look around in the deity domain and see if you can find a feather. If you can find it, I'll tell you. Otherwise, you'll just be adding to your troubles. You've already offended so many great emperors. Don't offend her anymore. Lin Xian searched in the sword world with all his might. A feather? He searched for a long time. Finally, he really did find it. A feather was 10,000 meters long. When Lin Xian saw it, he couldn't believe it. Was there such a big feather? Was it a beast? How terrifying was its original body? Daolong, is this it? Lin Xian saw that this feather was extremely sharp. He knocked on it, making a metallic sound. After such a long time, this feather still existed. It was incredible. Daolong said, "It's really here. This is the primordial true feather, not an ordinary feather. Only the top demon birds have it. Moreover, there's only one on each body. How precious do you think it is?" After Lin Xian heard this, he asked in surprise, "Could it be that a demon bird is buried in the 9th level of hell?" Daolong nodded. "Since you found this feather, I can tell you. The 9th level of hell contained the 10,000 Rock King." Lin Xian frowned. He originally thought that if it wasn't a great emperor, it would at least be a supreme, right? But now, it was just a king. "How many crown kings?" 10 crown kings. Daolong said. Lin Xian was stunned. 10 crown kings? That was rare. Daolong said, "No, you don't understand. 10 crown kings are not rare, they're very rare. Those who could become 10 crown kings were very anxious, so they changed this length of time into 1,000,000 years. But there weren't many of them. Even those who had become great emperors hadn't been 10 crown kings before. You have to know that after quasi-emperors, there were great emperors. And quasi-emperors were also divided into strong and weak. So, there were several crown kings. Normally, if 9 crown king took another step forward, he would be able to condense true divine flames and immortal energy. He would become a true great emperor. However, it was very rare for 9 crown king to become 10 crown king. Back then, the Azure Emperor became a great emperor because of 10 crown king. Once he became a great emperor, his combat power was very terrifying, far surpassing other great emperors. However, it was too difficult to become 10 crown king. Even great emperors might not be able to do it. And this 10,000 Rock King was 10 crown king. Lin Xian was shocked. How terrifying was this 10,000 Rock King's talent? He was puzzled. Didn't it become a great emperor in the end? Daolong said, "No, it was more tragic. The person who attacked it back then was a powerhouse from the Nirvana realm. And it was an extremely terrifying virtual immortal. He dared to call himself an immortal." Lin Xian was extremely shocked when he heard this. He had heard more about great emperors. Now that someone called himself an immortal, it must be someone who was extremely powerful. Back then, the virtual immortal had set his eyes on the 10,000 Rock King and wanted to take it as a mount. But the 10,000 Rock King was 10 crown king, and his talent was unparalleled. How could he be willing to be a mount? Even if the other party was a virtual immortal, he wouldn't agree. Therefore, after a great battle, the 10,000 Rock King was injured and suppressed, but he would rather die than submit. The virtual immortal was very angry, so he pulled out his tendons and skinned him, suppressing him in the 9th level of hell. He made him suffer endless pain. Lin Xian was furious when he heard this. The people of hell were really despicable. If he didn't become a mount, he would be skinned and skinned. Daolong said, "Hell is an existence that thinks of itself as the ruler. Anyone who dares to disobey them will end up miserably." The 10,000 Rock King was just one of them. After hearing Daolong's words, Lin Xian sympathized with the king of 10,000 pungs. He took a deep breath, took out the primordial feather, and stood on the 9th level of hell. As soon as he took out the feather, a low roar came from the 9th level of hell. Heaven and earth shook, and a terrifying aura spread out. It seemed like a giant was about to be resurrected. Very few people could come to the 9th level of hell. So the situation here didn't alarm anyone. Lin Xian was shocked. Was this the power of the king of 10,000 pungs? He saw the sky shatter and the earth split open. It formed a bottomless abyss. Then there was another roar. The murderous intent in the sky, along with the storm, engulfed Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out the sky-swallowing jar to block it. At the same time, he raised the feather high and said in a low voice, "I came here with no evil intentions. I want to cooperate with you." Lin Xian waved the feather with all his might. He felt the power of the feather. The roar was even more terrifying. The surrounding earth was torn apart, and a huge corpse appeared below. The corpse was rotten, and white bones appeared in many places. Not only that, there were countless chains on the bones, suppressing it. The king of 10,000 Pung's corpse was too powerful. It was at least 1,000,000 miles long. No wonder a feather was 10,000 meters long. Were you sent by the otherworld heavenly king to humiliate me? I won't submit. A deep voice rang out, sounding extremely stiff. Obviously, the king of 10,000 Pungs hadn't spoken for tens of thousands of years. The murderous intent on his body was shocking. Together with the heaven and earth, it carried a chilling aura. Lin Xian said, I'm not from the otherworld heavenly king. I'm from the realm of the gods. I'm their enemy. The realm of the gods? After hearing this, the king of 10,000 Pung's murderous intent lessened. How can I believe you? Lin Xian said, you don't have to believe me. I'm here to cooperate with you. To be exact, it's a deal. After some time, a great emperor from the otherworld heavenly king will come to kill me. I hope that you can help me block him. If you can do it, I will return your origin stone true feather to you. Really? Hearing this, the king of 10,000 Pungs became excited again. The primordial true feather was the source of its power. If he could obtain it, he might really be able to recover. However, he still said, my current state is very wrong. How many tens of thousands of years had passed? Logically speaking, I should have died long ago. However, I am still alive. Because I was punished. This punishment prevented me from dying. Let me suffer for eternity. After hearing this, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. The means of a virtual immortal are really terrifying. I have a way to help you recover some of your strength temporarily. Furthermore, you only need to restrain him. The reason Lin Xian said this was because De Long had told Lin Xian something else. In the sword world, there was another type of fruit that could be eaten by the 10,000 Pung king. If he ate it, the 10,000 rock king would gain super strength for a short period of time. As for this fruit, Lin Xian had already started to look for it. He remembered that he had seen it once last time. However, at that time, he didn't know its use, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now, he entered the sword world again and began to search. Those clones withstood the enormous pressure and flew in all directions. When the 10,000 Pung king heard this, he said, in that case, I can cooperate with you. Young man, tell me your name. My name is Lin Xian. You can call me Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi. The 10,000 Pung king was stunned. This name is really arrogant. Lin Xian laughed after hearing this. More than one person has said this. However, I like this title. The 10,000 Pung king was silent. He saw Lin Xian's spirit. Back then, he had also reached the 10-crown king at a young age. He was arrogant and unruly, looking down on the world. However, in the end, he was still defeated by someone. Furthermore, he was suppressed here. He was tortured for eternity. If your enemy is really Bayan, I will help you. I don't want you to end up like me. The 10,000 Pung king said in a deep voice. Lin Xian nodded. He even gave the primordial feather to the other party in advance. This made the 10,000 Pung king even more shocked. Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word? Lin Xian shook his head. Senior, you are not that kind of person. Ha 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 ha. The 10,000 Pung king looked up and laughed. That's right. I am not an ungrateful person. I helped you. The 10,000 Pung king's million-mile body took the primordial feather and sank into the ground. He said, before the enemy comes, I still have some time to recover. As for Lin Xian, he was also making the best use of his time to search for that fruit. Dalong said, that fruit is called the once fruit. It was a very strange name. It could make people return to their past state for a short period of time. This had nothing to do with time. It was just an improvement to the body. And the surrounding time and space would not change. This was the best for the 10,000 Pung king. According to Dalong, after eating the once fruit, there would be a period of recovery. This time was uncertain. According to the maturity of the fruit, Lin Xian finally found it. After finding this fruit, Dalong looked at it and said, about 3 days. 3 days? Xian thought for a moment and decided that it was enough. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the 10,000 Pung king. He was ready to lure the enemy here. Take this fruit and swallow it when you see the enemy. 3 days will allow you to temporarily return to your past strength. After the 10,000 Pung king took it, he was also shocked. There is such a fruit. 3 days, I got it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He also rose into the air, left the 9th level of hell, and appeared outside. As soon as he appeared, he passed the news down. He even challenged the Yellow Spring Great Emperor and the Bone Emperor. Yellow Spring Great Emperor, how does it feel to have your sect destroyed? When the Bone Emperor comes back and his sect is gone, is he very angry? Come and bite me. This news spread throughout the underworld in an instant. As a result, the people of the underworld went crazy. This guy appeared again and didn't escape. What was he doing? Was he provoking the great emperors? And it was 2 great emperors. Did he want to die? Soon, the news spread. It wouldn't take long for the 2 great emperors to find out. Sure enough, after the Yellow Spring Great Emperor received the news, his face turned green. On the other side, the Bone Emperor also received the news. This news was passed to him by his subordinates. Because a bone dragon had returned. Beside this bone dragon, there were some white bone powerhouses. He prostrated on the ground. Greetings, Bone Emperor. When the Bone Emperor saw him, he frowned. You are still alive. Where were you before? The Bone Dragon said, previously, I had been leading people to search for the whereabouts of the wordless heavenly steel. So, I didn't participate in the battle of the sect. Please punish me. The Bone Emperor waved his hand and said, forget it, it's not your fault. It's lucky that you are alive. The Bone Dragon thanked him and hurriedly told him what had happened. After hearing this, the Bone Emperor's face turned green. That kid appeared? He really didn't know what was good for him. The green-robed Great Emperor next to him was excited. Catch him. This kid has a lot of treasures on him. It's enough to make us Great Emperors excited. They were ready to move out. The Bone Dragon also led a group of people and hurriedly followed. The 3 great emperors charged towards Lin Xian together. On the other side, Emperor Hades received a voice transmission from a flying sword. Help me block the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. This kid really didn't leave? Emperor Hades was surprised. Soon, he also took action. The current underworld god Hall had already been swallowed into its stomach. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of others' revenge. Since that was the case, he would take action and prepare to intercept the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. However, could that kid fight against the other 2 great emperors? He didn't know. If the other party couldn't fight against them, he would turn around and leave. The 3 great emperors were extremely fast. Their souls covered the sky and soon, they locked onto Lin Xian's position. In the next moment, the void shattered and the 3 great emperors descended. Die, kid, the great emperor of Yellow Spring struck out with his palm. However, at this moment, heaven and earth split open, and Underworld Emperor came out to stop him. Damn it, the great emperor of Yellow Spring roared. Bone Emperor also made his move. He sneered, kid, do you think you can be arrogant with Ming Di protecting you? Ming Di can't even protect himself in front of us 3 great emperors. The white bone palm covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Xian roared and slashed forward with the immortal slaying sword. He wanted to cut off his opponent's arm. With a clang, the 2 collided. It was like 2 divine mountains colliding. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that the immortal slaying sword was extremely sharp and could easily kill 8 Crown King. However, when they hit the skeletal hand, countless sparks flew out. But it didn't cause any damage. There was no crack at all. Instead, his blood and chi were in turmoil. His body cracked open and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. So this is the physique of a great emperor? It's really terrifying. His 9-yang divine body had not reached major completion yet. Otherwise, he might be able to fight back. But now, the gap between him and Bone Emperor was too big. Die, Bone Emperor struck out with his palm. Lin Xian quickly defended himself. The heaven-devouring jar blocked the attack. His blood and chi were in turmoil. Indeed, he had an extreme weapon. When Bone Emperor saw the black jar, he narrowed his eyes and thought, I don't care if you're the 8 Crown King or the 9 Crown King. Even if there were 10,000 of them, they wouldn't be able to block his palm. Anyone below the Great Emperor level would be turned into ashes. However, a single six-crown king had blocked his attack. If word got out, it would definitely shock the universe. Kid, is the heaven-devouring jar your trump card? This weapon is not bad. I'll take it. Bone Emperor's white bone palm reached out again. Lin Xian roared at the sky. He crazily activated the power of the heaven-devouring jar. A black vortex appeared and swallowed him whole. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly fled. You want to leave? You can't run away. Bone Emperor's palm hit the air and pierced through heaven and earth. Then, he quickly charged over. The green-robed Great Emperor shouted coldly. He was coveting Lin Xian's treasures. How could he let him go? Two Great Emperors chased after him. The Yellow Springs Great Emperor wanted to move as well, but was stopped by Ming Di. Emperor Hades sent a telepathic message to Lin Xian. Kid, I can only help you stop one Great Emperor. The rest is up to you. The Underworld's people were. They saw two Great Emperors of Great Emperors chasing after Lin. This Lin Wudi really did not know what was good for him. Even if he had 10,000 emperors. That was for sure. He would definitely die. However, there were also people who were shocked. He was able to block the attack of a Great Emperor at such a young age. Even if he died, his name would be passed down through the ages. Unfortunately, this kid's body was full of treasures. Just now, he used an extreme weapon to block the attack. They wondered which Great Emperor's disciple he was. Everyone in the underworld was watching the battle. However, it didn't take long for them to realize that he had disappeared. There was a terrifying nine-crown king. He looked into the distance. Suddenly, he said, Lin Wudi has entered the 18th level of hell. The two Great Emperors had also entered. Should they follow them and take a look? Some peerless experts wanted to watch the battle with their own eyes. They quietly followed him. Of course, most of them didn't dare to go over. Not to mention the pursuit of the two Great Emperors. At this moment, the two Great Emperors were fighting above hell. Just the aura of the Great Emperors alone swept across all directions. It had already made countless people crawl on the ground. Kid, do you think you can escape after entering the 18th level of hell? It's useless. This place can't scare us. Bone Emperor and the green-robed Great Emperor were chasing after him. However, they frowned. Under normal circumstances, even if a quasi-emperor had an extreme weapon, he wouldn't be able to use it. He wouldn't be able to use much power. But now, Lin Xian was an exception. Where did he get so much power to use an extreme weapon? If they caught him, they had to figure it out. Lin Xian didn't say a word. He flew crazily through several levels of hell. Finally, he arrived at the 9th level of hell. He stopped. Why didn't he run? Behind him, the two Great Emperors followed like shadows. In an instant, they arrived. They sneered and looked ahead. Bone Emperor looked around and said, Is this the tomb you chose for yourself? Buried in the 9th level of hell, you think too highly of yourself. The green-robed Great Emperor also said, Why are you talking to him? Catch him first. He still has a wordless heavenly steel on him. The two Great Emperors were moving. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Wan Pengwang. At the same time, he said, Green-robed Great Emperor, it's time for you to die. The green-robed Great Emperor snorted, A mere ant dares to threaten me? He clapped his claws. Lin Xian didn't move, but the ground under his feet cracked. A white bone-like claw was also raised and collided with the other party. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the white bone-like claw was knocked back. However, it blocked the green-robed Great Emperor's attack. The green-robed Great Emperor frowned, a white bone creature. He looked at Bone Emperor, What do you mean? Bone Emperor also said, If it's not someone from the White Bone Cave, who is it? Did this kid call for reinforcements again? They knew that there was Ming Di before. However, they didn't expect that there was someone else besides Ming Di. The green-robed Great Emperor said, This is the 9th level of hell. I remember that the virtual immortal seemed to have suppressed a demon beast here. Could it be him? Who do you think it is? Bone Emperor asked. The green-robed Great Emperor said, Of course it's Wan Pengwang. I didn't expect that someone would remember me. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, the ground shattered, and a huge monster rose into the air. It covered the sky and the earth, and its terrifying aura was vast. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the figure. However, the green-robed Great Emperor's pupils shrank. King of 10,000 Rock, it's really you. You're not dead yet? Do you still dare to resist? Haven't I punished you enough all these years? He floated up and became Higgins' mount. Bone Emperor also looked forward and exclaimed, is he the King of 10,000 Rock? The legendary 10-crown king. To be honest, he didn't know the King of 10,000 Rock, but he had heard of him. However, he was still amazed. After all, although he was a great emperor, he was only a great emperor who had been promoted from the 9-crown king. He couldn't reach the 10-crown king yet. According to the legends, the quasi-emperors who could become the 10-crown king were all extremely talented. They could defeat everyone in the same level. Therefore, the King of 10,000 Rock's talent was obvious. However, Bone Emperor smiled, he's just a prisoner, and he's neither human nor ghost. He had no chance to become a great emperor. After the King of 10,000 Rock came out, he roared in all directions. He got his true feather, and at the same time, he ate the fruit of the past. Therefore, his power kept rising, as if it was about to reach a peak. 3 days was enough for him to deal with the green-robed Great Emperor. He stared at the green-robed Great Emperor and said coldly, it's you, little frog, who only has half a body. Where's the virtual immortal? Let him come out. The virtual immortal lord has no time to bother with you. I've already become a great emperor, yet you dare to look down on me? Then, I'll suppress you again. The green-robed Great Emperor was furious. Back then, when the 10,000 Rock King swept through the place, Xiaoqian was not even a quasi-emperor. He was still a mere saint. He couldn't even block a single attack from the other party. Back then, the 10,000 Rock King was an existence that he looked up to. However, things were different now. He was already a great emperor. Although it had lost half of its body, it still possessed true immortal energy. As for the other party, he had already become a prisoner. Therefore, he wanted to teach the other party a lesson. The green-robed Great Emperor thrust his palm forward. A terrifying killing intent, together with a sky full of poisonous gas, rushed towards the 10,000 Rock King. The 10,000 Rock King roared. His voice was like thunder as it rushed towards the palm. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. The enormous figure of the 10,000 Peng Emperor shuddered. However, from the looks of it, he did not suffer too much of an impact. He snorted coldly, do you think that just because I've been suppressed for so many years, I'm not as strong as I used to be? My strength is indeed not what it used to be, but it's not something that you, this little frog, can contend against. Damn it. The green-robed Great Emperor was furious. He turned into a bolt of green lightning and rushed over to engage in a fierce battle with the other party. On the other hand, the Bone Emperor didn't make a move at all. After watching a few moves, he was incomparably amazed. Legend had it that 10-crown king was already very close to becoming a great emperor. In fact, he might even be able to compete with the great emperors. Previously, it was only a rumor, but now, he was witnessing it with his own eyes. Sure enough, it was true. Although the green-robed Great Emperor was missing half of his body, he was only handling matters. However, his strength was not something that ordinary quasi-emperors could compare to. 9-crown king was like an ant in front of him. However, it was surprising that the King of 10,000 Rock Fist could withstand it. Beside him, Lin Xian was also surprised. So this is the 10-crown champion? It feels like it's on a completely different level from the 9-crown champion. He had seen the 9-crown king before, and had even used the universe ring to injure him. While they were powerful, they were not so powerful that they were invincible. But now, he had seen the 10,000 Rock King's combat power. It was truly shocking. Apart from the lack of true immortal energy and divine flame, there was nothing else. His physique and strength weren't much different from a great emperor's. It was truly terrifying. Little fellow, you're still in the mood to be envious? You won't have the chance to become the 10-crown king. Because today will be the day of your death. The Bone Emperor turned his head and looked at Lin Xian. There was no need to fear the 10,000 Peng King. He was suppressed here and had no way to escape. So what if he was arrogant? As for the brat in front of him, it was better to deal with him first. He waved his hand, and the divine fire on his body erupted. It was a white flame that appeared in the surroundings and sealed off the entire world. Let's see how you can escape. If you kill me, you will regret it. Lin Xian said coldly. Stupid. Bone Emperor remained unmoved. His eyes shone with a cold light. He flicked his eyes and fired a white flame at Lin Xian. Before it even arrived, Lin Xian already felt as if his body was about to split apart. He shouted angrily, urging the power of his god body to resist. Unable to block it, Lin Xian could only use the heaven-devouring jar. A sonorous sound rang out. Lin Xian was pushed back, and his face turned pale. The Bone Emperor was also surprised. What a strong physique. You can withstand the residual power of my flame. Look at you, you must have the legendary Nine-Yang divine body. In the starry sky, the physique ranked 11th. After reaching the phenomenal level, you can compete with the great emperors. Of course, it's just the physique. Without the real divine fire, you are nothing. Not to mention that your physique hasn't reached the phenomenal level yet. Lin Xian snorted. I heard that you have a son. The Bone Emperor's pupils constricted. After he returned, he found that the statue in the White Bone Cave was gone. Could it be that this brat took it away? Do you know what the consequences of threatening me are? Hand over your soul. Then, kneel on the ground and I will give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Just like the 10,000 Pun King, you will be tortured forever until the end of the universe. The Bone Emperor's voice was so sharp that the 9th level couldn't withstand it. The void kept shattering. Lin Xian sneered. I will also give you a chance. Your son is now a remnant soul. If you don't want him to completely disappear from this world, I advise you to stop as soon as possible and give me your wordless sky steel. I will let go of your son's remnant soul. You're not qualified to talk about conditions with me. The Bone Emperor took a step forward, and his aura erupted. He was a high and mighty emperor, a peerless powerhouse who looked down on the world. What right did a small ant have to negotiate with him? Boom, a terrifying force pressed down. The divine fire pulsed, and a destructive force rushed toward the sky-swallowing official jar. The sky-swallowing jar kept bobbing up and down, like a boat in the sea, which could capsize at any time. Lin Xian, who was inside, was also shocked. Although his life was not in danger, it still made his blood boil. He even spat out blood. He gritted his teeth. Do you think I don't dare to do it? He flipped his hand and grabbed the remnant soul in the depths of the sky-swallowing jar. Then, he slapped him with his palm. The remnant soul let out a miserable cry. No, you promised me that you wouldn't kill me, how dare you? The Bone Emperor was furious. This was the voice of his son's remnant soul. It was indeed in the other party's hands. The other party dared to torture the remnant soul. He shouted angrily, go to hell. He stretched out his palms, and the white bone divine claws grabbed the sky-swallowing jar. He held the sky-swallowing jar in his hand. Lin Xian also gritted his teeth. You're excited, right? Well, let's see if you can kill me. He opened this world and crazily poured power into the sky-swallowing jar. Even after this, the sword world was affected. He couldn't care less. After the sky-swallowing jar received power, it suddenly exploded, and a black light condensed on it. Like a ghost face, it rushed over. The black vortex covered the white bone hand. The two collided, directly tearing the void into a black hole that connected to the universe. After a shocking collision, the sky-swallowing jar was pushed back again, nailing it between heaven and earth. The pair of white bone hands also returned. The light on them was a little dim. The Bone Emperor was really shocked. You can activate the sky-swallowing jar with all your strength. Where did you get the power? He was crazy. Previously, Lin Xian used the sky-swallowing jar to escape all the way. No matter how rich you are, you don't have the power now. How can you still be fully recovered? What? Do you think I have no foundation and can be slaughtered by you? What a joke. My foundation is even richer than yours. Lin Xian sneered in the sky-swallowing jar. He waved his hand, and the divine fire appeared, directly enveloping the white bone remnant soul. The white bone remnant soul let out a miserable cry, "Ah, mother, save me." He already knew that the Bone Emperor had arrived, and at this moment, he was frantically crying for help. Stop. The Bone Emperor let out a sharp roar and rushed over. His eyes turned into a peerless sharp sword, enough to kill any nine-crown king. However, he couldn't kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated the sky-swallowing jar to resist. At the same time, he stood in the sky-swallowing jar like a mad god. There was a trace of madness in his eyes. A cold voice sounded, "Although I am only the six-crown king now, I am not someone who can be suppressed by just anyone. So what if you are the Bone Emperor? So what if you are the Great Emperor?" At this moment, the entire place fell silent. It was as if everyone was stunned by Lin Xian's words. Ha 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 ha. No wonder he dared to call himself Lin Wudi. The king of 10,000 pungs burst into laughter after hearing Lin Xian's words. Boundless energy surged from his body. Meanwhile, the green-robed Great Emperor's face darkened. He couldn't suppress the king of 10,000 pungs. What surprised him even more was that the Bone Emperor couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Are you kidding me? The two Great Emperors were slapped in the face. He let out a furious roar, and his massive body enlarged, turning into a million-mile-long frog. Although he only had half a body, he looked ferocious and terrifying. Today, I will let you know the true power of a great emperor. True immortal opportunity circled around his body, emitting a mysterious aura. Just you? You don't deserve to talk to me. The king of 10,000 pungs was terrifying. Although he was only the king of 10 crowns and not a great emperor, he wasn't afraid of anything. The two behemoths started fighting again. On the other side, the Bone Emperor was trembling in anger. You can't take him down? So what if you have the heaven-devouring jar? She waved her hand and spat out a white bone banner. It grew bigger and bigger with a terrifying aura. This was her extreme weapon. She waved her hand and the white bone banner flew towards the heaven-devouring jar. As the two extreme-grade weapons collided, she charged into the black vortex. Without the heaven-devouring jar, you are just an ant. Let's see how you can be so arrogant in front of me. The Bone Emperor's cold voice could be heard and the vortex was torn apart. When the broken soul in the heaven-devouring jar heard it, it exclaimed, "Great! Mother is here. Kid, you are dead." Lin Xian slapped him, "Shut up. Do you think she can kill me?" In the next moment, Lin Xian's body disappeared. The Bone Emperor couldn't kill Lin Xian again. He couldn't even find his head. Damn kid, where are you? Lin Xian entered the sword world. As soon as he entered, he used a sword chi to seal the broken soul. The broken soul couldn't be seen, only a world of sword Dao could be seen. He shouted angrily, "Damn brat, what did you do to me? My mother will kill you." However, the answer he received was an ice-cold sword aura that pierced through his soul and seriously injured him. The sword world was incomparably mysterious, even Lin Xian was not confident. Although the sword world would not be destroyed, if the Bone Emperor were to charge in, then this secret would not be able to be kept. However, this was a critical moment. Lin Xian couldn't care less. With a wave of his hand, the universe ring appeared in his hand. He was ready to find an opportunity to strike. Outside, Lin Xian disappeared into thin air, causing the Bone Emperor to be stunned. Space? She raised her head and roared, her soul filling the 9 heavens. Not to mention the 18 levels of hell, even the entire underworld had been enveloped by her. However, she still couldn't find any trace of him. Impossible? An insignificant quasi-emperor did not have the strength to use the power of space to escape from her. The other party hid nearby. Although, what kind of method was that? She didn't know, but she wouldn't let him go. Let the entire 9th level be destroyed. The Bone Emperor roared to the sky. She soared into the sky and then punched down. The space of the 9th level was completely shattered, and the sword world shook. Lin Xian frowned, "Is this guy crazy?" It seemed that he couldn't be so passive anymore. He directly threw out the universe ring, and a golden light pierced through the 9 heavens. With a roar, it whizzed out and charged into the sky. Found you. The Bone Emperor sneered, rushed over, and slapped the universe ring. She didn't care about such an attack. If it wasn't an extreme weapon, she was not afraid of anything. With a loud clang, her body swayed from the impact. The universe ring flew backward at an even faster speed and sank into the ground. As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he quickly withdrew the universe ring. The Bone Emperor stopped in midair. She was stunned. What was that just now? She didn't sense it. However, it was invincible. He hit her once. Although it didn't cause her any harm, it stopped her in her tracks. In fact, that thing wasn't even damaged. Where did this kid get such a treasure from? Her eyes emitted a cold light, as if the entire 9th level had turned into a world of ice and snow. She roared and charged over again. Lin Xian disappeared from this world that was as still as a sword. As expected of a great emperor, his physique was strong enough. The universe ring was useless. His voice sounded, "Bone Emperor, my trump card is not something you can imagine. We have no enmity, so why do we have to fight to the death? I only have one enemy, the green-robed Great Emperor. Also, do you really want your son to be turned into ashes? I promise that before you kill me, your son's remnant soul will disappear first. Even if you have heaven-defying means, you won't be able to recover because I have a Rinnegan. I can make him disappear completely." After saying all this, he threw out another soul force. In the sky, an eye appeared, releasing the aura of the 6 paths of reincarnation, as if forming a 6 paths world. Bone Emperor didn't make a move when she felt this power. She frowned. That's true. His means are too strange. In fact, the other party was capable of killing her son's soul right now. Thus, she was afraid of shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. She gritted her teeth and said, "What do you want?" "It's simple. Use the wordless heavenly steel in exchange for your son's life, and you have to let me go." "Bone Emperor, don't listen to him. This kid is not qualified to negotiate with us." The green-robed Great Emperor roared crazily in the distance. Bone Emperor roared, "Shut up." The green-robed Great Emperor was stunned. Then, he was sent flying by the King of Rock's wings. He stomped his feet in pain. Damn it, this woman is too stupid. She doesn't even want the treasure for a remnant soul? The green-robed Great Emperor was furious. If it were him, he wouldn't care whose remnant soul it was. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. He wouldn't hesitate at all, let alone negotiate. But now, the Bone Emperor was hesitating. The King of Rock seemed to have seen through the green-robed Great Emperor's thoughts. He snorted, "Heartless animal." The green-robed Great Emperor roared, "What do you know? I'm a high and mighty Great Emperor. I'm an immortal in the mortal world. What feelings do I have? Immortality and infinite power are my pursuits." Although he said so, this was just the green-robed Great Emperor's personal opinion. Bone Emperor stopped. Her face was gloomy. To be honest, she didn't want her son's remnant soul to disappear. Although the wordless heavenly steel was very important, she still hesitated at this moment. At this moment, the bone dragon behind her was crawling on the ground. He said telepathically, "Lord Bone Emperor, why don't we beat him at his own game and give him a fake one? You can leave the real one with me temporarily. Even if that kid is suspicious, he won't be able to find anything." Bone Emperor narrowed her eyes and nodded, "That's the only way." As for the bone dragon behind her, she didn't doubt him. He was her subordinate and was extremely loyal. So, she secretly gave the real wordless heavenly steel to him. The bone dragon took out a fake one. He couldn't tell if it was real or not. Bone dragon said. Bone Emperor glanced at it and was stunned. Indeed, she couldn't tell if it was real or not at first glance. She thought that the kid wouldn't notice it. So, she said, "I can trade with you." Great. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He was right. The Bone Emperor was different from the green-robed Emperor. It had feelings. "Give me the wordless heavenly steel and let me go. I will release your son's remnant soul." "No, let's trade together," Bone Emperor said. Lin Xian sneered, "After the trade, I will have no more trump cards. I can't defeat you. What if you kill me? So, you must let me go first." "Well, you better keep your promise. Otherwise, I will catch you even if you run to the end of the world. I will make you suffer forever." She waved her hand and threw the wordless heavenly steel to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it and observed it. His Rinnegan shone. Bone Emperor was very nervous during the process. She was afraid that Lin Xian would notice something wrong. But not long after, Lin Xian withdrew his reincarnation power. He nodded and said, "Very good. Let me go now. Break the void." Boom, Bone Emperor broke the void and connected with the universe. Lin Xian entered the black hole. He covered the sky-swallowing jar and slowly disappeared. 3 days later, go to the edge of the netherworld and find your son's remnant soul. A cold voice sounded. Then, Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Damn it. You let him go. The green-robed emperor in the distance roared crazily. He abandoned the king of rock and rushed to the universe. But he was stopped by Bone Emperor with the white bone banner. What are you doing? The green-robed emperor roared, "Are you going to be my enemy?" Bone Emperor said, "Don't be angry. Save my son first. That kid can't run away." She sent a message to the green-robed emperor. After hearing it, the green-robed emperor smiled cruelly, "I see. I thought you were stupid. Well, let's not care about that kid. Help me suppress the king of rock first." The Bone Emperor also turned his gaze over. Wanpeng King snorted coldly. 2 against 1? I'm not in the mood to deal with you. Its body entered the ground, and it didn't plan on fighting anymore. It's not up to you to decide whether to fight or not. The green-robed Great Emperor charged into the ground. She had not been able to take down the other party in the previous exchange, which made her feel ashamed. Now that he was cooperating with the Bone Emperor, he had to give the 10,000 Rock King a good beating. However, not long after, he was sent flying. A crack had even appeared on his body. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The Bone Emperor was also horrified. She stared at the ground where a mysterious energy was circling around. No one could get close to it. The king of 10,000 Pung sneered, "Do you think you can fight just because you want to? If I don't agree, you can't enter." Damn it. The green-robed Great Emperor gritted his teeth. He looked at it carefully for a long time and said, "This is an array set up by the virtual immortal to suppress the opponent. Damn it. That guy can't escape, and I can't get in." He was so angry that he vomited blood. "Since that's the case, let's go," the Bone Emperor said. She was not interested in the king of 10,000 pungs. What she wanted was the remnant soul of her son. She waved her hand to summon the bone dragon. The Bone Emperor was stunned. Her hand stopped in midair. The next moment, she let out a shrill scream. She found that the bone dragon had disappeared. Lin Xian was gone, and so was the bone dragon. Damn it, what's going on? She was instantly furious. The wrath of the earth swept across the land again, shaking the entire area. Her soul covered the sky and earth. The green-robed Great Emperor also asked, "What's going on?" The Bone Emperor said, "Just now, I gave the fake wordless heavenly steel to Lin Wudi, and I gave the real one to my subordinate, the Bone Dragon. But now Lin Wudi and the Bone Dragon are gone." What? You mean the real wordless heavenly steel is gone? The green-robed Great Emperor's face changed drastically. Did Lin Wudi secretly take it away? The Bone Emperor shook her head. He doesn't have the ability. He's just 6 Crown King. Damn it, Bone Dragon, how dare you betray me? The Bone Emperor roared at the sky. She found that she had made a huge mistake. She had always thought that under her control, her subordinates were loyal and no one dared to betray her. But now, there was an exception. The Bone Dragon betrayed her and left with the real wordless heavenly steel. She sealed off hell. In an instant, her white bone banner tore through the void and arrived above hell, unleashing an endless amount of white bone flames. The entire area was sealed off. The green-robed Great Emperor stomped his feet in anger. He didn't care about what happened before, but the disappearance of the wordless heavenly steel made him panic. So he had to hurry up and find it. The souls of the 2 great emperors swept across the land again. The people of hell prostrated themselves on the ground again. Why were the 2 great emperors so angry? Where was Lin Wudi? Was he killed? They didn't know. Outside hell, a 1,000-meter-long bone dragon flew quickly. His dragon claw carried a wordless heavenly steel. Then, he raised his head and laughed proudly. Ha 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 ha, stupid Bone Emperor, I am not your subordinate. I am the 5th Dragon General of the Dragon Emperor, I will take the wordless heavenly steel on behalf of the Dragon Emperor. Ha 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 ha. He was extremely proud. Then, his huge body disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, Lin Xian appeared in the universe. Then, he turned into a sword light and left quickly. As he left, he tossed the remnant soul away. He was afraid that the Bone Emperor would be able to locate him if he brought it along. So, it would be a disaster if he kept it by his side. Anyway, the wordless heavenly steel was in his hands. After the remnant soul was thrown away, it quickly ran towards the edge of hell. On Lin Xian's side, he flew through the universe and entered the deity land. The deity land was vast. It was above the universe. After entering the deity land, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he found a quiet place and went into seclusion. First, he recovered his body. Previously, he had used the power of the sword world many times. This made Lin Xian nervous. It seemed that he had to let the sword world recover properly. Then, she took out the wordless heavenly steel that she had obtained. The two wordless heavenly steels shone in the air and intertwined with each other. One of them was releasing a mysterious aura. However, the other one did not seem to have any changes. This made Lin Xian frown slightly. He tried many methods. He even wanted to merge the two wordless heavenly steels. When the two wordless heavenly steels were close to each other, a crack appeared on the shining wordless heavenly steel. Lin Xian suddenly stood up and frowned. What's going on? Was I cheated? A trace of anger and killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The Bone Emperor is really good. Even my Rinnegan can't find out the truth. He did not know that the Bone Emperor was also very angry at this moment. The item was taken away by the 5th Dragon General. At this moment, a bell on Lin Xian's body rang. A message came from it, which made Lin Xian stunned. The news came from the Hellfire Dragon. Lin Xian was shocked. He wanted to bring him to hell, but he ran away. However, this guy actually ran away. Who knew where he was now? He picked up the transmission bell and heard the voice coming from it. Kid, guess who I saw? The 5th Dragon General. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked as well. To think that he would meet the 5th Dragon General, where is he? Who is he? He asked. The Hellfire Dragon said, I didn't expect the 5th Dragon General to be a bone dragon. I heard he just came out of hell. Lin Xian was shocked. Suddenly, he remembered he saw a bone dragon when he first came to hell. He seemed to be from the White Bone Cave. Previously, when he was attacking the White Bone Cave, he did not see the other party. Could it be that the other party ran away at that time? Lin Xian asked telepathically. After a while, the Hellfire Dragon said, the 5th Dragon General seemed to have done something incredible. I'll check it out for you. The Hellfire Dragon pretended to be the 6th Dragon General to deceive the 5th Dragon General. Therefore, the 5th Dragon General didn't take any precautions. He then told them how he had tricked the wordless heavenly steel. The Hellfire Dragon was shocked after hearing it, and immediately told Lin Xian about it. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes widened. So that's how it is. No wonder the wordless heavenly steel he obtained was fake. He was tricked by the 5th Dragon General. The Hellfire Dragon used the sound transmission bell and laughed. Haha, kid, are you the one who got tricked? Lin Xian's face darkened. You're still talking about it? Get it back. Kid, do you want me to kill this guy? Lin Xian said, no, you steal it back secretly and spread the news that he's the Dragon Emperor's subordinate. He's looking for the Dragon Queen. It's best to spread the news to hell. The Hellfire Dragon was shocked, then laughed. Kid, you're ruthless. You want to kill the Dragon Queen with the help of the Bone Emperor. Don't worry, leave it to me. Lin Xian held the voice transmission bell and repeatedly urged him to obtain the wordless heavenly steel. Turning off the bell, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Great, the second wordless heavenly steel was found. He believed that the Hellfire Dragon would be fine. As expected, the Hellfire Dragon tricked the wordless heavenly steel away. At the same time, he sent the news to Hell. Not long after, the people of Hell knew about it. Have you heard? It turned out that the bone dragon of the White Bone Cave was actually an expert of the dragon tribe. It was said that he was the fifth dragon general under the Dragon Emperor. Legend has it that he swindled a treasure called the wordless heavenly steel. This Bone Emperor was truly too pitiful. First, his sect was destroyed, and then, the people around him betrayed him. When the news reached the Bone Emperor's ears, he was furious. The fifth dragon general was the Dragon Emperor's man. Damn it, he still dares to look for the Dragon Queen now. Kill, she roared angrily at the sky. A mere Dragon Queen dares to compete with me? On this day, Gu Huang stood in the sky. He formed a seal with his hands and mobilized the entire underworld. The underworld shook. Some of the dead turned into white bones. Their corpses broke out from the ground. The Bone Emperor used the White Bone Banner to summon an endless forest of white bones. An army of white bones was formed. Then, the army charged out. She wanted to kill her way out of hell and to the deity ground. At this moment, the people of hell were shocked. Some families even joined the army. Because they also wanted to set foot on the deity ground. They wanted to see how magical this legendary deity ground was. In an instant, countless people moved. It was a mighty and terrifying scene. The green-robed Great Emperor's face was cold. He didn't follow them because he didn't know if he could find it. If the news reached the other side, he would be in trouble. So, he had to stay here and get the other wordless heavenly steel. The other one was with Lin Xian. Taking a deep breath, the green-robed Great Emperor made up his mind. I'll use this treasure. Although it pained him, he had to do it in order to get the other wordless heavenly steel. He took out an item from his storage ring. It was a crystal that emitted a mysterious light. It was hexagonal and was only the size of a fingernail. However, the green-robed Great Emperor carefully held it in his hand. As a Great Emperor, he valued it so much. One could imagine how extraordinary this crystal was. The green-robed Emperor placed the crystal between his eyebrows and closed his eyes. He began picturing Lin Xian in his mind. In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure appeared in the crystal. At first, it was blurry, but then, it became more and more real. The green-robed Great Emperor formed a seal with his hands. Endless immortal spells poured into the crystal. Then he said, "Come out." As his voice rang out, the crystal suddenly emitted a mysterious light. A force entered the void and disappeared. In the vast universe, Lin Xian was in a good mood. This time, he had successfully stopped the Otherworld Heavenly King and explored the ninth underworld. He had completed the mission his father gave him. Lin Xian was also preparing to return to the deity ground. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed across the dark universe. Then, the world around him collapsed. It was terrifying. A mysterious aura shrouded him. Damn it, what's this? Lin Xian roared. Before he could react, the aura took him away. In the next moment, Lin Xian roared to the sky. The great dragon sword soul in his body released a terrifying sword chi that split the void. His expression was cold as he probed. This wasn't the universe, but hell. The surrounding aura was cold and gloomy. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Only hell would have such a scene. Didn't he leave? Why did he come back? Damn it, could it be that mysterious light? What was that? Hee hee, kid, welcome back. A cold voice came from afar. Lin Xian's hair stood on end. Lin Xian looked up. His pupils constricted. It was the green-robed Great Emperor. He saw the green-robed Great Emperor standing not far from him. The green-robed Great Emperor was looking at him with a cold smile. You're the one behind this. Lin Xian's face darkened. Needless to say, it was the Great Emperor's doing. The crystal between the green-robed Great Emperor's eyebrows cracked open. The green-robed Great Emperor snorted. That's right. In order to find you, I wasted a precious treasure. But I won't let you escape. He waved his hand and sealed the entire world. This time, you won't be able to escape. Also, there's no Wanping King to help you. There's only the two of us. Damn it. Lin Xian roared. He wanted to leave, but the green-robed Great Emperor stopped him. Lin Xian roared to the sky. Where's Ming Di? The green-robed Great Emperor smiled. It's useless. Bone King brought people to the deity ground. Ming Di is there too. No one can help you now. You can die in peace. The green-robed great emperor was very excited. This was his best chance to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened. No one can help me? Then he could only fight with his back against the wall. Thinking of this, he took out the devouring heaven jar and the great dragon sword. He was facing a great enemy. After all, the person in front of him was a true great emperor. The great dragon sword spirit and the devouring heaven jar were really treasures. But how much of their power could you use? The green-robed great emperor sneered and suddenly attacked. Lin Xian roared angrily. The heaven-devouring jar blocked the attack, creating an endless black vortex. With a loud explosion, he was forced back. His blood boiled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The green-robed great emperor laughed loudly. Useless brat. So what if you've fully recovered and have an extreme weapon? You're still no match for me. I'll let you experience the might of a true great emperor. Immortal chi surrounded his body, and he slammed his palm over again. Lin Xian roared. I've recovered. The great dragon sword slashed over. With a clang, his arm went numb. Too powerful. As expected of a true great emperor. Even if he only had half his body, he was still no match for him. However, it wouldn't be easy for his opponent to kill him. After all, he had many trump cards. Even so, he was still under great pressure. In just a few moves, he was injured. However, in the eyes of others, Lin Xian was already very heaven-defying. A mere 6-crown king dared to fight against a great emperor, and he couldn't even be killed. This was something that had never been heard of before. Since ancient times, who could be so heaven-defying? Brat, stop resisting. The difference between us is like the gap between heaven and earth. Fighting against me is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The green-robed great emperor said coldly. At the same time, his claws slashed over, and the void shattered. His power completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared. He used the great dragon sword to open a crack and ran out. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. At the same time, he stared ahead. Do you really think that I can't fight against you? I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to use the methods I prepared. I didn't expect that you would capture me again. Since that's the case, I'll let you have a taste of the pain from back then. Stupid thing. The green-robed great emperor sneered. He didn't understand what Lin Xian meant. But soon, his expression sank. That was because he discovered that boundless demonic chi had appeared on Lin Xian's body. Behind him, a demonic shadow appeared. The moment that demonic shadow appeared, it roared towards the sky. A terrifying aura swept across the area. The green-robed Emperor Lord's body began to tremble. He had sensed the demonic figure's aura before. Moreover, he was incomparably familiar with the Devil Emperor's power. Damned brat, you actually have a relationship with the Demon Emperor. I won't let you off. The green-robed Great Emperor roared madly. Previously, he thought that Lin Xian was just a new enmity between him and Lin Xian. He didn't expect that there was still an old grudge between them. He swore that he would use the cruelest methods to torture the other party to death. After the demonic figure appeared, he stepped into the sky and stood above the 9 heavens, looking down at the green-robed land. Clearly, he had not expected to encounter Green Robe here. As for Lin Xian, he waved his heaven-devouring jar. He had absorbed a lot of energy from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood from the Yellow Spring sect and the White Bone Cavern. At this moment, he was channeling all of it into the demonic shadow. He said, "Let's do it. After this battle, we will be fine." The demonic figure roared at the sky. It grabbed the sea of corpses with one hand and began to absorb this energy. Die. The green-robed Great Emperor roared. He wouldn't give the other party a chance. He quickly rushed over. However, the demonic figure's methods were extremely strange. In an instant, he devoured the energy. In the next moment, his body began to expand. Boom, the demon god fist blasted out. It pierced through heaven and earth and collided with the green-robed Great Emperor. An earth-shattering sound was heard. Lin Xian used the sky-devouring jar to defend himself, but he was still forced back. How terrifying. This demonic figure is too terrifying. The green-robed great emperor's face was even uglier. It's just a shadow. It's not like the real demon emperor has awakened. I'll kill you first, then capture this brat. I'll make you disappear from this world forever. The green-robed great emperor attacked wildly. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were collapsing. The people of hell were frightened and knelt on the ground. Who is it? Is another great emperor fighting? Oh heavens, is this demonic aura a new great emperor? They were all crazy. The demonic figure was very strong, but it didn't take long for his aura to drop. It was obvious that he didn't have any more energy. Lin Xian's face fell when he saw this. He used his Rinnegan and looked at hell. Then he said, there are a lot of spirit veins in the west. In the south, there are many terrifying palaces. They should be ancient ruins. Lin Xian told the demonic figure some places with the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, he took out the great spear of destruction and threw it into the void. This is for you. The demonic figure took the great spear of destruction and roared. He sent the green-robed great emperor flying with one strike. The green-robed great emperor's face was cold. A cloak appeared behind him. The cloak was very mysterious. As soon as it appeared, it released an extreme aura. This was his extreme Dao weapon. Not everyone knew that weapons were all used for offense. The green-robed great emperor's cloak was clearly used for defense and support. Next, the great spear of destruction hit the cloak, making earth-shattering sounds. However, it could no longer tear through the defense. It's useless. I said, you're just a shadow. Although I only have half a body, I have a complete tacit understanding. What do you have to fight with me? The green-robed great emperor's expression was ferocious. Lin Xian's face was very ugly. Can't I do that? Damn it, take the sky-swallowing jar. He threw the sky-swallowing jar to the demonic figure. After the demonic figure took it, he quickly slapped the green-robed great emperor with the sky-swallowing jar again. Damn kid, I'll kill you. The green-robed great emperor stared at Lin Xian and attacked crazily. He slapped out 3 palm shadows in a row, shattering the mountains and rivers below. Lin Xian hurriedly entered the sword world. The sword world shook, and Lin Xian's blood was boiling. His face was ugly. This great emperor's power is too terrifying. Below. Under this attack, countless families and sects were destroyed. The others fled. The battle between the 2 great emperors was enough to destroy everything. Is he dead? The green-robed great emperor was very confident in his attack. Now that Lin Xian didn't have the sky-swallowing jar, he would definitely die. Damn frog, you've angered me. Lin Xian walked out of the sword world. His face was pale, and he gritted his teeth. He's still alive. The green-robed great emperor frowned. How is this possible? Without the protection of an extreme weapon, how did this kid survive? What other trump cards does this kid have? He felt that he was going crazy. Since when was 6 crown kings so difficult to kill? Damn it. He still wanted to attack, but the demonic figure in the distance had already rushed over. This demonic figure had devoured too much energy. Coupled with the sky-swallowing jar, it was really terrifying. Therefore, the green-robed great emperor didn't dare to be distracted. As for Lin Xian, he swallowed a drop of the divine spring of life to recover his strength. Then, he held the great dragon sword with both hands, and the light of reincarnation bloomed in his eyes. He wanted to find an opportunity. After about 10 moves, Lin Xian found an opportunity and slashed out with the great dragon sword. Boom, the battle ahead was extremely terrifying. The green-robed great emperor used his battle robe to block the power of the sky-swallowing jar. However, at this time a flaw appeared in his other body. This flaw couldn't be grasped by the demonic figure, but Lin Xian did. Lin Xian roared to the sky. He injected the power of the sword world into the great dragon sword spirit. The great dragon sword spirit suddenly exploded. He slashed out. This sword strike seemed to transform into a divine dragon, shattering heaven and earth. Countless powerhouses of hell prostrated under this sword strike. They were terrified. What kind of sword was this? It was too terrifying. The green-robed Great Emperor also felt it. His expression changed drastically. Damn brat, you dare. He really didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually dare to take the initiative to attack him. In a hurry, he tried to block it. However, this sword strike was carefully prepared by Lin Quan. He couldn't completely block it. This sword strike left a wound on his body, although it was not big. It wasn't big, but it was already shocking. With the strength of 6 Crown King, Lin Xian injured a great emperor despite the difference in cultivation realms. This was enough to be remembered in the legends. Damn it, I'm going to kill you and destroy your heart and soul. The green-robed Great Emperor roared crazily. Like a madman, he charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly dodged the attacks. His speed was extremely fast, and the demonic shadow behind him continued to chase after him. Finally, he stopped the green-robed Great Emperor again. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He hid in the dark and continued to accumulate strength. Finally, he seized a second opportunity and slashed another crack on the green-robed Great Emperor's body. The green-robed Great Emperor was so angry that he vomited blood. A mere 6 Crown King was actually so arrogant. Extremely terrifying immortal energy flew out of his eyes. Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but he was still forced back and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His body was pierced through. It was abnormally terrifying. Damn it. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He took out a portion of power from the sword world and gave it to the demonic shadow. After the demonic shadow obtained the power, his strength erupted again. It was as if he had really revived from the ancient era. 3 punches sent the green-robed Great Emperor flying. This time, the green-robed Great Emperor was injured again. He was injured by the demonic shadow. A demonic zither appeared in the demonic shadow's hand. The demonic tune destroyed heaven and earth. Damn it, this lunatic. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and left. He used his speed to the extreme, but it was still not enough. In the end, he entered Sword World. The people outside were in a miserable state. No one could stop them. At this moment, the people in the underworld palace below were constantly being shattered. They were all turned into a bloody mist. The demonic song could destroy the heavens and earth. It was an indiscriminate attack that shattered the entire world. The green-robed emperor was the first to bear the brunt of it. He gritted his teeth and tried to defend himself, but he was still enveloped by the destructive power. After the attack, the people at the edge of hell looked up at the sky in horror. What happened there? It was like the end of the world. Some people could sense that a sea of blood had long since filled the area. Most likely, millions upon millions of living beings had been destroyed and sent into reincarnation. When Lin Xian came out of the sword world, he was also stunned. This was a demon shadow. The attack it caused was too terrifying, causing his scalp to go numb. It wasn't because of the other party's strength, but because of the other party's heartlessness. For a battle between characters of this level, they should go to the 9 heavens and not destroy this hell. However, the demonic shadow did not care at all. Who cares who you are? As long as it was within the range of its attack, it would be destroyed. If Lin Xian was not able to enter the sword world, he would probably be shattered by this destructive power. This made his face turn terrifyingly dark. Only now did he remember why Xianxia said that the other party was a lunatic and warned him not to interact with the demonic shadow. Because this demonic shadow was really a lunatic, under the destructive power, millions of living beings were turned into ashes. The demonic shadow's light dimmed. It stood there, looking down on the world. With a ruthless power, a black hole appeared on the opposite side. The green-robed emperor's figure appeared. There were several wounds on his body, and more importantly, his immortal chi had dimmed. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, you dare to injure me. The demon shadow snorted coldly. An extremely terrifying light erupted from its eyes. It grabbed down with its big hand, grabbing all the spiritual veins and the power of heaven and earth. Then, a huge array formation formed under its feet and began to absorb. The heaven-swallowing jar swallowed the heavens and earth, as if it wanted to swallow the entire hell. The green-robed emperor cursed, lunatic. He turned to leave. He had interacted with MOD before and naturally knew what kind of person MOD was, even though this was a demonic shadow. Although he was a demonic shadow, he was too similar to the Demon Emperor. He attacked ruthlessly, regardless of everything, only for his purpose. Therefore, he was not confident that he could continue fighting. After all, with the heaven-swallowing jar in hand, it would not be easy for him to kill the other party. He could only say, "Just you wait." Then, he glared at Lin Xian fiercely, turned around, and fled. The demonic shadow roared and swallowed a lot of hell's power. Then, it charged out. The green-robed emperor was angry. "Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully?" He attacked crazily. The demonic shadow sneered. Demonic song, destroy heaven and earth. After 2 consecutive attacks, the green-robed emperor was directly sent flying. Below, mountains and rivers were shattered. "Damn it, lunatic." The green-robed emperor roared angrily, tore open the void, and fled. Was it over just like that? Lin Xian saw this scene and took a deep breath. But he found that it was not over. The demonic shadow chased after him again. The two disappeared into the universe. "Damn it, you gave me the heaven-swallowing crown." Lin Xian also chased after him. If he had known that the demonic shadow was so strange, he would not have lent him the heaven-swallowing jar. However, when his life was in danger, Lin Xian had no choice. Otherwise, he would not have been able to resist the green-robed emperor. Lin Xian also disappeared. Hell quieted down, but the people of Hell were terrified and desperate. Had such an existence finally left? It was too terrifying. Although they didn't provoke the other party, just the aura of the other party was enough to destroy countless people. In the vast universe, 2 figures were chasing each other. When Lin Xian came out, he could no longer find the 2 of them. They were too fast. Lin Xian could only rely on the demonic aura left behind to search. Fortunately, he had cultivated the illusory demon scripture, so he could sense the presence of the demonic shadow. Just like that, Lin Xian chased after him. This battle was earth-shattering, but it caused countless destruction. During this time, the demonic shadow caught up with the green-robed emperor and fought again. The nearby 30 worlds were reduced to ashes. Those planets were all cracked. They were all shattered by the demonic song. When Lin Xian chased after him and saw the shattered planets, his body trembled slightly. What is this? Just a demonic shadow was already so ruthless. How terrifying would the Devil Emperor be? 30 planets were surrounded by a sea of blood. Lin Xian sighed. He built the 6 paths of reincarnation to send these people away. Reincarnation. Next, he continued on his way. Along the way, he saw hundreds of shattered planets. They were all destroyed by the battle between the Demon Emperor and the green-robed emperor. Most of them were done by the Demon Emperor. MOD chased after him. Lin Xian even found that the power of 20 planets had been sucked dry by MOD using the heaven-devouring jar. Those 2 planets were extremely withered, without a trace of life. Lin Xian stopped. He did not continue the chase, but stood in the void. To be honest, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He had been fearless all this time, but he had never seen someone as terrifying as the Demon Emperor. There was something wrong with the demonic shadow, and so was the demon transformation scripture. Lin Xian could not cultivate anymore. He activated the great dragon sword in his body and began to destroy the illusory demon scripture. The demon summoning scripture kept running, and endless demonic energy appeared, trying to shroud Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon scale blade grew out of his body and merged with the great dragon sword soul. He became one with the sword and slashed. The demonic energy filled the air, and the black tiger rolled. With the sound of ice melting, the great dragon sword was extremely sharp and began to gradually destroy the demonic energy. Lin Xian not only destroyed the demonic energy, but also destroyed the demon summoning scripture. He wanted to be completely separated from the demon summoning scripture. This process was very slow. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, the people in the universe were extremely frightened. They discovered that another shocking battle was taking place. Immortal energy and moist energy were fighting, and extreme weapons were colliding. Were the 2 great emperors fighting? They were all crazy. The two people fighting were naturally the demonic shadow and the green-robed great emperor. The two fought for 3 months and destroyed many planets. The more the demonic shadow fought, the stronger he became. He had the sky-swallowing jar, which could swallow the power of those planets and turn it into his own. The green-robed great emperor was gradually suppressed. He was going crazy. Is this demonic shadow going to revive? He shouted angrily, "You are not a shadow. You are the demon emperor. You want to be reborn with the help of the demon summoning scripture. You are too crazy." The green-robed great emperor's face turned ugly. He was a little scared. A dead person still wants to come back to life. What kind of method is this? The demonic shadow had already let out a cold laugh, which made people's hair stand on end. Green-robed great emperor, I will not die. Even if I have to reincarnate 100 times, I can still be reborn. You will be the first great emperor I kill after my rebirth. The demonic shadow's voice made the green-robed great emperor's scalp tingle. He shouted angrily, turned his head, and flew toward the other side in the sky. He wanted to go back. This guy was too terrifying. He wanted to report to his ancestors that the demon emperor was not dead. The demon emperor was very terrifying and difficult to deal with back then. It was even said that the other party was extremely terrifying. Now, the other party wanted to come back to life. It was simply earth-shattering news. He couldn't stop it, so he must quickly report it to his lord and let his lord use his supreme power to kill the other party. The demonic shadow sneered. While chasing, he absorbed the power of the universe. However, at this moment, his brows were tightly knitted together. He looked into the distance. Did he want to destroy the illusion demon scripture? Damn it. Green robe, I'll let you live a little longer. The demonic shadow didn't give chase. Instead, he turned back to search for Lin Xian. He swept through the sky with rolling demonic clouds. Finally, he found Lin Xian. In the next moment, he descended. The void around Lin Xian crumbled. Lin Xian also stood up. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a peerless sword god. The sword in his hand was incomparably sharp. Most of the demonic chi in the surroundings had already been destroyed by him. What are you trying to do? Lin Xian looked at the demonic shadow and said coldly. That demonic shadow laughed coldly, what do you want? How dare you destroy the phantasmal demon crystal? Lin Xian's pupils dilated as he said, this guy can already speak. This guy can't be the real demon emperor, right? What is your relationship with the devil emperor? I am the devil emperor. The demonic shadow said coldly. Lin Xian's face turned ugly. Could it be that the demon scripture can really exchange for a demon? And this demon was the demon emperor. Wasn't this demon emperor already dead? It was incredible that he could still come back to life through the inheritance of a cultivation technique. Fortunately, Lin Xian had started destroying the phantasmal demon crystals a few months ago. Kid, don't worry, I won't kill you. I think you're very good. When you become a great emperor in the future, you'll definitely be a powerhouse. How about this, you don't destroy the illusion demon scripture and continue to cultivate it. When the time comes, we'll rule the world. With your trump card and the supernatural power I created, no one will be a match for you. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian frowned tightly. No, you can create a supernatural power, so can I. What I created is called the heaven-defying technique. I won't cultivate your illusion demon scripture. You don't have to persuade me. I have the great dragon sword soul, and I won't be affected by you. Hee, as expected of the dragon sword's successor, your will is indeed firm. However, you're just 6 crown king. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you now? You have a lot of treasures on you. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He gripped the immortal slaying sword tightly, and the power of the great dragon sword soul completely erupted. In that case, I don't mind fighting to the death. The demonic shadow looked at Lin Xian and didn't make a move. In the end, he nodded, you're really arrogant. You're the first one to be so arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian snorted coldly, give me back my great destruction and the heaven-swallowing jar. This heaven-swallowing jar is very useful. I just recovered and need an extreme weapon to protect me. Why don't you give it to me? The demonic shadow's voice sounded. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He opened Sword World and urged the Great Dragon Sword Soul and the Immortal Slaying Sword to slash out. The Immortal Slaying Sword was sharp and the Great Dragon Sword Soul was invincible. The two worked together and slashed forward. The demonic shadows figure flickered and dodged this attack. However, the entire universe seemed to be split in half. The demonic shadow's face sank. "You dare to attack me?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Why wouldn't I dare, whether it's Green Robe or you, I dare to contend against them. No one can block my Dao, and no one can snatch things from my hands and return them to me." The demonic shadow's eyes bloomed with an extremely terrifying light. But suddenly, he seemed to sense a mysterious aura on Lin Xian's body. He exclaimed in surprise, "How familiar, what an ancient aura. It seems that you're not simple. Are you the chosen one?" Interesting, things were getting more and more interesting. He laughed loudly. Lin Xian's face was cold. He took out the jade pendant that Xianxia had given him. When the demonic shadow saw the jade pendant, his laughter stopped. "You have this thing, too. Well, I'll give her face. I won't attack you." He waved his hand and threw the sky-swallowing jar over. "I'll give it back to you. However, give this great spear of destruction to me. You have many weapons and don't need this weapon. How about giving it to me?" Lin Xian thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, but I have to destroy the illusion demon scripture. Is that okay with you?" "I've already done it. You don't have to destroy it. I'll take it back." With a wave of his hand, all the demonic energy on Lin Xian's body disappeared and then poured into the demonic shadow's body. The demonic shadow roared to the sky. The demonic energy on his body surged and formed a demonic armor. In the next moment, he seemed to be a real creature. "Lin Xian, right? One day, we'll meet again. I hope that by then, you'll have become a great emperor. Otherwise, I'll still attack you." After saying that, the demonic shadow turned and left. Lin Xian took back the sky-swallowing jar and his face darkened. Did he leave? To be honest, he did feel like he was facing a great enemy just now. This demonic shadow was indeed terrifying. No, he should be calling him the Demon Emperor now. He didn't know if the Demon Emperor's resurrection was good or bad. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound in Lin Xian's body. Was he going to break through? Lin Xian was surprised. The illusion demon scripture had completely disappeared. Lin Xian was now cultivating the heaven-defying art. He felt relaxed all over. He was about to break through and become the Seven-Crown King. With a roar, Lin Xian turned around and entered the Sword World to break through. A month later, Lin Xian walked out of the Sword World. His eyes were bright as he unleashed his power. He looked up and roared, "This is great." He had broken through and become the Seven-Crown King. He was one step closer to becoming a great emperor. Furthermore, Lin Xian had decided that he would become the 10-Crown King too. After witnessing how terrifying the 10,000 Rock King was, Lin Xian became a great emperor. Lin Xian knew that the 10-Crown King was a very magical realm. Only a few people could enter it. Those great emperors didn't even have the chance to become the 10-Crown King. However, Lin Xian wanted to make it his goal. He knew that once he became the 10-Crown King and then a great emperor, his power would be terrifying to the extreme. He wondered how the deity ground was doing. Were Qingqing and Ryu doing well? Lin Xian had stayed in hell for a long time. He decided to return to the path of immortality. Lin Xian flew into the sky with a pair of sword chi wings on his back and disappeared. When Lin Xian arrived at the deity ground, he sensed a strange aura. The atmosphere of the deity ground seemed to be many times more tense than before. Moreover, the people he interacted with seemed to be terrified. Lin Xian found a few people and asked. He found that the deity ground was different from when he first arrived. There were many battles, especially the battles in the last few months. They were even more shocking. An old man said to Lin Xian, "Young man, you just came to the deity ground, right? I'm afraid you don't know. A few months ago, a group of skeletons came from the 9 underworlds and came to the path of immortality. They had an extremely terrifying aura of death, especially the leader, the pink skeleton. He had the power of a great emperor. As soon as he appeared, he suppressed the world. Countless people prostrated. The surrounding clans and sects of the deity ground all came to worship him. The pink skeleton was called the Bone Emperor. After she arrived, she immediately searched for the dragon tribe. In the end, she found clues and went to the depths of the deity ground. Not long after, a battle broke out in the depths of the deity ground. There was the aura of a great emperor and the power of an extreme weapon. But what happened? No one knew. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Bone Emperor must have gone to seek revenge from the Dragon Queen. After all, a great emperor had been tricked by a bone dragon. Naturally, he would be displeased. He asked, "Senior, is there anything else?" The elder said, "Yes. Besides this army of skeletons, there are also a few great emperors. Everyone is going crazy." Some speculated that the martial monarchs had woken up from their slumber in ancient times. Furthermore, it was very likely that it had something to do with the Earth region. The reason for that was because the auras on their bodies were simply too terrifying. Apart from the white bones, there was also a person surrounded by imperial power, who also had the aura of the Earth. Apart from them, there was another person whose aura was extremely cold and gloomy. Lin Xian guessed that these two people should be the Yellow Springs Great Emperor and Ming Di. Previously, the three of them had been fighting in the Earth domain. However, because of his arrival, the Earth domain had changed. The two great emperors of the Yellow Spring sect and the White Bone Cave had nothing to worry about. They went to the deity ground to find more powerful forces. At this time, another middle-aged man said, "Besides these great emperors, there are some other shocking changes. I heard that a huge frog covered in blood came from the universe to the path of immortality." At that time, some people thought that it was a strange beast of heaven and earth and went to take a look. However, a drop of blood dripped from the frog. Millions of stars were crushed, and endless mountains and rivers were shattered. Those who were heading forward were suppressed and turned into a bloody mist. Yun Luor. The others didn't dare to go there anymore. It was said that the place where the blood dripped had already become a land of death. Lin Xian was surprised. This should be the green-robed Great Emperor. He was injured in the battle with the Demon Emperor. This Demon Emperor was really terrifying. He asked, "Did any demon clan members come?" "Yes." The middle-aged man said, "But who exactly?" "I don't know. He only saw a mass of demonic clouds flying quickly. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed." Sure enough, they all came. Lin Xian said to them, "Thank you, everyone." He flew into the distance. Lin Xian first looked for Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others. At the same time, he also wanted to go deep into the deity ground and tell his father the news of his success. However, the aura in the depths of the deity ground had become even more terrifying. It was most likely because a few of the martial monarchs had gone inside. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't go in for the time being. He could only find Morong Qingqing and the others. "Brother Xian, you're back." Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, Crimson Dragon, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Xian return. Several great emperors came with murderous intent, which made me very worried. Yan Ruyu's little face was a little pale. Lin Xian said, "They are all great emperors of hell who woke up hundreds of thousands of years ago. But don't worry, they are not here for me." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Lin Xian lived a leisurely life. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu accompanied him by his side. His days were very happy. A month passed just like that. After Lin Xian broke through, his cultivation level gradually stabilized. During this month, it was said that a great battle had broken out in the depths of the immortal path. There was even one time when Lin Xian and the others felt a monstrous aura from afar. As expected of a great emperor, he was indeed terrifying. Lin Xian frowned. He said, "We can't go deep into the deity ground for now, but I have to spread the news. Ruzalong, send people from the Divine Union to spread the news that Bayan is in hell and that the operation has failed. The wider the better." Ruzalong said, "Leave it to me." The toad also set off. Not long after, the deity ground began to talk about the Earth domain. "Have you heard? The great emperors of hell went there because of the childless sky steel. Legend has it that it was left behind by an ancient powerhouse of hell. It's very mysterious. I also heard that our ancestor is on the buy-in. He also sent powerhouses there, but they failed. What? No way? How is that possible? Someone said. It's said that he's called the green-robed Great Emperor. He's the half-frog that appeared not long ago. If it's really the half-frog, then it's true. I saw him come back covered in blood. A drop of the Great Emperor's blood crushed millions of mountains and rivers. Those who watched back then all died. Countless people discussed and the news spread further and further. In the end, it reached the depths of the deity ground. The green-robed Great Emperor was recuperating somewhere in the depths of the deity ground. This was because he knew that Mo Ing had also come to the immortal path. He didn't want to meet him. However, when he heard the news of his failure, he was furious. He was furious. Damn it, someone was framing them. If this news were to spread to the other side and to the Lord's ears, he would be dead meat. One had to know that he hadn't done well in the past and had been blamed by the master. Now, he was trying to atone for his sins. With a sinful body, if he failed again, his fate could be imagined. Damn it, who was it? The green-robed Great Emperor thought about it and realized that it couldn't be those emperors. It was that kid. He thought of Lin Xian and gritted his teeth. That damned little thing. How dare an ant try to harm me like this? The green-robed Great Emperor was furious. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, he couldn't care less. He immediately set off for the border of the deity ground, ready to kill Lin Xian. Through his investigation, he discovered that the demonic figure had already arrived in the depths of the deity ground. However, he wasn't with Lin Xian. This was a good opportunity to kill Lin Xian. If Xiaoqin killed Lin Xian, firstly, he could take revenge. Secondly, he could obtain a wordless heavenly steel. This way, he would be able to explain himself to his master. It was killing two birds with one stone. How could the green-robed Great Emperor miss this opportunity? He concealed his aura and moved quickly. The Great Emperor's spirit shrouded the area. Before long, he discovered Lin Xian's tracks. Little thing, let's see how you're going to die this time. The green-robed Great Emperor sneered and rushed over. Lin Xian was originally with Qingqing and the others. He was even prepared to rest. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched violently. The reincarnation eye bloomed with a biting cold radiance. Qingqing was shocked. What's wrong? Brother Xian. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He walked out of the hall and looked up at the sky. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. Not good. His reincarnation eye pierced through the sky. He seemed to feel a boundless pressure pressing down on him. It even crushed the 6 paths of reincarnation. This power wasn't something a quasi-emperor could produce. It was a great emperor. It was the spirit of a great emperor. It was probing him. Only the green-robed Great Emperor would have such a strong murderous intent towards him. The other party was here. He had to leave quickly. Lin Xian tore open the void and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the void. Little ant, can you still leave? Boom, the power of a great emperor erupted instantly. The forests and mountains below were shattered and the hall turned into ashes. The people of the Divine Union were alarmed. Many people instantly knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. What was this? Morong Qingqing's expression changed drastically. A great emperor was attacking. Yan Ruyu, Crimson Dragon, Hua Bai, and Su Su all turned pale. Although they were strong now, they couldn't fight back against a great emperor. Lin Xian shouted angrily. He took out the heaven-devouring jar and covered the sky. A huge black vortex blocked the attack. At the same time, he said, Ruyu, Qingqing, use your extreme weapons. The ancient desolate pagoda and the green lotus were also taken out. They blossomed between heaven and earth, and the 3 extreme weapons clashed against each other. The great emperor's attack shattered heaven and earth. The entire immortal soul realm shook violently. At this moment, countless experts within the immortal soul jade prostrated themselves on the ground. Some people were instantly torn to pieces by the residual power of this power. So terrifying, what happened? Was it the aura of a great emperor? Did a great emperor descend upon the immortal soul domain? That's impossible. Even though the immortal soul jade wasn't at the edge, it wasn't in the depths of the immortal land either. Why would a grand emperor be here? They didn't understand, but it really happened. After one strike, the green-robed great emperor was blocked. His face sank. When he sensed that there were 3 extreme-grade weapons, his eyelids twitched. Little ant, you're incredible. You actually have 3 extreme weapons. However, I've really struck it rich. If I kill you all your extreme weapons will be mine. In an instant, he took out his own extreme weapon. It was a battle cloak. Although it was used for defensive purposes, it was able to enhance the Emperor Lord's strength and make him even more terrifying. Immortal chi surrounded his body, releasing the most brilliant aura. At this moment, the entire immortal soul realm was illuminated as if it was daytime. The light even made many boundary emperors close their eyes. They couldn't look directly at it. It was too powerful. Morong Qingqing's face was pale. Yan Ryu also took a deep breath. During this period, they had all had fortuitous encounters and became stronger than before. Even the veteran quasi-emperors were not a match for them. Furthermore, these quasi-emperors wielded peak-grade weapons. They didn't think much of the boundary emperors. But now, facing the half-frog, they were desperate. This was the great emperor. That half of his body was enough to make them tremble. One had to know that they had 3 extreme-grade weapons in their hands. If they didn't, they would have died long ago. Lin Xian's face was also ugly. Damn it, this half-frog is too despicable. He gritted his teeth and prepared to revive in the group and fight with his life on the line. Useless little thing, you seem to have used too many extreme-grade weapons before. I don't believe that you still have enough power. Even if you can fully revive, how long can you last? 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, or 2 years, as a true great emperor, the attacks I unleash at any time are all top-tier attacks. Will you be able to withstand it? The green-robed great emperor sneered. This time, no matter how long it took, he would kill the other party. Damn it, this is too much. The crimson dragon roared. The toad also gritted its teeth. Damn it, the empress isn't here. Otherwise, I would have killed you with 1 slap. The green-robed great emperor stared at the toad. Seeing that you are of the same kind, I didn't want to kill you. However, since you are related to that snake, I can't let you live. When I catch you later, I will pull out your tendons and skin you, so that you will never be reincarnated. The green-robed great emperor was very proud. He raised his palm high, and the immortal chi on it suddenly burst out. He launched a peerless immortal technique and slammed it down. It's over. Some powerhouses sighed. They had already retreated to a place far away. They knew that Lin Xian and the others were dead. It was too stupid to offend a great emperor. At the most critical moment, the sky suddenly broke open, and an eternal light cut through the world. The green-robed great emperor's attack was blocked. He even looked up at the sky in horror. What is that? He retreated. Lin Xian and the others originally wanted to revive their extreme-grade weapons. However, all of a sudden, they were stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered that the light was simply too terrifying. It was even brighter than the immortal light. The immortal chi on the green-robed great emperor was dimmed. What was that? The people of the immortal soul jade were terrified. Is another great emperor coming? The crimson dragon was also happy. Little Zhao, is it your father or that drunkard? Lin Xian was also tempted. Perhaps it was really his father or Lord Alcohol. However, judging from the aura, it didn't seem like it. The eternal light spun in the air and turned into a vortex. It was like the Milky Way, flashing non-stop. Then, 2 figures walked out. As soon as these 2 figures appeared, their terrifying power crushed the 9 heavens and the earth. This aura was really that of a great emperor. However, Lin Xian realized that it wasn't his father or Lord Alcohol. It wasn't even anyone he knew. These were 2 new great emperors. Have they come? Are they from the Permitha realm? Because Lin Xian knew that the Permitha realm had the most great emperors. There were also great emperors in other places. However, they had all awakened from an ancient slumber. Moreover, there weren't many who had joined forces. If it was really the 2 great emperors from the Permitha realm, then this was really a hopeless situation. In the sky, two figures stood there like gods. The eternal light on their bodies slowly disappeared. The two figures looked down. Their gazes were vast like divine lamps, covering the mountains and rivers below. "Are they back?" one of them, a middle-aged man, whispered to himself. As his voice sounded, everyone's soul trembled. "I wonder if there's a mistake in the timing." The other old man also spoke. In the next moment, his soul covered the sky and earth, covering all directions. "I can feel the aura of several great emperors. Looks like we've come to the right place." "Huh? There was a great emperor here." Suddenly, the two of them stared at the green-robed great emperor not far away, and their eyes lit up. The green-robed great emperor was terrified. He only had half of his body, and there were two of them, so he was ready to run away at any time. "Who are you?" the green-robed great emperor shouted coldly. He had never seen these two great emperors before. "A little frog dares to be arrogant in front of us, not to mention that you only have half of your body." The middle-aged man looked disdainful. "You're courting death." The green-robed great emperor was instantly enraged, and his immortal chi burst out. Immortal technique, green field immortal trace. Countless green lights burst out from him, covering the sky and earth, and each of them was peerless killing intent. Divine power, clear sky hammer. The middle-aged man raised his right hand high, turned it into a war hammer, and fell down. The entire void was penetrated, and the green-robed immortal trace was sent flying. This hammer penetrated heaven and earth, and arrived in front of the green-robed great emperor, and sent him flying. The great emperor's blood dripped again, penetrating the immortal soul realm. The immortal soul realm was torn apart and shattered. Although the great emperor would recover with the magical power of the deity ground, those sects and families above the great emperor would not be reborn, and they all fell in this drop of blood. So powerful. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed, "He injured that frog with one move. Let him be arrogant again." The toad also jumped up with joy. Lin Xian gasped. He had fought with the green-robed great emperor before, so he naturally knew how terrifying the other party was. Even if he held an extreme weapon, he couldn't hurt the other party. But now, the middle-aged man injured the other party with just a raise of his hand. This great emperor's strength was a little too terrifying. "Damn it!" the green-robed great emperor roared crazily, "Who are you?" Suddenly, he sensed the aura emitted from the eternal light. He exclaimed, "This is the aura of time, this is the power of time. You came out of the torrent of time. Could it be that you are?" He was really too shocked. He recalled some ancient legends. Lin Xian and the others were even more shocked after hearing this. The torrent of time? What time? The power of time. Lin Xian carefully sensed it and indeed found that there was indeed the aura of time. He had once had 2 hourglasses of time, so the feeling was very similar. Were these two people from the past, or were they from the future? He wasn't too sure, but these two people were too mysterious. "Little frog, you have no right to question us." The two figures ignored the martial monarch in a green robe. They were staring deep into the deity ground. "I can sense the aura of the azure. It seems like there are already people attacking the azure. Let's go and take a look." The two figures communicated with each other. Then, they tore apart the void and disappeared. The aura of the great emperor lingered in the 9 heavens for a long time, but it didn't disappear. Lin Xian's expression changed. Wasn't the upper heavens the place where his father, Lord Jiu, and the others fought? Were these two people friends or foes? He wanted to send a message, but it was too late. The emperor's speed was too fast. At this moment, the martial monarch in a green robe charged again. "That was just an accident. No one can save you. Little ant, I'll kill you today. You won't have a chance to rise again." Although the martial monarch in a green robe had been injured before, he still charged over. Lin Xian and the others' hearts sank again. "Damn it, this is too much." The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth. "I really want to slap him to death." Lin Xian was also angry. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He rose into the air and said, "I'm going to go back in time and kill half of his clone. At the same time, I'll take it with me. That way, you won't be in danger. Big brother Xian, I'll go with you." Morong Qingqing and the others said. Lin Xian shook his head. It's too dangerous. You should stay here and continue cultivating. Try to become the nine-crowned king as soon as possible. The Crimson Dragon jumped over and shouted, I'll go with you. This guy is too evil. The Toad also said, yes, that's right. Take me with you. The two of them flew over. Lin Xian said, okay. He led the two of them to the River of Time. Kid, have you chosen your tomb? The martial monarch in a green robe sneered. Don't even think about escaping. I won't let you and your friends go. Lin Xian came to the River of Time. The River of Time required him to use the power of time. Lin Xian had used it before, so he felt that he should be able to activate it. Returning to 100,000 years ago, Lin Xian decided to deal with the other half of the frog. At the same time, he said, Green Robe, do you want to fuse with your body? Do you want to know where half of your body is? Let me tell you, half of your body was once suppressed by the demonic palace, and I found it. What did you say? The green-robed Great Emperor was completely stunned. He stared at Lin Xian. Kid, hand over half of my body. Although the green-robed Great Emperor was a Great Emperor now, he was still a little weak in the face of a real Great Emperor. Previously, he had been sent flying by the middle-aged man with a slap. That was because he only had half of his body. If he wanted to fuse with his body, his combat strength would definitely increase exponentially. At that time, who would dare to underestimate him? Who would dare to send him flying? However, he had never been able to find that half of his body. He had even traveled all over the universe, but there were no clues. But now, the little ant in front of him actually knew that he desperately wanted to catch the other party. Lin Xian laughed out loud. How is it? Do you want to know? It's useless. Do you know why you can't find it? Because I used the power of time to send it 50,000 years ago. How could you find it? What? You sent me to the past. He didn't expect that to be the reason. No wonder he couldn't find any clues even after traveling thousands of mountains and rivers. He had returned to the past, he was a modern man. How could he find it? Damn it, I'll kill you and then fuse with my body. The green-robed Great Emperor rushed over. Lin Xian was currently trapped by the River of Time. He used the remaining power of time. He muttered silently in his heart, returned to 100,000 years ago. Lin Xian's figure disappeared in the River of Time. Damn it, you can't escape. The green-robed Great Emperor also charged in. His huge body turned into human form. Returned to 50,000 years ago. It also disappeared. Had it left? The people of the immortal soul realm heaved a sigh of relief. The doomsday had disappeared and they could continue to live. The people of the Divine Union were extremely nervous. Bai Susu said, even if we return to the past, Lin Xian won't be a match for him. Yan Ryu smiled and said, given his intelligence, he definitely wouldn't tell the other party the right time. I think he tricked the other party and sent him away. That way, he wouldn't be a threat to us. So that was the case. Boss Lin really put in a lot of effort. The people of the Divine Union were extremely grateful. Morong Qingqing's eyes flickered. How much danger will there be in returning to the past this time? Time was the most mysterious power. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. Would returning to the past and changing some circumstances trigger some karma? They didn't know all this, but she knew that Lin Xian and the others were in great danger this time. The power of time was incomparably mysterious. Everyone wanted to obtain it, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now, the River of Time was here, but it was a kind of power that was very difficult to control. The others in the immortal soul realm did not dare to go back to the past. Who knew if it was a blessing or a curse? Dying in the past was even more miserable. Even if they went back and came back alive, would there be an inexplicable blessing or disaster? Therefore, no one dared to go back. Lin Xian was also helpless. First, he was targeted by the green-robed Great Emperor. Second, if he did not go back, the others would be in danger. Therefore, he had to go back by himself and deceive the green-robed Great Emperor. He succeeded. The two figures disappeared in the River of Time. The last bit of power in the River of Time also disappeared. The feeling of taking care of the Dragon Emperor was truly unbearable. Lin Xian had gone back before and even met the young Dragon Emperor. Moreover, there was a conflict. Of course, it was only for a short time. This time, when he went back, he felt the same feeling again. Time was really mysterious. After an unknown amount of time, it seemed like a second, but also like thousands of years. Finally, the dizziness disappeared. The surroundings were no longer chaotic. Instead, there was light. There seemed to be a vortex in front. After going out, it should be 100,000 years ago. Before leaving, he saw the green-robed Great Emperor also rushing into the river of time. He should have also left. In this way, Qingqing and the others were not in danger. The laws of heaven and earth in the Jinsho mountain range were very rich. In this mountain range, there was a Jinsho palace. The palace was very beautifully decorated. This was the place where the Jinsho fairy lived. However, at this moment, the Jinsho fairy's situation was very strange. Her whole body fell there. Her eyes were blurred, and she could not use any power. Little beauty, I've been waiting for a long time these past few days. There was a figure in the Jinsho palace. He was wearing a white robe with a moon pattern on the sleeve, flickering with moonlight. He had his hands behind his back, but his eyes were shining with a fiery light. He walked forward and said, "Fairy, from today onwards, you are mine." The Jinsho fairy fell there, her face pale. She used all her strength and shouted, "Go away. Get out of my way, do you know that? If you do this, you will completely offend Splendid Palace, so what? After the matter is settled, I think your Jinsho Palace will have to agree even if you don't." After all, as a top-notch sect, the Splendid Palace's reputation was more important than anything else. If something were to happen to their fairy, I think they would lose all face. "You're despicable." Fairy Jinsho clenched her teeth. Ding Yuehua, however, burst into laughter. "Despicable? I'm despicable. So what? What's more, if no one in your Jinsho palace helped you today, could you have succeeded? You can only blame yourself for being too talented and being targeted by others." Ding Yuehua sneered as he walked forward. Fairy Jinsho even had the heart to die. If she were to fall into his demonic claws, she would suffer a fate worse than death. She wanted to commit suicide rather than be captured by him. Right at this moment, a meteor suddenly appeared in the sky and flew towards Splendid Palace at an extremely fast speed. The meteor appeared extremely quickly and suddenly. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived at the palace. "Who is it?" Ding Yuehua roared angrily, turned around, and threw out a palm strike. The terrible power of the law condensed into a monstrous palm and slapped it out. He thought that it was a powerhouse of the Splendid Palace, so he didn't dare to be careless. Fairy Jinsho also opened her eyes. There was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Has the elder come to save me?" However, when she saw that there was a young man inside the meteor, she was stunned. She didn't know this man, and he looked very young. Is he from the younger generation? Can such a person defeat Ding Yuehua? Ding Yuehua was a terrible genius. Although his means were despicable, his strength was very powerful. When Ding Yuehua saw that it was a strange man, he also sneered. Then, with a terrible moonlight flame on his palm, he threw it out. This moonlight flame was enough to pierce through everything. This palm strike hit the strange man hard. Fairy Jinsho was in despair. There's another innocent person here. However, she soon froze and widened her beautiful eyes. Even Ding Yuehua was stunned. This was because he found that the unique skill he was so proud of didn't cause any harm to the strange man at all. Instead, that unfamiliar man descended at an extremely fast speed, and with a boom, he landed on his body. Ding Yuehua didn't even have time to scream before he was torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. The whole Splendid Palace shook violently. The strange man fell to the ground, almost making the Splendid Palace crack. The surrounding array flickered to resist the impact. Outside, on a distant mountain peak, there was a figure riding a demonic beast. He looked at the Splendid Palace that was shaking, and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. This Ding Yuehua is really powerful. He actually made the entire palace shake. The corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Obviously, he was also one of the planners of the previous conspiracy. However, he had been behind the scenes. He didn't know that Ding Yuehua had been killed, and the one who caused the shaking was not Ding Yuehua. It was a strange man who fell from the sky. However, the man suddenly appeared in the splendid palace, and the people outside didn't know about it. Fairy Xianxia was also stunned. Who is this strange man? How can he kill Ding Yuehua so easily? She was extremely surprised. Lin Xian was also dizzy at this moment. Just now, when he rushed out of the passage of the long river of time, he found that there were palaces and pavilions below. Moreover, someone was attacking him. However, in his current state, he couldn't dodge at all. He could only take the attack head-on. Fortunately, this attack was just an ordinary law, which couldn't break his defense at all. Therefore, when he landed, he killed the other party with the power of his physique. After landing on the ground for a while, he stood up, took a deep breath, and his body crackled. Then, he looked around. Where am I? I wonder if I've returned to 100,000 years ago. He was puzzled. Suddenly, he found a woman lying there weakly next to him. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at her. What a beautiful woman. He was surprised. She had an exquisite face and an exquisite figure. She could indeed be called a fairy. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Fairy Xianxia was also nervous. Is this person a bad guy like Ding Yuehua? She was so scared that her body trembled a little. Lin Xian waved his hand and shot out a law, which shrouded the other party. This law had an extremely strong recovery power, which restored some of Fairy Xianxia's strength. Fairy Xianxia was surprised. This person didn't attack me. Is he a good person? She looked at Lin Xian, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of light. After a while, she had the strength to stand up and bowed to him. Thank you for saving me, young master. Lin Xian nodded and looked at her with his rinnegan, which made Xianxia Fairy blush. She felt that it was a soul aura and wanted to explore. In that case, she would be completely seen through, so she blushed. Lin Xian said, Don't think too much. I'll check your condition. I found that there is a poison in your body. If it is not solved now, there will be endless trouble in the future. Xianxia Fairy probed with her soul, and her face also turned cold. Damn it, it was this poison that made her powerless. Just now, she almost fell into eternal damnation. Thank you for reminding me. I'll ask the elders to refine some pills to detoxify me. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't bother. He raised his hand, and a stream of sword qi shot into her body. The invincible power destroyed the poison. Try to sense it. Lin Xian said. Xianxia Fairy sensed it and her beautiful eyes widened. The poison is gone. Was it destroyed by the sword qi just now? She couldn't block this poison with all her strength before, but now, the young man in front of her solved it with a gentle wave of his hand. This young man's strength is too terrifying, isn't it? Thank you, young master. May I know your name? She had never heard of such a terrifying genius in the Great Xia dynasty. Lin Xian told her his name and title. Xianxia Fairy was also surprised. It turns out to be Lin Gongzi. Lin Xian asked, Where is this place? What time? Is the Dragon Emperor still here? Last time, when Lin Xian came back, he met the Dragon Emperor, Long Xiaotian. So this time, he had to use him as a coordinate to judge the time. Fairy Xianxia looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled look on her face. Lin Xian didn't even know these basic things. Lin Xian was embarrassed. He said, Fairy, don't get me wrong. I just came from a mountain and cultivated in seclusion for too long, so I don't remember some things. I see. Xianxia Fairy nodded. It was normal for some people to cultivate in seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years. Perhaps this was the case for the person in front of him. She said, Lin Gongzi, this is the Jinzhou Palace, the territory of the Great Xia dynasty. As for the Dragon Emperor you mentioned, I don't know who he is. However, the current emperor was Emperor Xia, the Grand Xia Empire. Lin Xian was incomparably astonished. He had heard of this name before. Back in the true spirit world, the central continent had 4 dynasties. The Grand Xia Empire was one of them. They had also produced immortal emperors before and had supreme weapons. Who would have thought that the other party would have a great emperor 100,000 years ago? Moreover, the Great Xia Empire had been established. After the Great Xia dynasty, it should be the Dragon Emperor's era. The 10,000 Dragon dynasty had just conquered a region. Now, the Dragon Emperor had not yet become the emperor. He asked a few more questions, such as about Long Xiaotian. This time, Xianxia Fairy said, "Are you talking about the champion of the dragon transformation battle? He is very famous. Rumor has it that he might become a great emperor." So that was how it was. Lin Xian understood. This should be because the dragon transformation battle had just ended, and Long Xiaotian's name had spread throughout the 4 seas. Now, he was still some time away from becoming a great emperor. Lin Xian's mouth raised into a smile. "If I have the chance, I'll find him and beat him up. By the way, have you heard of the half-frog?" Lin Xian came this time to find the half-frog. Once he found him, he would find a way to kill him and make the green-robed great emperor unable to recover. But this time, Xianxia Fairy shook her head and said, "The universe is too vast. I've never heard of the frog you mentioned." Lin Xian frowned. "That shouldn't be. That half-frog is also a half-step emperor. Many people should know about it. Could it be that something happened in the middle?" Lin Xian was not sure whether the half-frog was still hidden or suppressed. It seemed that he could only look for it slowly. Anyway, this time, he would not give up until he found the half-frog. The green-robed great emperor was really too much of a bully. All of a sudden, Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched. He could sense that quite a few people were hiding and rushing toward the palace. He said, "Someone is coming. I'll leave first. I'll come to you when the time comes." Fairy Xianxia was also taken aback, and her face turned extremely unsightly. If Lin Xian hadn't appeared, she would have fallen into Ding Yuehua's claws by now. If other people from the Jinshou Palace came, they would definitely see this scene. Even if she was a genius of the Jinshou Palace, the Jinshou Palace would definitely marry her to Ding Yuehua for the sake of their face. In this way, she would be doomed eternally, and Ding Yuehua's conspiracy would succeed. Just as she was thinking, someone rushed over. "Senior Sister Jinxiu, are you okay?" The leader was also a woman. Her name was Lu Li. She sneered in her heart. "Just wait and see. I'll let everyone see your scandal and drive you out of the Jinshou Palace. Let's see how you can compete with me then." After she came with her people, she looked at the scene in front of her and was stunned. She found that there was no scandal as she had imagined. Jinshou stood there with a cold face, but there was no one around. Impossible? Lu Li was crazy. She had discussed with the people of the Ding family before. Now, Ding Yuehua should have succeeded. But where was Ding Yuehua? Could it be that he had left? She searched frantically. Looking at this scene, Jinshou still said, "Junior sister Lu Li, what are you looking for?" Lu Li withdrew her soul and said, "It's autumn. Are you the only one here?" Jinshou snorted. "Of course. Who else do you think is here?" She stared at the other party because when Ding Yuehua was arrogant before, he had said that someone from the Jinshou Palace was secretly helping him. Now it seemed that this Lu Li was very suspicious. Moreover, her relationship with the other party was not good. The two of them were competing for cultivation resources. It could be said that they were at odds with each other. If she was unlucky, the one who would benefit the most would be Lu Li. In addition to the other party's actions, Jinshou knew that it was the other party's doing. She said coldly, "Do you think there should be other people here?" She could also release a trace of the terrible law. Lu Li's face changed and she said, "Senior sister, how is that possible?" Jinshou walked forward and came in front of Lu Li. A powerful force pressed down. Lu Li's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth. "What are you looking for?" However, there was a smile on her face. "We found that there was something strange here before, so we were worried about senior sister's safety and came to investigate. Now that we found that senior sister was fine, we left. Goodbye." With that, Lu Li quickly left with her people. However, she was puzzled. Where did Ding Yuehua go? On the mountain peak in the distance, the man riding the demonic beast also smiled. Luli has already left with her people. Next, he could go back and prepare for the marriage proposal. This time, his plan was really perfect. Thinking of this, he turned around and left. Not long after, he saw a figure flying out of the Xianxia palace. He turned his head and looked. Who is it? He saw a strange man. At the same time, his pupils shrank, and the demonic beast under his feet also roared. Why do you have the bloodline of the Ding family on you? Have you killed someone from the Ding family? He was really shocked. Stop. With an angry roar, he punched forward. In front of him, Lin Xian stopped and turned his head. A cold light appeared in his eyes. The power of the six paths appeared and enveloped the other party's fist. With a crack, the man's fist was shattered, and a miserable cry was heard. Ding Fei's expression changed, and it was extremely ugly. The other party was an expert. He said to the beast under his feet, "Attack together." The two of them turned into two streams of light and attacked the other party together. He did not believe that the other party could block two against one. Divine ability, Flying Flame Meteor. A series of flames appeared in Ding Fei's hand, and the law on it was extremely terrifying. The beast under his feet spat out a terrifying demon, forming a killing force. The combination of the two was extremely powerful. However, Lin Xian was disdainful in the face of such an attack. He sneered and grabbed with his hand. The golden flame turned into a golden crow, spreading its wings and flying. Boom! The flying flame meteor was hit by the golden house formed by the nine suns' divine fire and instantly cracked. The head of the monstrous beast was crushed by the claw. It let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. 2 moves. 1 dead and 1 injured. Ding Fei was sent flying. He was so scared that he cried. His expression was extremely terrified. Was he defeated so easily? The other party was too strong. Who are you? I'm someone you can't provoke. The power of samsara appeared in Lin Xian's eyes again, and he charged forward. The power had not arrived yet, but Ding Fei felt that his soul was about to shatter. At the critical moment, he used his life-saving trump card. He crushed a jade pendant, and a monstrous law enveloped him, forming a vortex and swallowing him. At the last moment, he was still hit by the power of samsara. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body also disappeared. Kid, just you wait. This matter won't end like this. Looking at the disappearing vortex, Lin Xian was surprised. What a mysterious power. This should be the power of space. It's a little like the Gu family. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. How much power did the Gu family have 100,000 years ago? He was looking forward to it. He sneered and did not chase. In his opinion, the other party was just an ant. There was nothing to be afraid of. He had come here to find the half-frog, and he also wanted to see the world 100,000 years ago. It seemed that 100,000 years ago was also a golden age. There were many experts and geniuses. Did the Nirvana realm appear 100,000 years ago? Lin Xian looked around as he flew. This place was the true spirit world. 100,000 years ago, the Grand Xia dynasty was like the sun in the sky, powerful to the extreme. It was the overlord of the universe. Lin Xian kept flying. He wasn't unfamiliar with the true spirit world, but he had discovered that there were many places that were different from before. Of course, there were some forbidden lands that had existed since 100,000 years ago. There were also some that hadn't. Lin Xian discovered that the dragon veins in some places were extremely terrifying. He was delighted and prepared to go down and absorb some of the dragon veins' power. Lin Xian has the dragon soul and dragon blood. Absorbing the power of the dragon vein would greatly increase his strength. Now, he was already the 7-crown king. Perhaps he could use the power from 100,000 years ago to break through and become the 8-crown king. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he flew towards the mountain range below. At the same time, he released the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and Whitey. The three looked around. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed, "Is this 100,000 years ago?" The Toad also laughed, "I'm coming." His strange cry attracted the roars of countless beasts below. Soon, they entered a valley below. This was the place where the dragon veins intersected. "Let's cultivate here first." Lin Xian said. The Crimson Dragon was delighted. What powerful dragon energy! Ben Huang is about to break through. He directly constructed a formation, and once again condensed the dragon energy into a point. They entered and began to crazily devour the dragon energy. In the vast mountains, there were many beasts. It was even said that dragons existed here. Countless cultivators came here crazily to explore. They hoped to meet a divine dragon and obtain some dragon pearls. Of course, the depths of the mountain range were not accessible to those who were weak. However, this time, there were 3 figures flying quickly. One of them was a young girl, and the other was a middle-aged man. They were imposing without being angry. There was also an old man following closely like a ghost. The young girl chattered and was very cute. The old man was silent, as if he did not exist. "Father, is there really dragon flame in the valley ahead?" the young girl asked. The middle-aged man said, "It should be. According to the information we have, the valley ahead is called the Dragon Valley. A dragon once lived there, so it is very likely that it has dragon flame. If I can get dragon flame, my strength will be able to improve further. Father, let's hurry, before the dragon flame is snatched away by others." The young girl was a little anxious. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't worry, daughter. The dragon flame is in the depths of the mountain range. It is very dangerous. There are countless beasts around, and those who are weak can't come here at all." The group was very fast. Soon, they arrived at the valley. Outside the valley, they could feel the terrifying aura of the dragon. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. His eyes were burning with passion. They walked in. When they first entered the ravine, they began to discuss among themselves. As for the middle-aged man, his brows were tightly knitted together. The young girl cried out in alarm. The scene around them was different from what they had imagined. There were dragon-shaped auras in the valley. They turned into dragon shadows, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, roaring at the sky. It was as if they had entered the dragon clan. Even the old man who had been silent all this time sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene was too terrifying. There seemed to be someone in front. The young girl suddenly realized that there was a young man standing in the illusion ahead. The surrounding dragon shadow seemed to still be on his body. Who was that? Was he someone from the dragon clan? The young man in front seemed to have heard the young girl's words. He turned his head and stared at her. At the same time, the surrounding dragon shadows whizzed over. The young girl was startled. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He threw out his shield and covered the young girl. The old man behind him said, "You are too presumptuous." As he spoke, he turned into lightning and rushed over to kill the illusions in the sky. A willow leaf saber appeared in the old man's hand. With one slash, the heavens and earth were split open. This old man was actually an extremely terrifying expert. The young girl saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. She knew the old man's strength. He was probably going to lose. However, the middle-aged man frowned. He realized that the man in front of him was too calm. He was incomparably calm. He had a feeling that perhaps the other party had a way to block it. Faced with this terrifying slash, Lin Xian raised his head. He waved his hand, and the surrounding solvent turned into a dragon head. He bit down. With a clang, the dragon head bit down on the willow leaf saber. At the same time, a body quickly condensed behind the dragon head. The dragon tail swung, and the old man was sent flying. That ghost-like elder flew back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body was split open, and blood dyed his battle robes red. The young girl cried out in surprise. Her eyes were wide open as she covered her mouth with her fair little hands. She was really too shocked. This old man was their protector. Along the way, they had encountered many strong beasts that were slain by this old man with a single slash of his saber. But now, he was injured. The middle-aged man was also shocked. The elder beside him was a saber king. Six Crown King had peerless saber techniques and terrifying strength. This elder was sent by the family to protect him. But now, he was easily injured by a young man. How terrifying was this young man's strength, so strong. The black-robed elder's expression was grave. His hands were trembling. He said to the middle-aged man and the young girl, "Young master, I'm afraid we've met an expert. We have to leave immediately. You go first." "I'll stop him." The middle-aged man shook his head. Perhaps he wasn't the enemy. Then, he walked up. He cupped his fists and said, "I am Zhao Quan. We came here to search for treasures and unintentionally offended the young master. How should I address you?" "Where did you come from?" Zhao Quan was also very puzzled. In this area, he had never heard of such a terrifying young man. Moreover, there were countless dragon shadows circling around him. Could he really be from the dragon race? He had heard that an incredible figure had appeared in the dragon race recently. He had won first place in the dragon transformation trial. He was extremely powerful, and was rumored to be the next emperor after the Summer Emperor. Even if this young man wasn't first place in the dragon transformation trial, he was probably a top expert of the dragon race. Lin Xian withdrew his palm. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the other party. He was shocked. This elder was Six-Crowned King. The true spirit world of 100,000 years ago was indeed terrifying. One had to know that in the true spirit world he had lived in, even saints were hard to meet. Later, the world changed, and the Golden Age arrived. Many quasi-emperors appeared. And now, 100,000 years ago, Six-Crowned King was actually in this mountain range. Thinking about it, this was also a golden age. No wonder people like the Summer Emperor and the Dragon Emperor appeared. "What business do you have here?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. "Young master, I heard that there are dragon demons in the Dragon Valley. We're here to search for them so that we can make ambergris." Zhao Quan smiled and said. The young girl beside him was stupefied. One must know that her father was the overlord of a region. Their Zhao family was even more terrifying. But now, he was actually being so courteous to the other party. This was truly unbelievable. After hearing this, Lin Xian said, "There are no more dragon flames here. You guys can leave." "Who said that?" The girl stood up angrily. "We clearly saw that there were many terrifying auras of the Tao of dragons in the surroundings. There must have been dragons living here. How could there be no dragon flames? Xianxia must not be rude." Zhao Quan's face changed. This young man before him was extremely mysterious. If he were to offend the other party, the consequences would be dire. As he spoke, he stood in front of Zhao Xianxia. "Please forgive me, young master. My daughter is too naughty. I apologize to you on her behalf." Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Gift? You don't have to. Just leave." "All right then." Zhao Quan smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had to leave for the time being. Because he was really not confident that he could subdue the young man in front of him. He could only turn around and leave with Xianxia and the old man. When they were about to leave the valley, Lin Xian suddenly said, "Wait." Zhao Quan's eyes lit up. Could it be that the other party had changed his mind and wanted him to stay here? "Young master, what's the matter?" he asked. Lin Xian glanced at him. There was a light flashing in his right eye. Then he said, "Stop absorbing the aura of the Tao of dragons. You are not a member of the dragon clan. If you forcefully absorb it like this, I'm afraid it won't do you any good." Zhao Quan was stunned. Zhao Xianxia said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Although my father is not a member of the dragon clan, he created his own peerless technique, the 7 transformation technique of dragon transformation. Every transformation, the bloodline becomes stronger. Moreover, it can also change one's own bloodline. Now, at the most critical moment, as long as you get it again, you will be able to truly transform into a dragon." After Lin Xian heard this, he shook his head. He could already tell that this skill was indeed amazing. For Lin Xian to be able to create a skill like this, it was truly rare and precious. However, this technique still had its shortcomings. After all, the other party was only a quasi-emperor. In addition, the other party had not completely transformed the aura of the Tao of dragons into his bloodline. Some of the dragon's resentment had accumulated in his body. Once it exploded, it would probably be reflected on and completely destroyed. "I've already reminded you. As for whether you listen or not, it's none of my business." Lin Xian waved his hand and let them leave. Zhao Shanshan said after Zhao Quan and the others left. Dad, that guy is too arrogant. Zhao Quan said, let's wait nearby for a while. When they leave, we will enter the valley. For the next month, Zhao Quan and the others waited here. A month later, Lin Xian and the others also came out. The Crimson Dragon roared, and the dragon's roar shook the sky, so refreshing. I'm the six-crowned king, ha 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 ha, he was very happy. Lin Xian also raised the corner of his mouth, a smile. Although he did not break through, his strength had improved a lot. The Toad and Little White also gained something. Let's go. They rose into the air and flew into the distance without hiding. Dad, they're gone. Zhao Shanshan looked at the sky and said quickly, let's go to the valley. Zhao Quan nodded. They reached the valley at the fastest speed. The valley had become very quiet, and the surrounding phantoms of the Tao of Dragons had disappeared. Dad, let's look for Long Yen. Zhao Shanshan was ready to move, but at this time, Zhao Quan's pupils shrank. Because he found that the entire valley shook violently and then fell apart. They were so scared that they quickly rose into the air. Zhao Shanshan was terrified. What happened? The black-robed old man walked out to investigate. The next moment, his body trembled. What's wrong? Zhao Quan asked. The black-robed old man said, young master, this is the reason why the dragon veins below are broken. What does it mean that the dragon veins are broken? Zhao Quan frowned. Zhao Shanshan said, that's the dragon veins, how could it be broken? The black-robed old man took a deep breath, because the power of the dragon veins has been sucked dry. The 23 dragon veins were all sucked dry. Zhao Quan was shocked, and Zhao Shanshan was even more dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a thing. The black-robed old man said, it should be the young man from before. Zhao Quan frowned tightly, how could a young man do it? He could absorb so much dragon power, unless he was a member of the dragon clan. Zhao Shanshan was also stunned. Dragon clan? Dragons are very terrifying divine beasts, and the dragon clan is even more mysterious and powerful. Shanshan, when you meet him in the future, you must treat him with respect and don't offend him, understand? By the way, you also fly into the distance. Elder, you guard him secretly. Maybe you can meet him and have more contact with him. Hearing Zhao Quan's words, Zhao Shanshan and the others hurriedly moved. In fact, he was also very curious. Who was the other party? In the sky, Lin Xian and the others flew. The Crimson Dragon looked around. This should be the central continent of the true spirit world. The central province of 100,000 years ago was truly vast. Compared to our time, it was countless times larger. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked around. This world was both familiar and strange. He said, think about it, is there any way to find that half-frog? The toad said, is it already dead? Lin Xian shook his head, impossible. The Crimson Dragon said, no matter what, he is still a great emperor-level figure. I'm afraid ordinary people can't find him. Perhaps only a great emperor-level figure can find him, or an existence extremely close to a great emperor. After hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This statement was very reasonable. He said, at present, I don't know how many great emperors have appeared. However, there should be a great emperor in the Great Xia dynasty. Other than that, there is the Thousand Dragons Imperial Court. Although Long Outyen hasn't become a great emperor yet, with his strength and talent in addition, according to what we know, he will definitely become a great emperor. Therefore, these two people are very suspicious. Then let's look for clues from these two people. With a target, Lin Xian and the others flew all the way. In front of them, there was a city, Daybreak City. This city, after 100,000 years, was not very famous. 100,000 years ago, it was a huge city. It was magnificent and countless cultivators came and went. It seemed that time was really a terrifying power that could change everything. The group landed and prepared to enter the city. The huge city was spectacular and countless people came and went. After Lin Xian and the others landed, they attracted a lot of attention. Some people even pointed at them. Lin Xian frowned. After listening for a while, he found that they were all pointing at the Crimson Dragon. Was this the dragon race? It couldn't be. It looked like a snake. Maybe it was a snake or an evolved flood dragon. The surrounding people were talking. The Crimson Dragon's face darkened. You're the snake, your whole family are snakes. I'm a member of the Divine Dragon clan. I'm high and mighty. You ants are ignorant. Divine Dragon? Keep bragging. He had never heard of a mystical dragon. Yes, he only knew that there were some dragon tribes, but those who dared to call themselves divine dragons were too ignorant. The surrounding cultivators sneered. This made the Crimson Dragon even angrier. The toad also said, "What do you know? I'm also a divine beast. Come here and pay your respects to me." Haha, a toad that can talk, this demonic beast is too interesting. The people around him burst into laughter. Who was it? He dared to speak ill of the dragon clan. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Then, countless people shut their mouths. Right now, the dragon tribe was extremely powerful. The number one fighter of the dragon tribe, Long Out Yin, had won first place in the dragon transformation trial. His future was limitless. It was said that under his leadership, countless experts of the dragon tribe made breakthroughs and became extremely powerful. There were not many clans or sects that could compete with the dragon clan. At this moment, were the people of the dragon tribe here? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He originally wanted to find Long Out Yin. Now that he saw the dragon tribe, it was really great. He looked ahead and saw a group of people walking over. Some parts of their bodies were covered in scales, and their auras were very terrifying. After seeing this, Lin Xian shook his head. It's just a flood dragon. They're not from the dragon tribe at all. However, the others were incomparably respectful. Even if they were not from the dragon tribe, they were related to the dragon tribe. They could not afford to offend them. 3 figures walked over and stood there. The aura on their bodies swept in all directions and suppressed everything. They were very proud and enjoyed the frightened expressions of the people around them. The leader of the group was wearing purple armor. He looked at the Crimson Dragon and said with a frown, "A snake dares to call itself a divine dragon. You're related to the dragon tribe. You don't know what's good for you. Hurry up and get lost. If you dare to use the name of the dragon tribe again, I'll make you wish you were dead." Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon was instantly angry. I'm a divine dragon. And you guys are just little flood dragons. How dare you be arrogant in front of me with a little bit of the dragon tribe's bloodline? Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow to me. The Crimson Dragon's bloodline was very terrifying. However, the 3 flood dragons on the opposite side were angry. Do you want to die? The laws on their bodies burst out, and they were about to attack. Come, I'll teach you how to be a dragon. The Crimson Dragon soared into the air and was about to attack. The purple flood dragon roared, and more than a dozen figures came over from the distance. The number of people increased several times in an instant. The people around were talking about it. It's over. This snake is dead. Yes, if he offended these flood dragons, he would end up very miserably. It was said that this flood dragon princess was favored by a strong master of the dragon tribe. Now they were at the peak of their power, and no one dared to offend them. Everyone was talking about it, and they all felt that the Crimson Dragon was unlucky. The Crimson Dragon sneered, but he didn't care about it. Just a flood dragon. How arrogant can he be? Tisk, just when he was about to attack, there was another sound in the sky. Then, Xianxia landed. After she arrived, she stared at the flood dragon clan and said, "Who dares to attack me? What a beautiful woman." The people around exclaimed, and the flood dragon clan's eyes also lit up. Oh, where did this fairy come from? Fairy, it's dangerous. Come to me, I'll protect you. Zhao Shanshan snorted coldly. It seems that you really don't want to live. She waved her hand, and the totem pattern of the Zhao family appeared. She was from the Zhao family. Many people exclaimed, "Is she the little princess of the Zhao family, Zhao Shanshan? It should be her." Countless voices of discussion could be heard. The people of the Jiao dragon tribe were also frowning. The Zhao family was very terrifying. In the Great Xiao dynasty, they were very strong, and the little princess of the Zhao family was even favored by the Zhao family. Therefore, they didn't dare to attack. The flood dragon powerhouse in purple armor said, "So it's Fairy Shanshan." I wonder why you stopped us. Zhao Shanshan said, you can't touch him. He is my friend. If you attack him, you will be my enemy. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. They all stared at Lin Xian and the others. They actually knew the little princess of the Zhao family. This group of people had an extraordinary background. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew Shanshan. They had met before, of course, only once. What? Now they were friends. It seemed that the Zhao family wanted to win him over. Why didn't they leave? Do they want to be enemies with the Zhao family? Zhao Shanshan snorted coldly. The Flood Dragon clan's people opposite her said, okay, today, I will give face to Fairy Shanshan. Let's go. He waved his hand and led the Flood Dragon clan's people away. They were finally gone. Zhao Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and said, I saved you. How are you going to thank me? Lin Xian didn't speak. The Crimson Dragon said, little girl, you are meddling in other people's business. If you didn't come out, they would have been dead. Zhao Shanshan rolled her eyes. She shook her head and said, the Flood Dragon is nothing to be afraid of. However, the Flood Dragon clan has a princess who married a real dragon, and the Dragon clan has a promising future. If you offend them, I'm afraid you'll end up miserable. Humph, what's the big deal? The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Isn't it just the 10,000 dragons court? They were all destroyed by us. Zhao Shanshan shook her head. These people are crazy. How is that possible? Everyone knew how terrifying the Dragon clan was. Lin Xian stopped the Crimson Dragon from continuing. Of course, these people did not know that the 10,000 dragons court was completely defeated by him 100,000 years later. But now, the 10,000 dragons court was still at its peak. He said, do you know anything about Long Ao Xiaotian? Tell me. Of course I know, but you have to treat me to a meal. Let's go to the city. Zhao Shanshan led the way. Along the way, they talked a lot. Zhao Shanshan wanted to ask about the origins of Lin Xian and the others. However, she only knew their names. As for their identities and backgrounds, she knew nothing. This made Shanshan very depressed, and Lin Xian did not get much information. What he got from Zhao Shanshan was mostly about Long Xiaotian, how powerful, how genius, and how he shocked the world. However, where was Long Xiaotian? What realm was he at now? The other party did not know either. The Crimson Dragon said, you little girl, you don't know anything, and you want to eat with us? Hey, you're too despicable. What do you mean by eating with you? I don't care. Zhao Shanshan was angry. No matter where she went, she was always surrounded by people. But now, these people were actually so rude. She was so angry that she left. Ignore him. Let's go eat. Lin Xian led his people towards the imposing pavilion. A bottle of bright moon. This was a very famous restaurant in Tianming City. It stood on the ground, and at the top of the 9th floor, there was a crescent moon, blooming with mysterious light. Cultivators from all over the world had gathered in a bottle of bright moon. This was the place with the best information. Lin Xian and the others found a place to sit down and began to gather information as they ate. Have you heard? Recently, the dragon folk had been on the rise again. Several experts had been sent out to challenge the Holy Lands and clans. This dragon clan was too terrifying. First, there was Long Xiaotian, such a terrifying top genius. Unexpectedly, the entire dragon clan had risen. Someone said, it can't be helped. The dragon clan's bloodline is incomparably powerful and belongs to the top. Now that another person with the potential to become a great emperor had appeared, it was only natural that he would soar into the sky. However, wasn't the dragon race a little too high profile recently? After all, the true overlord right now was the Grand Xia Empire. Were the dragons not afraid of being suppressed by the Grand Xia Empire? I think it's possible. Maybe it will happen in the near future. Most probably, the Grand Xia Empire wouldn't allow the dragon race to rise up so easily. Someone discussed. Although Long Xiaotian was terrifying, he was not a great emperor after all. He might be assassinated by the Great Xia Empire and die on the road to becoming a great emperor. Such voices grew more and more in number. Clearly, the Grand Xia Empire was also dissatisfied with the recent news. Who said anything bad about the Dragon Clan? Did they not want to live anymore? At this moment, a cold voice rang out in the restaurant. It even carried the aura of the Tao of Dragons. Feeling this aura, the surrounding people's faces changed. The Dragon Clan had arrived. They quickly shut up. A group of people walked over in an imposing manner. These people had a terrifying aura. Some of them were very familiar to Lin Xian and the others. They were the Jiao Dragon Clan that had caused the conflict before. However, this time, there seemed to be more people from the Jiao Dragon Clan. There were a total of 50 of them. After they arrived, they suppressed the heaven and earth. The leading man in purple armor said coldly, "How dare you speak ill of the Dragon Clan here? Do you want to die?" Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. They could talk behind their backs, but they didn't dare to speak in front of the Dragon Clan. Humph, the rise of the Dragon Clan was unstoppable. No one could stop it. The man in purple said coldly, shocking everyone. Did this mean that the Dragon Clan didn't put the Grand Xia Empire in their eyes? They were shocked. Some people were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, at this moment, a disdainful voice rang out, "How arrogant of you to talk about the Dragon Clan. You're just a little Jiao dragon. What right do you have to represent the Dragon Clan?" Everyone was shocked. This was a slap to the Jiao Dragon Clan's face. Sure enough, the Jiao Dragon Clan was angry. "Who is it? Get out here." They were murderous. What? Did I say something wrong? It was difficult for a Jiao dragon to become a true dragon in this life. The disdainful voice rang out again. This voice was naturally made by the Crimson Dragon. The surrounding people looked around. Soon, the man in purple's pupils constricted. He stared at Lin Xian and the others. "It's you, damn snake, you were the one who spoke just now. We are Jiao dragons, and you are just a snake. Your bloodline is far inferior to ours. Why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing to us?" a cold voice rang out. At the same time, they strode over. The surrounding people retreated one after another. Soon, Lin Xian and the others were surrounded. Who are these people? They are too bold to offend the Jiao Dragon Clan. Are they from the Great Xia dynasty? Maybe they are dissatisfied with the Dragon Clan's arrogance? Countless voices of discussion and speculation came. The others were afraid, but Lin Xian and the others were calm. The Crimson Dragon said, "What's there to be arrogant about? Kowtow to you? Do you think you are worthy? Not to mention you, even your Dragon Clan has to kowtow 3 times and 9 times to me when they see me." Everyone went crazy. This was not only a slap to the Jiao Dragon Clan's face, but also a slap to the Dragon Clan's face. "What did you say?" The people of the Jiao Dragon Clan shouted angrily and murderously. Lin Xian said, "He's right. I'm not targeting the Dragon Clan. I'm talking about the Thousand Dragons dynasty. In front of me, they really have to bow their heads and submit to me." They were shocked that a snake said so and went crazy. How dare a human be so arrogant? Doesn't he know how to write the word death ? You don't know what's good for you. Before, the little princess of the Zhao family protected you, so I couldn't do anything. But now, you have completely challenged the Dragon Clan. Even if the head of the Zhao family comes, he can't protect you. Kill them for me." The man in purple waved his hand, and the 2 figures around him quickly moved. One of them attacked the Crimson Dragon, and the other attacked Lin Xian. Both of them were Jiao dragons. One of them reached out his dragon claw and grabbed the Crimson Dragon's head, while the other breathed out a terrible storm, sweeping toward Lin Xian. These 2 people were going to be unlucky. The people around shook their heads and sighed. The Crimson Dragon sneered, "You want to use your supernatural power in front of your grandpa dragon? You don't know what's good for you. I'll show you what a real dragon claw is." After that, his claw also clawed forward. Their claws collided in the air. With a cracking sound, the claw of the man from the Jiao Dragon Clan was broken. Not only that, but his entire body was also torn apart by the dark red dragon's palm. The Crimson Dragon killed the other party with one slap, causing countless people to exclaim. These people were shocked. This snake is too powerful. Why do I feel that it is even more powerful than a flood dragon? Is it a dragon? But I've never seen a dragon like this before. Countless doubtful voices sounded. At this time, the battle on Lin Xian's side was also over. Terrifying flames fell on Lin Xian's body, but it had no effect. Lin Xian took a step forward, and a dragon roar came from his body. Puff, this powerful force carried the terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons, which made the powerhouse of the Flood Dragon clan kneel on the ground in fear, unable to resist at all. In the blink of an eye, the two powerhouses of the Flood Dragon clan were defeated so miserably. Just the likes of you little ants are this emperor's match? The Crimson Dragon sneered. The toad jumped up. Aren't you guys very arrogant? Why are you kneeling now? The people of the Flood Dragon clan were shocked and then angry. What a strange pair of people. They attacked together. More than a dozen figures rushed over in an overwhelming manner. Come, come, Ben Huang will teach you how to be a dragon. The Crimson Dragon flew out, opening and closing wide, and every claw could send the opponent flying. As a result, those who came to Lin Xian's side were all suppressed by the dragon roar. On Lin Xian's side, a group of people knelt. Too weak. Is there no one powerful? Lin Xian looked up with a cold light in his eyes, and the power of the great dragon sword soul also emerged. The aura of the Tao of Dragons overflowed, and the people of the Flood Dragon clan opposite him knelt down in groups. They were shocked. You have the aura of the Dragon clan. You are from the Dragon clan. Damn it, this is impossible. These people are crazy. They actually offended the Dragon clan. Now you know how powerful we are. The Crimson Dragon sneered. The others were dumbfounded. Did the Flood Dragon clan kick an iron plate this time? Is the other party really a dragon? They were surprised. The people from the Jiao Dragon tribe were terrified. They wanted to die. At this moment, two more figures walked over. A woman's angry roar could be heard. Who dares to bully our Flood Dragon clan? She's the princess of our Flood Dragon clan. The people who were kneeling were overjoyed. They used all their strength to shout, "Princess, please save us. Princess, please help us." Lin Xian and the others turned around and saw two more figures approaching. It was a beautiful woman with a shocking dragon aura. Beside her was a man. This man had a pair of dragon horns on his head. He was a true member of the Dragon clan. Even the experts of the Dragon clan had come? The people of the Jiao Dragon tribe were overjoyed. They raised their heads and stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Let's see how you'll die later. After the Jiao Dragon Princess and Long Yun arrived, the atmosphere changed. There was a heavy pressure in the air. The Jiao Dragon Princess was furious. She saw many of the Jiao Dragons fall. Who did it? She roared crazily. It was him. Those who were kneeling couldn't stand up at the moment, but they all stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Is it you? Tell me, how do you want to die? The Jiao Dragon Princess walked over angrily. A snake, pull out its tendons and skin it. As for this human, he would be a slave forever, never to rise again. In just a few words, she seemed to have decided the fate of others. Just you, little Jiao Dragon. The Crimson Dragon swung its tail and slapped the Jiao Dragon Princess's face. The Jiao Dragon Princess was sent flying. Her hair was disheveled, and her handsome face was shattered. What fast speed, what terrifying strength. Countless people were shocked. The Jiao Dragon Princess was indeed angry. Her whole body trembled, and her eyes were burning. A snake, how dare you hit me? I'm going to stew you and eat you. Paw, as soon as she finished speaking, the Crimson Dragon slapped her with its claws again, sending the Jiao Dragon Princess flying again. Blood dyed the sky. The people in the restaurant went crazy. It was said that the Jiao Dragon Princess was a proud daughter of the Jiao Dragon clan and was very strong. What? Now she couldn't fight back at all? Stop, Long Yun, who was beside him, also shouted angrily, who the hell are you? He helped the Jiao Dragon Princess up and used his law to restore her appearance. At the same time, he stared at the dark red dragon. I am a divine dragon. Long Yun of the Dragon clan frowned. Which bloodline of the Dragon clan? Why haven't I seen you before? The Crimson Dragon sneered. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of knowing me, you reckless thing? Do you think you can pretend to be a dragon just because you have some strength? You are too stupid. Today, I will teach you a lesson and let you know what a real dragon is. Long Yan took a step forward, and a dragon roar erupted from his body, shaking the 9 heavens. Everyone's blood boiled. Was this the bloodline of the dragon clan? It was really too strong. Dragons were originally standing at the peak of the world. Their bloodline and physique were extremely terrifying. This Long Yun was an expert of the dragon clan, and was even more terrifying. Big brother Yun, help me teach him a lesson. The Jiao Dragon Princess shouted from behind. Long Yun said, don't worry, I will let them know the price. He walked forward, thinking of 1,000 ways to torture the other party to death. At this time, Lin Xian, who was beside him, frowned. Dragon Clan, you're the only one who came? Forget it, do you know where Long Xiaotian is? Who do you think you are? How dare you call the name of the #1 expert of the Dragon Clan? Long Yun was completely enraged. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Little human, go to hell. He sent a slap over. In his opinion, the Crimson Dragon might be powerful, but this human was not worth mentioning. His physique was not as strong as his, and his bloodline was not as good as his. If he wanted to kill the other party, a slap was enough. Lin Xian also slapped out. With a bang, Long Yun was pressed to the ground, and half of his body was shattered. Ah, he let out a miserable cry. Impossible? The Jiao Dragon Princess was scared silly. Long Yun's physique was so strong. How could this human resist it? Lin Xian sneered. Just a Saint King, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? Impossible? Long Yun went crazy. What is your cultivation level? Great Saint? There was a great saint of the human race here. The others also exclaimed. To be honest, most of them were only at the saint level. The more powerful ones were the saint masters, but other than that, saint kings and great saints were not common. Now that a great saint of the human race had appeared, even ordinary great saints of the human race did not dare to easily offend the Dragon Clan. Could it be that the other party was from the great Xia dynasty? Countless guesses rang out. You don't have the right to ask me, submit. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with an extremely terrifying light. He controlled the other party's soul. Long Yun couldn't resist at all. The gap between him and Lin Xian was too great. If Lin Xian wanted to kill him, he could do it with a single look. In the next moment, he knelt respectfully on the ground. Greetings, Master. Big brother Yun. The Jiao Dragon Princess went crazy, and the people of the Jiao Dragon Clan were also dumbfounded. Such a terrifying expert of the Dragon Clan was suppressed just like that? Get up and take me to the Dragon Clan. Lin Xian said coldly. Long Yan stood up and said, yes, Master. He led the way. Lin Xian and the others left, leaving behind only endless shock. The people in the restaurant came back to their senses and exclaimed, too powerful. There was actually such an expert in the human race. He must be from the great Xia dynasty. He was actually a genius who controlled the dragon race. It was over. The dragon race was angry. They would definitely not let him off. There were many experts in the dragon race now. Everyone was discussing animatedly. On Lin Xian's side, they were quickly on their way. Long Yan took them to a palace of the dragon race. It was a stronghold of the dragon race nearby. It was incomparably grand. There were many figures inside. There were dragons and fled dragons. It was very lively. These people had powerful auras. Compared to humans of the same realm and other clans, they were much stronger. This was the innate advantage of bloodline. Young Master Long Yun, you're back. Someone below hurriedly bowed, Young Master, who are these people? They saw that behind Long Yun, Lin Xian and the others were following. Long Yun asked, where's the palace master? In the main hall. The patriarch of the fled dragon race had come. Long Yun nodded and continued to lead Lin Xian towards the main hall. In this main hall, many people from the fled dragon race had come. They were holding countless gifts. Opposite them sat a man from the dragon race. Although both sides were great saints, the patriarch of the fled dragon race was obviously trying to curry favor with the other party. What the two sides were discussing was the marriage of the fled dragon princess and Long Yun. At this time, Long Yun walked over. The Cloud Thunder Palace Master called out, "Long Yun, you're here. I was just talking about you." Even the fled dragon patriarch nodded with a smile, "Greetings, young Master Long Yun." Long Yun stood there and didn't say anything. This made the fled dragon race frown. Their patriarch personally greeted the other party, but the other party actually ignored him. This was too arrogant. Although they were the fled dragon race, the patriarch's status was extraordinary. The Cloud Thunder Palace Master also frowned, "Yuner, don't be rude." However, Long Yun still stood there without saying a word. What was going on? This was too presumptuous. The Cloud Thunder Palace Master was so angry that his face turned pale. At this time, a voice came from behind Long Yun. "He won't listen to you, because he will only listen to me." Lin Xian and the others walked out. "Who are you people?" When the Cloud Thunder Palace Master looked at the other party, his brows were tightly knitted together. A snake, a toad, and a human actually dared to enter the territory of the dragon clan. "Men, where are the guards? Suppress them for me. Is this Long Yun crazy? How could he bring such an ant over?" The surrounding dragon clan guards rushed over, but they were all sent flying by a single punch from the Crimson Dragon. Over 100 figures were shattered in the air. The dark red divine dragon waved its hand and sealed the entire hall with a formation. The people of the Jiao Dragon tribe stood up abruptly in fear. The pupils of the Palace Master of the Thunder Cloud Palace shrank as well. "This snake is so powerful. Who are you people?" he asked coldly. Lin Xian said, "It's someone you look up to. Tell me, where is Long Xiaotian, audacious?" The Cloud Thunder Palace Lord roared in rage. Qin Wendian didn't know the difference between life and death. He blasted out with his palm, causing a thunderous boom to ring out. His palm turned into a cloud, with terrifying thunderbolts spreading over it. This was his unique skill. Everything that was enveloped by it would be destroyed by this force. How powerful! The people of the Flood Dragon tribe were shocked. Even the tribe leader sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they were both great saints, the strength of the other party was much more powerful than his. This was also the reason why he had to curry favor with the other party. In his opinion, this young man from the human race was definitely dead. The Cloud Thunder Palace Lord's palm slapped hard on Lin Xian's body. Around Lin Xian, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Great, he killed him with one move. The people of the Flood Dragon clan laughed. The Cloud Thunder Palace Lord snorted coldly, "Such an ant dares to behave atrociously in front of me?" The Dragon clan was indeed powerful. With such strength in the Great Saint Realm, they were far more powerful than other clans. The sound of a bell rang out from the shattered void in front of him. "Why, he's not dead yet?" The Cloud Thunder Palace Lord's pupils shrank, and the Flood Dragons were also dumbfounded. In the next moment, they saw Lin Xian walk out unscathed. How is this possible? They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Even the Cloud Thunder Palace Lord's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously and wanted to attack again. However, Lin Xian continued to walk forward, allowing the thousands of attacks to land on his body. But they couldn't tear open his defense. Lin Xian shook his head, "Stop struggling. A mere great saint is no match for me." "What? A mere great saint? Is your realm above the Great Saint realm?" He didn't dare to imagine. Above the Great Saint realm was the Quasi-Emperor. Was this human youth a Quasi-Emperor? In Lin Xian's body, the dragon soul sounded. Puff, the Cloud Thunder Palace Lord spat out a mouthful of old blood. His body was torn apart and fell to the ground. He was terrified. This was the voice of a dragon. The power in the other party's body was even more terrifying than his. The other party was a dragon of the Dragon clan. When did such a terrifying master come out? Lin Xian looked at him and said coldly, "Tell me, where is Long Xiaotian?" The Cloud Thunder Grand Sage was completely stunned. The Flood Dragons next to him all knelt on the ground in fear. "Help me!" The Cloud Thunder Grand Sage roared. In the distance, two figures rose into the air. They were the other two great saints. They had been cultivating in seclusion. When they heard the cry for help, they immediately rushed out. Stop. Go to hell. The two great saints were very fast. In an instant, they came to the top of the hall and slapped at the array. However, the two flew out like a kite with a broken string, vomiting blood. One of them shouted in shock, "What array is this? We can't break it." The other great saint also went crazy, "Who on earth is here?" In the hall, the people of the Flood Dragon clan were dumbfounded. Two great saints working together couldn't even break the array? Who on earth are these people? The Cloud Thunder Palace Lord was also desperate. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Since you don't want to tell me, I'll collect your soul myself." He used his Rinnegan and enveloped the other party's soul. The Cloud Thunder Grand Sage let out a miserable cry. Before long, Lin Xian withdrew his gaze and frowned slightly. "Don't you know? This Long Xiaotian is really mysterious. Who is this senior?" The two great saints outside took a deep breath and asked with cupped fists. It seemed that the strength of the newcomer was much stronger than theirs. It was very likely that he was a terrifying old monster. Therefore, they didn't dare to make a move again. Lin Xian looked into the distance, stood with his hands behind his back, and said coldly, "From now on, the Cloud Dragon clan will respect me." What? Those people from the Cloud Dragon clan are all crazy. They respect Long Xiaotian as their leader. Long Xiaotian was unparalleled in talent and would become the Dragon Emperor in the future. Their Cloud Dragon clan would definitely soar into the sky. Now, it was impossible for them to respect the other party. Dare to resist? I'll give you a chance to choose. Those who resist will be like him. Lin Xian glanced over, waved his hand, and directly cut the Cloud Thunder Palace Lord in half. The Cloud Thunder Palace Lord died before he could even scream. The other people of the Cloud Dragon clan felt their scalps go numb. A great saint was easily killed just like that. The other two great saints were also scared out of their wits. What kind of means is this? He killed the Cloud Thunder Palace Lord as if he were cutting vegetables. Is the other party really above the great saint realm? We are willing to submit. The two great saints took the lead and knelt down in the void. If the other party wanted to kill them, it should be something that could be done with a raise of his hand. They had to submit. Lin Xian said, "Okay, listen carefully. Call me Dragon God from now on. Now I'll give you two tasks. First, find Dragon Xiaotian for me. Where is he? Secondly, gather resources for me. Gather all the cultivation resources for me." The people of the Cloud Dragon clan began to move. The two great saints came to Lin Xian's side, their bodies trembling. Lin Xian looked at the two and said, "Don't worry, work hard for me. If I'm satisfied, I may let you break through again and become an existence above the great saint." Really? The two great saints raised their heads with fire in their eyes. Above the great saint was the quasi-emperor. However, that step was as difficult as ascending to the sky. They probably couldn't reach it in their lifetime. Moreover, even if it was Long Xiaotian, it was impossible to do it so easily. "Why, don't you believe what I said?" Lin Xian glanced at the two, and the two only felt that their souls were sucked into a vortex storm. It seemed that the other party could destroy them with a glance. How terrifying was this human? Why did it feel like he was Dragon Xiaotian? Could it be that another peerless genius had appeared in their dragon clan? "Don't worry, Dragon God, we will do our best." Lin Xian waved his hand and asked them to hurry up and do their work. Lin Xian didn't stay idle. He went to many places, set up many arrays, and began to collect resources. At first, the Crimson Dragon and the Toad were puzzled. "Boy, what are you going to do?" Lin Xian explained, "It's not easy to come to 100,000 years in the past. Don't you think we should make a good arrangement? Think about it, if an ordinary tree can grow 100,000 years in the future, how amazing it is. Let's prepare some resources now and preserve them well. When we return 100,000 years later, we will find that place and open it. Think about it, what kind of scene will that be?" After hearing this, the Crimson Dragon and the Toad's eyes lit up. That would be a shocking wealth. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and arrange more, looking for Long Xiaotian, you can't kill him anyway. The Crimson Dragon also said, I think we'd better arrange the resources with all our strength. Lin Xian said, of course we need to set up resources. Moreover, we need to spread them out in many places. After all, 100,000 years is too long. No one knew what would happen during this period. Even if we set it up now, we might be discovered once we leave. Therefore, it was necessary to hide and disperse as much as possible. As for Long Xiaotian, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Yes, although he became the Dragon Emperor later on, I won't let things go so smoothly for him. Even if he couldn't kill him, he still had to severely suppress him and snatch more of his opportunities. Little White hurriedly looked around. Where was the treasure? The Crimson Dragon and the others began to act frantically. These people were all very strong. The Crimson Dragon became six-crowned king, and the Toad and Xiaobai became quasi-emperors one after another. After all, they stayed by Lin Xian's side and enjoyed too many resources. Especially Little White, this little guy was very mysterious. Although he didn't usually fight, his strength couldn't be underestimated. These three people began to act frantically. The Crimson Dragon even set up a space transmission array. They had to gather as many resources as they could in the universe for themselves in 100,000 years. On the other side, the Cloud Dragon clan was also frantically collecting information. Soon, two great saints came to Lin Xian's side and said respectfully, Dragon God, we found some news. Lin Xian asked, is it about Long Xiaotian? One of the great saints said, Long Xiaotian's whereabouts are strange, and he seems to have something important to do recently, so he hasn't appeared. We don't know, but we did find out that there's another piece of news. It's about Long Xiaotian's Dao companion, Fairy Long Yu. Long Yu? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Isn't it just the Dragon Queen? The Dragon Queen from 100,000 years ago was very arrogant. She even went to Shinnong to attack him. Now, he actually got the news. Long Xiaotian wasn't here, so Lin Xian had to punish Long Yu properly. He asked. Oh, where? Lin Xian was a little excited. Long Yu Fairy would represent the Dragon Clan at the Chaos Wine Banquet. What was the Chaos Wine Banquet? The two great saints were stunned. You don't know? Lin Xian didn't explain, and the two didn't dare to ask again. They quickly told him about the Chaos Wine Banquet. It was a place of chaos discovered by the great Xia dynasty. They used the power of chaos to brew wine and hold a banquet called the Chaos Wine Banquet. This time, it was hosted by the 9th prince of the great Xia dynasty. He invited all worlds to taste it. The Dragon Clan was naturally invited, but Long Xiaotian didn't go. He sent Long Yu. I see. After hearing this, Lin Xian understood. He asked, is this 9th prince the crown prince? That's right, the great Xia dynasty had 9 princes and 1 princess. So many? Lin Xian was shocked. 100,000 years later, he found that those great emperor families seemed to only have 1 prince. Okay, leave the news of the Chaos Wine Banquet here, and then you can leave. The two great saints put down a scroll, then bowed and left. After they left, Lin Xian asked, De Long, what's going on? Is there anything special about the great Xia dynasty? De Long said, no. Actually, a great emperor doesn't only have 1 descendant. A great emperor can have many. A great emperor could live for a long time. Even if he existed in the world, it would be 10 or 20,000 years. In these 10 or 20,000 years, if his descendants couldn't become great emperors, they would probably die one after another. And if a great emperor found that he had no hope of becoming an immortal, then he would probably use all kinds of methods. Therefore, the ones who sealed the surviving descendants and waited for the opportunity to come were either the youngest descendant of a great emperor or the most beloved descendant of a great emperor. As for the others, they might not be so lucky. They would turn into dust along with the passage of time. I see. After Lin Xian heard this, he also took a deep breath. Even a great emperor could only have 1 descendant? How cruel. Time was merciless. Shaking his head, Lin Xian didn't think about these things for now. He was ready to go to the Chaos Wine Banquet. Long Yu represented the Dragon Clan. What right did she have? I want to represent the Dragon Clan. A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon and the others, "Come back. I'll take you to see a good show." Hearing Lin Xian's next sentence, the Crimson Dragon and the others hurriedly used spatial transmission and jumped over. "Kid, is it true? There's news of the Dragon Queen. 100,000 years ago, we were fine. Can we torture the Dragon Queen?" The toad's eyes also lit up. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Chaos Wine Banquet." The group set off. They weren't the only ones going. Lin Xian had also brought the great sages of the Cloud Dragon clan and some elders with him. The Chaos Wine Banquet was in a land of chaos. This place had the power to split the heavens and earth apart. It was very magical and countless people yearned for it. However, it now belonged to the Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia dynasty had an emperor. Was there any land under the heavens that belonged to the emperor? Who would dare to fight for it? Even the dragon race, who was at the peak of their power, did not dare to. They could only be invited. Those who were invited this time were all big clans in the universe. Lin Xian flew along and met many people. He had seen these people 100,000 years later. For example, Feng Feng and the Holy Heavens race. There were also the ancient families and peerless sects that he had seen before. 100,000 years ago, they had all existed. Of course, not all of them. There were some that Lin Xian had never seen before. In the past 100,000 years, many families and sects had disappeared and some new ones had appeared. However, the Great Xia dynasty 100,000 years ago had really surprised Lin Xian. Before Lin Xian, none of the monarch clans that he had seen had a great emperor. There were only extreme weapons and ancient scriptures of the great emperors. That was already an overlord that could sweep across the universe. Now that the Great Xia had a living great emperor, it was truly a great place to visit. After these ancient families and peerless sects came to the land of chaos, they became incomparably respectful. Even some of the monarch clans seemed to lower their heads when they came here. A living great emperor was really too terrifying in this era. It was enough to suppress everything. After all, this was different from the era when Lin Xian was in the deity land. In this era, there was only the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. As for whether there were other great emperors, Lin Xian did not know. Perhaps they were in a deep slumber. Anyway, they did not appear. The 9th prince was the 9th son of the Great Xia dynasty. He was the youngest son and was deeply loved by the emperor. There were even rumors that the Great Xia dynasty would be handed over to the 9th prince in the future. Therefore, this time, all the clan of the ancients and the great sects sent their most beautiful young women to the palace of the gods. If any of them could catch the eye of the 9th prince, they would have a meteoric rise. Even the dragon clan had made such preparations. After all, although the current dragon clan was powerful and Long Xiaotian had unparalleled talent, no one had unknown abilities. No one knew if Long Xiaotian could really become the next martial monarch. Therefore, they had to make some plans. For example, the dragon clan had prepared many prides to stand out at the banquet. One of them was even Long Yu's younger sister. In the land of primal chaos, there was a majestic palace where the dragon race resided. One of them was a woman in a black dress. She was extremely beautiful, and her beautiful eyes contained a trace of coldness, as well as a trace of the dignity of a superior. The great saints of the dragon clan all lowered their heads before her. She was Long Xiaotian's Dao partner, Long Yu. She was also the dragon queen of Lin Xian's era. Beside her was a woman who looked very similar to Long Yu. However, she did not look cold and aloof. Instead, she looked lively and cute. She was dressed in green. Her name was Long Qing, and she was Long Yu's younger sister. Long Yu said, "Sister, when the 9th prince comes in a few days, you must interact with him well. If you can stay by his side, you will benefit greatly. The royal family of the Great Xia also has imperial dragon qi." After hearing this, Long Qing pursed her lips. "Sister, I don't even know who he is. I've never seen him before. Why should I stay by his side? Our dragon clan is pretty good. We are not worse than others. Moreover, brother-in-law's talent is unparalleled. After the Great Xia dynasty, it will definitely be our world." What he said was true, but the reality was not so. The emperor of the skyscraper dynasty had existed for 15,000 years. According to the ancient records, it was at most 20,000 years. There were still 5,000 years left. Do you think he won't have any tricks up his sleeve? Will he annihilate our dragon clan before the immortals leave? Hearing this, Long Qing's expression changed. No way? Long Yu shook her head. No one knows the emperor's tricks. But don't worry too much. Brother Tian has already started to deal with this danger. And it is said that he has found a way to resist the crisis. However, we still have to make several preparations. Long Qing nodded but still said, let's wait and see. If I don't have feelings for him, I won't sacrifice myself for the family. Don't think too much about anything else. As long as you dress up beautifully on the day of the banquet, that will be enough. While the dragon clan was making preparations, the other clans were doing the same. They were all waiting for the day when the banquet officially began. On the eve of the banquet, on the third day, Lin Xian and the others came. They were from the Cloud Dragon clan. In the land of chaos, many people turned their heads to look. Someone said, the Cloud Dragon clan is not qualified to come here, right? Some people shook their heads. The Cloud Dragon clan alone is definitely not qualified. However, the other party is now one of Long Xiaotian's dragon clans. Therefore, he was definitely qualified to come. The dragon clan in Long Xiaotian's hands was getting stronger and stronger. Yes, the dragon clan in his hands was called the 10,000 Dragon Clan. It was said that he wanted to gather all the clans in the world and put all the dragon clan in the palm of his hand. When it came to Long Xiaotian, countless people were envious. Some of the older generation powerhouses also sighed. It was really a tragedy to be born in the same era as such a person. Long Xiaotian was very young. At the age of 2000, he could already reach such a level. It was really shocking. Even if he had a great emperor now, Long Xiaotian could live for a long time. Therefore, in the future, Long Xiaotian was very likely to become a new great emperor, and in the end, the dragon clan would be the master of the world. Hearing this, the people of the Great Xia dynasty were naturally dissatisfied. Some of the powerhouses and geniuses of the Great Xia dynasty stared at the Cloud Dragon clan with murderous intent and hostility in their eyes. The people of the Cloud Dragon clan felt their scalps go numb. The two great saints were also facing a great enemy. To be honest, they had now pledged allegiance to Lin Xian. If Long Xiaotian knew, they would definitely be expelled from the 10,000 Dragon clan. At that time, they would suffer a disastrous decline. Lin Xian said, don't worry. Follow me. You won't be in any danger. Facing the hostile gazes around, Lin Xian was still not afraid. The people around were also surprised. Soon, they found Lin Xian and the others. They immediately exclaimed, who is this person? Why was he walking at the center of it all? The people of the Cloud Dragon clan seemed to regard him as important. Is he Long Xiaotian? Some people exclaimed. Some young geniuses were puzzled. Some people said, no, Long Xiaotian. I've seen him with my own eyes. Although the two of them are about the same age, he's not Long Xiaotian. He's very unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Who is he? A new genius of the Cloud Dragon clan? Countless voices of Tao and justice were heard. You guys are really late. Aren't you afraid that Long Yu Fairy will be angry? At this moment, a cold snort was heard. In the sky, there was endless thunder. The great saints of the Cloud Dragon clan were shocked. It's the people of the Thunder Dragon clan. They're here to cause trouble. They were from the Thunder Dragon clan. The faces of the Cloud Dragon clan people turned ugly. The great saint quickly explained to Lin Xian. After hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It turned out that the two sides didn't see eye to eye with each other and fought openly and secretly. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon clan seized such a late opportunity and would definitely not let it go. Lin Xian said with a smile, don't worry. Now that you have become my disciple, I will naturally protect you. I don't take the Thunder Dragon clan seriously. Let's go. With that, Lin Xian walked forward. The people of the Cloud Dragon clan followed closely. They didn't pay attention to him. The people of the Thunder Dragon clan were angry. How dare you not greet Long Yu Fairy after coming here? The Thunder Dragon clan people condensed the laws on their bodies and turned into lightning, blocking the way. What is Long Yu Fairy? Let her come here to see us? The Crimson Dragon sneered. The Toad also said, how dare you block my way? Believe it or not, I will stew you. How dare you? What kind of demon are you? How dare you be arrogant in front of us? You are just a little toad. Who gave you the courage? The people of the Thunder Dragon clan were all angry. The Toad jumped out, I will teach you how to be a man. He slapped out his claws and knocked the few people of the Thunder Dragon clan to the ground. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people exclaimed, the Dragon clan is actually in conflict. Interesting. How dare you? The first elder of the Thunder Dragon clan walked over and said coldly, watch me suppress you personally. He raised his palm, and the terrifying thunder turned into a pagoda and suppressed the Toad. This was a terrifying saint weapon, right? Countless people exclaimed. It seemed that the Thunder Dragon clan was angry. A great saint with a super saint weapon. That Toad was dead for sure. Not only that, I think this group of people are all going to be unlucky. The Toad sneered, you? This piece of trash dares to suppress me. Watch my divine Toad fist. With that, he clenched his claws into fists and punched out. Stupid thing. The people from the Thunder Dragon tribe sneered. The first elder's expression was one of disdain. He waved his dragon claw and brought the lightning pagoda down. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out as endless lightning exploded. The lightning pagoda was actually shattered into pieces and scattered all over the ground. The first elder's entire body was pierced through. The Toad retracted its claws and sneered. It was pitifully weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. What was going on? The spectators went crazy. Their eyes were wide open. The people of the Thunder Dragon tribe were looking around. Where is the Great Elder? That was the Great Elder's shard. He was dead. Someone shouted. Impossible. The Grand Elder was a great sage. How could he possibly be killed with a single move? Furthermore, he had a super divine artifact. The people from the Thunder Dragon tribe went crazy. They stared at the Toad. What kind of monster was this? The Toad spat out venom, causing the people of the Dragon tribe to scream miserably. At this moment, the second elder walked over and roared, Cloud Dragon tribe, how dare you collude with the demon race? Do you really want to be enemies with Long Yu Fairy? The people of the Cloud Dragon tribe were also dumbfounded. At this moment, they couldn't speak at all. Lin Xian walked out and said, Long Yu Fairy is just SOSO. If she dares to come, I will suppress her with one hand. How dare you? Who are you? The people of the Thunder Dragon tribe stared at Lin Xian. I am their new master. You can call me the Dragon God. Lin Xian's voice came out, resounding in all directions. The people around went crazy. Dragon God, isn't this kid a human? How dare he call himself the Dragon God? Is he here to slap the face of the Dragon tribe? Countless exclamations sounded, and the faces of the Thunder Dragon tribe were extremely ugly. Boy, don't run if you have guts. Just you wait. The second elder of the Thunder Dragon tribe hurriedly left to find Long Yu Fairy. At this moment, in the land of chaos, there was a magnificent palace. The second elder walked over and exclaimed, Long Yu Fairy, please save me. The second elder was stopped by the guards at the door. Inside, Long Yu Fairy was putting on makeup for Long Qing. Hearing this, she frowned. What's the matter? Let him wait outside. I'm busy. Now, the most important thing was to dress up her sister Long Qing. Long Yu didn't want to care about other things. Being rejected, the second elder was dumbfounded. He could only grit his teeth. There are still 2 days until the Chaos Wine Banquet. At that time I will definitely see Long Yu Fairy. He had been waiting here and didn't leave. On the other side, the Toad was impatient. He sneered and said, What Thunder Dragon tribe? Didn't they go to ask for help? Why didn't they come? I'm dying of laughter. The Crimson Dragon also sneered. I think Long Yu is afraid and doesn't dare to come out. I knew it. She wouldn't dare to fight against us. One voice after another came out, shocking the people of the clan of the ancients and the great sections. Just who were these newcomers? How could they be so strong? Lin Xian spread his name everywhere. From now on, I am the dragon god. The dragon tribe will respect me. Crazy. The surrounding clans and sects were all crazy. Those who could participate in the primal chaos wine banquet were the best of the best in the universe. Their news was also the most up-to-date. They naturally knew that the current dragon clan was led by Long Xiaotian. Now, they had to respect this young man. Was this young man challenging Long Xiaotian? However, the other party looked very mysterious. He defeated the Thunder Dragon tribe as soon as he came. Even Long Yu and the others didn't dare to come out. For a time, no one dared to challenge him. The people of the Grand Xia dynasty also secretly spread the news that the dragon tribe was done for. For a time, there was a lot of discussion. Finally, 2 days passed. On this day, the Chaos Wine Banquet would open. The surroundings were filled with multicolored light and chaos chi. Countless powerful people arrived. They rode on clouds and mist, riding on all kinds of saint weapons and demonic beasts. They were like celestial spirits. The people of the Grand Xia dynasty also came out. Prince Josie was wearing a dragon robe and had an imposing appearance. He had an unparalleled domineering aura. Beside him were the experts of the Grand Xia Empire. Like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon, they invited him to sit on the high throne. There were also many seats on both sides. They sat down according to their status. The closer they were to the Grand Xia dynasty, the more extraordinary their status was. Everyone took their seats. There was another place that was very close to Prince Josie. It was the sky reserved for the dragon tribe. Countless dragon auras gathered, forming a dragon boat that soared into the sky. There were many people standing on the dragon boat. At the front was a beautiful woman in a black dress. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her face was exquisite. There was a trace of coldness in her eyes, as if she didn't care about anything. This person was naturally Long Yu. Beside her was Long Qing, who was dressed in green. Her beautiful eyes were filled with endless spiritual qi. Behind her was a group of experts of the dragon tribe. The laws on their bodies swept through the sky. This group of people came with a strong momentum, attracting the attention of countless people. It was the people of the dragon tribe. Fairy Long Yu had come out. Countless exclamations sounded. The second elder of the Thunder Dragon tribe was also standing there. Before coming, he had already reported what had happened to Long Yu. After hearing this, Long Yu also frowned. Someone was courting death and dared to challenge them? He even dared to call himself the dragon god. Stupid thing. At that time, she had said that the dragon tribe only had one god, and that was Brother Tian. That kid dared to challenge the 10,000 dragon tribe. He was challenging Brother Tian and challenging us. When we meet him later, we'll just slap him to death. To be honest, she didn't care at all. The second elder of the Thunder Dragon tribe was naturally happy. He stood on the dragon boat. At this moment, as he streaked across the sky, his eyes kept searching for Lin Xian. However, he couldn't find him. He wasn't worried. After all, that kid was attending the Chaos Wine Banquet. He would definitely find him. At that time, it would be the death of the other party. When the dragon boat arrived at the square, it didn't have any intention of landing, which shocked many people. The people of the Great Xia dynasty furrowed their brows. Next to the 9th prince, an old man snorted. The 10,000 dragon tribe is really arrogant. What do you mean? Do you not take our dynasty seriously? Another middle-aged man was also dissatisfied. Now was not the time for them to dominate the world. The 9th prince sat there with a smile on his face. He wasn't angry, although a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. However, as the host of this banquet, he still had to be magnanimous. At this moment, he smiled and said, "So it's a fellow Taoist from the Mirage Dragon tribe. Okay, Long Yu Fairy, please." He pointed to a seat on the side. Only then did Dragon Traveling Fairy lead the group of people from the dragon race to descend and proceed forward. Just as they were about to sit down, a voice sounded. Wait. This voice was loud and shook the 9 heavens, causing countless people to turn their heads. Another group of people arrived on clouds in a grandiose manner. It was the people of the Cloud Dragon tribe. The people of the Dragon tribe frowned. The second elder of the Thunder Dragon tribe exclaimed, "It's that kid. It's that kid who called himself the Dragon God and killed our first elder." As soon as these words were said, the people of the 10,000 Dragon tribe were instantly angry. Long Yu also turned her head and stared at Lin Xian. She was shocked. What a young man. Moreover, when she stared at him, she felt a trace of uneasiness. Did he have some kind of power that made her afraid? That was impossible. Long Yu denied it in her heart. She shook her head slightly. No one could threaten her. It was absolutely impossible. What do you want? On the side of the myriad dragon tribe, an expert from the dragon tribe walked out and shouted coldly. The flames on his body overflowed into the heavens, enough to burn the 9 heavens. The toad jumped out and said, "It's simple. You're not qualified to sit there. Get lost." The crowd was in an uproar. The people of the Grand Xia Empire were also discussing amongst themselves. The people of the 10,000 Dragons tribe were even more furious. Impudent. We don't have the qualifications. We are all powerful beings of the dragon race. How dare a little toad challenge us? The toad snorted coldly. How can you know how powerful I am? Although I'm not from the dragon clan, I have the dragon god by my side. That position can only be given to the dragon god throne. You guys are not qualified. The crimson dragon also sneered. Where is Long Yu? Tell her to get out here. She didn't dare to meet us 2 days ago, so we're here now. Come, Ben Huang will slap her to death. The people of the myriad dragon tribe went crazy. Fairy Long Yu's face also darkened. She didn't quite believe what the second elder of the Thunder Dragon tribe said before. She thought that the other party was exaggerating, but now it seemed that the other party was already very conservative. These people in front of her were really too arrogant. She sneered and said, "Reckless thing, how dare you call yourself the dragon god? Do you have the qualifications?" Long Yu snorted coldly, and the bloodline in her body erupted. Between heaven and earth, there were hundreds of dragons roaring. The endless aura pressed down on everyone, making their souls tremble. The people of the great sects and the ancient families were shocked. This Long Yu was incredible. As expected of the woman by Dragon Xiaotian's side, she was really too powerful. There was probably no one in the younger generation who could compete with her. Even the powerhouses of the older generation couldn't beat her. The people of the Grand Xia Empire also had solemn expressions. Although the dragon tribe was arrogant, it had to be said that the dragon tribe in this period had indeed produced many genius powerhouses. The people of the Cloud Dragon tribe felt their scalps go numb. They kept feeling that they were walking on the edge of a cliff. This time, if Lin Xian and the others couldn't resist, then they would be doomed eternally. They looked at Lin Xian. With a smile, he walked out and said, "I'm the dragon god. Are you not convinced?" "Of course not." Long Yu's eyes burst with cold killing intent as she stared at Lin Xian. "You're not qualified." Lin Xian smiled. He stared at Long Yu, and there was also a strange light in his eyes. Then he shook his head. "You're not my match." "What about Dragon Xiaotian? Tell him to get over here and fight with me." "Just you? You want to challenge Brother Tian?" Long Yu was completely angry. She wouldn't allow anyone to challenge Dragon Xiaotian. She wanted to make a move, but the powerhouse of the Fire Dragon tribe next to her could walk out. He said, "Fairy Long Yu, why do you have to do it? I'll suppress this kid. He's a Fire Dragon tribe supreme saint. Is he holding the spear of Fire Dragon?" Countless exclamations sounded. The Fire Dragon Supreme Saint was even more terrifying than the Thunder Dragon Tribe Supreme Saint. He was even much stronger. Now that he made a move and took out the Spear of Fire Dragon, it seemed that he was going to kill Lin Xian. "Kid, you'll pay for your words and actions just now." The Fire Dragon Supreme Saint stabbed out with his spear. Between heaven and earth, a dragon roar sounded. A fire dragon phantom cut through the 9 heavens and charged toward Lin Xian. The people of the Cloud Dragon tribe were scared silly. Even if all of them gathered together, they wouldn't be able to resist such power. As for Lin Xian, he merely extended a hand and made a grabbing motion. This kid was crazy. How could he block the saint weapon with his bare hands? Was it the right of a supreme saint? The people of the Thousand Dragon tribe sneered. The people of the Great Xia dynasty were also surprised. Could it be that this person really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Boom, the spear of fire dragon, with violent power, stabbed into Lin Xian's palm. But Lin Xian's palm was unharmed. He even grabbed the spear of rat halos and broke it in half. Crack, the sound of metal breaking rang out. The incomparably powerful divine weapon, the spear of fire dragon, was broken in half. The fire dragon supreme saint was sent flying by this force and turned into a mist of blood. He didn't even have time to scream before he died. How could it be? The people from the fire dragon tribe opened their eyes wide and their faces were filled with terror. Even Long Yu's pupils shrank. She knew the strength of the fire dragon supreme saint. In addition to the attack just now, no one among the supreme saints could easily block it. But now, the other party had broken the divine weapon and killed the fire dragon supreme saint. Could it be that this person's strength was above that of a supreme saint? Damn it, when did such a terrifying expert appear in the human tribe? In the next moment, she seemed to have thought of something and stared at the people of the Great Xia dynasty. She asked coldly, "Ninth Prince, what do you mean by this?" In her opinion, the other party should be from the Great Xia dynasty in order to suppress the dragon tribe. After all, they were at the peak of their power. Although the Great Xia dynasty was the overlord, it was also decadent. Ninth Prince narrowed his eyes and said, "Fairy Long Yu, what do you mean?" Long Yu snorted and said, "Isn't he from the Great Xia dynasty? How dare you?" An elder stood up and said, "Are you doubting the Great Xia dynasty? The Great Xia dynasty rules the universe. How could we do such a despicable thing?" To be honest, the others also thought it was the Great Xia dynasty. But at this time, Lin Xian said, "Okay, if you can't beat me, just say it. Why are you looking for excuses? Let me tell you, I'm from the Dragon Clan. I'm from the Dragon Manor. What's wrong with you? Today, I'll let you feel my Dragon Dao energy." Lin Xian roared to the sky, and the power of the dragon sword spirit burst out. Countless dragon-shaped phantoms landed beside him, and the terrifying Dragon Dao energy swept through the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. The people of the Thousand Dragon Clan went crazy. It really was the Dragon Clan's energy. Damn it, was this kid from the Dragon Clan? How could this be? There was already Long Xiaotian, how could there be a second dragon god? The people of the Great Xia dynasty were also shocked. Some elders frowned tightly, the luck of the Dragon Clan was too good. First, there was Long Xiaotian. And now there was another peerless master. Could the rise of the Dragon Clan be unstoppable? Ninth Prince opened his fan and waved it gently. Rise? Not necessarily. Can't you see that the two sides are like fire and water? Perhaps the two dragons would fight and perish together. Let's just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. As he laughed, he picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. He said, "It seems that this young master is also from the Dragon Clan. Since it's a matter of the Dragon Clan, I won't interfere. How about this? The winner can sit in this position." The experts of the remote antiquity families around changed their expressions at the sight of Yi Futian. Didn't that mean that one of the two people in front was going to be slapped in the face? Long Yu represented Long Xiaotian, and now she represented the Dragon Clan. The young man who had become the dragon god was even more powerful, and his background must be shocking. Neither side was easy to provoke. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon smiled. "Long Yu, did you hear that? Hurry up and scram, you don't have the right to be here." As he spoke, he was about to take over the position. Damn it. Long Yu roared, 10,000 dragons, listen up. Kill them all. Lin Xian, however, snorted coldly. He stretched out a large hand, and his 5 fingers transformed into 5 huge dragons that grabbed down. A gigantic hand that blotted out the sky covered the entire place, shrouding the entire 10,000 dragons tribe. How could those people from the 10,000 dragons tribe possibly withstand it? Lin Xian was the 7-time champion. Immediately, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with fear. The second elder of the Lightning Dragon tribe was even crazier. He was really lucky to be alive previously. Impossible. Who are you? How could you be so strong? The people of the Wind Dragon clan roared. The water dragons also went crazy. Why? Facing him made him feel like he was facing Dragon Xiaotian. The others were also shocked, and their hair stood on end. It seemed that no one could resist this palm, right? The ninth prince originally wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but after seeing Lin Xian make a move, he suddenly stood up. His eyes emitted an extremely terrifying nomological law. How could the other party be so strong? He was really too shocked. As the emperor, he actually felt a huge threat. This person was too strong. Where did he come from? Why had he never noticed before? He suppressed those 10,000 dragons with one palm. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Do you think I'm qualified to be called the dragon god?" "What?" Long Yu roared, "I'm not convinced." Dragon blood erupted from her body, and a terrifying aura swept out. At the same time, a water dragon sword appeared in her hand, and she slashed at the huge hand that blotted out the sky. It had to be said that Long Yu was indeed extraordinary. As the second genius of the dragon tribe, her talent was second only to Dragon Xiaotian. Moreover, she had been by Dragon Xiaotian's side all year round. Whether it was combat experience or martial arts, they were all extremely strong. More importantly, the current Long Yu was already a quasi-emperor. Actually, thinking about it, this was normal. How could anyone by Dragon Xiaotian's side be weak? Furthermore, Long Yu was the future dragon empress. That was also an existence that swept across the universe and stood at the peak of the universe. At this moment, only Lin Xian could suppress her. After being suppressed by Lin Xian, Long Yu erupted with a biting cold killing intent. The water dragon sword in her hand flew out, seeming like it could destroy the world. The moment this sword appeared, the surrounding great sages felt their hairs stand on end, exclaiming in shock. It looked like Fairy Long Yu had already broken through Great Sage and entered Quasi-Emperor. He wondered if the person known as the Dragon God would be able to withstand it. This sword shocked the sky, illuminating the great desolate Aeon. The 10,000 dragons people felt hope. Perhaps Fairy Long Yu could change the situation. This sword tore through the 9 heavens, stabbing towards Lin Xian's forehead. However, just as it was about to succeed, it was blocked by 2 fingers. Lin Xian used his palm to catch this sword. How was this possible? Long Yu was dumbfounded. He dared to block her ultimate sword technique with his bare hands. How strong was he? Could it be that he had really surpassed her? Impossible, she shouted angrily, wanting to attack again. However, Lin Xian slapped her with his palm. With a smack, he hit Long Yu's face. Long Yu flew back, smashing through the void in the distance. There was a clear palm print on her face. You dare to hit me? Long Yu trembled in anger. All along, she had been high and mighty. No one dared to challenge her. No one had ever hit her. Even Big Brother Tian had never hit her. She couldn't take it anymore and let out a shrill cry. Dragon scales appeared on her body, and she turned into a huge dragon that charged over. That was a black dragon, and it carried with it countless black storms. There was also terrifying seawater that was sucking in everything. After turning into her true form, Long Yu's combat strength also increased exponentially. She roared angrily, I want you to die. Do you think I don't dare to kill a dragon? A cold killing intent flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as well as he struck out with his hand. The resplendent hand seemed to turn into the hand of a fire god. With a slap, the black seawater evaporated. This hand grabbed Long Yu's head and pressed down. Long Yu smashed through the void, dizzy from the impact. In the next instant, another hand slapped her body. Countless dragon scales were slapped off, and blood dyed the sky red. Long Yu was suppressed in 2 moves. She let out a shrill cry. Killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. His hand shook as he was about to tear her body apart. No. Seeing this, Long Qin cried out in shock. The people of the 10,000 Dragon clan went crazy. If Long Yu died, they didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Would their top genius, Long Xiaotian, overturn the world? Boom. However, before they could finish thinking, Lin Xian tore Long Yu's body apart. At this moment, it seemed to turn into eternity. The people of the clan of the ancients were scared silly. Even the people of the Great Xia dynasty were stunned. No way, this kid is really going to kill him. This was too crazy. This scene shocked countless people. Had Long Yu been killed? It was too unbelievable. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. He coldly snorted and looked into the distance, but did not attack again. Just now, he had indeed torn apart the black dragon's body. However, he felt that Long Yu was not dead. As expected, the broken dragon's body turned into nomological laws and dissipated. In another void, Long Yu walked out. She had returned to her human form, and her face was extremely pale. Furthermore, there were many talisman symbols on her wrist that had been split in half. She was not dead? The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Ninth Prince was also surprised. Could this be the legendary immortal talisman? I didn't expect you to have it. What a great opportunity. As he spoke, there was a hint of envy in his voice. The immortal talisman was a very magical rune. Legend had it that after obtaining it, it could replace one's own death. It could be said that one had an extra life. Long Yu looked at the broken immortal talisman, and her face turned ugly. This was given to her by Long Xiaotian. She only had it in her hand. To be honest, she really did not expect him to be able to kill her in an instant. In a moment of crisis, she could only take out this thing to save her life. Seeing that it had shattered, Long Yu's expression became incomparably ugly. Was such a precious thing going to be wasted just like that? Unforgivable. She stared at Lin Xian. Brat, I will make you pay the price. Lin Xian sneered. You have quite a lot of trump cards. However, how many of these immortal talismans do you have? As he spoke, he slashed out again. The biting cold sword chi was broken in half. The surrounding people went crazy. You still want to attack, how dare you? If the Dragon King comes, he will definitely not let you go. That's right, Roaring Sky Dragon King will definitely kill you. The people of the 10,000 Dragon tribe roared crazily. The Dragon King they were talking about was Long Xiaotian. At this moment, Long Xiaotian was not a great emperor and was not qualified to become an emperor, so he was called the Dragon King. So what if Long Xiaotian came? Lin Xian sneered. This was 100,000 years ago, before Long Xiaotian became a great emperor. He was not afraid. Although he knew that karma could not be reversed, Lin Xian still wanted to see if he could kill Long Yu. Facing Lin Xian's attack, Long Yu did not dare to be careless. She knew that this person's strength surpassed hers and should be comparable to Long Xiaotian. She could not believe it, but the truth was right in front of her eyes. She could only use her trump card. She took out a war chariot and quickly activated it. The war chariot turned into a beam of light and disappeared. It contained an extremely strong spatial energy. This was a space station car. Countless people were in an uproar. This dragon traveling fairy really had a lot of treasures on her. First, it was the undying talisman that replaced death once, and now it was the space war chariot. The person next to the ninth prince also said, as expected of Dragon Xiaotian's people. It was possible that these things were given to her by Dragon Xiaotian. Dragon Xiaotian had great luck. Lin Xian was also surprised. Space chariot? Amazing. I didn't expect you to have this as well. I want to see how many trump cards you have. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan, covering the sky and earth. The next moment, he said, I found you. He punched out. The space war chariot kept shuttling back and forth, but it was locked down by Lin Xian. Not good. This time, Long Yu was completely stunned. She found that the other party could actually lock down the war chariot. Damn it, what kind of eyes were those? Why did they make her hair stand on end? At this critical moment, she was about to be enveloped by this punch. She could only take out a shield and block in front of her. The shield was made of white bone. From afar, it looked like the claw of a dragon, a white bone dragon claw. It was used as a shield to block in front of her. The next moment, she was sent flying and spat out blood. However, the shield did not break. Lin Xian was surprised. As expected, she still had a trump card. As expected of the person who could become the Dragon Queen in the future. She really had a lot of trump cards in her hand. Kid, let me try. The Crimson Dragon was also eager to try. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said, "Okay, you go, but be careful of her trump card." "Don't worry." The Crimson Dragon roared and flew over like a dragon shadow. "A venomous snake dares to be arrogant in front of me?" Long Yu was completely enraged. She slashed at the Crimson Dragon. In the end, the Crimson Dragon spat out flames that covered the sky and enveloped Long Yu. Long Yu's face darkened. Some parts of her clothes were charred black. "Ah!" She let out a shrill cry. You're a dragon too." She was really shocked. The others were also shocked. Lin Xian's powerful dragon Dao aura swept out in all directions. However, he did not expect that the snake-like thing beside him was also a dragon. And it could even fight against Long Yu. Heavens, when did the Dragon Clan have so many powerful experts? How come they did not know? They had not even heard of it. Where did these people come from? The Crimson Dragon also snickered. "Today is a chance. Let's see how Ben Huang will beat you up." As he spoke, he used all sorts of methods and turned into a 100-foot-long dragon. Long Yu turned into a black dragon once again. The two enormous creatures fought fiercely between the heavens and earth, resulting in a shocking scene. The violent energy caused the entire sky to shatter. Countless people retreated. Looking at this scene, they were dumbfounded. The people of the Great Xia dynasty also had strange expressions. The appearance of two experts from the Dragon Clan shocked them. But this scene also made them want to laugh. The Dragon Clan was actually fighting each other? Could they be the third party to benefit from this? "I'm coming too." The toad also jumped over. "Have a taste of my divine toad fist. I'll spit all over your face." The toad used all sorts of tricks one after another. Long Yu was so angry that she vomited blood. She was high and mighty. When had she ever been ambushed like this? This toad was really too sinister. Although the Crimson Dragon and the toad's strength were not as good as Lin Xian's, the two of them still suppressed Long Yu when working together. If Long Yu did not have the space chariot and the dragon claw shield, she would probably be in danger. In one day, she was suppressed by 3 people one after another. As a proud daughter of the heavens, how could Long Yu endure it? "Damn it, I don't believe it. You all have to die." Long Yu let out a shrill cry. A pillar of light pierced through the sky from her body. On it, there was a billowing blood aura. It turned into a blood-red pagoda that charged towards the toad and the Crimson Dragon. At the same time, Long Yu's cold voice rang out. "This is the treasure that Brother Tian and I brought back from hell. Let's see how you block it." The Crimson Dragon created a series of arrays, but they were all shattered by this blood-red pagoda. They were also shocked. Damn it, this woman's luck was too good. That Long Xiaotian was really a person of great fortune. Lin Xian yelled, "Come back." He used one hand to protect the two of them. His other sword flew out. This sword seemed to turn into a bone dragon, bearing its fangs and claws. This was a heaven-defying sword technique. It sent the blood-red pagoda flying. At the same time, Lin Xian stretched out his golden hand, the 9 suns divine palm. He caught the blood-red pagoda flying towards him. He roared, "Suppress it." The pagoda shook violently. The blood aura on it spread, wanting to envelop it. However, Lin Xian's 9 suns divine fire was extremely strong. The blood evaporated before it could get close. "Suppress," Lin Xian shouted angrily and punched the surface. At the same time, he used the Taiji diagram to cover it. The blood-red pagoda shook violently. However, it was still sealed and fell to the ground. The dark red divine dragon directly grabbed it and said with a smile, "Good stuff, this king will accept it without hesitation." Long Yu was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. She did have a great opportunity. To be precise, it was Long Xiaotian who had a great opportunity. She had followed Long Xiaotian to the 9 heavens, the 9 underworlds, and the underworld. They had been to the firmament and all kinds of death places. They had been to all the realms in the universe. Long Xiaotian had obtained endless treasures. As Long Xiaotian's woman, she naturally had a lot of trump cards. But now, she found that her trump cards were not as good as the other parties. This young man in front of her was actually so powerful. Could it be that the other party was also a lucky person? However, there could only be one in an era. There was already Long Xiaotian. Why would the other party appear? She really couldn't understand. Long Yu knew that she had lost today. She was no match for the other party. She had to leave quickly. Long Yu waved her hand and prepared to leave with the 10,000 Dragon Clan. The others exclaimed, "Are we leaving just like that?" The 10,000 Dragon Clan was unwilling. However, even Long Yu had been defeated. How could the others possibly be able to contend against him? Long Qing stared at Lin Xian, her beautiful eyes flashing. What a domineering man. Do you want to leave? The Crimson Dragon roared and waved his dragon claws. The array covered the sky and the earth. The mountain range suddenly expanded, turning into a pillar that pierced through the sky. The sky was instantly pierced through like paper. This was a sealing array. Oh no, this world seemed to be sealed. The expressions of the 10,000 Dragon Clan changed. They didn't expect the other party's array to be so powerful. Long Yu snorted coldly. She enlarged the space chariot under her feet and let the 10,000 Dragon Clan members stand on it. At the same time, she roared and put all her strength into the space chariot. Endless laws poured into the space chariot. Then, it turned into a shadow and disappeared. Did she leave? The Crimson Dragon was surprised. What a magical chariot. It could actually break his array. Lin Xian also frowned. He used his Rinnegan and found that the other party had disappeared. He snorted coldly, looked around, and said, "If anyone knows Long Xiaotian, tell him that the Dragon Clan only has one god, and that is me." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This man was really too strong. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he turned and led the others to the seats in front. He looked at Ninth Prince and smiled. "Can I sit here?" "Of course." Ninth Prince smiled and began to chat with Lin Xian, wanting to investigate Lin Xian's situation. However, after a few words, Ninth Prince found nothing. He only knew that the other party called himself the Dragon God. Where did he come from? What was his identity? He didn't know anything. Next was the Chaos Wine Banquet. This banquet was really good. He could drink chaos wine. After Lin Xian tasted it, his eyes lit up. This wine was not bad. He had to get more and prepare to bring it back to Lord Jiujiu. He asked the Ninth Prince, but the elders beside him said, "There's not much chaos wine." Organizing this banquet was something that had been accumulated over many years. After this banquet, it would be very difficult for ordinary people to drink the chaos wine again. After Lin Xian heard this, he nodded slightly, but he did not believe it. He secretly sent a sound transmission to Little White, asking him to get some. Xiaobai held a wine jug and drank from it as well. Her eyes were shining. When he heard Lin Xian's words, he was so happy that he danced with joy. He hid in Lin Xian's sleeve, took out the treasure bowl, and began to search for treasures. Not long after, there were 2 pots of chaos wine in the treasure basin, followed by a few more pots. Following that, Lin Xian obtained over 100 pots. Xiaobai's big eyes narrowed into crescents. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and quickly put away the chaos wine. Then, he drank as if nothing had happened. At this moment, a few elders of the Great Xia dynasty rushed over. They were flustered and exasperated. "Your Highness, this is bad." "What's going on?" the Ninth Prince asked. The elders hurriedly told him what had happened. "Someone is stealing our chaos wine." The people of the Great Xia dynasty were furious. The Ninth Prince's gaze was like a lamp as he looked around. The people of the remote antiquity families felt their scalps go numb. They all said, "It's not us." The Ninth Prince searched but could not find anything. He could only say, "Investigate secretly." Lin Xian was participating in the Chaos Wine Banquet. On the other side, the people of the Myriad Dragon tribe had escaped from the void. Damn it. After Long Yu came out, he roared crazily, shattering the surrounding sky. The people of the Myriad Dragon tribe also had ugly expressions. One of them said, "Damn it, where did that kid come from? Why didn't we know before? He's too arrogant. We must take revenge. But we can't beat him at all." "Who said so? The roaring Sky Dragon King can definitely defeat him." Yes, that's right. Fairy Longyu, go and ask the roaring Sky Dragon King for help. Fairy Longyu took a deep breath and calmed down. She said, Brother Tian has something important to do now. So, we can't trouble him now. But don't worry, I'll make that kid pay the price. Does he think that without Brother Tian, I can't do anything to him? At this point, she took out a few voice transmission talismans and started to send messages. Not long after, the surrounding void darkened. A huge figure appeared, bringing with it the power of a boundary emperor. It pierced through the sky and earth. The people of the myriad dragon tribe were scared out of their wits. A boundary emperor had appeared, and it was an expert of the dragon tribe. Great! They exclaimed, it's the expert that Fairy Longyu invited. From the dark clouds in the sky, an elder in a white robe walked out. A pair of dragon horns bloomed with a mysterious glow. When he arrived, he bowed. Greetings, Fairy Longyu. Senior, you're too polite. May I know why Fairy Longyu is looking for me? Water Dragon asked. Fairy Longyu said, there's no rush. Let's wait a little longer. Not long after, a beam of light flashed. It was like a peerless divine sword, splitting the sky and earth. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. In the next moment, a stalwart man appeared. He was covered in sword light. It was Senior Sword Dragon. Countless people bowed to him. Next, another senior of the dragon tribe came. This senior of the dragon tribe had an extremely strong flame. It was the fire dragon. The three seniors of the dragon tribe were all boundary emperors. Their strength was terrifying. All three of them were invited by Fairy Longyu. She said, 3 seniors, someone doesn't know what's good for him. He challenged the myriad dragon tribe and challenged Brother Tian's position. He called himself the dragon god. I think you 3 seniors should know what to do. What? There's such a thing? After hearing this, the 3 boundary emperors of the dragon tribe frowned. They asked about it carefully and then said, how dare you? What? Dragon god? How dare he call himself a god? That's right, we only recognize the Dragon King. Naturally, they were very clear about Long Xiaotian's talent and future. Hence, they wanted to rely on him. In the future, when Long Xiaotian became a martial emperor, they would follow him and soar. Now that someone challenged Long Xiaotian, they naturally would not allow it. Fairy Longyu, don't worry. The 3 of us will attack together and kill that brat. Thank you for your trouble. He still has 2 companions with extraordinary strength. However, I will use the Space War Chariot to separate them. We'll kill that brat called the Dragon God first. The other 2 are nothing to fear. Fairy Longyu took up the Space War Chariot again and started to lay out spatial energy. After everything was ready, they hid. Now, they just had to wait silently until the Primal Chaos Wine Festival ended. The Primal Chaos Wine Festival lasted for half a month before it ended. Everyone was reluctant to leave. After all, being able to drink the Primal Chaos Wine was a great opportunity for them. They felt like there was an additional mysterious Primal Chaos energy in their bodies. Whether they could absorb this energy would depend on their own strength. Let's go as well. On Lin Xian's side, he was in a very good mood. After slapping Longyu in the face and drinking the Primal Chaos Wine, he even secretly obtained more than 100 jugs of Primal Chaos Wine. Now, they had to continue with their proper business, which was to search for Long Xiaotian. If they found him, they should be able to find the half-frog. Lin Xian and the others walked out of the Chaos Wine Banquet. At this moment, outside the Chaos Wine Banquet. However, there was an extremely terrifying spatial power. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian and the others. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the others disappeared. When the people of the Cloud Dragon tribe saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Oh no, this is the power of the Space War Chariot. The other families also exclaimed, it seems that the Thousand Dragon tribe is going to take revenge. Someone sneered, I knew that the Thousand Dragon tribe would never let this go. Fairy Yulong was high and mighty. How could she let this matter go after being slapped in the face like that? It seemed that they were going to take revenge. The people of the Cloud Dragon tribe were full of despair. If everyone died, then the next to die would be them. Let's go and find where they are fighting. The surrounding families of the ancients were extremely excited. The battle between the dragon tribe was definitely extremely exciting. Ninth Prince, should we make a move? Someone from the Great Xia dynasty also asked. Ninth Prince waved his folding fan and looked through the sky. He said, no, let's just wait and see. Damn it, it's a spatial array. The Crimson Dragon roared angrily, wanting to break the array and leave. However, the surrounding void was extremely strange. The Space War Chariot was a very terrifying weapon. It came from the Primordial Age. It was left behind by a certain powerhouse in the Primordial Age. Therefore, it was not that easy to break it. On the other side, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Oh, are they here to take revenge? They really don't know what death is. Let's see who it is. He allowed the power of the space to envelop him. In the next instant, he arrived in a void surrounded by vast mountains. At this moment, he was already far away from the wine banquet. In front of him, there were a few terrifying figures that were quickly descending. They were experts of the dragon tribe. Lin Xian sensed for a moment and nodded. They were definitely not great sages, but quasi-emperors. 3 quasi-emperors were charging towards him. It seemed that this era was extraordinary. There were actually so many quasi-emperors. An 8-crowned king and 2 7-crowned kings, as expected of the dragon tribe. Boom, the terrifying sword light illuminated the world as if the sword god had descended. At the same time, dark clouds covered the city, and terrifying flames lit up the sky. The 3 figures stood in 3 different directions, surrounding Lin Xian. Wherever he passed, the surrounding void would shatter continuously. A black hole would appear beneath Lin Xian's feet. After the 3 dragon race quasi-emperors came out, they released a terrifying aura, trying to use their strength to make Lin Xian kneel. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, suppressing heaven and earth. The surrounding black holes had all disappeared. The place where he was at was incomparably quiet. Kid, you have some skills. You are actually so calm even when the 3 of us are working together. No wonder you dared to challenge the Dragon King. An aged voice rang out, carrying with it the terrifying might of a quasi-emperor. In the next instant, the dark clouds disappeared, and an old man in a white robe stood there. He had an extremely terrifying law of water on him. He was the water dragon quasi-emperor and was extremely powerful. He could control all the water in the world. On the other side was a mighty man. The aura of the dragon Tao spread out from this man's body. There were scales on his back that formed sharp swords that pierced the clouds. A shocking murderous aura spread out from him. The last person was surrounded by flames and had a fire dragon tail. He was like a fire god, extremely powerful. He said coldly, so what if he is heavy? Before the 3 of us, he is still an ant. The fire dragon quasi-emperor had a bad temper. When he opened his eyes, heavenly fire spread out. He threw a palm strike, and flames filled the sky as if they were going to cover the sky, making people tremble. Great, I've stopped that kid. On the other side, in a valley, the 10,000 dragon race people were watching. There was a mirror in front of them, and on the surface of the mirror was the scene around Lin Xian. When they saw that Lin Xian was stopped by the 3 quasi-emperors, they all jumped up in excitement. Let's see how this kid dies. Long Yu also snorted coldly. No matter how strong the other party is, can he beat the 3 quasi-emperors working together? The answer was that it was impossible. Lin Xian looked at the 3 and shook his head slightly. Are there only the 3 of you? Too few. The 3 of you are no match for me at all. If there were 30 of you, I might be able to fight. If there are only the 3 of you, I'm afraid you will go to hell today. A cold voice rang out, causing the expressions of the 3 quasi-emperors to change. This is too arrogant. Was the other party looking down on them? I want to see how arrogant you, a self-proclaimed dragon god, can be. The fire dragon quasi-emperor shouted coldly and threw out a punch. Hundreds of fire dragons roared between heaven and earth. They were all tens of thousands of meters long and covered the sky. Lin Xian also clenched his fist. The 9 Suns Divine Fist carried the power of the 9 Suns Divine Fire. It swept across heaven and earth and charged toward the other party. He actually chose to take it head-on. Was this kid so confident in his flames and physique? The quasi-emperors were also surprised. Soon, they realized that something was wrong. This kid's physique was actually so strong. This punch seemed to be formed by the nine heavens' divine fire. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. The fire dragon quasi-emperor felt the suppression of the flames. The quasi-emperor's expression changed. This punch was too shocking. It was like a rainbow that could shatter everything. Boom! In the next instant, the two fists collided. Boundless fiery light swept through the nine heavens. When the 10,000 dragon race people saw this scene, they all felt guilty. Do you think the fire dragon can block it? Of course. How could a bona fide quasi-emperor fail to block the other party's fist? Just watch. That brat might be killed in a single strike. Many people clenched their teeth in anger. The flames in the nine heavens slowly disappeared. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, uninjured. On the other side, one of the fire dragon quasi-emperor's arms was missing. His face paled. In the earlier clash, he was at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth, the quasi-emperor said, "This kid is too strong." Everyone attacked together. The expressions of the other two quasi-emperors changed as well. The fire dragon quasi-emperor was arrogant and unruly. Even he said that. Could it be that this person was really that strong? Since that was the case, then let's attack together. The sword dragon quasi-emperor shouted coldly. Boundless sword chi surrounded the sword dragon quasi-emperor's body like a vast sea sweeping out for thousands of kilometers, tearing the world apart. Chop! The sword dragon quasi-emperor roared, and boundless sword chi surged out, surging for thousands of kilometers as it charged towards Lin Xian. On the other side, the water dragon quasi-emperor also sent out a vast sea, filling the sky with rain. Each drop of rain contained a powerful law that could kill the other party. The fire dragon quasi-emperor also attacked, sending out the 8 desolate flame dragon picture. At this moment, the 3 quasi-emperors completely erupted. Everyone within thousands of kilometers looked up at the sky. At the Primal Chaos Wine Festival, the people of the ancient noble clans were still searching. However, when they saw this scene, they finally confirmed that Xiaoqian was there. They all charged over. The people of the skyscraper dynasty also prepared to watch the battle. That was the aura of the dragon race. 3 dragon race holy emperors against that brat. It's over. That dragon god is dead for sure. No matter how strong he is just one person. The 10,000 dragon race has the dragon king, so their accumulations are extremely deep. How can he block them? Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone sighed. They knew that Lin Xian was dead for sure. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. He stood there, and as his eyes opened and closed, the power of reincarnation erupted. At the same time, he took out a sword, the immortal slaying sword, which was rumored to have killed immortals. Sword chi flew, a heaven-defying sword technique. The sword illuminated the 9 heavens, and the terrifying sword chi formed terrifying cracks that spread out in all directions. The rain that filled the sky was completely destroyed by this force. Under this sword, the nomological mystical abilities of the 3 quasi-emperors all shook. Then, cracks appeared. Boom, the 3 mystical abilities shattered, and the 3 quasi-emperors were sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. At the critical moment, they took out their weapons, the 3 quasi-emperor weapons. These were weapons that they had carefully refined, and their power had already surpassed that of a sage weapon. With the quasi-emperor weapons, their strength would increase exponentially. Quasi-emperor Jianlong took out a sword. The true dragon sword was completely made of dragon scales. He had searched for the dragon scales of countless ancient dragon race experts and forged it. At this moment, the quasi-emperor weapon erupted with a vast dragon might and slashed forward. True dragon slash. A peerless sword technique. How terrifying. The clan of the ancients that had rushed over were shocked. It's over. However, the people of the dragon race laughed. Good, this sword will kill him. Lin Xian shook his head. Sword techniques are not used like this. Let me tell you what a true peerless sword technique is. Lin Xian waved the immortal slaying sword again, and sword light overflowed, completely destroying the world. His opponent's swordsmanship had transformed into a real dragon, while Lin Xian's swordsmanship had transformed into a divine dragon. The heaven-defying sword technique used the same attack as the opponent to destroy the opponent. As soon as this divine dragon appeared, it cut through the sky and covered the world, colliding with the true dragon. The two dragons roared, and the true dragon let out a wail as it was torn in half by a claw. "No!" Quasi-Emperor Jianlong screamed. His true dragon sword was split in half. Not only that, but he was also split in half, and his body and soul were destroyed. Was he dead? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. A quasi-emperor had died. How was this possible? The people from the dragon race roared crazily. The strength of the sword dragon quasi-emperor was so terrifying that it surpassed the heavens and earth. How could he have been killed so easily? Fairy Longyu clenched her fists tightly. She could not believe it either. Sword dragon, the fire dragon and the water dragon, the two quasi-emperors, roared crazily. Their expressions turned incomparably unsightly. All of them unleashed their strongest attacks. They all used their respective ultimate skills. What Huolong took out was a diagram, the real Huolong diagram. It was something that he had nurtured in his body for several thousand years. It was something that he had refined using the meridians of generations of fire dragons. It was also a quasi-emperor weapon. As for the water dragon, it took out a cloud, which contained the terrifying water of a dragon. The two of them used their ultimate moves, not giving each other any chance. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swung his sword twice in a row. It was indestructible. The two quasi-emperor weapons shattered. The two quasi-emperors were also destroyed in their hearts and souls. After 3 sword strikes, the 3 quasi-emperors of the dragon race fell. 3 cracks appeared in the world. Blood rained down, and the world mourned. The 10,000 dragon race people were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. They had gone crazy. Long Yu also trembled. How could Lin Xian be so powerful? Just what level had the other party's strength reached? Was he really the dragon god? When the ancient noble clans at the Primal Chaos Wine Festival saw this, they also felt their scalps go numb. The people of the Great Xia dynasty had originally been prepared to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. However, from the looks of it now, this was a complete suppression. This dragon god was probably an even greater threat to them than Long Xiaotian. Was the other party going to rise up in the world? This was not the end. It was just the beginning. After Lin Xian killed the 3 quasi-emperors, he collected all their storage rings. Then, he executed the Rinnegan, and a godlike eye covered the world. At the same time, he threw 2 heaven-defying punches, sweeping out for 5,000 kilometers. Like a godlike punch, it shattered the void in the distance. The toad and the crimson dragon came out and jumped over. Lin Xian executed the Rinnegan again and locked onto the position of the 10,000 dragon race. He stretched out a huge hand that covered the sky and grabbed toward the distance. That hand turned into 5 divine dragons, roaring at the sky. There were invisible laws on them: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They turned into 5 elemental dragons, enveloping the entire valley. The mountains and forests around the valley were shattered. The void above the valley was filled with cracks. In the valley, the dragon race cultivators felt their scalps go numb. Their faces were filled with horror. If this palm landed, probably not many of them would be able to escape, right, Fairy Longyu? They all looked at Longyu. Longyu's expression also turned ugly. The 3 quasi-emperors had been killed. She could not resist at all. Now, she could only take the Space War Chariot and escape. However, the Space War Chariot's spatial array that she had used earlier was now slightly weaker. She could not take so many people with her. In the end, she gritted her teeth and took her sister into the Space War Chariot, disappearing. No. The other members of the 10,000 dragon race were in despair. Did Fairy Longyu not care about them? Then how could they resist? Please stop, we are willing to submit. An old man of the 10,000 dragon race knelt on the ground and kept roaring. The others also shouted, yes, we are willing to submit. They did not want to be killed. Lin Xian's hand paused in midair. He looked down at Lin Xian like a god. Oh, so you've submitted? That's right, we are willing to submit. In the valley, everyone knelt. Lin Xian laughed. Well, from now on, you will respect me, the dragon god. Now, I will give you a chance. Gather your clan's resources and dragon veins for me. Don't try to escape. Under my eye technique, none of you can escape. We know. The people below hurriedly said. In order to save their lives, they were willing to give up everything. Lin Xian's 5 elements palm disappeared. The people of the 10,000 dragon race heaved a sigh of relief. They hurried back and moved the dragon veins of their clan over. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He would collect these dragon veins and preserve them for 100,000 years. After 100,000 years, how terrifying would his power be? The battle ended like this. The dragon race returned in defeat, Long Yu fled in panic, and the 3 quasi-emperors were killed. The news quickly spread in all directions. For a time, the people of the true spirit world were shocked. Even the heavens were in an uproar because of this. They exclaimed. Was there an incredible genius of the dragon race in the middle continent? He actually called himself the dragon god. Heavens, did he not put Long Xiaotian in his eyes? Very Long Yu returned in defeat. What would the great Xia Empire do? One after another, exclamations of surprise and doubt were heard. Many people were excited. Now, Long Xiaotian was like the sun in the sky, and basically no one was his opponent. Now, was there finally someone who was going to challenge Long Xiaotian? That would be a battle of dragons. The people of the great Xia Empire were also shocked, as if they were facing a great enemy. The 9th prince's face was extremely solemn. He hurried back to the empire. He had to report this matter personally. Zhongzhou. This was the land of the great Xia dynasty. Everything under the emperor's rule had submitted to him. The fairy palace was where Emperor Xia resided. Only he had the right to be here. If anyone else wanted to come, they would have to report to him. If he didn't agree, no one could enter. Right now, outside the flying immortal palace, the 9th prince was kneeling and respectfully greeting his father. Father, I have something to report. Prince Jiao said quickly. A loud voice came from the fairy palace. Jiao, you can leave now. I know what happened. I will go there personally. Prince Jiao was shocked. A young man was worthy of his father's personal visit. He is not ordinary. I have tried to divine him before, but I couldn't. His heavenly secrets are very mysterious. So, I want to meet him personally. After Emperor Xia finished speaking, he left. His royal aura spread for 30,000 miles, carrying him like a god on a journey. At this moment, countless creatures prostrated themselves on the ground. Farewell, father. Prince Jiao also bowed deeply. Although he was confused, he calmed down. His father was a real emperor. With his father's help, there was nothing in the world that couldn't be settled. Zhongzhou, Dragon Valley. Previously, the 23 dragon veins under the valley were all absorbed by Lin Xian and the others. But now, they became mysterious again. Previously, Lin Xian had suppressed the 10,000 dragons tribe and made them submit to him. Now, the 10,000 dragons tribe had sent all of their dragon veins over. In the Dragon Valley, the dragon veins were extremely powerful. That aura caused all the nearby demonic beasts to roar in excitement. Some monsters even gathered a terrifying monster army and started to attack crazily. In the end, the Crimson Dragon and the Toad fought and killed a few powerful monsters. The other monsters didn't dare to come anymore. They could only roar from afar. Rich. This time, they really made a fortune. The Crimson Dragon's eyes were wide open. The Toad said, Haha, do you think I will become a dragon toad after absorbing all this dragon aura? The Crimson Dragon looked at it with disdain. You are at most a toad. I've heard of bullfrogs, but not dragon frogs. That's not necessarily true. Just because no one has done it before doesn't mean that I can't do it. The Toad said. Lin Xian said, that's right. What our predecessors couldn't do doesn't mean that we can't do it. Anything was possible. The 3,000 dragon veins here made Lin Xian extremely excited. He took out 1,000 dragon veins and placed them in the sword world. As for the remaining 2,000 dragon veins, Lin Xian was prepared to hide them properly. 100,000 years later, it would definitely bring him a miracle. Of course, he had to think about it carefully. After all, there were too many variables in 100,000 years. It would be bad if all his efforts went in vain. Don't worry about that for now, let's cultivate for a while first. The toad and the crimson dragon quickly jumped into the dragon vein to absorb it. Lin Xian and Little White also went in. They crazily absorbed the dragon veins. He felt as if his entire body was changing. Of course, it was still not easy to achieve a breakthrough. After all, Lin Xian was already the seven-crown king. Moreover, he had many unique skills. The power he needed to achieve a breakthrough was probably several times that of others. Suddenly, Lin Xian's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, a black vortex appeared. It swallowed everything. The Crimson Dragon said, "Kid, what's going on?" He felt a powerful message that surpassed that of a quasi-emperor. Could it be? Lin Xian was surprised. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a golden light forming a great Tao that covered the sky. Then, a figure stood in the sky. No matter what, this figure was like a peerless god, standing between heaven and earth. Everything was revealed at once. Lin Xian could also feel a powerful force pressing down on him, making him want to kneel down and kowtow. He was shocked and his pupils shrank. This power was the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor of this era could only be Emperor Xia of the Great Xia dynasty. The other party had appeared and was looking for him. Why? Was it because he was a threat? Lin Xian was facing a great enemy. The dragon in his body roared and formed a backbone, preventing him from kneeling down. At the same time, he secretly held the swallowing heaven jar tightly. If there was any attack, he would immediately defend. He bowed. "Greetings, Emperor Xia." Emperor Xia's eyes were like a lamp, looking down. "Impressive, young man. I have only seen two people who can see me without kneeling down. The first is Long Xiaotian, and the second is you." Lin Xian was surprised after hearing this. He did not kneel because he had many trump cards in his body. He had the dragon sword spirit and the swallowing heaven jar. Long Xiaotian did not kneel when he saw the great emperor. This meant that Long Xiaotian also had many trump cards. No wonder he was able to become the dragon emperor. He was indeed powerful when he was young. Lin Xian knew that every person who had become a martial emperor had been the strongest genius in the world during their time. Long Xiaotian could not be underestimated. Lin Xian said, "Senior, you flatter me. May I know what you are here for?" "I came to see you," Emperor Xia said in a deep voice. As he spoke, countless lotuses appeared. This was probably the legendary lotus spitting from the mouth. Every word and action carried the supreme law, which was shocking. Lin Xian was even more surprised after hearing this. "See me?" He was not a peerless beauty. What was there to see? Emperor Xia's eyes flickered. He seemed to be discussing Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. It was as if the secret on his body had been seen through. Fortunately, he had the sword world. He had placed some secrets in the sword world. Thinking about it, even the great emperor could not see through it. "Some time ago, I observed the sky at night and found a meteor that seemed to interfere with the heavenly secrets. At that time, I calculated it, but I did not manage to deduce it. However, the day after the meteor appeared, you seemed to have appeared. At first, your appearance did not attract my attention. But later, you showed strong strength and rose like a comet. I began to deduce you. However, I couldn't deduce you. You seemed to have a power that covered the heavenly secrets. Even Long Xiaotian did not seem to have this. So, I am very curious. Who are you?" After Lin Xian heard this, he was shocked. As expected of the great emperor, his strength was strong enough. When he arrived, the other party noticed him. Fortunately, the other party did not make a move. Otherwise, the situation would be troublesome. At the same time, he also sighed. The other party could not detect his heavenly secrets because he came from 100,000 years later. Long Xiaotian was strong, but after all, he was a person of this era and had not yet become an emperor. Emperor Xia could naturally deduce it. However, he was different. He did not belong to this era. Junior, Lin Wudi, is from the true spirit world. Lin Wudi? Emperor Xia was stunned. This title seemed to be even more arrogant than Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian called himself the king of 10,000 dragons. However, that was only the king of the dragon clan. And this invincible, did it mean that he was invincible in the universe? As for what the other party said about being in the true spirit world, Emperor Xia did not believe it. However, Lin Xian was right. He was indeed a person who grew up in the true spirit world. It was just that he was a person from 100,000 years later. He did not say this, and Emperor Xia probably did not guess it. Emperor Xia felt that Lin Xian was very mysterious. He looked at him carefully for a long time, which made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. At this time Emperor Xia said, "Young man, are you willing to be my disciple?" When he heard these words, Lin Xian was stunned as well. Acknowledging the other party as his master, to be honest, if this condition spread throughout the universe, anyone would immediately kneel down and worship Emperor Xia as their master. This was a great emperor. If he worshipped the great emperor as his master, his future would be limitless. However, Lin Xian hesitated. What? Young man, are you not willing? Emperor Xia was also stunned. What kind of joke was this? He had put down his face and personally accepted the other party as his disciple. How could the other party refuse? However, it seemed that the other party was really going to refuse. If the other party refused, what would happen to his face? Young man, do you know the benefits of worshipping me as your master? Lin Xian said, "Thank you, Emperor Xia, for your kindness. However, I already have a master, so forgive me for not being able to worship you as my master." Did he really refuse? Emperor Xia was stunned. Many people in the universe crazily wanted such an opportunity. But now, he had given it to the other party, and the other party could easily refuse. Was he not charming enough? Was he not strong enough? What kind of joke was this? Even that dragon Xiaotian was just an ant-like existence in his eyes. He was the emperor. He was the emperor who stood at the peak of the universe. The other party actually refused. Emperor Xiao's expression was not very good. However, Lin Xian did not struggle on this issue. He was a person from 100,000 years in the future and could not stay here for too long. He asked, "Senior, do you know about half a frog?" Emperor Xia frowned. "What, half a frog? Even if it's a frog, I don't care about it." "No, that's not it. This frog is a half-step sovereign. It's half of a sovereign's body. I came here to find him." "Senior, you really don't know? Half a great emperor, how could it be possible? How could there be a great emperor in this era?" Emperor Xia was stunned. Could it be that some ancient existence had awakened? His era of being an emperor could last for 10 to 20,000 years. During this process, no one was able to become a martial monarch. Of course, there was an exception, and that was if the previous martial monarch woke up. This way, his great Tao could not suppress the other party. From the looks of it, that half-frog should be some ancient existence. If it's not on your side, then it must be on Long Xiaotian's side. Lin Xian took a deep breath. "Senior, do you know the whereabouts of Long Xiaotian? I must find him. If he teamed up with half-frog, it would be dangerous." Long Xiaotian? What kind of storm could he raise? Right now, he was only the seven-crown king. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "The origin of that half-frog is very powerful." "Senior, have you heard of Higan?" This time, the Xia Emperor was truly stunned. He sucked in a breath of cold air. "You know about Higan?" To be honest, he was too shocked. The Heavenly Emperor wasn't the only one who knew about the Permitha. How did these youngsters know about it? Could it be that he's also from a great emperor's sect? It seems like you're an incredible descendant. Is it Higan? It does exist. Even I'm not very clear about it. Long Xiaotian's aura has already risen. However, even if I make a move, there won't be many chances. Therefore, I can't make a move easily. However, if you want to make a move against Long Xiaotian, I can help you. I'll deduce the heavenly secrets and send you over." "Thank you, Senior." After hearing this, Lin Xian's face lit up with joy. Next, the Xia Emperor waved his hand, and a compass appeared in the void to deduce the heavens and the earth. Not long after, the Xia Emperor said, "I found it. I'll send you over." With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Xian was enveloped and sent into the compass. In the starry sky of the universe. Buried Earth Star was already a very mysterious place 100,000 years ago. At this moment, many people from the Dragon Clan had arrived. The leader was naturally Long Yu. Some of the people from the Dragon Clan were here for the first time. Looking around, they exclaimed, "This is the legendary hidden Emperor Star, where countless great emperors are buried. The aura here is indeed mysterious. Is the Dragon King here?" These people from the Dragon Clan were shocked. They hadn't seen Long Xiaotian in a long time. Long Yu said, "That's right. Big brother Tian told me to come here to find him. Let's go. Big brother Tian is sending me a message." She took out a transmission bell and listened to Long Xiaotian's message. However, they kept flying until they finally arrived above the sea. At this moment, the seawater parted, and a figure walked out. It was a man with a handsome face and a noble aura. Although he looked young, he was like a high and mighty king who could look down on the common people. As soon as he appeared, the people from the Dragon Clan all knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Dragon King." This person was Long Xiaotian. "Rise." Long Xiaotian waved his hand and then looked at Long Yu. "You're injured?" A trace of gentleness appeared in his eyes. Long Xiaotian would probably only show such gentleness in front of Long Yu. Usually, he was a supreme existence who killed decisively. Long Yu also smiled, and her eyes were no longer noble. She said softly, "Big brother Tian, I'm fine. It's just a small injury. However, there's a guy who's too despicable. This time, you have to personally teach him a lesson." Long Xiaotian said, "Is it the person who injured you?" Long Yu nodded. "He calls himself the Dragon God and wants to rule the entire Dragon Clan. He's too despicable." "Dragon God?" When Long Xiaotian heard this, he frowned and sneered. "What an arrogant thing. He dares to call himself a god of the Dragon Clan. Is he looking down on me? When I'm done here, I want to see with my own eyes who's so arrogant." Long Xiaotian was so angry that he laughed. He didn't even dare to call himself a god. Who dared to be more arrogant than him? "You don't have to wait that long. I'm already here." Suddenly, a voice rang out in the sky, and the earth cracked. At the same time, a terrifying sword intent exploded. It seemed to be able to destroy the sky. At this moment, the sea rolled. The people from the Dragon Clan were so scared that their scalps went numb. Their bodies trembled as they looked up at the sky. "Damn it, what happened? The Dragon God was here." Long Yu's expression changed. That voice was so familiar. Could it be the other party? She looked up and saw that the void seemed to be torn apart by a pair of heavenly hands. A terrifying black hole appeared. And from within, an extremely powerful sword intent came. It was incomparably sharp and invincible. Then a figure appeared in the sky. He was like a sword god, looking down on the world. Was it that kid? Long Yu's expression became incomparably serious. She couldn't see clearly because the other party's sword intent was too strong. It blocked her soul from probing. Long Xiaotian pulled Long Yu behind him. At the same time, he took a step forward. The aura of the Tao of Dragons erupted from him. He was like an immortal as he soared into the sky. The two forces collided, tearing apart the sky. A merciless storm pierced through the sea. What a powerful aura. Dragon Xiaotian frowned. Is that him?" Long Yu said, "I'm not sure. I can't see his face clearly. But I remember his voice. It should be that Dragon God." End of chapter 5803. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.